After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big brothers. Chapter 290 to Chapter 369. After Frank left, there was no need for the two of them to continue loitering outside. When they returned to their room, Hua Fanjin started to remove her makeup. Jiang Fuyue picked up her phone and sent a message to Sun Kun. "Who's staying in room 1607? Sun Kun replied immediately, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Jiang Fuyue, "I have something to do." Sun Kun, "Wait, let me check." When they arrived at the hotel, the organizers would send the competition schedule to each country's team leader. It was a thick book, which naturally included the accommodation arrangements. About half a minute later, Sun Kun, "I'm not sure who's staying in room 1607, but this room is for Country R's team." Country R, Hamasaki Chiba. Jiang Fuyue did not know why she thought of this name immediately. She had a feud with the other 4 Country R players. But her intuition told her that it was Hamasaki Chiba. Jiang Fuyue held her phone and stood in front of the window. Her indifferent eyes did not reveal any specific emotions. When she stared into the distance, there was an indescribable silence. Hua Fanjin walked over after removing her makeup. "Captain, Jiang Fuyue turned around with a questioning look in her eyes. "I still feel a little strange." "What's wrong?" "It's Frank. Although his figure is exactly the same as in the photo and he's quite handsome, he feels like a stranger to me." "Are all pen pals like this when they meet for the first time?" Jiang Fuyue did not respond. Hua Fanjin did not really want anyone to comfort her. She just felt anxious and wanted to say it out loud. Sure enough, she was not disappointed when she did not get an answer. "Suddenly, I heard that the penthouse of the Hausenreg Hotel has a transparent ceiling. You can lie in bed and watch the stars." "Huh?" Hua Fanjin was a little confused. "How did they end up in the penthouse?" "I think so. Let's go." Jiang Fuyue turned and left. "What are you doing?" "Getting a room." Hua Fanjin was stunned. Jiang Fuyue had already left the room. She quickly chased after her. "Wait for me." 10 minutes later, when the two of them were in a luxurious suite, Hua Fanjin was still a little confused. It wasn't that Miss Hua was inexperienced. She had stayed in better hotels than this one. To her surprise, "You didn't even go to the front desk, how did you get a room?" The two of them went directly from the 12th floor to the top floor. Jiang Fuyue didn't even touch the room card and entered the password. She seemed to be very familiar with the road, as if she was returning home. "Friends help," she said. "Oh." Hua Fanjin gulped. "Are we staying here tonight?" Jiang Fuyue shrugged. "Otherwise? Is it fun? Then, should we inform Professor Sun?" "There's no need." "Didn't you say that we have to report it?" Jiang Fuyue asked, "Have we left the hotel?" Hua Fanjin shook his head. "No." "Then what else is there to report?" It seemed to make sense. After showering, the two of them lay down in their respective rooms. Jiang Fuyue pressed a button beside the bed, and the ordinary ceiling immediately retreated to the left and right, revealing a glass ceiling. The stars shone brightly in her eyes. Jiang Fuyue looked at the starry sky and slowly fell asleep. In the next room, Hua Fanjin lay on the big bed with his hands behind his head. "It's so beautiful, why didn't she realize that the sky in D country was so beautiful before?" Before she fell asleep, she felt that she had forgotten something. 1 second before she fell asleep, she realized that it was the money for a room. A suite like this cost at least 5,000 yuan. Captain's family didn't seem to be very rich, so it was better for her to pay. The 4th day passed by peacefully. On the 5th day of the competition, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fuyue woke Hua Fanjin up. The two of them left the suite and returned to the 12th floor. "Wait," Hua Fanjin was about to go in when Jiang Fuyue stopped him. "What? What's wrong?" Jiang Fuyue squatted down and picked up the rubber ring on the ground. "Nothing." Although she said that, there was a cold glint in her eyes. When she left yesterday, she had casually hung a rubber ring to tie up her hair on the inner door handle, but now it was lying on the ground. She didn't open the windows or turn on the air conditioner, so there was only one possibility: the doorknob had been turned. In other words, after they left last night, someone entered the room. At 7:30, the five of them met in the dining room. At 8 o'clock, the experimental exam officially began. There were 2 questions in the experimental section, and each question was worth 10 points. The time limit was 5 hours. The first question was an optical test. On the first page, the requirements and precautions were written, as well as the use of the experimental equipment. It wasn't difficult, but the steps were complicated. Not to mention other things, the installation of the diffraction grating alone was difficult for many people. This wasn't a traditional diffraction grating, but a modified one to meet specific functions. Not only did it have an additional cylindrical holder, but there were also many small parts to be assembled. As soon as Jiang Fuyue received the requirements of the questions, she chose to install it first after reading them. It took shape quickly. 20 minutes later, the first experimental question was completed. The second question was about the permeability of water. There wasn't as much information as the previous question, but it was more difficult because it needed to use calculus thinking, but it couldn't use calculus algorithms. Jiang Fuyue took 25 minutes, which was 5 minutes longer than the previous question. Then, I'm done. There was dead silence. At this moment, another male voice sounded. I'm done too. Digression, 2,000 words. Second watch, 12 o'clock. Jiang Fuyue and a boy walked out of the exam hall at the same time. In the corridor, she paused and slowly looked up. Long time no see, Hamasaki Chiba. She spoke in fluent Japanese. Hello, Jiang Fuyue. The boy smiled and replied in Chinese. Their eyes met. One was cold as ice, while the other was cute and smiling. Yes, cute. The boy in front of her was not tall. He had a baby face and 2 dimples when he smiled. He had short black hair, suspenders, and marten shoes. He looked like a neighborhood boy. Unfortunately, no amount of disguise could hide the glint in his eyes. The 2 of them turned around at the same time, one to the left and one to the right. Outside the exam hall, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Fuyue come out was both expected and unexpected. Are you done? Yes. She nodded and walked to the resting area. She took a piece of orange. The 2 of them followed. Ahem. What do you think of the difficulty? Now that the exam was over, they could finally ask questions without any burden. They could ask anything they wanted. Jiang Fuyue answered honestly, it was average. Yan Zhenfeng, Qin Libin coughed softly. What do you think of the exam? Jiang Fuyue, it was okay. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to get full marks. The 2 of them looked at each other in shock. In the past, the Huaxia team had students who got full marks, but this time, the exam was much more difficult, especially the experimental part. It was obviously more difficult than previous years. During the summer camp training, they had expected the difficulty to be much lower. However, Jiang Fuyue calmly told them that they could get full marks. The 2 of them had doubts, but they did not immediately question her. Yan Zhenfeng thought for a moment. The first part of the experiment was optical measurement. The third part was to measure the refractive index of a transparent disc. What do you think? Jiang Fuyue threw away the orange peel and took another piece. She spoke as she ate. The 2 of them nodded. Qin Libin asked again, how did you install the diffraction grating? Jiang Fuyue briefly explained the process. When she reached the key points, she pulled out a few straws and showed them to them. That's right. That's it. Qin Libin slapped his thigh after hearing that and beamed from ear to ear. He was ashamed to say that he had tried to assemble the diffraction grating yesterday during the closed examination. Because some parts had been improved, the traditional method would not work. However, he did not believe it and insisted on assembling the diffraction grating according to the previous method. In the end, he still could not complete it after nearly an hour. After coming down, he couldn't help but worry. He was afraid that the students would be stubborn and inflexible like him. Luckily, Jiang Fuyue didn't. Qin Libin asked, how long did it take you to install this? Jiang Fuyue, 5 minutes? I haven't calculated it yet. Qin Libin. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The third to hand in their papers early was Edmund and Frank. Even so, they were almost 2 hours later than Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki. What AF** King experiment? I almost fell into a trap. Edmund cursed under his breath as he walked. He looked around, especially at the resting area. Yan Zhenfeng said, "Hey, old Qin, don't you think that blonde guy keeps looking at us like that?" "Really?" Qin Libin looked up. "I don't think so. The resting area is so big. He's probably looking for his teammates." "What teammates?" "His teammates are all in there." "Oh, he's looking for the team leader." The corner of Yan Zhenfeng's mouth twitched. "Which European and American team leader is like us, standing guard outside the examination room the moment they are released?" They all went back to their rooms to rest. "You're right," Yan Zhenfeng nudged his elbow. "Look, that guy is walking towards us." Edmund walked in front of them and asked in broken Chinese, "Is the door of pure plague carried under the flower?" Qin Libin, you can use English. We can all understand." Edmund was relieved. "Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry to disturb you. Are you the team leaders of Huaxia?" Yan Zhenfeng nodded. "Yes. What's the matter?" I want to ask where Jiang Fuyue is." Their expressions were strange, and they immediately became vigilant. Yan Zhenfeng, why do you want to see her? Edmund, oh, she's so cute. I want to be friends with her, but I don't know how to contact her, so I want to ask her face to face. Yan Zhenfeng, sorry, she already had lunch and went back to her room for a nap. Edmund looked disappointed. That's too bad. Thank you anyway. He then left with his head down. After that, a few boys from Continent F came to ask about Jiang Fuyue. Yan Zhenfeng's eyes were green with envy. Then came 2 boys from Continent M. They had fair skin, high noses, and charming smiles. This time even someone as calm as Qin Libin could no longer sit still. Why are so many pigs coveting our little cabbage? Yan Zhenfeng's expression was heavy. I think there are more. We can't let these little Westerners take her away. Without Jiang Fuyue, Huaxia will lose a lot of future generations of scientists. One had to know that intelligence was hereditary. Ling Xian and Lin Shumo came out in the last 15 minutes. Compared to the theoretical part, the experimental part was obviously more difficult. Maybe the theoretical part wasn't easy either, but they had done the set of test questions compiled by Jiang Fuyue. Professor Yan, what are you doing? Oh, I'm posting on my WeChat moments to protect our little cabbage. The 2 of them, ? Before Yan Zhenfeng could say anything, the 2 of them had already taken out their phones and scrolled through the post. Text, little Westerners want to take our little cabbage? No way, pictures, pig taking cabbage, pig shaving hair, butcher smile. Lin Shumo, what do you mean? Qin Libin gave a brief explanation. When he turned around, he saw Ling Xian's gloomy face. ? Another one, but it was still a Huaxia breed. The 2 of them asked about the questions again. Lin Shumo and Ling Xian were more confident. Fang Canyang wasn't sure. Hua Fanjin scratched his head. I couldn't figure out the last experimental question, part C, but the others are okay. Yan Zhenfeng sighed. It's my fault. When I was making the training plan, I underestimated the difficulty of the questions set by Country D. Hua Fanjin, it's okay. Anyway, before we came here, the captain already helped us level up. Level up what? Lin Shumo coughed lightly. Jiang Fuyue got 2 big questions right for the theoretical part. Yan Zhenfeng, ! Qin Libin, ! In the future, could he let Jiang Fuyue help with the questions at the summer camp? After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms for a nap. Yan Zhenfeng looked at his phone all the way, the smile on his face never stopping. Qin Libin, what are you smiling about? Hee, everyone left me a message asking what that post meant. What did you say? I'm too lazy to reply one by one. I just replied all at once. Qin Libin took out his phone and opened it. Yan Zhenfeng, thank you for your attention. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a group of foreigners eyeing the girls in the team. We can't let them get away with it. He thought that after this reply, there would be no more problems. However, a group of people kept asking, who is the girl? Is she the one who never got full marks during the training? Old Yan, you're so mean. You didn't even send a picture of the girl. Yan Zhenfeng ignored all of them and only replied, is she the one who never got full marks during the training? Yes. Huaxia, Imperial Capital. It was already evening. Professor Xia, are you going to the cafeteria for lunch? Xia Dingyuan came out of the laboratory and bumped into a physics professor. Although he didn't know him, it didn't stop him from nodding. The moment they passed each other, he heard the other party holding his phone and sighing helplessly. This old Yen is even playing with jokes. How rare. Xia Dingyuan did not take it to heart and strode towards the cafeteria. Just as he sat down, his phone rang with a series of notifications. He opened WeChat and saw 5 messages from Xianxia. Old Xia, what are you doing? Still in the lab? Let me tell you something fun. Forget it. My description is not authentic enough. You'll know if you look at Professor Yan's circle of friends. The one from the physics department. Xia Dingyuan frowned as he opened his WeChat moments. The first post was from Yan Zhenfeng. He didn't get the fun part of the text or the accompanying picture. He even felt that it was a little strange. This was because Yan Zhenfeng was famous for being a serious scholar. He almost never posted anything on WeChat moments. Even if he did, it would only be related to academic research. But this one, the style was really different. Of course, it was also possible that Professor Yan had changed his style because he hadn't been on WeChat moments for a long time. Yes, Xia Dingyuan did not have the habit of refreshing his WeChat moments. In other words, he did not have many friends who liked to post on his WeChat list. Most of them were colleagues or exchange scholars in other fields. These people were focused on research and had no time to do these things. Therefore, the content was limited and there was no way to refresh. Suddenly, the man's gaze stopped and fell on the 2 replies from Yan Zhenfeng in the comment section. The first one was explaining the cause of the post. The other one was only a yes. It was a reply to a female professor from Q University's chemistry department. A group of foreigners eyeing the girls in the team, a group of foreigners eyeing the girls in the team, the girls in the team. They had never scored full marks during the training. Xia Dingyuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. It went without saying who the girl was if she met these 2 conditions at the same time. Just then, Xianxia sent another message, did you see it? I suspect that the girl Yan Zhenfeng was talking about is little junior. Wow, she's so charming that a group of foreigners are stunned. Amazing, amazing, she's making Huaxia proud. Do you remember who little junior is? She's the one who borrowed your lab. Hee hee. Pretty, right? Xia Dingyuan replied with a cold face, are you proud? Xianxia, I'm proud of little junior. Xia Dingyuan, idiot. Xianxia, no, if you want to talk, just talk. Why are you talking like a rooster? Xia Dingyuan did not reply and turned his phone to silent mode. He had a peaceful dinner and calmly walked back to the lab. However, the moment he sat down on the lab table, an inexplicable irritation filled his heart. Finally, he took out his phone and called Xing Yiming. Didn't you say that there's an exchange meeting in D country? I'll go personally. Huh? Xing Yiming was a little confused. Didn't he reject the invitation half a month ago? If Xia Dingyuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have long forgotten about it in some unknown corner. Help me book a ticket for tomorrow. He paused for a moment and changed his words. No, just tonight. Xing Yiming, ? I'm afraid I'm not awake yet. Otherwise, why would the boss go crazy? Digression, 2,000 words. As soon as the call ended, Xia Dingyuan regretted it. What was he doing? The following experiments were also done carelessly. Should he call Xing Yiming and ask for a refund? However, he picked up his phone and called the old house. He asked the old lady to pack some clothes for him and asked the driver to send him to the airport immediately. The old lady was surprised. Are you going on a business trip? Xia Dingyuan replied, yes. Why so sudden? I haven't heard you mention it before. It's a last-minute decision. Is it important? The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes flashed. Fortunately, she couldn't see on the other end, otherwise, as a mother, she could tell that her son was lying. He said, "It's important." "What time is the flight?" "In 3 hours." The old lady didn't ask any more questions. She hung up the phone and went upstairs to pack clothes. On the way, she passed by Xianxia's room. The door was half closed, and the brat was squatting on the ground, packing his luggage. He was almost done packing. He closed the suitcase and zipped it up. "Okay, what are you doing? Are you going home?" The old lady thought that he was tired of living here and wanted to go back to the Zhong family. Xianxia pursed his lips in disdain. "Whoever wants to go back can go back. I'm not going back anyway." "Then why are you packing your luggage?" The young man seemed to have thought of something beautiful. He put away his disdain and joy climbed up his face. "Hee, I booked a flight to D country later." "Oh, it's almost time. I should go to the airport." "Why are you going to D country?" "Of course to see your future granddaughter-in-law." The Jiang who participated in the physics competition, Zhongxiang smiled and reminded him, "Jiang Fuyue." Yes. Look at my memory." "That's great. Your uncle is going on a business trip. The driver will send his luggage to the airport later. You can come with him and make sure he drinks the beef bone soup. Don't leave a sip behind." "Can I make it? My flight leaves in 3 hours." "Yes." There was still time. "I'll help him pack some clothes now." "Okay." Zhongxiang nodded. "Hurry up." But in his heart, he was puzzled. Doesn't uncle like to go on business trips? And in such a hurry? I didn't even pack my luggage. How strange. Imperial City Airport. Xie Dingyuan received a call from his driver asking where he was. "Uncle Li." "Here." The driver finally found the person and couldn't help but quicken his pace. "Ninth Master, this is the luggage and the beef bone soup that old madam asked me to bring." Xie Dingyuan took the box. "There's no need for soup. I'm in a hurry." "But, uncle, I don't think this is a good idea." A figure suddenly appeared behind the driver. Xie Dingyuan frowned. "Why are you here?" Zhongxiang grinned. "To catch a flight, and to supervise you to drink soup. Hurry up and drink. When you're done, go check it in. I've received the old madam's imperial decree. I have to watch you finish it with my own eyes. Not a single drop is left. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself." After Xie Dingyuan finished his soup, he turned around and left. His back was filled with cold resentment. Zhongxiang was delighted to see this. The driver suddenly reminded him, "Young master, don't you have a flight to catch too? F***CK. I almost forgot." The nephew and uncle checked in separately and went through the security check. Zhongxiang didn't ask where Xie Dingyuan was going for his business trip, and Xie Dingyuan didn't care about which country Zhongxiang was going for his vacation. But 40 minutes later, they met in the same VIP lounge. Their eyes met. One was surprised, and the other frowned. Xie Dingyuan asked, "Why are you here?" Zhongxiang said, "I'm going to D country to watch Jiang Fuyue's competition." The man's eyes darkened. "Uncle, don't tell me you're going to D country too. This kind of VIP lounge is only for business class and first-class passengers. What do you think?" The two of them appeared here at the same time. Eliminating the possibility of them taking the wrong flight, they could only be on the same flight. Zhongxiang was going to D country, so it went without saying where Xie Dingyuan was going. At 9:30, boarding began. The two of them were sitting next to each other. Zhongxiang whispered, "What a coincidence." Xie Dingyuan didn't say anything. He gave his nephew a cold side profile. At that time, the sun had not set yet in D country. Jiang Fuyue was about to go out. Hua Fanjin asked, "Where are you going?" "Just strolling around and buying some specialties to give to someone." "Then I'll go too." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "You're not going to meet Frank?" Hua Fanjin pursed his lips. "He didn't even reply to my email. Why should I meet him? I'm not stupid." It seemed that she had sensed something. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Let's go then. I'll ask the three of them if they want to go. With this question, the two-person party became a six-person party. There were 5 students and Sun Kun. Ahem. I'll go too. It was mainly because Sun Kun didn't speak German. With Jiang Fuyue as a ready-made translator, he had to seize the opportunity. He also wanted to buy some specialties to give to someone. The group took the bus to the city center. At Jiang Fuyue's suggestion, they didn't go to a specialty store. Instead, they went straight to the supermarket in the large shopping mall. In less than half an hour, Jiang Fuyue had picked out everything. There were chocolates of various flavors and some inexpensive handmade products. Hua Fanjin, who was not short of money, wanted to buy everything she saw. Before she knew it, she had filled up a shopping cart. Jiang Fuyue reminded her, "Can you fit so much in your suitcase?" Yeah. Then, she quietly put it back on the shelf. Sun Kun's hand, which was putting things in the shopping cart, paused. Then, she quietly picked out 2 boxes of chocolates with ugly packaging and put them back. Lin Shimo saw this and a corner of his mouth twitched. But then, doubts arose in his mind. Logically speaking, Jiang Fuyue was in D country for the first time. Everything should be new to her. However, she looked more mature than Hua Fanjin and Sun Kun, who had been here several times. It was really strange. Could it be that she was naturally calmer than ordinary people? Lin Shimo did not believe it. If these things could be innate, then wouldn't children have become spirits? What was the point of education? When they walked out of the supermarket, everyone was carrying shopping bags in their hands. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo had the least, and Fang Canyang did not have much either. After them were Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin. Sun Kun was the one who bought the most. Then, they went into a convenience store by the roadside. Jiang Fuyue bought garlic essential oil, effervescent tablets, and a variety of vitamin products. The prices were not expensive, and the quality was guaranteed. Sun Kun secretly bought several hair growth products and deliberately lagged behind when it was time to pay the bill. Everyone was well aware of it, but no one exposed it. They rushed back to the hotel before the sun completely set. Then, they went to the restaurant for dinner. At night, Jiang Fuyue took a shower and sat on the bed to dry her hair. Hua Fanjin suddenly took out his phone and wanted to transfer the money to her. "Why didn't I know that you owe me money?" She turned off the hairdryer. "I treated you to the penthouse suite last night." Jiang Fuyue did not understand. "Why do you have to treat me?" "You can't treat me." Hua Fanjin was anxious. "I suggested it. Then I agreed." Jiang Fuyue frowned. Hua Fanjin whispered, "That suite was quite expensive." Now, Jiang Fuyue understood. "It's okay." She waved her hand. "I have money." Hua Fanjin was skeptical. Didn't the captain sell pancakes at home? He shouldn't be able to make much money, right? But she was too embarrassed to ask. She was so conflicted, Jiang Fuyue saw that she could not let it go. She did not want to make things difficult for her, so she suggested, "Then you pay tonight." "Huh? Tonight? Then I'll pay." Jiang Fuyue changed her mind. "Wait, are we going up to stay again tonight?" "Yes." Hua Fanjin smiled and nodded. "Okay. Then I'll pay tonight." She quite liked the starry sky. The 5th day passed by peacefully as usual. On the 6th day, the participating teams from various countries could finally sleep in peacefully. The restaurant's opening time was also considerately delayed by 2 hours. However, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libing could not because they had to attend the team leaders' meeting and meet with the grading team to discuss and resolve possible mistakes and differences of opinion. When the results came out in the afternoon, the 2 of them attended the last international committee meeting. The most important agenda of the meeting was to approve the list of winners, 3 theoretical questions and 2 experimental questions. Each question was worth 10 points, so the total score was 50 points. According to the rules, the average score of the top 3 contestants was 100%. Those who scored 90% would be awarded the first prize, gold medal. Those who scored 78% with less than 90% would be awarded the second prize, silver medal. those who scored 65% with less than 78% would be awarded the third prize, bronze medal. Those who scored 50% with less than 65% would be awarded a commendation award. Those who scored less than 50% would be awarded a participation certificate. The gold medal winner would be awarded a special prize. But this year, it was difficult because the top two contestants had exactly the same score, and they both scored full marks. Who should the special prize be awarded to? Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. I don't think I need to tell you who the two who scored full marks are. Qin Libin said, Jiang Fuyue used an inequality to prove the concave and convex part of the water's surface in the experiment section. None of the 200 or so participating countries thought of this, and it's considered an innovation. Therefore, I think that the special award should be given to her. The Japanese team leader immediately stood up. Chiba Hamasaki combined the three major theorems of seismology with the spring problem to achieve cross-disciplinary integration. This shows the application of multi-field thinking and the extensive accumulation of knowledge. I think that the special award should be given to her. Qin Libin stood up again. Speaking of the spring problem in the theoretical section, Jiang Fuyue also made an innovative thinking on the last step of the problem. The Japanese team leader said, Hamasaki Chiba is also in this question. The leaders of the two countries bickered and didn't give an inch. They were all fighting for the honor of their countries. That's right, the two full marks were Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Chiba. With the same score, the way of solving the problem became the focus of discussion. Whoever was better would get the award. This debate lasted for nearly 2 hours. Qin Libin almost praised Jiang Fuyue to the skies. The Japanese team leader was the same, and he was even more anxious than Qin Libin. Since Japan had lost 4 contestants, only Hamasaki Chiba could get the award. It would be best to bet on Xianxia to make up for it. In order to defeat the other party, he even read Jiang Fuyue's answer sheet from beginning to end several times, down to every step, trying to find a point to deduct points and apply for a re-evaluation. In this way, no one would be able to compete with Hamasaki Chiba, and the special award would naturally be in his hands. Unfortunately, after reading for a long time, he couldn't find any mistakes, not even a unit symbol. Qin Libin was still elaborating on the superiority of Jiang Fuyue's problem-solving method. It was as if there was too much to say. It wasn't that he could brag, but Jiang Fuyue's solution was indeed full of surprises. If it wasn't for this public analysis, no one would have noticed. A person's excellence was not only reflected in the big aspects, but also in the small details. Just like Jiang Fuyue, even the details were so perfect. Qin Libin couldn't help but sigh at the power of his country's little cabbage. No wonder so many people followed her lead, and even the little Westerners wanted to take her away. In the end, the debate between the two sides stopped temporarily under the intervention of the executive chairman. There is no doubt that there is only one special award. I think that everyone should focus on who to give it to, and what criteria should be used to make the choice. Do you agree? Everyone nodded. The executive chairman glanced at Qin Libin and the Japanese team leader. The former immediately expressed his stance and said frankly, "We agree, Xianxia, what's there to discuss?" According to the statistics of the World Health Organization, men of the same age are obviously more capable of thinking about physics than women. They are better able to construct the framework of physics. Whether it is personal strength, future development of the two, or contributions to the physics community, Hamasaki Chiba has an absolute advantage. Qin Libin immediately sneered, "I don't agree with the leader of country R. This is sexism. Yan Zhenfeng, who was sitting next to him, nodded frantically. That's right. This person is **ting. If it weren't for the fact that his English wasn't as good as Qin Libin's, he would have stood up immediately to argue with him. Madame Curie and Ms. Meyer are both great physicists who have won the Nobel Prize. He Zhihui and Ms. Wu Jianxiong are also shining in the field of physics. How can the representative of Japan use gender to talk about this? This is ridiculous." The leaders of various countries agreed. Gender can't determine a person's physical talent. Although physical talent has a certain impact, it can't completely determine a person's physical achievements. If we only use gender as the basis for selection, I'm afraid the world will laugh their heads off. The Japanese team leader, "This is a strong insult to us women. Please forgive me for not being able to stay in the same space as him. After saying that, she left the table angrily. It took us thousands of years to make the concept of equality between men and women gradually enter the people's hearts, but today, history has regressed in an official international meeting. Is Japan here to be funny? The executive chairman saw that everyone was agitated. If the situation continued to deteriorate, he might not be able to control it, so he immediately scolded the Japanese team leader. The latter was like a frosted eggplant, and his face turned green. In the end, the team leader of a country in Continent F suggested that Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Chiha be present to explain the solution in front of the leaders of various countries and find each other's mistakes. This was equivalent to a challenge. Phase, sniping at each other. Whoever could find the most mistakes would get the special prize. Qin Libin and Yan Jinfeng agreed. The Japanese team leader could only nod. Then why didn't you find any mistakes? The executive chairman said, then choose the one with the better solution. What's the better standard? Simple, practical, and the least necessary steps. If simplicity and practicality were all empty, and everyone could say they were right, then the least necessary steps would be the hard truth. At present, it seemed that Jiang Fuyue's solution was indeed more intuitive and concise than Hamasaki Chiha's. The meeting was not over yet, so everyone sat and waited. The Secretary-General personally went to the hotel to invite them. Now? Jiang Fuyue looked at the Secretary-General in front of her, who didn't seem to be joking at all, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Yes, please come with me. Jiang Fuyue stood up, and Hua Fanjin clenched her fists behind her back and shouted, Captain, you can do it. However, she was shocked by the news that she had just heard. Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal with full marks, and she even wanted to compete with Hamasaki Chiha for the special prize. This was Ippo. This was an international physics competition, and the questions were set by Country D, which had an insane level of difficulty. She actually got full marks. This time, Miss was sincerely bowed to Reese. She remembered how she had arrogantly provoked Jiang Fuyue at the opening ceremony and even wanted to compete with her. Now that she thought about it, she was really stupid and ignorant. Oh. Where did my confidence and courage come from? Hua Fanjin covered her face with both hands. Jiang Fuyue probably thought of her as a clown back then, right? It was so embarrassing. Jiang Fuyue followed the Secretary-General to the hotel lobby. Hamasaki Chiha was already waiting at the door. Her baby face was still smiling innocently. Congratulations, full marks gold medal. He was the first to congratulate her. Jiang Fuyue's expression was indifferent, and her voice was calm. Congratulations to you too. I heard that this time, it's for the special prize. Do you think it'll be you or me in the end? Jiang Fuyue, it's always just a guess without actual results. Hamasaki Chiha, do you think you can find my mistakes? The girl smiled. I'll know after I try. There's an idiom in Chinese that goes wait and see. I think it's very suitable for the current situation. What do you think? I think the winner is still unknown is more appropriate. Soon, the car drove over. After the two of them got in, they didn't speak on the way. Finally, they arrived at the conference venue 15 minutes later. The organizing committee gave the two of them 5 minutes to adjust their state of mind and let the leaders of the two countries introduce the sniping rules. Yan Jinfeng. At present, you have the advantage. If you can't find each other's mistakes, the prize will be given to the party with the least number of necessary steps. I just saw that you have fewer necessary steps than Hamasaki Chiha. Jiang Fuyue hummed in. Acknowledgement. So, don't put too much pressure on yourself. 5 minutes later. The executive chairman, the two of you, please take your positions. The challenge phase will last for 50 minutes. During this period, you can point out the flaws in each other's solutions, or even the mistakes in each other's solutions. The countdown starts now. Jiang Fuyue received Hamasaki Chiha's theoretical and experimental test papers. She didn't start from the beginning. Instead, she flipped through the papers at a high frequency. The papers in her hands were rustling. The leaders of the two countries were stunned and looked at each other. Even Chiba Hamasaki couldn't help but glance in her direction, and a mocking expression appeared on her face. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin were also a little stunned. The same question popped up in their minds: what was Jiang Fuyue doing? What could she see by flipping through the papers like this? Shouldn't she be looking at the questions one by one? Old Yan, why do I feel a little worried? Qin Libin was so nervous that he unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and took a big gulp. Yan Zhenfeng, I'm more worried than you. His back was already sweating, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. 10 minutes passed. Neither of them found the other's mistakes. Another 10 minutes passed. Still nothing. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. There were only 10 minutes left. Jiang Fuyue was still flipping through the test papers at a high frequency. Chiba Hamasaki, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She started from the theoretical part, then the experimental part, and read every step twice in the order of the first to the last question. Just as Matsuda, the leader of Japan, had said, there were no mistakes at all. He didn't believe it. He started for the third time. The more he read, the more his heart sank. However, he didn't show it on his face. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't do anything. He was confident that the other party wouldn't find anything that could be used against him. If they really had to look at the necessary steps in the end, his simplified version might not lose to Jiang Fuyue's. Now, he just had to wait for the last 10 minutes to pass, but at this moment, I found something. Chiba Hamasaki's eyelids twitched. The executive chairman signaled the staff to pass the microphone to Jiang Fuyue. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin looked at each other. Was there really a mistake? But the grading team was not to be trifled with. Why didn't they find out? The leaders of the other countries also had the same doubts. They looked at Jiang Fuyue with more focus and anticipation. The people sitting here today were all physicists with professional knowledge. What could make them more excited than the collision of ideas? After all, their vision was far beyond their own country. They were looking at the wider world of physics. They cherished and loved talent. No matter if the student was from Huaxiao or Japan, they treated him or her equally. There was no bias, selfishness, or nationalism. Because knowledge knows no boundaries. Geniuses should be respected. Executive Chairman, Jiang Fuyue, please elaborate. For the experimental part, the third question, the sixth and seventh step, Chiba Hamasaki used the abbreviation ppm. According to the IPO syllabus, the text of the questions must be in SI units. However, ppm is not the SI unit. SI unit, International System of Units, also known as the International System of Units, SI, formerly known as the Universal Metric System, is the most widely used system of standard units of measurement in the world today. 1. The International System of Units was structured according to the principle of the unit system, which meant that only SI units could be used to form multiples and fractional units. According to the above rules, units such as liter of capacity, ton of weight and nit of luminance are not part of the SI. 1. Jiang Fuyue said, of course, Hamasaki Chiba didn't use these. She used SI-derived units. SI-derived units include those units given special names by the International Conference of Metrology, such as Newton, watt, volt, lumen, etc., as well as those units not given special names, such as meter per second, joule per Kelvin, radian per second. Among them, the SI unit for dimensionless quantities is the ratio of two identical SI units. For example, refractive index, kinetic friction factor, linear strain, relative atomic mass, proton number, power magnitude, plane angle. 1. In this question, the refractive index expressed by Chiba Hamasaki, the SI unit is the ratio of two SI units of speed, ms/ms, equals 1. The multiples and fractional units are not formed by SI units, so they should be in the power of 10. Of course, the mathematical symbol percent can be used instead of 10, or units such as micrograms per gram, μg/g, milliliters per cubic meter, ml/m, can be used instead of 10, but the abbreviation ppm should not be used. So, Jiang Fuyue slowly scanned the room, and her eyes finally fell on the baby face opposite her. Word by word, she said, Chiba Hamasaki did not answer the question according to the exam rules, so she should be deducted points. Digression, the third watch, 1,000 words, really hard to write. Reference, International System of Units, Encyclopedia, latest update, January 16, 2019, edits, 7 Jiang Fuyue's words were amplified by the sound system and resounded in every corner of the conference hall. Everyone's ears couldn't be avoided. No one would have thought that Jiang Fuyue's mistake wasn't in the way she solved the problem or the steps she took, but in a small unit, Hamasaki Chiba's eyes turned cold. Even her baby face couldn't hide her malice at this moment. The Japanese team leader's face turned pale and cold sweat poured down. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin looked at each other. She's really something. How do you think she discovered such a small detail? They were both emotional and proud. The executive chairman said, "There are only 2 minutes left. Does the Japanese team want to speak?" The team leader didn't speak. Hamasaki Chiba began to flip through the test papers quickly. Her burning eyes wanted to pierce through the pages. Unfortunately, when the last second passed, she couldn't find any mistakes in Jiang Fuyue's answers. The executive chairman announced, "Time's up." In the end, the special award went to Jiang Fuyue without any dispute. But the girl smiled calmly, as if she had already expected this result. After the meeting, she walked out of the conference hall with Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin. In the corridor, they bumped into the Japanese team leader and Hamasaki Chiba. The two team leaders nodded to each other. This was a common understanding, especially in front of so many people. The Japanese team leader said, "What a wonderful battle. Congratulations." Yan Zhenfeng said, "You guys did well too. The gold medal is in the bag." Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Chiba looked at each other, and the baby face smiled again. "You did well," he said. "Not only did you successfully avoid all the traps, but you also made a beautiful counterattack." Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. "You did well too. Every step you took, you set traps everywhere, and you did whatever it took to achieve your goal. Unfortunately, I'm not like your previous competitors who died or were injured. You must be disappointed, right?" Hamasaki Chiba didn't deny it, but she wasn't stupid enough to nod. They looked at each other. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it was only 5 seconds. Yan Zhenfeng said, "Then we'll leave first. The leader of Country R warmly extended an invitation. Welcome to Country R as a guest. If there is such a chance. Goodbye." Jiang Fuyue was the first to withdraw her gaze. She followed behind Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin. The moment they passed each other, she heard Hamasaki Chiba's low voice. "Ippo is over, but the competition between us has only just begun. We'll meet again." Jiang Fuyue looked straight ahead. It was already 10 o'clock at night when they returned to the hotel. However, no one in the team rested. They all ran to Sun Kun's room to wait so that they could know the results as soon as possible. Suddenly, Captain and the others are back. Huafanjin stood up immediately. "Where is it? Who said that?" Huafanjin waved his phone and said, "Sister, you just replied to my WeChat message." Everyone's eyes lit up. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Yan Zhenfeng pushed the door open and walked in. "Yo, why are you all crowded together? Professor Yan, what's the result?" Huafanjin was the closest to him. He rushed over like a monkey and asked expectantly, "Did Captain get the special award? What do you think?" Yan Zhenfeng kept him guessing, but the smile on his face had already betrayed him. Huafanjin screamed crazily. "You got it, didn't you?" Yan Zhenfeng did not deny it. "You really got it. Oh my god. Gold medal and special award. Sister Yu is the best." She was as happy as if she had won the award. No, she was more excited than if she had won the award herself. Although the rest of the team was not as excited as her, they still stared at Yan Zhenfeng with burning eyes. "Okay, I won't tease you guys anymore. Congratulations to Jiang Fuyue for getting full marks and the special award." Lin Shimo smiled. She was really something. Ling Xian looked at Jiang Fuyue, who came in later and seemed to be in a daze. The flames in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. "Sister Yu is amazing." Feng Canyang wanted to applaud, but his left hand was still injured, so he did not dare to use too much force. Edmund and Hamasaki Chiba have to stand aside. Sun Kun was the one who made the most noise. She fell from the edge of the bed to the ground. The next second, she quickly got up. You really got it? Fang Canyang nodded. Professor Sun, it's true. I want old Qin to say it. Qin Li Bin, who had been called out, had a helpless look on his face. It's true. All 3 students in your group won gold medals, and Jiang Fuyue even got the special prize with full marks. Are you satisfied now? Ha ha ha. Old Qin knows me best. I can't be more satisfied. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian looked at each other. The 3 students in Professor Sun's team included them. So, Yan Zhenfeng stepped forward and patted them on the shoulder. Congratulations, you both got gold medals. Even their results were the same. They both got 48. What about me? What about me? Hua Fanjin couldn't wait. Can I get a medal? According to the rules, the average score of the top 3 contestants was 100%. The first place was Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Chiba with 50 points. The third place was Edmund with 49 points. The average score of the 3 was 49. 7. If one's score was above 44. 7. He or she would get a gold medal. If one's score was between 44. 7 and 38. 8. He or she would get a silver medal. If one's score was between 38. 8 and 32. 3. He or she would get a bronze medal. If one's score was between 32. 3 and 24. 8. He or she would get a commendation award. If one's score was lower than 24. 8. He or she would only be given a participation certificate. Hua Fanjin's score was stuck at 39. She flew past the second prize. In other words, she swallowed hard, her eyes widened in disbelief. I got a silver medal? Yan Zhenfeng nodded. I got a silver medal? Am I dreaming? Fang Canyang, come here. I'll pinch you. Fang Canyang shook his head like a rattledrum and hid behind Jiang Fuyue. Hua Fanjin was not angry. She pinched herself on the arm. Ouch. Ouch, 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 so this is real? I really got a silver medal? I thought I'd be thankful if I got a bronze medal at most. I didn't expect. She started to cry. I'm not kidding. It's true. I've never thought about it. I'm so worried after every exam. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to everyone. Although I'm still a burden now, all of you got gold medals and I only got a silver medal. But at least I'm not that much of a burden, right? Pfft, Sun Kun couldn't help but laugh. Lin Shimo glanced at her. You're quite self-aware. Fang Canyang shyly poked her head out from behind Jiang Fuyue. I wouldn't know the results if all of us didn't get gold medals. Maybe I'm a burden to everyone. No, Qin Li Bin said calmly. Your total score is 48. Like Lin Shimo and Ling Xian, you're all gold medals. Fang Canyang was stunned. Hua Fanjin exclaimed, sure enough, I'm a burden. But I'm quite satisfied with this score. I can't get any higher. Yan Zhenfeng's mouth twitched. We're all on the same team. You've done well. If nothing goes wrong, we'll definitely get first place. Hua Fanjin immediately jumped up and cheered loudly. There were still tears on his face. He was crying and laughing at the same time. Fang Canyang was still in a daze. How could he get the same score as Lin Shimo and Ling Xian? Their training results were so much better than his, and they usually solved questions faster. Professor Yan, He looked confused. Did I really get 48? Did you remember wrongly? I'm not Alzheimer's. Can't I remember 2-digit numbers? No. I didn't mean that. He tried to explain awkwardly. After a while, his face turned red and he stuttered again. How is this possible? Yan Zhenfeng patted him on the shoulder and called his name solemnly. Fang Canyang. Huh? You're great. You have to have confidence in yourself. This was not to comfort him, nor was it to be polite. It was the truth. Jiang Fuyue got full marks and won the special prize. It was not surprising at all. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo also got high marks. It was not surprising at all. Because the three of them had enough ability, their performance on the spot had gradually stabilized after repeated simulations. But Feng Canyang was not like that. When he first entered the camp, he did not stand out at all. After a period of training, he began to stand out. Then, he successfully entered the national team. Then, in the follow-up training, he improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he was not as amazing as Jiang Fuyue and the others, he was still remarkable. And the result in front of him was the final result of his solid foundation. If one had to use a word to describe Feng Canyang's state, it would be steady, step by step, steady and sure. At this point, the results of Huaxia's team were all revealed. 4 gold medals and 1 silver medal. They even won the special prize with full marks. It was a big harvest. That night, Yan Jinfeng reported the news to his superiors in the form of a phone call. The other party said good 3 times. Just like that, the 6th day was full of excitement and joy. Country D time, 11 o'clock at night. After more than 20 hours of flight, Zhongxiang and Xie Dingyuan finally landed. Digression, 3,000 words, 12 o'clock at night. At the airport. Uncle, which hotel did you book? Xie Dingyuan replied, Hausen League. You booked this hotel as well? Zhongxiang was slightly surprised. Is it strange? The man was expressionless. This is the only 5-star hotel in Haipa. Haipa was the name of the town. That's true. Usually, when his uncle went on a business trip, Xing Yiming would book the flight and hotel. Why, you're staying here too? Xie Dingyuan asked calmly. Yes. This is the hotel designated by the organizers of the Ipo. Hee. Lin Shimo and the rest are staying there. I don't think it's because of Lin Shimo. Unfortunately, Zhongxiang was a careless person and did not notice it at all. Of course not. I'm going there for my wife, my future wife. Hee. At the mention of Jiang Fuyue, Zhongxiang couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Xie Dingyuan looked at the idiot and strode forward with a cold face. Hey! Uncle, wait for me. Let's hitch a ride. Zhongxiang carried his luggage and chased after him. Xie Dingyuan quickened his pace. Zhongxiang, ? Why did he feel that his uncle was acting weird? The next day was also the last day of the competition. It was mainly the award ceremony and the closing ceremony. Hua Fanjin woke up early in the morning to fiddle with her makeup. However, she wasn't fiddling with herself, she was fiddling with Jiang Fuyue. Captain, don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes, it'll be done soon. Wait a minute, I feel that the eyeshadow isn't bright enough. I'll add some more. Should I use the lipstick if I don't die? You'll always be my concubine's red, or every man wants to bite a rotten tomato red? Hua Fanjin was in a dilemma. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Just do it casually. There's no need to go through so much trouble. How can I do it casually? Hua Fanjin was like an angry cat. She raised her voice. You're China's face, Huaxia's face. Anyone can do as they please, but not you. Jiang Fuyue, I want the whole world to see that the genius of Huaxia is not only smart, but also good-looking. It's best if you blind their eyes as soon as you appear. Jiang Fuyue said calmly, I think you're more suitable. Hua Fanjin herself was a great beauty. She had curly hair and bright facial features. No matter when, she was proud and arrogant, like a peacock that always kept its tail open. Although Jiang Fuyue also had a bright and elegant appearance, her temperament was cold. The first thing people saw was not her beauty, but her arrogance. Hua Fanjin, on the other hand, was different. In terms of beauty, Hua Fanjin was more suitable than Jiang Fuyue. But, who wants to see me? It was a small silver medal. Of course, the first person to go on stage to receive the award would receive the most attention. No, this blush has to be more obvious. The light will make it hard to see. Finally, after nearly an hour, Hua Fanjin clapped her hands. It's done. Then, she adjusted the mirror. Jiang Fuyue looked at herself in the mirror. Her makeup was not thick, but it was very delicate. Her eyelashes were naturally curled. Her eyeshadow was a pumpkin color mixed with the Earth series. The outline of her eyeliner magnified her original 30% charm to 50%, but it was not vulgar at all. Instead, it was cold and seductive. Her hair was tied up, revealing her long swan-like neck. It matched her wine-red dress perfectly. As for the lipstick, Huafanjin finally chose the red that said, "If I don't die, you'll all be my concubines." Her full lips were the color of fire and had a natural aura. Knock, 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 are you done? Fang Canyang knocked on the door. Professor Yan is rushing you. There's only half an hour left. Huafanjin, I'll be there soon. Then, she quickly drew her eyebrows, put on lipstick and got ready to go out. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows as if to ask, that's it? Huafanjin, Aya, you're the star today. If you're beautiful, I'm beautiful. The whole Huaxia team is beautiful, hee hee. Jiang Fuyue, when she opened the door, a large bouquet of pink roses appeared in front of Jiang Fuyue. She took half a step back and saw who it was. Xianxia? Why are you here? Hee hee. I'm in D country for a vacation and happened to play Black Handkerchief. I heard that the Ipo is being held here, so I came to take a look. I've already told the lead teacher. Jiang Fuyue was skeptical. Zhongxiang did not give her much time to think. Professor Yan and Lin Shimo have already left. It's just the two of you. I happen to have a car, so I can send you there. Hurry up, you're going to be late. Jiang Fuyue did not hesitate anymore. When they got into the car, Zhongxiang naturally passed the bouquet to her. Help me take it. I'm driving. As he spoke, he directly passed the bouquet to the back seat. Without looking back, he started the engine and drove off. Zhongxiang saw the girl put the bouquet of roses next to the seat through the rearview mirror. He felt a little regretful that she did not hold it in her arms, but at least she took it, hee hee. He could not help but glance at the girl's face. When the door was opened, he had already noticed that Jiang Fuyue had actually put on makeup today. Sure enough, a fairy was a fairy. She looked good without makeup, but even better with makeup. Zhongxiang's heart thumped. Suddenly, he said, "Are you looking at me or the road? Drive properly." Okay. Zhongxiang was scared. Huafanjin looked away and snickered. You brat. Don't think that I don't know what you're doing. Zhongxiang gritted his teeth. He did not dare to argue with Jiang Fuyue, but it did not mean that he could tolerate Huafanjin. Ha ha ha, I'm just laughing. Come and hit me. TSK, I just transferred away for a semester and you're already so arrogant. You need to be taught a lesson, right? Fine, I'll make it up to you when we get back. Zhongxiang, Huafanjin, and Lin Shimo were high school classmates. Adding used to. That's enough. You've already transferred to Linhui, and you still want to bully me? No way. I have Sister Yu to protect me now. As she spoke, she grabbed Jiang Fuyue's arm. She lifted her chin proudly. Zhongxiang almost stopped the car to teach her a lesson when he suddenly met Jiang Fuyue's gaze. Forget it. Well, I'm not looking around. I'm driving properly. Yes, drive properly. He wiped his sweat. Ha 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 ha. Zhongxiang, you have a day like this? You deserve it. Sister Yu, I didn't expect you to be classmates with him. Isn't this called monkey shit? Hee hee. Zhongxiang said, otherwise, why would it be called chicken shit? Huafanjin said, can you not be so disgusting? They sped all the way and finally arrived at the venue in the last 10 minutes. Zhongxiang followed them in. Huafanjin stopped him and crossed his arms. He looked at him and said, tell me, are you here for Sister Yu? Zhongxiang's eyes flashed and he looked not far away. Jiang Fuyue had been led to the first row and was sitting in the middle. Hey! What are you looking at? Your eyeballs are about to fall out. That's right. Zhongxiang suddenly said, I'm here for her. You, how dare you have designs on our goddess? This is outrageous. Zhongxiang pursed his lips. Get lost. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. I can't do anything about it. Our goddess belongs to everyone, including me. Why can't I do anything about it? I can't do anything about it. You. Besides, what's the point of targeting someone else? My elder sister Yu likes a young master with no IQ and no ability like you. Zhongxiang's face darkened. That's enough. Hey, did I hit your sore spot? Hua Fanjin said, stop it. Sister Yu is the little cabbage that Professor Yan and Professor Qin are protecting. How could she let a pig like you have her? Huh. After that, he walked away. Zhongxiang came in as an audience member. His seat was not in the same area as theirs, so he could only go to the other side. The award ceremony officially began at 9 a.m. local time. The opening ceremony started with a performance by the D National University Drum Band to liven things up. Then, the executive chairman went on stage and presented the gold medal winner with a special award. She is Jiang Fuyue from Huaxia. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up and applauded. Jiang Fuyue walked onto the stage amidst the applause. The girl was wearing a red dress. She had a slender figure, but her back was straight. When she stood on the stage and turned to face the audience, her delicate face was exposed. The applause seemed to be even more intense. Countless flashes were aimed at her, and the media at the scene pressed their shutters. Congratulations. The chairman gave her flowers and the trophy, then opened his arms and gave her a hug. You are very outstanding. I hope to see your active figure in the physics world in the future. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Yan Zhenfeng sat below the stage. His palms were red from clapping, but he did not realize it. All he thought about was giving his student the greatest encouragement and support at this glorious moment. Qin Libin, on the other hand, stared fixedly at the stage. He did not stop clapping, but his eyes were somewhat vacant. He thought of Jiang Fuyue's outstanding results ever since she entered the military, and the way she buried her head in the questions in the classroom, and the way she sniped Chiba Hamasaki in front of everyone yesterday. Everything was not in vain. Everyone else only saw her limitless glory, but as her teacher, he saw the hard work behind her talent. Geniuses were hard to come by, and hard-working geniuses were even rarer. No wonder she succeeded. God would not treat anyone unfairly who had worked hard. Yan Zhenfeng, what are you mumbling about? Qin Libin was disappointed. I suddenly feel very emotional. What heights do you think Jiang Fuyue will reach in the future? Hard to say. It's rare for you to be hesitant. It's not that it's impossible to say. Yan Zhenfeng shook his head. It's limitless. Qin Libin stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's right, that's indeed the case. In the distance, Zhongxiang had been stunned the moment Jiang Fuyue went on stage. It was the thunderous applause that pulled him back from his wandering thoughts. Then, he clapped his hands in a daze. He watched Jiang Fuyue calmly stand on stage, calmly receive the certificate of flowers, and finally hug the person who gave her the award. At that moment, the proud him felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Although it disappeared very quickly, that kind of bitterness filled the pit of his stomach and made him feel heavy. He thought of Hua Fanjin's words, would my sister Yu like you, who has no IQ and no ability? Xie Dingyuan also said, she's so outstanding. Are you worthy of her? For the first time, Zhongxiang had no confidence in himself. He thought, if it were his uncle, who had a high IQ, strong ability, and was outstanding, would he be as steady as an old dog? Digression, 3 chapters, 1,000 words. Originally, the time was set, but the date was changed to tomorrow. When I woke up, I realized that there was no update, so I quickly changed it. Xie Dingyuan's expression was unstable. This was the 6th time he raised his wrist to look at his watch. His good upbringing was the only reason why he was sitting here instead of leaving in a huff. Therefore, our products are absolutely safe, effective, and have low consumption. This is something that no other country can achieve except for Germany. Xie Dingyuan did not say anything. The senior executives opposite him began to exchange frequent glances. Their company had originally agreed to a negotiation with History Biology, but no one had expected Xie Dingyuan to come in person. Before this, it was Vice President Song Yuanzhou who had come forward to negotiate with them. The senior executives could not help but guess if there was a deeper meaning or hint in this. However, the person at the head of the table was very calm, and no one could see any emotions on his calm face. This was difficult. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a few seconds or a few minutes, just as the senior executives were getting more and more confused, Xie Dingyuan spoke, "Are you done?" The marketing manager standing on the stage was stunned. When he came to his senses, he nodded hesitantly. Yes. 3 problems. Huh? Xie Dingyuan, first, the cost is too high. Your low consumption is based on the foundation of high-performance materials. As for the fact that other countries don't have it, it's because this material is monopolized by Germany. Naturally, other countries don't have it. The senior executives looked slightly embarrassed. Second, the machine wears out too quickly. From the situation of the 15 machines in the first phase, the new machine will be scrapped in 2 years at most. I don't know how you control the cycle of replacement, but in my opinion, this is very unreasonable. Third, if the cost and wear rate can't be controlled, the price must be lowered. These 3 sentences instantly had the other party in a tight grip. For example, high-performance materials. Even Song Yuanzhou did not know about this. How could he? These people did not think about it. In addition to being the big boss of history biology, Xie Dingyuan was also an internationally renowned biochemist and physicist. How could the new materials developed by various countries escape his eyes and ears? A senior executive stood up. Mr. Xia, as far as I know, this batch of machines is only purchased on behalf of history biology. Its real purpose is for national needs, right? Xie Dingyuan raised his eyes and looked over. So what if I am? Since it's a national product of Xianxia, and Hanqing is the middleman, we won't skimp on your handling fee. As for the price, can we discuss it further? What he meant was that Hanqing was buying it on behalf of others, and Xianxia was the one paying for it. The national treasury had already given them money, so why would they care about this little bit of money? As long as you stabilize the price for us, we will definitely benefit from it. Don't think that foreigners don't know how to bargain. There is no business that doesn't pursue profits. This company had been dealing with Xianxia for more than 20 years, so they were well aware of the twists and turns in the middle. They thought that Xie Dingyuan would be satisfied with what they had said, but who would have guessed that? The man stood up abruptly and turned to leave. Mr. Xie. The higher-ups were anxious and hurriedly called out to him. Wait. What happened? Why are you leaving just like that? Xie Dingyuan didn't look back. Hanqing doesn't work with people who seek personal gain. I will ask Song Yuanzhou to contact you later to discuss the termination of the contract. Termination of the contract? The other party was shocked. Why are we terminating the contract? A few higher-ups ran over and blocked him. Don't be rash. Let's both calm down. Everything can be discussed, right? Yes, we are old friends. How can we just cut ties like that? Mr. Xia, we are very sincere. We also value a big client like Hanqing very much. They spoke one after another, trying to appease him. Unfortunately, Xie Dingyuan didn't fall for it. I am very calm. I can terminate it when I say so. Sorry, I can't see your sincerity and value. Just as he was about to walk out of the conference room and leave, one of the higher-ups became angry and shouted at him. We are the only company in the world that can produce this kind of machine. You have no other choice. Wrong. Xie Dingyuan stopped and turned around. Xianxia can produce it ourselves. The laboratory has already found a better way to optimize and improve it. So, you are no longer the only company in the world. Please don't be hasty next time. No, absolutely impossible. You don't have the raw materials. It is impossible to produce it. Raw materials? You mean the composite metal? How did you know? The higher-up staggered and took half a step back. They were shocked and frightened. Xie Dingyuan was already far away. When he arrived at the venue, the award ceremony had already ended. The closing ceremony was also coming to an end. The representative of Country D handed over the bronze medal and certificate awarded by the International Physics Education Committee to the representative of the next host country's organizing committee. The latter went on stage to welcome all countries to participate in the next depot. Finally, the participants from all countries took a group photo. Huaxia's team was in the center position, and Jiang Fuyue was in the center. Position of the team. Xie Dingyuan looked at the girl on stage holding the certificate and holding flowers. Suddenly, he didn't feel so regretful. At least he made it, didn't he? In the afternoon, the host country hosted a banquet. The participants from all countries attended. Xianxia didn't have an invitation card, so he couldn't enter. He asked Yan Jinfeng and Qin Libin for help. Unfortunately, the organizers said that to ensure the privacy of the banquet, only the team leaders and participants from each country could attend. Everyone else, especially the media, was not allowed. Hua Fanjin spread his hands and shrugged. If Professor Yan says there's no way, then there's really no way. Zhongxiang's face darkened. Hua Fanjin swayed his way into the room, leaving him with a gloating back view. F***ck. Suddenly, a person flashed through the young man's mind. He must have a way. Xie Dingyuan stood in front of the full-length mirror and adjusted the height of his bow tie. After a few adjustments, there seemed to be some deviation. He continued to make adjustments patiently. Just then, his phone rang. Hello. Uncle, what are you doing? Hee, have you had lunch? Are you busy? Xie Dingyuan, speak if you have something to say. Ahem, can you get an invitation to the Ipo banquet? Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed. What do you want to do? Go in and join in the fun. I can't. How is that possible? Zhongxiang didn't believe him. If you ask, Germany will definitely give you face. That's also my face. Even if you take it, it might not be useful. Zhongxiang was going crazy. Then what should I do? You want to go in so badly? Of course. My wife, Lin Shimo and the others are inside. I want to broaden my horizons. Xie Dingyuan didn't expose him. He only said lightly, then I can't help it. The hotel will send the food up soon. I have to go. Wait, you're in the hotel? Xie Dingyuan didn't bat an eyelid. Is there a problem? No problem. There's no problem at all. Uncle, since you're in the mood to order food, does that mean you're not busy? So? That's great. You're coming with me. I can't use your face, so I'll go in with you and bask in your glory. Xie Dingyuan curled his lips, but his voice was as cold as ice. Don't do it again. Okay. I'm going to change now. Uncle, remember to wear a suit too. This banquet is quite formal. Let's meet at the hotel entrance in 20 minutes. After that, he quickly hung up, fearing that Xie Dingyuan would go back on his word. Xie Dingyuan put down his phone calmly and continued to adjust the position of his bow tie. 2 minutes later, he was finally satisfied. He looked at himself in the mirror. From head to toe, he couldn't find anything wrong with him. Very good. He turned around, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. He spoke in fluent German. It's me, Professor Smith. I'm sorry to disturb you again. Please leave me another invitation card. Thank you. I've received the previous one. Yes, I need another one. Sunlight shone into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. There wasn't a single obvious wrinkle on the tidy bed. There was an invitation card lying quietly on top of it. The card was a luxurious violet with silver edges. In the middle of the card was written in fluent English. IPHO invitation, International Physics Competition invitation. Xie Dingyuan took the card and left the room. His shiny leather shoes stepped on the thick carpet in the corridor without making any noise. 20 minutes later, the uncle and nephew met up and set off together. In the car, Zhongxiang looked at his uncle for the nth time and was caught by Xie Dingyuan's cold eyes. Ahem. He coughed softly. Xie Dingyuan looked away coldly and looked out of the window. Suddenly, he said, Uncle, I feel that something's wrong with you today. Digression, 3,000 words, 12 o'clock in the morning. Xie Go, please call me the acting king of the academic circle. Xie Dingyuan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. Sure enough, Zhongxiang didn't need to speak. He continued, You're too handsome. Won't I look like a noob next to you? Xie Dingyuan thought to himself, You are indeed a noob. But he said, Leave if you want. If you don't want to leave, ask the driver to turn around. No, 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 I'm just kidding. You're already handsome. It has nothing to do with dressing up. But today was really different because his uncle was wearing a bow tie for the first time, Xia Dingyuan said. Please remove the word old. How petty. The car stopped in front of the banquet hall and they got out. Xia Dingyuan had just handed over the invitation when a voice came from behind. Oh. Oh my god. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Who did I just see? Professor Xia, is that really you? Mrs. Wilson, long time no see. Oh my god. I can't believe my eyes. The industrial nitrite filtration method you proposed at the SF summit last year was very interesting. It was about. Xianxia also handed over the invitation. After entering, he was like a fish swimming in the sea. How could he be willing to follow behind Xia Dingyuan? Hey! Hua Fanjin felt a weight on her left shoulder. She turned around and saw who it was. Her mouth twitched. How did you get in? Zhongxiang took out the invitation and waved it in front of her eyes. You didn't expect this, right? I have this. Where did you get it from? I have my ways. Zhongxiang looked around. Where's Jiang Fuyue? Why don't I see her? They're over there. Hua Fanjin raised her hand and pointed across. Them? Who else? Ling Xian and Lin Shimo. Lin Shimo was fine. He was his brother, so he wasn't worried. But this Ling Xian, he couldn't stand it. Hey! Where are you going? Hua Fanjin saw that he was about to leave angrily and quickly pulled him back. Zhongxiang, keep an eye on them. You want to steal from me? No way. Hua Fanjin also chased after him, followed closely by Feng Canyang. Soon, they met up with Jiang Fuyue and the others. Zhongxiang took a bouquet of roses from somewhere and was about to give it to his beloved girl when, I've been looking for you for so long. So you're here. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin walked over, and there was a tall figure between them. Zhongxiang didn't have enough time to throw the roses in his hand. Seeing this, Hua Fanjin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let me introduce you all. This is Professor Xia, Xia Dingyuan. You all should know him, right? Huh, everyone was dumbfounded. They were so shocked by this news that they could not react at all. Xia, Professor Xia, was it that Professor Xia? Lin Shimo's eyes lit up. In fact, he had already recognized the three of them when they walked towards them. All these years of chasing after idols were not for nothing. If he did not even know what Xia Dingyuan looked like, then he would be too unqualified. Ling Xian's eyes were also burning. Although he hated Zhongxiang and Xia Dingyuan was Zhongxiang's uncle, it did not affect his admiration and worship of the strong. It was no exaggeration to say that Xia Dingyuan was what most scientific researchers wanted to be like. His ability, his IQ, his honor, and his authority. How many people dreamed of it? Feng Canyang looked at the man who was much taller than him. He had to look up to see him. So this was what a national treasure professor looked like. Men, regardless of age, always admired the strong. However, Hua Fanjin was different. She first saw a handsome guy, and then she noticed the identity of this handsome guy. Oh my god! This was a professor. How could a professor be so young? Her gaze swept past Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin, and finally landed on Xia Dingyuan. Sure enough, there was no harm without comparison. This was the best of the exceptions. Zhongxiang was not surprised. After all, it was not the first time that his uncle had been treated like the moon. He was already used to it. Jiang Fuyue was a little surprised when she saw the person. Why did he suddenly appear here? She calmed down in an instant. What did it have to do with her? Ahem. Yan Zhenfeng coughed heavily and smiled. Why are you all stunned? Gulp, Hua Fanjin swallowed. Xia, Professor Xia looks so young. I'm a little stunned. Feng Canyang nodded. Yes, yes. I was stunned too. That's why I didn't react. Yan Zhenfeng turned to look at Xia Dingyuan and smiled teasingly. I'm sorry. Kids don't know how to talk. His words were modest, but his tone did not sound like he was reprimanding. Instead, he sounded a little proud. Look, my students are so lively, spirited, and likable. Xie Dingyuan slowly glanced at everyone. I heard that you won 4 gold medals and 1 silver medal. You also won first place in the overall team score. Congratulations. Thank you. Finally, his gaze landed on Jiang Fuyue's face. Gold medal with full marks. Special award. Congratulations. Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly. Thank you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin led Xie Dingyuan to another area so that the students could have some space to talk. Excuse me, I have to go say hello to Professor Smith. Xie Dingyuan politely said goodbye. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin stood there and watched him leave. The younger generation will surpass us in time. He sighed. Qin Libin clicked his tongue. If we're talking about seniority, we should be the younger generation. When Jiang Fuyue's generation grows up, we'll be the only ones who die on the beach. Wait. Yan Zhenfeng suddenly thought of something. Qin Libin, ? How did Professor Xian know that Jiang Fuyue won the special award? He clearly did not have time to introduce her to Xie Dingyuan, but Xie Dingyuan directly congratulated Jiang Fuyue. Most importantly, he was able to recognize Jiang Fuyue among the 2 girls. Strange, Qin Libin, what's strange about it? There were so many media outlets here this morning, and photos were taken as if they didn't cost money. Isn't it easy to know who won the special award? Wouldn't it be easy to ask someone at the scene? Is that so? Yan Zhenfeng still felt that something was not right. Okay, Professor Huasanqi is raising his glass to us, 9 o'clock. Halfway through the banquet, Huafanjin felt a little bored and wanted to go to the small garden outside to take a breather. When he walked to the flower bed, he saw Frank hugging and kissing a brown-haired girl. Huafanjin's chest tightened, and he could not describe what he was feeling. It was a little bitter, but not too bitter. He even felt a little relieved, as if he had a premonition that this would happen, and the scene in front of him was just a premonition that had come true. She was preparing to leave. After returning to China, she stopped sending emails. But when she turned around, she accidentally kicked over a flower pot. The noise startled the 2 people who were being intimate. Who's there? Frank asked angrily. Huafanjin took a deep breath, lifted the hem of her dress, and gracefully appeared in front of them. I'm sorry to disturb you. I was about to leave when I accidentally kicked a flower pot. Not far away, there was indeed a flower pot lying horizontally with soil scattered all over the ground. After that, she pretended to leave. Wait, Frank suddenly said. Huafanjin turned around and looked at him inquiringly. He let go of the girl and walked towards Huafanjin with a smile. The man had a pair of eyes that could speak. His blue ripples emitted a gentle glow, and when he stared at you, he could not be more affectionate. Unfortunately, it was all fake. You're very beautiful today. He praised her emotionally in English. You don't have an accent? Huafanjin only noticed that. She looked at him suspiciously and did not hide the unfamiliarity and suspicion in her eyes. In the end, all her emotions turned into coldness. She asked, why did you lie to me? TSK, I didn't lie to you. He picked up a lock of Huafanjin's hair and sniffed it. It smells good. It's someone else who lied to you. Huafanjin suppressed the goosebumps all over her body. What do you mean? He avoided the question. After tonight, we'll be going back to China tomorrow. Why don't we do something that can create memories? For example, we can go back to the hotel now and get a new room with just you and me. Huafanjin snatched her hair back and took 2 steps back to distance herself from him. What a disgusting thing. I've actually been pen pals with someone like you for a few years. It's unbelievable. Frank's smile disappeared. Don't be untactful. Heh, who do you think you are? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You self-righteous idiot. You're a complete idiot, okay? You. Frank flew into a rage out of humiliation. He did not expect that the girl who looked gentle and quiet could be so good at scolding people. Her vulgarities were a mix of Chinese and Western, and she did not repeat herself. You're not worthy of being my pen pal, and you're not worthy of standing here and talking to me. Get lost, Frank was so angry that he laughed. His eyes flashed with a wicked light. Heh, you speak as if I want to be your pen pal. Hua Fanjin frowned. To be honest, I'm Frank, but I'm not your pen pal. Now that there were chatting software and social networking sites, who the hell would still write letters? It's so lame. Hua Fanjin's pupils contracted. You're not Frank? Then who is Frank? Where is he? Don't you understand? I am Frank. Your pen pal stole my name and photo. He is lying to you, idiot. No. Impossible. You're lying, Frank sneered. Oh, by the way, he was the one who told me about everything between you two. Every email, every detail, he told me everything. Otherwise, how could I fool you? Sigh, how pitiful. I've been cheated again and again. Shut up. Hua Fanjin's eyes were red, but he clenched his teeth to prevent his tears from rolling down. Of course, Frank wouldn't listen. Speaking of which, you've seen him before. That's the one. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the bushes and knocked Frank down with a punch. F***CK. Are you crazy, Joe? He licked the corner of his bleeding mouth and cursed out loud. Don't bully her. You've broken your promise to me, Frank. You're an untrustworthy villain. The short and fat Jonas stood on the spot and roared crazily. Because he clenched his fist too hard and was on the verge of losing control of his emotions, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. That was a physiological reaction that would only occur when one was extremely angry. Who are you? The girl's puzzled voice came from behind. Jonas froze and stopped trembling. He stood on the spot like a piece of wood, unable to move. I've seen you before, Hua Fanjin said. The second day after I came to Black Handkerchief, I sent an email to Joel. This scumbag. You came to tell us that he had something to do and wouldn't be coming, right? He didn't dare to speak, didn't dare to respond, and didn't dare to turn around. You seem to be called John? No, Jonas. You're called Jonas, right? There was still no answer. Frank, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly laughed. Beautiful Oriental doll, do you know who your real pen pal is? It's this ugly and fat dwarf standing in front of you. Look at him, how cowardly he is. He doesn't even dare to turn around and say a word to you. Oh, this is really stupid. He's the same as you. Shut up, you stupid pig. Hua Fanjin walked to Jonas' side and stood side by side with him. He looked down at Frank on the ground. With his hands on his hips, he said, Thank God, my pen pal is still better than you. Frank was stunned. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? This ugly freak? Better than me? Jonas froze even more, and he wanted to bury his head in the ground. Suddenly, he ran away as if there was something terrible here and he had to get away as fast as he could. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. Sister, you will be back tomorrow. What does everyone want to see next? I'll try my best to satisfy. Hey, stop right there, he turned a deaf ear. I'm still wearing high heels, my legs are going to break. The short, fat, and round figure paused for a moment before stopping and slowly turning around. Hua Fanjin chased after him, panting heavily. You. Are you deliberately trying to tire me to death? No, I don't want to do this. The chubby little hand waved wildly in front of his chest. Pfft, Hua Fanjin couldn't help but laugh. You're like a fat fish that can't float. Ha ha ha. Jonas, hey, are you Frank? The one who keeps up email correspondence with me. After some time, a soft was heard. Hua Fanjin, why are you lowering your head so much when talking to me? Does your neck hurt? I'm sorry. I lied to you. Of course you lied to me. Hua Fanjin snorted angrily. Friends should be honest with each other. You don't treat me as a friend at all. No. I truly treat you as a friend, but... His voice trailed off, and he stopped halfway through his sentence. But what? Hua Fanjin realized that he really had an accent, but it wasn't as serious as she thought. She could understand him. I'm not good looking. You said in the first email that you like tall, sunny boys who are good at sports. Unfortunately, he was the complete opposite. He wasn't tall, wasn't sunny, and hated sports. Hua Fanjin, so you used Frank's photo to fool me? Jonas, I'm sorry. She took a deep breath. And? What? The photo is fake. What else is fake? You'd better make it clear to me once and for all. Nothing else. Everything else is real. Then you worked at a convenience store? Picked up a German Shepherd? You don't like foie gras and like dark chocolate? Yes, yes. These are all real. Hua Fanjin's expression softened a little, and she didn't seem so angry anymore. Didn't you already come the first time I sent you an email to ask you out? Why did you say you were helping Frank deliver the letter? This time, he was silent for a long time. Because I felt that you were disappointed when you saw me. Hua Fanjin coughed twice. Alright, she admitted that when she saw Jonas's appearance, she was secretly praying that he wasn't Frank. However, you can't just stand by and watch that scum Frank lie to me. Did you instruct him? No, no. He hurriedly waved his hand. At that time, I thought that as long as we don't meet, we will still be pen pals when you return to China. That's why I didn't reply to any of your emails. Jonas's thinking was very simple. As long as he could hide for a few days, his relationship with Greta would remain unchanged. Everything would go on as usual. But somehow, Frank found out about it. That day, as soon as the theoretical results came out, he snatched his computer and replied to Greta, agreeing to meet. Since the email had already been sent out, it was impossible for him to break his promise a second time. Coupled with Frank's threat, Jonas had no choice but to tell him some small details about himself and Greta. It wasn't me. In fact, I don't know why he did that. You just said that he snatched your computer after the theoretical results came out? Hua Fanjin grasped the key point. Yes. Jonas nodded. He went to the corridor to answer a call. When he came back, he snatched my computer like a madman. Before that, there was no warning at all. Hua Fanjin was not stupid. When he thought of Frank's strange behavior when they met, the truth was obvious. He wanted to interfere with me and make me drag the whole team down so that Huaxia would suffer a crushing defeat. Jonas was shocked and quickly figured out the cause and effect. His face was full of self-blame and shame. Suddenly, he bowed 90 degrees to Hua Fanjin and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, so many things wouldn't have happened. If I had the courage to confess to you from the beginning, I wouldn't have been used by Frank. Hua Fanjin pursed his lips. Okay, I don't blame you. It's my fault for judging you by your appearance. But you used someone else's photo to trick me. That's your fault. Then, can we still be friends? Jonas looked up and asked carefully. Hua Fanjin saw that his eyes were red and wet. Hey, were you crying just now? No. Liar. So you're really a little crybaby? You cried when the blackback was injured. You cried when the coffee shop owner scolded you. Now you're apologizing to me and you're still crying, tsk. Jonas' cheeks were red. His skin was fair to begin with, and it was especially obvious in contrast. He could not deny it even if he wanted to. However, Hua Fanjin changed the topic. Although you used fake photos and like to cry, you're much better than that scumbag Frank. At least he will recognize the wrong person. So, I still recognize you as a friend, Jonas' eyes shone with a shocking light. Thank you. Thank you, Greta. Don't lie to me anymore, do you hear me? I won't do it again. Hua Fanjin rolled his eyes. Then, what was your impression of me when we first met? Before that, she had never sent a photo of herself. And after Jonas was rejected the first time, he never asked to send a photo again. Just, very pretty. He scratched his head. That's all? That's all. Jonas would never tell her how fast his heart beat and how bright his eyes were when he first saw her. He thought that Greta was actually so beautiful. She was as beautiful as he had imagined. It was also a beauty that was beyond his reach. The banquet ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Fuyue left half an hour early and returned to the hotel, perfectly avoiding the Western media who were waiting outside to interview her. The interviews that should be done had already ended in the morning. Those who came tonight could only be called wild media, the kind that liked to gossip and stir up trouble. She was too lazy to deal with them, so she left early. Xianxia volunteered to send her back. Before she got out of the car, he handed her a bouquet of white roses. Congratulations on winning the championship. It was not an award, but a championship. There were many of the former, but she was the only one of the latter. Although he had never heard Jiang Fuyue say it, Xianxia knew that she preferred the second one. The flowers are very fragrant. Thank you, but you can change the roses for something else next time. Xianxia was stunned. Why? Because roses represent love. Usually, they are given when courting. Are you courting me? Xianxia met the girl's clear eyes. His cheeks suddenly flushed. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Of course not." Jiang Fuyue was not surprised by the answer. She even nodded in agreement. That's why I want you to change it to something else. With that, she strode into the revolving door. After Xianxia said of course not, he wanted to give himself a big slap in the face. What's wrong with me? Where did the courage I had when I clamored for Jiang Fuyue to be my girlfriend go? Why didn't I just admit it? What a good opportunity, God. What did I do? Why did I give such a bullsh*t answer? He couldn't believe that it came out of his mouth. F***ck. He was so angry that he punched the steering wheel. Regret was written all over his face. After venting his anger, he couldn't help but wonder why he had subconsciously denied it. It wasn't like this before. Before he could think of a reason, his cell phone rang. It was Xie Dingyuan calling to ask where he had driven the car. He wanted to go back to the hotel. Xianxia could only drive back to pick him up. After Xie Dingyuan got into the car, he heard his nephew speak before he could even warm his seat. Uncle, can I ask you a question? He even used such a civilized word like ask. It seemed like it wasn't a small question. Xie Dingyuan, go ahead. How can I become as outstanding as Jiang Fuyue? No, I have to be even more outstanding than her. When the man heard the words Jiang Fuyue, his eyebrows twitched. Why are you suddenly asking this? Xianxia didn't answer immediately. An awkward expression flashed across his face. He thought about it for the entire journey and finally understood. In the past, he dared to directly ask Jiang Fuyue to be his girlfriend because he felt that he was charming and had an advantage. Therefore, he was very confident. After all, when he was in the capital, he was also the hunk of the school. Whether it was his figure or his looks, he scored full marks. However, these things were worthless in front of Jiang Fuyue. The looks, family background, and charm that he was proud of were all present in Jiang Fuyue's Ling Xian. Moreover, the more he interacted with her, the more he realized that Jiang Fuyue didn't like these things. His advantage was gone. He became a coward who lacked confidence. Therefore, when Jiang Fuyue threw out that sentence, he didn't dare to accept it. Yes, Xianxia had to admit that it wasn't that he didn't want to accept it. It was that he didn't dare to accept it. Only when he regained his confidence and competence would he be able to look into Jiang Fuyue's eyes the next time he encountered such a problem. He calmly and impudently replied, yes, I'm wooing you. What do you think? Do you agree? Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. 12 o'clock. Xianxia woke up in the human world. Xianxia, uncle, I think I need to become better. Xie Dingyuan, how good is better? Like Jiang Fuyue? Yes, yes. Then you might need to be reborn. Also, the probability of being reborn is not 100% because the formation of intelligence is not a simple problem. Its creation, development, expansion, and perfection are all closely related to the development of the brain. Let's put it this way, the brain is the material basis of intelligence, and the growth of the brain is inextricably linked to innate genetic factors and acquired factors. Xianxia. Sorry to disturb you. Xie Dingyuan finished explaining the inheritance factors and was about to analyze the acquired factors. Uncle, please let me go, I'll kneel to you. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flashed with a smile, and he was rarely relaxed. why, were you shocked by Jiang Fuyue going on stage to receive the award? Zhongxiang didn't say anything. The car fell into silence for a while. After a while, I didn't think there was anything wrong with me in the past, really, but now I feel that there is nothing wrong with me. Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment. Why do you have to use Jiang Fuyue as a reference? IQ is an 8. If you want to be like her in this aspect, I advise you to give up. Then what should I do? Everyone has their shortcomings, and everyone has their strengths. Jiang Fuyue's IQ made her shine on the international competition stage, and she may have a place in the academic world in the future because she clearly knows where her advantages are. Using your advantages to the extreme is success. What are your advantages? Have you thought about it? What are my advantages? Before going to sleep, Zhongxiang lay in bed, looked at the ceiling, and muttered. Jiang Fuyue's advantages were her high IQ and good grades, so she chose to participate in the competition and may be engaged in scientific research in the future. What about himself? What were his advantages? What kind of effect could these advantages have? And what would he be engaged in the future? Zhongxiang faced his life for the first time, and only then did he realize how desolate his life had been in the past 10 years. Although it looked like a bunch of flowers and brocade, it was, in fact, completely useless. I can't go on like this, he told himself. The most important thing right now was to get a good night's sleep and return home tomorrow. A man's growth was often a matter of an instant. After 7 long days of competition, Huaxia's team finally returned home. At 3 p.m. in Huaxia, the flight landed at the imperial capital airport on time. As soon as Yan Zhenfeng and his entourage walked out of the arrival hall, a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time swarmed toward them. Looking at the station logo on the microphone, it turned out that they were all first-tier news media in the country. Even several channels of Central TV were among them. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin looked at each other blankly. Have you arranged any interviews? The two of them turned to ask Sun Kun. No. I didn't receive any calls. What's the situation with these reporters? Could it be that they've seen our outstanding results this year, so they've turned out in full force? None of the three believed this reason. In the past, when the Ipo team received full marks, there weren't so many reporters after they got off the plane. Even if there were interviews, it would be arranged by the higher-ups for a brief report, nothing more. News chased after popularity, and reporters preferred to stick to popular events. A small matter like the Ipo team could not be any more unpopular. But the scene in front of them was indeed happening. Yan Zhenfeng, could it be that there's a celebrity on the same flight as us, so they've attracted so much media? Qin Libin shook his head. I don't think so. Which popular celebrity could make so many mainstream media outlets scramble for him? Also, there's Central TV News. Stop joking. Could it be that they're really coming for us? F***CK. They're really coming for us. Hurry up and take the luggage. Sun Kun, go to the back and take care of the kids. Don't let them come over for the time being. Oh. I'll go right away. In just a few sentences, the army of reporters had already arrived. Microphones were handed to Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin in unison. Professors, welcome back. Although it was crowded, it was not chaotic. Moreover, the reporters greeted them as soon as they opened their mouths, which made the two of them slightly relieved. As expected, mainstream media outlets were different from paparazzi. Yan Zhenfeng, thank you. Reporter, congratulations to Huaxia's team for achieving excellent results in this year's Ipo. We'd like to interview the students who returned to China, especially Jiang Fuyue. Is that okay? At the mention of Jiang Fuyue, the remaining dozen or so reporters' eyes lit up. Without waiting for Yan Zhenfeng's reply, 5 students appeared with their luggage. So, Sun Kun went in to stop a lonely person. Someone among the reporters suddenly shouted, "Look! Jiang Fuyue is coming out." In an instant, the scene became chaotic and out of control. A group of reporters rushed toward Jiang Fuyue like hungry wolves who had seen a piece of meat. Everyone went crazy. Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libin stood in the middle, like scarecrows who had been galloped by a herd of horses. Their bodies were scattered all over the ground, leaving only their heads and faces covered in dirt. Yan Zhenfeng, What do you mean by mainstream media outlets are different? They're only serious to the two of us. Once they see Jiang Fuyue, they instantly become paparazzi. Jiang Fuyue's popularity was due to the video of Magnificent Huaxia, the state of etiquette a few days ago. Weibo, TikTok, and Slowhand went viral. It was not an exaggeration to say that she became popular overnight. Netizens left comments praising her patriotism. Even a few semi-retired artists jumped out to express their opinions. When Jiang Fuyue dealt with the 4 Japanese, she knew that many people were recording it with their cell phones. She was also mentally prepared that the video would be posted online. It might even gain some popularity. However, in modern society, information changes rapidly. There was no lack of news. Even if it was posted online and attracted some attention, it would probably die down quickly. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue was not worried at all. But this time, she slapped herself in the face. The popularity of the video was high. Even her name was in the top 3 trending searches. Some netizens joked, believe it or not, even the domestic A-list celebrities' relationship is not exposed so fiercely. And the reason for this situation, a professional came up with a scientific post to analyze the situation, and it mentioned 3 points. First, the matter itself. It involved the dignity of the country, the backbone of the people, and the special historical relationship between Huaxia and country. Our netizens had always spared no effort to support their country. At such a time, of course, they would unite against the external enemy. Secondly, the video was simply too satisfying. Jiang Fuyue was originally at a disadvantage, but her actions were as fierce as a tiger. In the blink of an eye, she defeated the 4 Japanese. It was an epic counterattack. The audience was relieved to see it. If they did not like it enough, they would leave a comment. If they left a comment, they would feel that it was not enough and continue to repost it. Then, they would spread it to their friends and relatives. It would be strange if it did not go viral. Lastly, and most importantly, Jiang Fuyue was too good-looking. In this society where looks were everything, it was equivalent to having a good story. The internet was in an uproar for a few days. Seeing that the popularity was slowly dying down, the results of the Ipo competition were released. Because of Jiang Fuyue, the Ipo competition received a lot of attention this year. Therefore, when the results were released, it was sent back to China in less than half an hour. At first, due to the time difference, most netizens were still asleep. Therefore, they only discussed it in a small circle. But the next morning, the popularity exploded. The trending search rankings rose to the top. Ayaya! These kids are so hardworking. 4 gold and 1 silver, the best result ever. Is Jiang Fuyue a gold medalist? Is that so? I've only seen the big verified accounts revealing the news. There hasn't been any official media response yet. They're waiting for an official announcement. Squat together. Soon, Tuan forwarded Reuters news report. Caption: Huaxia's Ipo team achieved excellent results. Jiang Fuyue won the gold medal and the special award with full marks. Lin Shimo, Ling Xian, and Fang Canyang won the gold medal. Hua Fanjin won the silver medal. Then, the trending topic exploded. The 3 words Jiang Fuyue almost caused a stir on the internet. Even the top celebrities were not as impressive as her. Then, several verified accounts released the edited photos of Jiang Fuyue going on stage to receive the award. The girl was wearing a red dress, and her face with light makeup was so exquisite that it was dazzling under the light. The moment she received the bouquet, the moment she picked up the medal and certificate, and the moment she hugged the executive chairman were all captured by the foreign media. Natural and graceful, dignified and calm. That was everyone's first impression, the legendary portrayal of beauty and wisdom coexisting. I'm in awe. You might not believe it, but the first thing I noticed was her temperament. She's so beautiful, but the first thing I noticed was her temperament. She grasped it so well. Another day where I can't help myself from cheering for my fairy sister. Highlight, full marks, first place, gold medal, special award, all of them. She can fight 4 people alone when she's fierce. She can kill everyone when she's beautiful. She's amazing. God's heart was biased when he created her. When he created me, his hand shook. My sister killed me. Look at her, and then look in the mirror. I'm withered. The old artists who had praised Jiang Fuyue before also forwarded the Reuters news report. The caption was very simple. There were only 2 words, congratulations. When the high emotions of the netizens cooled down a little, they finally had time to click on the report and read the specific content. It was amazing. There was a lot of praise for Jiang Fuyue in the report. Even the details of her competition with Hamasaki Chiba for the special award were described. Everyone sighed with emotion. This competition is something. The popularity on the internet continued to grow. Until now, when Yan Zhenfeng and his team arrived in China, it still had not subsided. This was the reason why the reporters were swarming toward Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue, congratulations on winning the first place special award. How are you feeling now? I heard that you're the captain. Did you feel a lot of pressure during the competition? Regarding the video, everyone is very curious. Why did you stand up against the 4 people from country R? Or rather, what gave you the courage? Will you continue to stay in the capital or return to Linhui? If you have a recommendation, will you choose Q University or B University in the future? Jiang Fuyue, can you accept an exclusive interview with Xianxia? What a coincidence. We also want an exclusive interview. A group of reporters surrounded Jiang Fuyue with their cameras and cannons, all of them talking at once. In response, Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. Digression, 3rd watch, 2,000 words. I didn't finish writing last night. I got up this morning to make up for it. At the same time, I want to ask for a vote for Yaya. He finally managed to get rid of the reporters. Lin Shimo and Hua Fanjin, the 2 kids from Beijing, could go home directly. Fang Canyang had to transfer to another terminal to return to Huizhou. Ling Xian was flying to Linhui. In the end, only Jiang Fuyue stayed. That was because she had to fly to Russia to participate in the International Information Competition, or IOI, in 2 days. Before leaving, Yan Zhenfeng did not forget to remind her. Rest well and conserve your energy. Okay. I'll get the Academic Affairs Office to send the recommendation notice to your school before school reopens in September. When Yan Zhenfeng said this, he did not think that Jiang Fuyue would not accept it. One had to know that this was Q University, one of the top 2 universities in Xianxia. It was also famous internationally. Would anyone not accept it? No, never. In response, Jiang Fuyue smiled but did not respond. Yan Zhenfeng did not think much about it. He said, good luck, IOI. I hope you get another gold medal. Then, he dragged his suitcase and left. Although he said that, he did not think much of it. No matter how smart a person was, they were not omnipotent. Jiang Fuyue's talent in physics was already amazing. As for information science, just treat it as having fun. The most important thing was to participate. It did not matter if she won a prize or not. In any case, her physics was stable now. The recommendation was set. It did not matter if she participated in the information science competition or not. If he were Jiang Fuyue, it would be better for him to calm down and practice a few more physics questions instead of blindly meddling. Kids these days, it was still the same sentence. They were too playful. They did not know what single-minded meant. Jiang Fuyue put on her baseball cap and went to the airport to wait for a taxi. However, she saw a taxi queue that was dozens of meters long. It snaked all the way to the exit on the other side. She gave up on waiting for a taxi and took out her cell phone to call for a taxi. Suddenly, a water column rushed over. Even though Jiang Fuyue dodged in time, half of her trousers were wet. Those who did not manage to dodge in time were even worse. F***CK. What's wrong with the sprinkler? Seeing someone driving in this direction, he must be crazy. I'm all wet. How am I going to board the plane later? Good baby, I'll go with you to change. My makeup is ruined too, then make up for it. The driver must have done it on purpose. How immoral. Jiang Fuyue was wondering if she should go back and find a toilet to change her pants. Just then, a black Bentley skidded to a stop in front of him. The rear window rolled down, revealing Zhongxiang's smiling face. Xie Dingyuan was sitting inside. Come up, I'll see you off. It's not easy to get a taxi at this time. The way-in is also blocked. I can't get a taxi online. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and glanced inside without batting an eyelid. Zhongxiang could tell what she was worried about. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry." My uncle agreed. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. It was indeed not easy to get a taxi at this time, and it was almost time to meet Fanyi. Without hesitation, she opened the door of the passenger seat and sat down. The driver nodded politely at her. Jiang Fuyue fastened her seatbelt. The car was air-conditioned, and her seat was facing the vent. The wet fabric stuck to her calves, and it was cold. She couldn't help but frown. Ahem. Suddenly, Xie Dingyuan, who had been looking out of the window, coughed twice. The driver subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. Xie Dingyuan turned back and said, "It's a little cold. Turn off the air conditioner." The driver was sweating profusely. Okay. Was it cold? Jiang Fuyue's eyebrows moved slightly and subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. However, she saw the man looking out of the window again. His side profile was cold, and she didn't know what he was looking at. However, it was good that the air conditioner was turned off. She didn't feel so uncomfortable. Suddenly, Zhongxiang spoke. "Aren't you going back to Linhui?" Jiang Fuyue replied, "Not now." "Then I'll take you out to play." "You haven't checked out the Great Wall and the Forbidden City, right?" "I haven't in my life. Let me tell you, the capital is my territory. I'm very familiar with this place. I can even walk to Wangfujing with my eyes closed." Xie Dingyuan's mouth twitched. "Why don't you try acting?" Zhongxiang continued. "Also, I'm good at taking photos. I guarantee that you'll be tall and thin." Ahem. Of course, you're already quite tall. How about it? Do you want to come along? Jiang Fuyue replied, "Thank you. Let's talk about it in the future." Zhongxiang was stunned and belatedly realized, "You have an arrangement?" "I'm flying to Eston the day after tomorrow to participate in the information science competition. My future wife is going to be in the spotlight again. I'm a little nervous." The car was originally heading to Q University, but Jiang Fuyue stopped it when it passed by B University. "Here is fine. Thank you." Then, she opened the door and got out of the car. The Bentley drove away, and she turned to enter the university. Inside the car, Zhongxiang pulled open his collar. "Wait, why is it so hot?" "Xiao Wang, turn on the air conditioner." The driver didn't immediately do as he was told. Instead, he looked in the rearview mirror and met Jiu Ye's gaze. Only then did he dare to turn on the air conditioner. It was indeed hot. "Uncle, don't you feel hot?" Zhongxiang glanced at his meticulous suit and buttoned shirt. Just looking at it made him feel hot. Xie Dingyuan replied, "I'm fine." Zhongxiang glanced at the sweat on his forehead. "I don't believe you. Do you think I'm blind? I don't even know why you turned off the air conditioner. Forget it. There are many things about my uncle that I don't know." Digression, 2000 words. 12 o'clock. Jiang Fuyue met up with Fan Yi and the other two in the B University computer room. During the week that she went to D country for the competition, the three of them had been working hard on the questions. Of course, compared to the intensive training, they had to be more conscientious at this stage. "Sister Yu, we finished all the questions you gave us. If we don't know how to solve them, we'll discuss them together." Jiang Fuyue said, "You're amazing. To reward everyone, let's go out for dinner tonight. It's my treat." "Wow. Sister Yu, you're so nice." Huang Hui rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "Thank you, Captain." Captain was so nice. He improved their meals as soon as he came back. Gao Jiaoming's eyes lit up. "I know a Wagyu hot pot restaurant nearby. It's new and super popular. Let's go and try it." Jiang Fuyue said, "Okay." The four of them went to the restaurant and patiently waited in line for nearly 40 minutes before they finally got to eat. "It's not easy." Fan Yi sighed. Gao Jiaoming picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks, but before he could eat it, he nodded his head frantically. The meat on his body trembled as he said, "It's not easy." I almost fell asleep just now. Huang Hui said, but don't you think that it's better to eat something that takes time? Fanny smacked her lips. It does taste good. Gao Zhaoming also smacked his lips. It does taste good. Jiang Fuyue shook her head and chuckled. Outside the restaurant, a man was dragging another man inside. The latter frowned and refused to eat. Most importantly, the two of them were too good-looking. His figure was also tall and straight, and he was even holding hands. Old Xia. Just eat with me and give me some face. I've been wanting to eat this for a long time. Really? Xianxia huffed and puffed like a bull. He spared no effort. Let go. Xie Dingyuan looked at his dog's paw in disdain. I'll let go if you agree. No way. Why? You haven't eaten since you got off the plane. You'd rather eat in the cafeteria than eat with me? Don't worry, you don't have to pay. It's my treat, okay? Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment. Let's go somewhere else. No. I just want to eat this. I heard that the red soup here is excellent. If you don't believe me, you can ask that. Professor Li and Professor Mu from the chemistry department next door. Xie Dingyuan still said, no. The corner of Shen Qiannan's mouth twitched. Reason. The all-in-one stew mode is not conducive to the absorption of nutrients in the food in the best state. Shen Qiannan, I'm deaf. Suddenly, Xie Dingyuan's gaze paused. Through the glass window, he saw the four-person table in the corner. A familiar figure came into view. But, after saying so much, he suddenly changed the topic. It shouldn't be a problem to eat it once in a while. Huh? Shen Qiannan was stunned. Xie Dingyuan had already taken 2 steps forward. He turned back and said unhappily, let's go. Why are you still standing here? Shen Qiannan's hand was ruthlessly flung away. Xie Dingyuan went in by himself. No. He ran after him. What's going on? Didn't you refuse to go in just now? Why are you taking the initiative now? Old Xia, something's wrong with you. Something's very wrong. Shut up. Shen Qiannan, so, he had persuaded Xie Dingyuan to be lonely, who would dare to be more impatient than him, *CK. The dishes were served and the chopsticks were put down. Soon, the two of them were eating. Shen Qiannan had been thinking about it for a long time. Now that he finally had it in his mouth, he felt satisfied from head to toe. Old Xia, try this. It melts in your mouth. That feeling. TSK, it's so good. Oh. Xie Dingyuan was indifferent. Shen Qiannan felt that he was looking behind him. When he turned around, he saw. That all he saw were customers eating. What was there to see? Old Xia, why did you go to D country this time? Business trip. You left just like that? That's not your usual style. In the past, whenever he went on a business trip, Xing Yiming would schedule it half a month in advance and check the itinerary a week before he left. Everything from the plane tickets to the hotel to the itinerary was well planned. I heard that you went straight to the airport from the laboratory. Even your luggage was packed at home and sent to you by the driver. Yes. Did something happen? It's not serious. TSK, I've known you for so many years. This is the first time I've seen you in such a hurry. Those who know you're on a business trip would think that your wife has run away. You're so anxious, Shen Qiannan shook his head as he spoke. Who knew that the listener would take his words to heart? Those who don't know would think that your wife has run away and you're chasing after her, wife. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue's face flashed across his mind. No. Impossible, Old Xie? Old Xie? What? Shen Qiannan, what are you doing? You've been restless the whole night. You didn't eat much. Digression, 2,000 words. 3 chapters. Shen Qiannan was walking a little ahead of him. When he heard that, he stepped back. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Xie Dingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, nothing. Shen Qiannan stared at him suspiciously. The latter looked back at him calmly. Stop pretending. Keep pretending. You must be hiding something from me. Xie Dingyuan said, no. Then why did you take the initiative to pay the bill just now? You've never been so generous. On the other side, Jiang Fuyue went to pay the bill after eating but was told that it had already been paid. Who paid? The cashier said, it was a gentleman. Jiang Fuyue frowned. What does he look like? He's handsome and tall, and he's wearing a suit. A person suddenly appeared in her mind. Him, Jiang Fuyue asked, how much is the total? Let me see. Including the cost of the table and drinks, the total is 562 yuan. Thank you. The four of them returned to the university. Jiang Fuyue did not have a dormitory here, so she simply booked a room in a nearby hotel. That night, she finally had time to contact her parents and Xianxia. It was Jantar who answered the phone. Yeah. Dad. Hey. Are you back in China? Where are you now? When are you going to come home? Your mom has been talking about it all day. She wants to call you, but she's afraid that it will affect your competition, so she's been holding back. Nonsense. At this time, a gentle voice interrupted. Han Yunru took over Jantar's position. Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. It's not that exaggerated. It's true. Jantar muttered. Han Yunru gave him a look and he immediately shut up. He smiled with a hint of flattery. Go on, I won't say anything. Jiang Fuyue asked, Mom, how have you been? Are you used to the house? I'm used to it. It's just that this big villa feels empty with only the three of us. Jiang Fuyue smiled. It won't be empty when I come back. Yes, I've been waiting for you. When you come back, I'll make something delicious for you. You can eat whatever you want. Jiang Fuyue said, I suddenly feel like eating Dad's pancakes. Oh, you only want your father's stall, but not mine? Jiang Fuyue, question mark. No. I didn't mean that, Han Yunru couldn't hold back her laughter. Silly girl, I'm just teasing you. Can't you tell? You actually took it seriously. Jiang Fuyue's lips twitched. Even her beautiful mother had her mischievous moments. If you have any problems, remember to look for the property management. They will help. Han Yunru sighed softly. I know. You already told me before you left. Is that so? Jiang Fuyue rubbed her nose. Sister, is that you, sister? Jiang Xiao's voice came from the other end, accompanied by the sound of slippers on the floor. Hey, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Your sister is right here. She won't run. Soon, the phone was in Jiang Xiao's hand. Sister. Sister. Are you coming home? Dad and I will come to pick you up. Wait for a few more days. Jiang Xiao's voice fell instantly. But school will start in a few days, he wouldn't be able to stay with his sister when school started. Jiang Fuyue, that's great. We can go to school together. Linan First High School's junior high school and senior high school shared the same campus. Jiang Xiao would enter junior high school when school started. That's right, how could he forget? Jiang Xiao was instantly pumped up. Great. I can see sister every day. That's so blissful, more blissful than eating? Jiang Fuyue teased him. Jiang Xiao didn't even think about it. Yes. Finally, it was almost time. The phone was returned to Han Yunru. Yeah, the news of you winning the award has spread all over Linhui. The crepe shop's business has been very good these few days. A bunch of people come in and the shop can't accommodate them all. I'm afraid that there might be a safety accident, so I discussed with your dad and decided to close the shop. But there are still many reporters calling and inviting us for interviews. Because you've already informed us, your dad and I rejected them. They even came to the neighborhood, but the security guards didn't let them in. That's why it's quieter. Jiang Fuyue frowned. They came to the neighborhood? Yes. I'm sorry, silly girl. Han Yunru was surprised. What are you talking about? Why do you need to say sorry in front of Dad and Mom? Besides, what are you sorry for? You're so outstanding and hardworking. Are you wrong? Jiang Fuyue was just saying it casually, but she did feel guilty. This was also one of the important reasons why she didn't accept any interviews and wanted to keep a low profile. She could bear to become famous overnight, but Jan Tar and Han Yunru might not be mentally prepared for this. They had to be given some time to slowly adapt. Just like that villa, they might not be used to living there at first, but as time passed, didn't they gradually try to accept it, Han Yunru? You don't know how envious the people around us are of your dad and me. Do you still remember the fat uncle from the wine shop across the street? Now, not only do you have a crepe every day, but you also have to take one home for your son. He says that this is what the genius sister ate since she was young. He can also become a genius if he eats it. Haha. Don't you think it's funny? How can a genius be born from eating crepes? Jiang Fuyue also smiled. The mother and daughter chatted for a while more before ending the call. Jiang Fuyue put down her phone and leaned against the railing, looking at the moon in the sky. The night wind was cold, but there was a faint warmth in her heart. Under the same moonlight, the Xie family's old mansion. In the bedroom on the second floor. The sound of water came from the bathroom, but there was no steam coming out. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. Let's have a quiz. Question: what is Xie 99 doing? A. Brushing teeth. B. Taking a shower. C. Doing experiments. D. Stretching. Single choice, answer in the comment section. Xie Dingyuan took a cold shower, but he still came out wrapped in hot air. Because he was impatient. He looked at the bed, and the next second, he suddenly tore off the sheets, crumpled them into a ball, and threw them into the corner. Xie Dingyuan gritted his teeth as if he could not accept his current state. Shame, embarrassment, and all kinds of emotions surged up. He simply left the bedroom and went straight to the study. The room without the lights was dark and cold. The man sat stiffly behind the desk and let the darkness swallow him. People would think that your wife ran away, the sentence that Xianxia accidentally blurted out rang in his ears again. Not long ago, in that absurd dream, he had also called out, wife. Xie Dingyuan knew that he had encountered a problem. This problem was more difficult than explaining the nature of black holes, exploring the ultimate efficiency of photovoltaic cells, and creating magnetic semiconductors at room temperature. He seemed to be in an academic dilemma. What did he do in the past when he encountered such a situation? Yes, search for information. Xie Dingyuan turned on the computer and clicked on the commonly used academic search engine. When he was about to enter, he suddenly paused. The question was, what keywords should he use? Abnormal heartbeat? Blushing for no reason? Psychological shortness of breath, or imagination? Hallucination? Middle-aged adolescent restlessness? He tried one by one, but the results could not explain his current state. The man sat in front of the computer, and the light from the screen shone on his face. He could see the frown and confusion in his eyes. In a trance, he remembered the scene in his dream. It was the time when Jiang Fuyue climbed over the wall and entered his bedroom. The two of them fell on the same bed, covered with the same quilt, and she was close to him, breathing close to him. Their eyes met, and he could see his own twisted expression from the girl's dark pupils. Then, the self-control that he was proud of collapsed, and everything that happened next. Xie Dingyuan quickly stopped and did not dare to think further. Those details were too embarrassing. He searched for the keyword dreaming. Soon, related papers popped up. He clicked on one of them, titled The Cognitive Neural Theory and Mechanism of Dreaming. Previous studies have shown that dreaming is a function of specific brain regions: temporoparietal occipital syndesmosis, anterior frontal lobe, and limbic system. The activation of these brain regions may explain the cognitive characteristics of perception, consciousness, and emotion during dreaming. 1. Therefore, dreaming was the activation of specific brain regions. Why was that specific brain region activated? Vasopressin, posterior pituitary hormone. This was Xie Dingyuan's first reaction as a biologist. Phenylethylamine, endorphins, and norepinephrine instantly surged into his mind. Phenylethylamine, or PEA. It was a nerve stimulant that filled people with energy, confidence, and courage. Under its effects, breathing and heartbeat would accelerate, accompanied by sweaty palms, flushed faces, and dilated pupils. Xie Dingyuan heaved a sigh of relief as he found the answer to all his symptoms. But in the next second, his gaze suddenly fell on a row of small, inconspicuous words at the bottom right corner. As long as your brain produces enough PEA, love will follow. Love? Xie Dingyuan's expression changed drastically as if he had touched an unknown territory. His breathing suddenly became heavy and his scalp tingled. Xianxia was already asleep. But he was awakened by his phone ringing. The first time, he pressed it. The second time, he pressed it again. But the other party seemed to be very persistent. The phone kept ringing, and the other party kept calling. Finally, after the umpteenth time, Xianxia grabbed the phone like an enraged lion and roared, "You better be an AF * king, hurry." There was silence on the other end. No. Who are you? Why aren't you talking? Are you crazy? He put down the phone and looked at the screen. The next second, his eyes widened. Xie Dingyuan, Xianxia could not believe it. He was afraid that his eyes would be blurred, so he rubbed his eyes and blinked hard. It was indeed Xie Dingyuan. He was completely awake now. Old Xia, what's going on? Are you sleepwalking? Usually, at this time, he would be asleep. Don't ask him how he knew. The question was Xie Dingyuan. He even had obsessive-compulsive disorder when it came to sleeping. There's a problem. The other end finally spoke. His voice was dull, like a piece of lead wrapped in a high-density sponge. Xianxia was stunned. Go ahead. Phenylethylamine, endorphins, norepinephrine, and pituitary hormones are rising in your body. External symptoms include vasodilation, increased blood pressure, heart rate, and blood sugar, accompanied by a sense of suffocation and palpitation. What does this mean? F***ck. Are you on drugs? No. The symptoms you mentioned are the reactions after taking drugs. Where are you now? I'll be right there. When did you take them? How much? Are you still awake? You. Xianxia. I'll say it again, I'm not on drugs. He stopped putting on his clothes and sat back on the bed. Then why did you call me all of a sudden? You're calling me at this time. It's like you're on drugs. Do you understand? That's why I'm asking you. His voice was still low, but there was a hint of confusion in it. Xianxia, you're asking me? Xie Dingyuan, yes. I'm a physics student. You're asking me about biology? Is there a problem? Come on, brother. You're the expert in this field. Xie Dingyuan frowned and held the phone. I can confirm that this is not caused by physiological factors. If it's not physiological factors, then it can only be psychological factors? The other end was silent. Xianxia was excited. I can't help you in the field of biology, but I can try psychology. You just said that your body's hormones are rising and your heart is racing, right? Yes. Then under what circumstances do you have these symptoms? You can't keep it up all the time, right? The other end pondered for 2 seconds. When I'm thinking about something. What is it? Xianxia asked. Hard to say? Okay, let me guess. First of all, it's definitely not academic. Secondly, it's not a family thing. It's not a colleague thing. Then it can only be a woman. Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched, but he still did not answer. But the silence had explained everything. Old Xia, there's really something wrong with you. What's with your heart racing? Isn't it just your heart pounding like a deer? Tell me, which seductor stole your soul? Xie Dingyuan, no, you're really seduced? F***ck. Xianxia cursed under his breath. You're really something. You've done something big behind my back. Stop playing dead. Say something. Xie Dingyuan. You said that my soul has been stolen. What do you mean? Tisk, you become stupid if you don't play dead, right? Fine, if you want to force me to tell you everything, then you better listen carefully. What I mean is that you've taken a fancy to that girl. Whenever you think of her, your heart will race and you'll suffocate from the lack of oxygen. And you really want that girl. Do you know what it means to get intimate with her? Just a tug, a hug, a pounce, a kiss, switching off the lights, making sauce in the dark, crackling, squeaking, humming, you know what I mean? Hello? Hello? F***ck, you actually hung up? On the other end, Xie Dingyuan had already thrown away his mobile phone as if he was throwing away a hot potato. There was no fire, but his whole body felt like it was burning. Shen Qiannan said that he had taken a fancy to that girl, so, he had taken a fancy to Jiang Fuyue? This realization made him tremble all over. The next second, the man suddenly reached out to cover his eyes. The protection of the dark was not enough. He was running away. After some time, the moon outside the window was no longer in its original position. He slowly lowered his arm, got up, and straightened the front of his pajamas as if nothing had happened. Had he taken a fancy to her? Then he must have taken a fancy to her. On Jiang Fuyue's side, she had no idea that someone had been thinking about her the entire night. She slept all the way until dawn. After washing up and eating breakfast, she went to the university to meet up with Fan Yi and the other two. Today was the last training session before they set off for Russia. There were only the four of them in the huge computer room. Jiang Fuyue would set the questions, and the three of them would program. This had almost become a fixed pattern. No one questioned her authority. Huafanjin's public outburst had never happened in the IOI team. In Fan Ye's eyes, Jiang Fuyue was the omnipotent Agata. In Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming's eyes, she was a freaking invincible genius. The EPO that had just ended proved this point. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the four of them boarded a plane and embarked on their journey to IOI, digression, 3,000 words in one chapter. 12 o'clock. This chapter had a historical twist. Xie 99 finally faced his own heart. Don't doubt it. He really did not know anything. He was just a small potato. Yesterday's answer was B. Those who chose D were also ghost geniuses. They said that they had diarrhea because they went out to eat with Shen Qiannan. Ha ha ha. What a joke. At 3 in the afternoon, the plane landed at Kos Airport. A car came to pick them up as soon as they walked out of the hall. About 50 minutes later, they arrived at Zueki Hotel. There were 2 standard rooms. Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi sat together while Gao Xiaoming sat together with Huang Hui. After packing their luggage and changing into thick coats, the four of them went to the restaurant for dinner. Compared to IPO, which had many national teams, IOI was an individual competition. Thus, there was no problem of forming teams. Therefore, there were very few people in the restaurant. Most of them were alone. Jiang Fuyue and the other 3 were the odd ones out. Huang Hui, I heard that there are 87 countries and 341 contestants in IOI this year. Compared to IPO, it was not an exaggeration to say that there were fewer people. When I went to the dining area to get my steak, I heard 2 professors discussing the question setter for this competition. Gao Xiaoming took a sip of fruit juice and smacked his lips. Huang Hui, what about the question setter? I think he's from Huaxia. He has a strong background. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and shook her head. Fan Yi blinked and rested her cheeks on her hands. Sister Yu, why are you shaking your head? Can't someone from Huaxia come up with the questions? That's not it. Usually, the organizers invite computer programming experts from 6 different countries to come up with the 6 questions for IOI. Thus, there is no such thing as a question setter from Huaxia. Even if there is, it can only be said that one of them is from Huaxia. As far as I know, the organizers of IOI have not sent an invitation to Huaxia for 5 years. Thus, it's hard to say for sure this year. Gao Xiaoming suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I heard the 2 professors talking about it so vividly that I thought it was true. Jiang Fuyue, that's not necessarily true. Huh? What if they really invite a Huaxia expert to come up with the questions this year? Would it be difficult? Jiang Fuyue, it depends on the order in which the questions appear. The last question is the finale, so it's definitely more difficult than the previous ones. After dinner, the 4 of them had no intention of going out for a walk and returned to their respective rooms. Country E was located in a high-latitude region, and it was already starting to get cold before September. In addition, the place was vast and sparsely populated. Once the sky turned dark, there was almost no one walking around outside. Therefore, there was nothing much to do outside. It was better to rest early and conserve energy. That night, Jiang Fuyue took Jiang Xiaodi to watch the night view of Kosi through the window. "Sister, it's so dark there. Not only is it dark, it's also cold. Then you have to wear more clothes. You can't catch a cold. Catching a cold is very uncomfortable." Okay. He was really a warm man. After ending the video, Jiang Fuyue logged into the short vibrato app and routinely watched the replay of Jiang Xiaodi's live broadcast yesterday. Wu Qian had indeed put in a lot of effort after he returned. In addition to the previous simple food streaming model, he also posted the video of Jiang Xiaodi cooking on Weibo. He didn't expect it to become popular. He immediately applied for an account certification and began to operate on both sides. So far, the results were beginning to show. The management company had also found an office space. It was in the office building opposite Linan First High School, so that it would be convenient to take care of Jiang Xiaodi in the future. It was said that the renovation had been completed 2 days ago. Wu Qian knew that she was out of town and had to go abroad for a competition, so he didn't pretend to invite her to visit. He only packaged the photos and sent them to her email. From the overall layout of the studio to the small details of each table and chair, it was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. After receiving the photos, Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to call him. Wu Qian was flattered. When he heard her ask if he was short of money, he immediately said, No, it's okay for the time being." Jiang Fuyue didn't force him. In addition, the beautiful voice of the stewardess she met at the airport previously went to find Wu Qian. "The appearance is not bad, the voice is very unique. I think it will be popular." That was Wu Qian's feedback. After that, they signed the contract successfully and registered accounts on various major platforms. However, the first shot was still in the planning stage. Whether it could be popular or not depended on Wu Qian's operational ability. At this point, the 2 live streamers under the studio were in place. Their daily work was carried out as usual. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't care about any of this. Since she had handed it over to Wu Qian, she would not interfere with his decision-making. The year-end financial report would naturally explain everything. In the same hotel, in a suite on the top floor, Xie Dingyuan sat on the sofa with the computer in front of him open. The screen stopped at the standard program trial run page. Beside his hand was the list of contestants for this year's IOI. He thought about how he had originally rejected the competition, but in the end, he slapped his own mouth and sent an email to the organizers to obtain the right to set the finale questions. Who would have thought that it was just to teach a little girl who didn't know her place a lesson? Now, Xie Dingyuan shook his head and sighed softly. His fingertips brushed across one of the columns on the list. The words Jiang Fuyue were written on it. Even though there was a piece of paper between them, the girl's face could not help but appear in his mind. It was accompanied by the throbbing of his heart, wave after wave. Xie Dingyuan actually couldn't understand his current state. His rationality told him that he had to be calm. However, his brain was constantly transmitting the order to be excited. It was as if he was divided into 2 halves. Half of him was awake and watching, the other half was out of control. This feeling was really, very ket up. Now that she thought about it, she realized that many of her actions back then were childish. Including setting up the finale question and pointing the car at Jiang Fuyue in Linhui in an attempt to intimidate her. That didn't seem like something she would do, so, did it start so early? The moonlight shone through the window and shone on the man's cold face, blurring the contemplation in his eyes. On the second day of the competition, the host gave a speech at the opening ceremony. He spoke in Russian throughout the speech. Fan Yu was like a wilted flower, listless. Sister Yu, what is he talking about? He's introducing the local customs of country E. Do you need me to translate? No, I'm a little sleepy. She yawned, leaned her head against the back of the chair, and slowly closed her eyes. She then looked at Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming, who were playing games together. After one round, Jiang Fuyue coughed lightly. The 2 of them quickly put their phones on their thighs and smiled awkwardly. Jiang Fuyue, count me in. Gao Xiaoming, huh? Huang Hui, come, come, come. I'll invite you. The three of them played games happily. In the afternoon, there was a 2-hour practice match. The four of them went back to their rooms. In the evening, they agreed to go to the restaurant together. Although they didn't have a coach, each of them was more self-aware than the other. At night, Jiang Fuyue took out her laptop and logged into Topcoder. She hadn't been online for more than half a month. There were new changes on the TP list, but the ID, Xia, was still at the top of the list. Her original 5th place was pushed to 7th, and the two people in front of her were promoted. Coincidentally, there was a competition today, and the two people in front of her were online. Their avatars showed that they were preparing for the competition. Jiang Fuyue chose to participate without hesitation. The system automatically sent her to the preparation area. At this moment, a chat box popped up. Andre, oh, that's unbelievable. You're finally online. Jiang Fuyue, you're online too. Last time, the two of them said that they would be busy for a while and wouldn't be online for a while. Andre, I just came online too. I didn't expect to meet you as soon as I arrived. Jiang Fuyue, what a coincidence. I just joined too. Andre, then we must be. Oh, how do you put it in Huaxia? Let me check. 5 seconds later, a string of Chinese characters was sent over, telepathy. Jiang Fuyue. Haha. Andre, ah. You're smiling. Are you happy about our tacit understanding? Me too. Jiang Fuyue ignored him and began to focus on preparing for the battle. 5 minutes later, the match began. Jiang Fuyue found that Andre was also there. For the 3 programming questions, the contestants could choose Java according to their preferences. C++, C #VB or Python within 1 hour and 15 minutes. Halfway through, Jiang Fuyue inadvertently glanced at the leaderboard and found that the ID, Xia, had lit up. Status display, match in progress. In other words, Xia was also participating in this round. Soon, Andre's chat box popped up again. The screen was filled with his unbridled chicken. Oh no, screams. Andre, ah. Omitting the entire screen, oh my god. I'm witnessing history. Andre, you. Look at the TP leaderboard, Xia is online. And he's also participating in the competition. Promise me, please mess with him as much as you want, okay? Jiang Fuyue, mess with him? Andre, challenge. In the phase segment, the probability of the top IDs being assigned to each other is very high. Maybe you can meet him. If you really meet him, you must seize the opportunity and pull him down from the throne of 0%. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched, but she did not reply. 30 minutes later, she finished the 3 programming questions. She clicked submit and automatically entered the challenge. Phase segment. 5 seconds later, Jiang Fuyue looked at the ID, Xia, on the other party's profile picture and was stunned. Andre was right. She immediately focused and her fingers flew across the keyboard, setting up the first obstacle for the other party. Jiang Fuyue clicked send and started the timer. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 10, 2 seconds? The other party actually eliminated the bug in 12 seconds. Jiang Fuyue did not dare to underestimate the other party and started setting up the second obstacle. This time, the other party took 30 seconds. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips as a solemn look flashed across her eyes. This obstacle was much more difficult than the first one. She had set up 7 traps and it would take at least a minute to get rid of them. However, the other party only took 30 seconds, she did not believe it. For the last time, she thought for a while and suddenly smiled. After she clicked send, the other party still did not respond for 2 whole minutes. On the top floor of the hotel, Xie Dingyuan leaned back in his chair and rubbed his chin with his fingers. He looked at the computer screen that had turned black. His eyes were cold and deep. From the previous 2 obstacles, it was not difficult to see that the other party was not bad. Well, not only was he not bad, he was quite good. He glanced at the ID and saw the Chinese character U. He started to lose control again and the girl's face kept popping up in his mind. Until the other party set up the 3rd obstacle, the computer screen turned black without warning. Xie Dingyuan's eyes suddenly darkened. Should he praise the other party for being so quick-witted to be able to create a virus in such a short period of time and even hack into his system? Or should he mock the other party for being so quick-witted that he didn't know who he was dealing with? The man suddenly sat up straight and placed his hands on the keyboard. His well-defined fingers landed steadily on every key. 2 minutes later, the black screen disappeared. He had planted a Trojan horse in the other party's computer and the camera automatically turned on. The victorious smile on Xia Dingyuan's lips was only halfway up when suddenly, the face that had popped into his mind from time to time appeared on the screen in a daze. Jiang Fuyue? He was stunned. Digression, 3 chapters, 2,000 words. These chapters are full of scenes hands on hips, begging for monthly tickets. Heart to heart Xia 99, scared to the point of peeing by my wife every day. The time to remove the obstacle was 5 minutes. 3 minutes and 27 seconds had passed, and there was still no movement from the other end. As long as the opponent did not remove the bug when the time was up, it would be considered a loss. There were 60 seconds left, just enough time for her to get a glass of water. Jiang Fuyue stood up. On the other end, Xia Dingyuan's breathing stopped. The girl stood up and left her seat. Although her face could not be seen, her entire body was exposed to the camera. She was wearing a nightgown. It was not a bold style, but it was definitely not conservative. The slightly open neckline revealed her delicate collarbone, and above it was her long, snow-white neck. Her long hair was draped behind her, and her back was slim. Her calves were straight, slim, and translucent under the nightgown. The water dispenser was placed directly in front of the camera. As she bent down, the neckline was also slit open. Xia Dingyuan awkwardly looked away and panted slightly. The finger that was about to hit the enter button was also retracted. Originally, it only took 1 second to press the button, and regardless of whether it was a bug or a virus, it would be removed one by one. But the opponent had used up all 3 chances to set up obstacles, and the sniping had failed. He was still the one who held the first place and maintained the record of 0 snipes, Xia, but at that moment, Xia Dingyuan's mind was in a mess. He thought that if this was a honey trap, then she had succeeded. Because time was up, Jiang Fuyue happily put down the glass of water and sat back in front of the computer. She succeeded. Looking at the sniping record, the 3rd time she set up an obstacle, it showed that the opponent had not removed the bug in the trial run. At the same time, Xia, who held the first place on the TP leaderboard, had suddenly changed from number of snipes, 0, to number of snipes, 1, then, the topcoder form exploded. OP, who can dig up the god who sniped, Xia? As everyone knows, Xia has been the god who held the first place on the TP leaderboard since the inception of topcoder. He had not descended for so many years, had 0 losses, and had never been sniped. Duong. Here's the main point. Just 5 minutes ago, Xia's number of snipes changed from 0 to 1. Second comment, wow. I'm impressed. Third comment, I'm curious about the giant who sniped Xia. Fourth comment, to be honest, I can't believe it. Fifth comment, I just came up and I already encountered a historical event. Chicken jelly. Sit and wait to eat the melon. 199th comment, I feel that Xia won't lose so easily. Floor 200, I have a bold idea. Poster 201, I have one too. 369th comment, maybe God, Xia, suddenly had a stomachache and wanted to go to the toilet. 370th comment, maybe the baby is crying and is busy feeding her. 371st comment, maybe his wife is rushing him, so God, Xia, wants to coax her. 372nd comment, how do you know that you won't be asked to kneel on the washboard? 400th comment, can everyone stop messing around? Xia, God has been ruined by you guys. 401st comment, what's the point of guessing? Just send a message to the person directly. 402nd comment, the person above must be new. You don't even know that God, Xia, rejects private messages. Andre liked to hang out in the forum when he had nothing to do, so he saw the post as soon as it was posted. His heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? He quickly sent a message to Moon and received 5 messages in a row. Don't tell me it was you. It's really you? Is it you or not? Is Xia a good sniper? Hello? Are you still alive? Unfortunately, there was no response. At this moment, it was Jiang Fuyue's turn to be sniped. She was prepared to be made difficult by the other party. After all, she had to pay for what she had done. She had just cheated the other party, and now it was the other party's turn to collect the debt. However, the reality was, for the first time, the other party only gave an ordinary number. After a trial run of 0.5 seconds, it showed that it was a success. For the second time, the other party replaced it with a letter parameter. After a trial run of 1 second, it was a success again. For the third time, the other party changed to the formula R equals A, 1 sin theta. Jiang Fuyue's gaze froze. Cartesian cardioid function? Was the other party here to be funny? Of course, Xie Dingyuan was not joking. After he sent out that formula, he felt both regret and anticipation. He opened the private message function, hoping to receive a message from the ID, Moon. Even if it was just one message. Unfortunately, there was no message from Jiang Fuyue, but there were a bunch of messages that he did not know. He was too lazy to look and clicked ignore all. On the other side, Jiang Fuyue had successfully eliminated the bug, and the third trial run was completed. Then, the crowd saw another miraculous scene. The data of Xia changed from sniper rate 100% to sniper rate 99.9%. Forum 1026 comment, it changed again. Xia failed to snipe, screenshot, 1027th comment, oh my god. Xia wouldn't be punished to kneel on the washboard and become stupid from kneeling, right? 1028th comment, God, Xia, who has never been defeated, which little fairy has bewitched your soul? 1029th comment, TSK, witnessing history. 1030th comment, witnessing history +1, the forum was bustling, but the suite was cold and quiet. Xie Dingyuan was looking at the private message box, but he still did not receive a message from Jiang Fuyue. Maybe, she did not know that R equals A, 1 sin theta, or maybe, she did not notice, yes. That must be it. If that was the case, then, he should take the initiative. He opened the Add Friend page and sent a request. A verification message was automatically generated. I am Xia. He felt that it was too simple and not sincere enough. He thought for a while and deleted it. He changed it to, hello, can we be friends? It seemed a little frivolous and not dignified enough. He deleted it again. He changed it to, you are very good. Let's compete? It was too provocative and not friendly enough. He deleted it again. I am a good person. I mean no harm. Can I add you as a friend? It seemed too simple and lacked beauty. Xie Dingyuan shook his head and deleted it again. Why was it more difficult than writing a thesis? It was so frustrating. After the competition ended, Jiang Fuyue returned to the main interface. On the TP leaderboard, Xia was still at the top, unshakable. However, the sniper rate and the number of times she was sniped had changed. She looked at her ranking again. She had jumped from 7th to 4th. Her sniper rate was 100%, and her number of times she was sniped was 0. Her lips curved into a smile. She replied to Andre, it's me. Do you have a problem with it? It was wild and wild. Andre's screen was flooded with messages. I declare that from today onwards, you are my goddess. The only one. How did you snipe, Xia? Do you have a recording? This great moment needs to be remembered. If you were to participate in IOI, you would definitely get first place. Jiang Fuyue caught the key words in his words. Also? Are you in Curtis? Andre, oh. Oh my god. Are you spying on me? Jiang Fuyue, I am in Suweki Hotel. Andre, huh? Why are you here? Jiang Fuyue, participating in IOI. The other end was slow for 2 seconds before he reacted. Inevitably, there was another round of crowing. The corners of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She swiped the mouse and scrolled away the ah. Andre happily asked her to meet him. Jiang Fuyue agreed. They agreed to meet tomorrow evening at the hotel's third restaurant. Andre, let me tell you, this restaurant's steak is very good. After the chat, Jiang Fuyue was about to go offline when she suddenly received a friend request. The applicant was Xia. She had a strange expression. Could this person be thinking of revenge after losing the competition? She clicked on the ignore button. Unexpectedly, the request popped up on the page, and the verification message came into view. Meeting Qingqiu is like meeting an old friend. Jiang Fuyue's first reaction was, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Her second reaction was, he was the number one on the TP leaderboard. If there was something wrong with his brain, wouldn't he be insulting her? However, if there was nothing wrong with him, why would he write such a sour poem? It was so sour that her teeth were about to fall out. On the other end, Xie Dingyuan stared at the message board without blinking. He suppressed his nervousness and gradually became anxious. Why was there no reply? Did the system swallow the message? Did she not send it, or did she not see it? However, her profile picture was lit up, which meant that she was online. After some hesitation, he decided to send it again. However, the verification message made him speechless. It couldn't be the same as the previous one, right? It had to be polite and sentimental, but not frivolous and indecent. Where was he going to find another line of poetry? Just as Jiang Fuyue was silently complaining, she received a second verification message. Hello, can we be friends? Xie Dingyuan thought to himself. Changing the word you to you, this should be solemn enough, right? Jiang Fuyue, ? You? Was she that old? What kind of person was this? Didn't he have any eyes? Reject. She must reject. At this moment, the computer's defense system suddenly popped up a red warning, indicating that the CPU was invaded by a Trojan horse. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. She immediately covered the camera with a napkin. Then, she started to clean up the virus. In the process, she found the culprit. Digression, Sister Yu, this guy is in trouble. The world's naive Xia 99 cried. First update, 3,000 words, full of rival scenes 12 o'clock. Xie Dingyuan looked at the system message. The other party has accepted your friend request. You can start chatting now. His heart was pounding. Xia, hello. There was no response from the other end. The man frowned. Xia, do you know that R equals A, 1 sin theta? There was still no response. Xia, then R equals A asterisk cos, k theta? It's also called the Rose line formula. Xie Dingyuan took a deep breath and waited quietly. About half a minute later, U, F asterisk ck. Xie Dingyuan, ? You installed a Trojan horse in my computer? The man was stunned. He had already removed it. How could it be, you, although it's only for 1 minute, you can't fool my defense system. It turned out that there were traces left behind. Xia, I can explain. You, explain my ass. You perverted uncle. Perverted, uncle? Xie Dingyuan's face darkened. Just as he was about to explain, the other party, you, I also used a virus to invade your computer. We're even now. Otherwise, I would definitely teach you a lesson. You, don't think that you can flirt with girls just because you know some mathematics. You, when I was doing Cartesian functions, you were still wearing diapers. Xie Dingyuan was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he was already deleted from the other party's friend list. It was, quite sudden. Jiang Fuyue reinforced the defense system before turning off the computer. Fan Yu pushed the door open and came in with her phone. She was wearing headphones and was probably having a video call with someone. Jiang Fuyue gestured to her to go to the bathroom and asked her to brush her teeth. Fan Yu replied with an okay gesture. Jiang Fuyue tried to avoid the camera and slipped into the bathroom. Dad, I'm going back to my room. A deep voice came from the other end, filled with the vicissitudes of time. Is there anyone else here? Yes. My roommate. Sister Yu. I mentioned it to you before. On the screen, the bearded man paused for a moment. Then you should rest early. In the future, don't video call anyone of the opposite sex in the dormitory, including me, to avoid disturbing others. Fan Yu stuck out her tongue. I know, but I don't think Sister Yu will mind. Do your part well. I understand, father. It won't happen again. Yes. On the third day of the competition, the test officially began. 5 hours, 3 questions. You can try it halfway through. Jiang Fuyue finished all the tests 40 minutes after the start of the test. She successfully ran the test and clicked to submit the paper. Then, he left the examination hall. Fan Yu was the second to come out. Looking at her relaxed expression, it seemed that her completion rate was not low. Sister Yu, there's a small cake over there. It looks delicious. Shall we go over? All right. The two of them waited in the resting area for about 50 minutes before Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming came out one after another. The exam ended at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The rankings were immediately displayed on the big screen. Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yu both got a full score of 300 and tied for first place. Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming followed closely behind. One of them got 298 and the other 295. They were in third and fourth place. When the four of them came down to talk, they all had the same feeling: the questions were not difficult. They could even be said to be easy. However, the results of the contestants from other countries did not seem to be ideal. For example, the fifth-place contestant from country H got 265 points, which was 30 points lower than the fourth-place contestant's score of 295. Jiang Fuyue said, "It's too early to judge the difficulty." Huang Hui nodded. "Yes, there are 3 more questions tomorrow." Gao Xiaoming scratched his head. It seems that the news about the experts from Huaxia setting the questions was false. Fan Yu blinked. "Not necessarily. Who knows, maybe there will be experts tomorrow?" It's difficult. In the past, Huaxia was only invited to set the first 3 questions. Huaxia has never been invited to set the last 3 questions. So. Huang Hui shrugged. Okay. Fan Yu sounded regretful. It's almost time. Shall we go and eat? Jiang Fuyue stood up. You guys go. I have an appointment with someone. Restaurant number 3. The beautiful waitress served the food and said in beautiful Russian, "Please enjoy." Then, she walked away briskly. When she returned to the preparation area, she excitedly chatted with her friends. Oh. That guest is very handsome. I guess he must be of mixed blood. But I heard him speak Chinese. Do people from Huaxia have such prominent facial features? What did he say to you? Unfortunately, there's nothing. He looks a little cold, but he's still very handsome. Oh. Anessa, do you know that you look like you're in love right now? I think if it were him, I would be willing. Haha. Shameless. A group of beautiful Russian ladies were having a good time, their laughter crisp and clear. The organizers had specially arranged 3 good restaurants for Xie Dingyuan to be his dining area during the competition. Because he had to pay for his own expenses, very few contestants would come here. Those who came in and out were professors, researchers, and staff of the host country. Xie Dingyuan skillfully cut the steak. During the process, the aroma hit his nose, but he didn't seem to have any appetite. He couldn't help but think back to yesterday when he called Xianxia after Jiang Fuyue deleted him from her friend list. My God, do you know what time it is? Don't I need to sleep? Xie Dingyuan said, I have a question. It was a familiar opening. Xianxia wailed, why do you have questions every day? Don't answer non-emotional inquiries, and don't even talk about academic topics. Xie Dingyuan said. It's not an academic topic. Xianxia instantly sobered up. Then it's an emotional inquiry? Xie Dingyuan didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed. Xianxia immediately became excited. Tell me, what did that girl do to you? She scolded me. And deleted me. Huh? Ha 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 ha. Xianxia. Okay, I won't laugh. Ha ha ha. I really won't laugh. Ha ha ha. I really won't laugh. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I can hold it in now. Ha 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 ha. Xie Dingyuan, Xianxia laughed for a full 5 minutes before he stopped. Ahem. Now we can talk properly. Digression, second watch, 2000 words. Third watch, 1 o'clock. What was there to say? Xie Dingyuan's face darkened as he hung up the phone. Back to the present. Just as he finished eating and was about to leave, "Welcome." A familiar figure walked in. Jiang Fuyue said thank you to the waiter who opened the door for her in Russian, then began to search around. To no avail. She took out her phone and sent a message to Andre. In the next second, someone patted her right shoulder, but she suddenly turned to the left and caught the person. Andre looked annoyed. "Why didn't you look to the right?" "I was patting your right shoulder." Jiang Fuyue almost did not understand what he was saying due to his weird English accent. "You can use your mother tongue," she said. "Oh my god. You can speak Russian. And so fluently. Are you mixed blood? You don't look like it. Or a quarter?" Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched as she prepared to take a seat. Andre finally reacted and hurriedly said to the waiter, "Hello, I made a reservation in advance. May I know your name?" "Andre." "Oh. Honorable guest, please follow me with this beautiful lady." As he spoke, the two of them exchanged glances. Jiang Fuyue didn't notice and followed the waiter to the window seat. The next second, the dining cart was pushed up. But they hadn't ordered yet. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything. Suddenly, the waiter opened the door of the dining cart. In an instant, the confetti rushed toward the ceiling and fell back down in midair. Jiang Fuyue looked down and saw Andre holding a bouquet of flowers in front of her. "My dear goddess, welcome to my hometown as a guest. This is a sunflower that symbolizes light. I hope you like it." The boy had white skin. And blue eyes. His hair was chestnut-colored, and he had a tall figure. He wore a hoodie, jeans, and a pair of sneakers. He smiled brightly. "Thank you." Jiang Fuyue accepted his flowers and put them aside. The two of them sat opposite each other. She glanced at the waiter's back as he left, then at the dining cart that could spray confetti. Did you arrange all this? Do you like it?" He opened his arms and shrugged, looking satisfied. "I think it's pretty good. Goddess." To be honest, he placed his elbows on the table and leaned forward, shortening the distance between them. He had a mysterious look on his face. "You're very different from what I imagined." Jiang Fuyue took a sip of the lemon tea. "How far?" "Tell me about it." "It's just." He scratched his head. "I feel like you don't talk much, and you have a cold personality. You should be a very serious person. And I've only seen this kind of seriousness on university professors, so I've always suspected that you're an auntie who wears a suit, wears glasses, and has her hair tied up." "Oh, that's terrible." "Jiang Fuyue, but I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." When the boy said the word beautiful, his eyes lit up, but it wasn't wretched. It was pure appreciation of beautiful things. Jiang Fuyue also realized that this person was unusually talkative. "I ordered the signature dish here. If you don't like it, you can tell me. Or, we can change now. The menu is here." "Ah, you haven't told me why you can speak Russian. And why didn't you look to the right just now?" Blah blah. Xie Dingyuan had already hidden the moment Jiang Fuyue stepped into the restaurant. However, he didn't go far. Instead, he changed to another seat by the window, some distance away from the two of them. He couldn't hear what they were talking about, but he could clearly see their every move. Then, he saw the brown-haired man winking at the waiter, spraying colorful ribbons, and finally giving her flowers. Although it was just a sunflower, it was still a flower. The most infuriating thing was that Jiang Fuyue actually accepted it. She accepted it? At this moment, the brown-haired man was facing him. It wasn't hard to see the joy on his face. Not only that, but he was also particularly excited. One moment, he got close, the next moment, he stuck his head out, and the next moment, he was dancing with joy. Jiang Fuyue's back was facing him, so Xie Dingyuan couldn't see her expression at this moment. But thinking about it, she shouldn't hate it. After all, with her personality, if she wasn't happy, there was a high chance that she would just leave. Xie Dingyuan's gaze darkened as he watched the two of them chatting happily. Soon, the food was served. Andre had already cut the steak in front of him and passed it to Jiang Fuyue. Please, as he spoke, he even stood up and gave a standard gentleman's bow. Some people's upbringing was engraved in their bones. Jiang Fuyue smiled and said, "Thank you." Not far away, Xie Dingyuan snorted coldly. "Pretentious." Andre asked, Does this ID have anything to do with your name?" "Yes. My Chinese name is Jiang Fuyue." "Jiang Fuyue." Andre repeated what he had said. Unfortunately, the intonation was all wrong. Then, he closed his eyes and praised, "Oh. It's so nice to hear. Although it's not easy to pronounce, it doesn't affect it at all." Jiang Fuyue. Did this guy know what it meant? It was nice to hear. "So, you're the number one on the electronic screen? Is there a problem?" She smiled and narrowed her eyes. Andre had to admit that at that moment, he was killed. Yes, killed by a woman. Digression, Cien 99, pretentious. Pretentious, the brown-haired man, "My goddess is so beautiful." Third watch, 2000 words. Can I ask for votes? Monthly votes, recommendation votes, review votes, anything is fine. Moi. 314. He was the one who came up with the questions. When she asked about his ranking, Andre began to hesitate. Anyway, it was not on the first page of the electronic screen. Ahem. How was the steak? The change of topic was too deliberate. Jiang Fuyue did not ask any more questions. It was getting late, and the two ended their meal happily. Andre asked her if she wanted to go out for a walk. He had a car and could go to the bar in the city center. "Go ahead, I want to go back to my room to rest." Jiang Fuyue saw him take out his phone and hang up more than once. She thought that there should be a second half of the exam. "Okay, I'll send you back first." "No need, it's very close." "Okay." Andre shrugged. "I know that you're a very opinionated person. I had a feeling when we were chatting, and I'm even more certain now that I've met you." Jiang Fuyue smiled. The two parted ways. She rejected the electric car and planned to walk back. Night fell, and the air was a little cooler. When she passed by the fountain, Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks, stepped forward, took out a coin from her pocket, and gently placed it on the water surface. However, it only floated for 2 seconds before sinking. She did not believe it and took out another coin. At this moment, a tall figure stopped beside her. His bony hand held a piece of tissue and handed it to her. "Try this." Jiang Fuyue turned to look at the person and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Why are you here?" "Xie Dingyuan, the organizer, invited me to be the guest presenter." As for the identity of the person who came up with the questions, according to the rules, it had to be kept confidential before the exam ended. Jiang Fuyue took the tissue from him and spread it flat on the surface of the water. Then, she placed the coin on the surface. 2 seconds later, the tissue was full of water and slowly sank, while the coin floated steadily on the water surface. It was done. "Xie Dingyuan, why did you suddenly do this experiment?" Jiang Fuyue had a strange expression on her face. "You think I'm doing an experiment? Isn't it? The tension of the water meter lifts light and small objects because of the cohesive force of the liquid." "Wait." Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. The man was puzzled and looked at him inquiringly. "I'm not doing an experiment, thank you." With that, she turned to leave. Xie Dingyuan followed him. "Then what are you doing?" "Of course. Can't you tell?" Question mark. The man's eyes were blank. Indeed, he couldn't tell. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Many children are playing this game. "Xie Dingyuan, are you a kid?" Jiang Fuyue, just like that, the conversation died. She lowered her head and walked forward. The man followed her from a distance. He really did not seem to understand. "Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks and turned around abruptly. Xie Dingyuan was startled and quickly stopped. There was a distance of 3 steps between the two of them. "Jiang Fuyue, are you stupid?" The man pondered for a moment. "If you're talking about IQ, I think I can do it." "What the F***, Jiang Fuyue said, "Stop following me." With that, she plunged into the hotel. Xie Dingyuan was stunned as he watched the girl disappear from his sight. However, deep in his eyes, there was still confusion. Did he say something wrong again? On the other end, Jiang Fuyue entered the revolving door, walked straight through the lobby, and entered the elevator. The moment the metal door closed, she pressed the floor button and, ha 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 ha, it turned out that the famous Professor Xia was an idiot with a negative EQ. When he said that he could do it, Jiang Fuyue could not help but laugh. It was really funny. Even when she returned to her room, she still had a smile on her face. Seeing this, Fan Yu was surprised. Sister Yu, why are you so happy? Am I happy? Yes. Look. Fan Yu raised a small mirror in front of her. In the mirror, the girl's eyebrows were relaxed. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue coughed softly. That's it. Is there anything to be happy about? She thought for a while. I met a weirdo. Fan Yi? Question mark. Weirdo Professor Xia also returned to his room. However, along the way, the frown on his face did not disappear. Instead, his expression became more and more serious. He kept replaying the scene with Jiang Fuyue in his mind, from the content of their conversation to the details of their actions. As long as he wanted to, his super memory could not only reproduce the scene one by one, but it could also be played in slow motion. Even so, he couldn't find the source of the problem. Why did she suddenly become speechless and leave in big strides? Why did she turn around and ask him if he was stupid? After he answered her question, she did not say anything wrong but suddenly asked him to stop following her. Why did she do that? Jiang Fuyue's various reactions were beyond his understanding of the behavioral system. Xie Dingyuan felt that he seemed to have encountered a problem again. However, it did not matter. He would look for information and research papers. 10 minutes later, a new folder appeared on his computer desktop. He renamed it Observation Records of a Woman's Puzzle Behavior. After thinking for a while, he felt that it was not accurate enough. After all, he only observed Jiang Fuyue and did not use other women as a reference. Therefore, the folder was finally named Observation Records of Jiang Fuyue's Puzzle Behavior. According to Xie Dingyuan's usual habit of starting a research paper, a meaningful research paper would first need a strong theoretical support. Therefore, half an hour later, there were more than 20 papers in the folder, including but not limited to an analysis of Lucy Illigre's feminine discourse characteristics, who talks more between men and women. A study of the discourse behavior patterns of men and women, the mystery of a fickle woman, revealing the glimmer of female consciousness in banter, women's fickleness has a basis, misq, fickle women are the most beautiful. Everything was ready. Only in-depth research was needed. Xie Dingyuan was very confident. He even wrote the introduction for this observation record, I want to know her. Just like physicists want to explore black holes, biologists try to decipher genes. On the fourth day of the competition, at 9 a.m., the second round of IOI began. There were still 3 questions, 5 hours, and 100 marks for each question. Jiang Fuyue spent 25 minutes to solve the first 2 questions. The third question was also the grand finale of this year's IOI. She did not look at the question first. Instead, she flipped to the end to find the person who wrote the question. Xianxia from China. Xie Dingyuan, it's actually him, Jiang Fuyue frowned. Wasn't this person in the field of biochemistry? Why did he come up with questions for an information science competition? What's more, it was the grand finale. Of course, her doubts did not last long. She suppressed them for the time being. Jiang Fuyue began to look at the questions. She did not touch the first time she looked at it. She looked at it a second time. Still, she did not touch the keyboard. It was only when she looked at it for the 4th time that Jiang Fuyue finally had a definite answer to the question that had been hovering in her mind. She thought that this person was probably crazy. He actually came up with such questions. Fan Ye's ability to understand information science was not inferior to Jiang Fuyue's. This was evident from the fact that she was always able to hand in her paper after Jiang Fuyue and before everyone else. She almost always got full marks. For example, yesterday, she had easily obtained full marks and tied with Jiang Fuyue for first place. However, today, Fan Yi had finished the first 2 questions 40 minutes ago. However, she did not know where to start with the third question. She stared at the computer screen for more than half an hour. She drew one draft after another in front of her, but she still had no clue. Her eyes were dry and bitter. Her thoughts were in a mess. The next second, she slumped over the keyboard, dejected. She fell into an inexplicable depression. Wait a minute, she seemed to have overlooked something. Fanny sat up straight and looked up. When she saw the familiar back view, she could not hide her surprise. Sister Yu had not handed in her paper either. Did that mean that this question was indeed difficult? And that she was not the only one who was stumped? Fanny suddenly regained her confidence. She blinked her tired eyes, regained her energy, and read the question again. Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming's speed was slower than Fan Ye's, but they had already finished the first 2 questions. When it came to the third question, after reading it for the first time, it did not seem difficult. After all, the information was so simple that it did not seem like a competition. After reading it for the second time, it was easy. But where should I start? After reading it for the third time, it did not seem to work. Then try that, it did not seem to work either. After reading it for the 4th time, it was confused. The 2 of them were in such a state. They exchanged a look of confusion and then looked at Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi at the same time. They breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 of them were still here. However, on second thought, it was not right. Still here was scarier than not here. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. 12 o'clock. As time passed, the atmosphere in the entire examination hall became stagnant. In the last half an hour, the sound of typing stopped. The room was as quiet as a graveyard. The contestants began to turn their heads and look around. They even exchanged glances with their own teammates. Time was still ticking, but the last question was like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's path forward. That included Jiang Fuyue. Yes, she did not hand in her paper early like before. Instead, she stayed for 4 hours until now. However, she was not as anxious and impatient as the others. She sat calmly in her seat, not looking at the question or doing anything. Instead, she was deep in thought. Finally, a foreign contestant stood up and raised his doubts. Sir, I have every reason to suspect that the last question is wrong. There is no solution at all. It should not appear in this competition. What do you think? One person spoke out, and the others agreed. Even Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui could not help but nod. Fanny stole a glance at Jiang Fuyue. Seeing that she did not say anything, she stopped nodding and calmed down. Actually, it did not seem accurate enough to say that this question was wrong. That was because this was an open proposition with discussion significance. That's right, it was not a question but a proposition. The former required an answer, which was commonly known as calculating the answer. The latter, on the other hand, could not even be sure if it was correct because the proposition could be true or false. How could they solve a question that could not even guarantee the correctness of the question stem? How could they answer it? We cannot accept that such a question would appear in the IOI competition and occupy the final position. Yes. We cannot accept it. There are less than 30 minutes to the end of the examination. We request that the organizers immediately use alternative questions to replace this wrong question that is full of loopholes and give us enough time to answer it. Someone made a request. It was immediately supported by most people. The staff in the examination hall seemed to be in a difficult position. However, they could not ignore the contestants' wishes and requests. They said, "Wait a moment, I need to make a call to ask for instructions." Then, they turned around and walked out of the corridor. The hall fell silent for a moment, waiting for feedback. About 2 minutes later, the staff returned and told everyone that the question setter insisted that this question was not wrong. The organizing committee decided not to change it and asked everyone to continue answering the question. This time, everyone was furious. What bullshit T question setter? Does he understand? Why don't you try asking him? The examination hall welcomed a new wave of chaos, and everyone's emotions became more and more agitated. If this continued, there would definitely be problems. At this moment, someone said, "We want to see the person who came up with the questions." Yes. Call the person who came up with the questions. Since he said that this question is correct and we all feel that it is wrong, then let's have a face-to-face battle. The staff had no choice but to ask for instructions again. This time, he came back in less than a minute. The person who came up with the questions has agreed. He's on his way. Xie Dingyuan walked into the examination hall amidst jeers and jeers. I heard that you wanted to see me? Once he opened his mouth, he spoke in fluent English. Yes. The golden-haired man, who was the first to ask to see the question maker, stood up. He was tall and strong, and his eyes met with Xie Dingyuan. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Compared to the other party's arrogant provocation, Xie Dingyuan's expression was as usual. He asked, "What's the matter?" The blonde man had a stomach full of curses, but when he met those cold eyes, he couldn't even say a simple F***ck. You came up with the question? His arrogance was reduced by half. Xie Dingyuan nodded. Yes, it's me. This question is wrong. We can't solve it at all. We want to change the question. Xie Dingyuan asked, is the question itself wrong, or do you think it's wrong because you can't solve it? The blonde man was slightly stunned. Is it different? Is an unsolvable question not wrong, Xie Dingyuan? Of course it's different. 30 years ago, tomatoes were regarded as poisonous fruit in Europe. Doctors told everyone that eating them would be life-threatening, but now tomatoes are on the table all over the world. So please tell me, is it that tomatoes are poisonous, or that people didn't dare to taste them in the past because they thought they were poisonous? These are two different things. You can't mix them up. Xie Dingyuan, you can't solve it. It doesn't mean that it's wrong, but that your ability is limited. After that, he thought that he had explained it clearly enough, so he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Sir, please wait. Another brown-haired young man stood up and said with a smile, since you're the question setter, you must know the standard answer, right? Why don't you solve it on the spot for everyone to see? Xie Dingyuan looked at him for 2 seconds and suddenly asked, can you speak on behalf of everyone? The brown-haired young man immediately raised his voice and asked everyone, do you want to see the question setter solve it on the spot? Yes. They said in unison. The brown-haired young man raised his eyebrows and looked back. Xie Dingyuan nodded. Yes, but you know the answer. You can only get a 0 for the last question. Choose. Give up the question and get a 0, or continue to think until the end of the exam. There might be a chance. Everyone was stunned. The noisy exam room quieted down. The brown-haired young man frowned and looked at his watch. Don't be scared by him. There are only 10 minutes left until the end of the exam. You can't even complete a normal question in such a short time, let alone a wrong question. But if the question setter is unable to give the correct answer in front of everyone, it means that there is a mistake in the question itself. The organizer and the question setter will take full responsibility. Then all of us should get points. This was equivalent to gambling. If Xie Dingyuan could solve it, they would lose and get 0 points. If Xie Dingyuan couldn't solve it, everyone would win and get 100 points. I believe everyone knows what to choose. The brown-haired young man concluded. The crowd followed suit. I agree. I agree too. I'm all for it. Even Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui had to admit that under such circumstances, the brown-haired man's choice was the most beneficial for them. Of course, there were risks as well. Either he didn't get a single point or he got full marks. But on second thought, what could he do in 10 minutes? Since he already had 0 points, he might as well give it a shot. What if he managed to get a full score? The two of them looked at each other. Gao Xiaoming, do you want to raise your hand? Huang Hui looked at Jiang Fuyue subconsciously. Obviously, the latter didn't intend to give them any reminders or hints. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Raise. Fan Yi followed closely behind. No one was a fool. One after another, all the participants in the examination hall raised their hands in the air. Xie Dingyuan looked coldly at what was happening in front of him. His eyes were calm as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't care what these people chose. He confirmed one last time. Have you thought about it? Is there anyone who doesn't want to see the answer and wants to solve the question yourself? Sir, don't be long-winded. It's useless to delay time. Hurry up, everyone wants to see how you solve the question. Yes, let's see how you write down the correct steps for a wrong question and get the final answer. Oh. That will be very interesting. Ha ha ha, there were sounds of mockery from the crowd. Even so, Xie Dingyuan waited for a full 30 seconds. Seeing that no one made any other choice, he walked to the computer, sat down, put his hands on the keyboard, and got ready to start. Suddenly, I don't agree. Amidst the dead silence, Jiang Fuyue slowly stood up. Xie Dingyuan looked at her. The next second, he retracted his hands from the keyboard and looked at the rest of the people. He asked, anyone else? Wow, oh. My God. That girl must be crazy. Is she digging her own grave? How can there be such a stupid person in the world? I guess she hasn't read game theory. It's also possible that she thinks this is a movie and she needs to show her uniqueness to get attention. But people like her only deserve to be a clown. Gao Jiaoming was dumbfounded. Huang Hui was stunned. But soon, they felt that it would not be Jiang Fuyue's style if they didn't stand up. But, did she really know how to solve this, wrong question? What's more, with only 5 minutes left, IOI's simplest programming problem would take at least 10 minutes to solve, right? Digression, third watch, 2,000 words. It's time for Sister Yu to slay everyone again. She's so dazzling that 99's titanium alloy dog eyes will be blinded. She's going to perform a little fish blowing bubbles for everyone. Ooh. Degree, gurgle time was tight. Since only one person chose to continue answering the question, there was no need to clear the area. As a result, Jiang Fuyue, who was sitting in front of the computer with her fingers flying across the keyboard, instantly became the center of attention. Not only was her every move scrutinized, but they were also criticizing her. Can she do it? There are only 3 minutes left. It's no use. It's impossible to solve this question. But I see that she's very confident. What if she really has a trump card? Oh, my dear friend, you're thinking too much. Huaxia people like to play the hero and show off their superiority. Look at the result. Just wait and see. She's just asking to be humiliated. But I see that she's not in a hurry. She doesn't look like she's not confident. This is the second trait of Huaxia people. Other than playing the hero, they're also very good at pretending. Everyone, watch the time. Once the bell rings, let her hand in the paper. Not a second later. From the moment Jiang Fuyue stood up, she was already on the opposite side of the crowd. Either she failed and everyone scored, or she scored and everyone else died. The difference in position determined who was the enemy. And Jiang Fuyue accepted all of this without hesitation. It wasn't that she didn't hear the negative comments. It wasn't that she didn't feel the contempt. But she didn't care. Her eyes were only focused on the program code on the screen. Her hands moved faster and faster, and her brain was also performing precise calculations. Even those standing behind her couldn't see what was written on the rapidly scrolling programming page, let alone judge whether it was right or wrong. Everyone only felt one thing, and that was, dazzling. Gao Jiaoming squeezed to the front, and Huang Hui followed closely behind. Soon, Fan Yu didn't want to be outdone. The three of them consciously moved behind Jiang Fuyue, separating her from the crowd of onlookers like a sturdy shield. Especially at times like this, they had to be extra careful. If someone saw that Jiang Fuyue had done it and wanted to play dirty, the three of them could still stop them. Although it might not be useful, it was better than nothing. There was a chestnut-haired, blue-eyed foreigner who kept fanning the flames by the side, saying things like Huaxia people, arrogant, hypocritical, and deceitful, all kinds of slander. Gao Jiaoming turned his head coldly. Shut up, you idiot. Huang Hui, this is not a dog farm. Please keep quiet. Thank you for your cooperation. The foreigner, oh. I forgot to mention one thing just now. Chinese people are very vulgar. Before he could finish his words, a heavy punch landed on his abdomen. The man cried out in pain and retreated. His face was pale, but he didn't forget to search for the culprit. But there were so many people around that it could have been anyone. The biggest suspects were the two Huaxia teenagers who had just quarreled with him. However, their position and angle made it impossible for them to hit his abdomen. On the other hand, the girl next to him might be the culprit. But looking at how skinny and malnourished he was, how could he have so much strength? The foreigner ruled her out first. He didn't know that Fan Yi was moving her fingers to relieve the discomfort. She thought to herself, this foreigner's skin is quite thick. Even my hand hurts. 1 minute left. Jiang Fuyue's speed was getting faster and faster, and her expression was getting more and more serious. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. At the last second, Jiang Fuyue hit the enter button. Time was up. The girl got up from her seat and took half a step back. It meant that the exam was over and she had handed in her paper. Wow, did she really solve it? Who knows if it's just nonsense? We'll know when we see the test results. Don't worry, this question is impossible. The questions are all uncertain. There's no way to solve it. Yes, it's this feeling of being unable to grasp it. Gao Jiaoming and Huang Hui looked at each other. Let's bet? Bet on what? A meal. Huang Hui nodded. Okay, then I guess sister you can solve it. No. I guess she can too. How does this count? Huang Hui shrugged his shoulders. I'm not going to change it. Believe in sister you and you'll get a meal. I also think that sister you can solve it. Fan Yi suddenly interrupted and winked at the two of them. Gao Jiaoming. Then what's the point of betting? Under everyone's gaze, Xie Dingyuan walked to the computer and started the test run. The page jumped a few times, and a large amount of complicated codes appeared. During the process, the screen froze and flashed black. But after a few seconds, it resumed. Everyone held their breaths, and their eyes were glued to the screen. However, after a minute, the test run was still ongoing. After 2 minutes, it was still ongoing. After 5 minutes, it was still the same. What's going on? Is the computer broken? It doesn't make sense. Normally, a test run would be over in a few seconds. How can it drag on for 5 minutes? But the interface looks normal. There's no lag. What kind of test run lasted for more than 5 minutes? It's amazing. Andre did not manage to squeeze to the front, so he missed the opportunity to see his goddess program. At the moment, he was mixed in with the crowd and was pushed around. He could only deduce the situation from the discussions in front of him. Suddenly, he heard someone say, the test run lasted for more than 5 minutes. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His friend saw this and asked, what are you thinking about? Andre, Cass, what do you mean by running for a long time? The more data and calculations there are, the more time it takes. Otherwise, how could there be a supercomputer? Bingo! Andre snapped his fingers. You mean, the amount of calculations in her program has exceeded the capacity of a normal computer? That's not right. Overloading would cause the computer to crash, but the computer is still running. So, not only did she finish writing a high-intensity calculation program in 5 minutes, but she also controlled the amount of data output within the capacity of a normal computer. This requires another program, TISC. His friend gasped. 5 minutes. That's impossible. You must be kidding. Andre shook his head and raised his index finger. It's impossible for you and me, but it's possible for her. Sir, what's the result? We can't keep waiting like this, right? Some people started to get impatient. Waiting always made people anxious, and their confidence was slowly draining away. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue, from the beginning to the end, until now, seemed to be engraved in her bones and showed in her every movement. She just stood there and did nothing, but she could make people feel the existence of pressure. The calmer she was, the more panicked they were. How long will it take? Are you kidding us? Sir, can you give us a specific time? Everyone was talking at once, but Xie Dingyuan was not moved. No one dared to go overboard. Just like the blonde man who wanted to swear in the beginning, in front of such an indiscernible man with an aura, fear seemed to have become instinctive. He had to think twice before acting presumptuously. Xie Dingyuan only looked at the screen and did not look at the people around him. He turned a deaf ear to the discussions and requests around him. The point was that no one could do anything to him. Jiang Fuyue once again felt the pride of this man. He even felt a little disdainful. He did not want to argue with a group of fools, nor did he want to talk to them. Although this kind of emotion was very subtle and he hid it very well, it still did not escape Jiang Fuyue's eyes. Love and hate, joy and disgust, there seemed to be a clear distinction between Xie Dingyuan. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood his pride. Many times, pride might make you look arrogant and not likable enough, but it could draw a line between you and an idiot in the shortest time. Jiang Fuyue suddenly realized that she had been treated as an idiot by Xie Dingyuan. Tisk, fortunately, she had turned the tables. Seeing that the commotion was getting more and more intense, Xie Dingyuan was still not moved. The staff of the examination hall braced themselves and came forward to discuss with him in a polite tone. Professor Xia, look at the situation now. Should we say something? 10 minutes. Ah? Xie Dingyuan, let's wait for another 10 minutes. The results will be out. The staff was overjoyed and hurriedly told everyone. The scene was quickly calmed down. Suddenly, Xie Dingyuan, why don't you take this time to tell us your thoughts? Anyway, the results are out. If someone is not convinced, you still have to say it. Jiang Fuyue looked up and was caught off guard by the man's gaze. She paused for half a second before she realized that she had been cued. Digression, 3,000 words. 12 o'clock. Before Jiang Fuyue could answer, the people around her had already started to mock her. That's right. Tell us, how did you solve the wrong questions? Ha ha ha. You're too mean. Can you solve the wrong question? Isn't the answer just wrong on top of wrong? That's great. It's ridiculously wrong. Ha ha ha, laughter and mockery filled the room. Fan Ye's cheeks were red with anger. We don't even know the result yet. How can they say that? She clenched her fists as she said that. Gao Jiaoming's heart trembled as he watched. He felt that she would rush up to those who were making the most noise in the next second. That wouldn't do, he quickly persuaded her, don't be angry. We'll slap their faces when the result is out. Ahem. Don't be impulsive. There are so many people here. Fan Yu finally gave up. Say it. The professor has already called her name. Why aren't you saying anything? I think she's scared. If she's scared, she should just admit defeat. We don't have to wait anymore. It's a waste of time. Jiang Fuyue looked up coldly and glanced at those who were making the most noise. Suddenly, she stepped forward. The other party swallowed. What are you doing? Are you going to beat us up? I'll tell you, we're not scared. Although she said that she was not scared, her eyes were already filled with fear. She subconsciously leaned back. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She kept her cold expression and said casually, excuse me. I want to use the whiteboard. Don't you understand? You're blocking my way. They moved aside and the crowd also made a path in the middle. Jiang Fuyue walked straight to the stage and stood in front of the whiteboard. This question, in essence, is a P/NP question with the beginner thinking. She took off the cap of her black marker pen and turned to write, versus NP. Everyone below the stage was dumbfounded. What's this? I've been learning programming since junior high. Why haven't I heard of it before? Is it difficult? I don't know. Someone immediately took out his phone, opened the browser, and started to search for information. Jiang Fuyue said calmly, 1971, Stephen Cook and Leonid Levin independently raised the question of whether two complexity classes P and NP are equal, that is P equal to NP? Simply put, P refers to a problem that can be quickly solved by a computer, and NP refers to a problem that we want to find the optimal solution to. If P equals NP, then we can easily find the solution to any given problem. 1. This means that society as we know it will undergo a huge change. Medicine, science, entertainment, and the automation of all tasks in human society will immediately undergo a qualitative leap. Let me give you an example. For the problem of how to treat lung cancer, we have P treatment plans. Once P equals NP, then NP is the best plan we are looking for. Jiang Fuyue, the above is the essential message conveyed by this question. You think it's wrong because the problem hasn't been solved yet. The Clay Mathematics Research Institute in the United States announced 7 problems on May 24, 2000. The P/NP problem ranked before the Hodge conjecture, Poincaré conjecture, Riemann's conjecture, Yang-Mills existence, and mass gap. These problems echoed the 23 historical mathematical problems proposed by German mathematician David Hilbert in Paris in 1900. Of course, after 100 years, many of these 23 problems have been solved. The solution of the Millennium Prize problem is a continuation of the past and also a continuation of the future. It is very likely to bring about a breakthrough in modern cryptography, aerospace, communications, and other fields. Everyone was even more confused after hearing the explanation. Didn't they just solve an IOI competition question? How did it relate to cryptography, aerospace, and the automation of human society? Gulp, Gao Xiaoming swallowed his saliva. I suddenly feel that I'm not worthy. Huang Hui turned around and looked at him blankly. Who isn't? What the hell? They're actually using this kind of unsolved problem as a competition question? Is the person who came up with the question crazy, or am I getting carried away? Don't take it out of context. The question isn't asking you to prove that P equals NP. It's just that the complexity of the optimal solution is fundamentally different. No wonder the trial run took so long to pick out the optimal solution NP from P. The amount of calculation and complexity can be imagined. What's wrong, everyone? Don't be misled by her words. Even if this question is correct, it's still beyond the syllabus. It shouldn't appear in the IOI exam. However, some people looked up the information and slowly came to their senses. It's not beyond the syllabus. What? This is the knowledge in the field of computational complexity theory in theoretical information science. It's in the syllabus. Look it up if you don't believe me. Are you stupid? The golden-haired leader gritted his teeth. If it's not beyond the syllabus, we'll get 0 points. What gold medal? Don't even think about it. But the truth is right in front of us. Everyone was speechless. At that moment, the trial run results were out. Jiang Fuyue scored full marks. As for the rest, they were all 0 light. Finally, Xie Dingyuan asked her, "Do you have anything else to say?" Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment and said, "If we had a supercomputer, the results would be out faster." Everyone was speechless. Just like yesterday, the scores of more than 300 contestants were displayed on the electronic screen as soon as they walked out of the examination hall. First place, Jiang Fuyue, full marks, 600. Second place, Fan Yi, 500. Third place, Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui, tied. At this point, Huaxiao's team was in the top 4 of this year's IOI. One of them even scored full marks. It was worth mentioning that Andre was in 8th place. The gold medal was in the bag. Congratulations. Xie Dingyuan extended his hand to her. Jiang Fuyue looked up but did not shake his hand. Instead, she patted the back of his hand gently and said, "Professor Xie, your finale question made me 100 points ahead of the 2nd place. I'm very curious, how do you feel now? You are fully deserving of this title." Is that a compliment? Xie Dingyuan, wasn't I obvious enough? Jiang Fuyue smiled. She smiled faintly and said, "You're not bad yourself." He was able to integrate the essence of the P/NP questions within the scope of the examination syllabus and make all the contestants in the examination hall protest collectively. Then, he made a counterattack and gave away duck eggs for free. In terms of ruthlessness, Xie Dingyuan was even more ruthless. All of this was enough to leave a deep mark in the history of IOI's development. Decades or even centuries later, computer enthusiasts would know that a long time ago, there was a Huaxia biochemist called Xie Dingyuan. Yes, you heard it right. He was a biochemist. This big boss was invited by the organizers to come up with the finale question for a certain IOI. In the end, only one contestant scored full marks for this question. The rest of the contestants were all defeated. How is it? Does this count as going down in history? Jiang Fuyue stood still, turned around, and put her hands behind her back. She smiled at him with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Xie Dingyuan nodded. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Sounds good, he said. Jiang Fuyue clicked her tongue and heard him continue. Congratulations to you too. As the only person who scored full marks for the finale of this year's IOI, he stood out from the rest of the zeros. If I can leave my name in the annals of history, you will definitely be part of it. Xianxia, so I should thank you? The man replied, you're welcome. You're still panting when I say you're fat. Xie Dingyuan asked again, what do you think about the P/NP question? Xianxua's eyes flashed. What do you mean? I've seen all your programming steps. The others only paid attention to whether the test run was correct or not. Only Xie Dingyuan watched the entire process of her coding. Xianxua's brain, eyes, and hands were much more outstanding than he had imagined. Such excellence made his heart race uncontrollably. For a moment, he even felt that this girl's entire body was glowing. That glow made him not dare to touch her, but he did not dare to reach out. He could only warn himself over and over again, take it slow and be careful. So? The girl looked at him and smiled casually. So what if you've seen it? Xie Dingyuan directly said, if you continue to diverge along the train of thought, you might be able to solve the P/NP question in less than 50 years. There was once a scientist who predicted that it would take at least 50 years or even longer to solve the P/NP question. Xianxia, are you kidding me? Xie Dingyuan, how do you know that the joke won't come true? The Russian mathematician, Grigory. Didn't Perelman prove the Poincaré conjecture? Xianxia calmly replied, Grigory is an international mathematician. Perelman was an internationally renowned mathematician, and I was just a high school student. Professor Xia thinks too highly of me. Xie Dingyuan looked at her deeply. Why? Do you think that the P/NP question won't be solved in 50 years? Xianxia did not respond. Xie Dingyuan, according to reliable news, the Navier-Stokes existence and smoothness problem is about to be solved. 2 of the 7 Millennium Prize problems have been solved. Does that mean that the P/NP question is not far from being solved? The girl frowned and her eyes gradually became alert. What are you trying to say? Xie Dingyuan did not miss the alert look in her eyes. He smiled bitterly in his heart but did not show it on his face. Maybe I can not only be an academic mentor, but also a life mentor? Xianxia wanted to laugh, but she held it in. She let out a long "oh" and said, so you're using me as a practice partner. The man said in all seriousness, I think we're friends. Xianxia remained calm. Friends? It seems that I misunderstood and thought that you wanted to be my life mentor. A bright light flashed in Xie Dingyuan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He wanted to. He really wanted to. He really, really wanted to, but he couldn't say it now. He had to plan slowly. So, can you tell me your real thoughts now? When it came to academics, Xie Dingyuan had a stubborn rigor, which made him look serious and professional. For the first time, Xianxia realized that as Professor Xia, this man was charming and valuable. Even though he still maintained his arrogant attitude, his cold eyes did not seem so annoying anymore. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. Xianxia, this person is quite pleasing to the eye when he's not annoying. Love is the process of a man and a woman discovering each other's strengths. It can't be rushed. 99 Don't rush. Xianxia suddenly looked up at Xie Dingyuan. Actually, I don't think P necessarily equals NP. Although there are many computer scientists and mathematicians working in this direction, trying to prove the existence of the equation. This idea could no longer be described as bold, it was even a little crazy. It was like someone suddenly jumping out and saying, I think there is a problem with Newtonian mechanics. This approach was obviously standing on the opposite side of the mainstream, strenuous and unrewarding. This was also the main reason why Xianxia had kept her mouth shut when Xie Dingyuan had asked her just now, refusing to say anything. But now she changed her mind. After seeing this man's seriousness and professionalism in scientific research, she was suddenly very curious about his attitude in the face of academic paradox. To be honest, Xianxia was not too optimistic. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, it was not difficult to find that Xie Dingyuan was a very independent and opinionated person. To a certain extent, the arrogance in his bones also meant that he was arbitrary, and such people were mostly stubborn, their views on established things were difficult to change. This was also why scientists, especially those with high academic status and good achievements, often gave people a stereotype of a strange temper and difficult to get along with. But in fact, Xie Dingyuan's reaction was much calmer than Jiang Fuyue imagined. After hearing such an almost heretical idea, he did not even show a trace of surprise. If P does not equal NP, then it means that all problems cannot be solved by automated methods, he said. Jiang Fuyue nodded, her eyes shining, not missing any expression on his face. At that moment, the girl's focus in her eyes once again made the man's heart beat faster. However, the voice that came out of his mouth was still calm and self-controlled. That doesn't matter, he said, knowing which tools are not good also helps people to find better tools, right? Jiang Fuyue was surprised by his vision. A person who could accept the same kind could be praised for being broad-minded, but if he could also accept the different kind at the same time, then his ambition was definitely not limited to a square inch. Would God care about ants fighting? No. Because his height determined that he could only look at the world, at the earth and observe the human world. What were ants? What did it matter if they fought or not? Xie Dingyuan, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Fuyue suddenly came back to her senses and smiled. I suddenly found something interesting. Can I know? She shook her head. No. Oh. She sounded a little depressed. Xie Dingyuan, if you want to prove that P is not equal to NP, you have to prove that there is no algorithm that can solve some NP problems, including those that have not been discovered. But in practice it's hard to prove that it's impossible to do something even though it's not logically impossible. Jiang Fuyue, since it's not impossible, it means that it's possible, right? This was the charm of scientific research. After all, when Einstein said that there was a problem with Newtonian mechanics and that it was only applicable to low-speed movements, the theory of relativity was born. Xie Dingyuan nodded. There was a different kind of emotion surging in his eyes as he looked at her with admiration. Last question. Jiang Fuyue met his gaze. Her eyes were clear and bright as if she could see through everything. Since you agree with my idea, have seen through my train of thought, and have even diverged from it, why don't you prove it yourself? From the first sentence to the last sentence, Xie Dingyuan was trying to guide her to solve this problem. Why? Jiang Fuyue asked again. The man did not answer directly. He only said, let me tell you a story. A psychologist did an experiment with a mathematician as a research subject. He locked the mathematician in a small wooden house with some kindling on the ground and a table with a bucket of water on the table. Then, the psychologist lit the kindling on the ground. The mathematician put out the fire with the bucket on the table. Then, the psychologist did another experiment. He still locked the mathematician in the wooden house with the table, the bucket, and the kindling. But this time, the bucket was placed on the ground near the pile of kindling. Then, the psychologist set the fire again. Xie Dingyuan, what do you think the mathematician did? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows, put out the fire? The man shook his head. The mathematician put the bucket on the table and waited. The psychologist and his colleagues saved him from the burning wooden house and asked angrily, why didn't you put out the fire like last time? Jiang Fuyue was also wondering why. Xie Dingyuan paused for 2 seconds and smiled. The mathematician said, I have reduced the problem to a situation that has been solved before. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, Sister Yu. It was Fan Yi, Gao Xiaoming, and Huang Hui. Xie Dingyuan looked at her deeply. I have reduced the P/NP problem to a category that has been solved before, so I won't do it again. But for you, I think it should still be fresh and attractive. Finally, congratulations on winning with full marks. I hope that there will be better news in the near future. Then, he turned around and left. Jiang Fuyue stood there and was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted. What did he mean by, I have reduced the problem to a category that has been solved before and it's still fresh to you? Was he mocking her for not being as fast as him? Jiang Fuyue could feel the arrogance and depression coming at her face. Just you wait. Eh? Is that the question maker? Fan Yi looked in the direction Xie Dingyuan left and whispered. Huang Hui nodded, yes. Gao Xiaoming also agreed. However, the three of them did not ask further. They were still immersed in the excitement of knowing the results. Their eyes were full of joy. Fan Yi, Sister Yu, our Huaxia team is really good, right? She looked like she was asking for praise. Yes. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but pinch her face lightly. You are very good. Hee, just a little bit. Although I can't compare to you, I'm already very satisfied. Before this, no one on the floating island had ever participated in any subject competition, let alone won an international award. Gao Jiaoming laughed, you are quite thick-skinned. Ahem. Huang Hui coughed heavily to remind him to watch his mouth and be more friendly to girls. Fan Yi snorted and raised her chin slightly, no matter how thick it is, it's not as thick as yours. This was true because Gao Jiaoming was fat. In order to celebrate the award, Jiang Fuyue treated everyone to steak at the hotel restaurant. The three of them insisted on going Dutch, but Jiang Fuyue asked, who is the captain? Her question made him speechless. You. Then listen to me. Oh. The steak was authentic filet mignon with appetizer, main course, and dessert. Needless to say, the taste was completely incomparable to the piles of mass-produced food in the buffet area. After eating and drinking to their fill, the four of them took a taxi to the city center. That's right, it was time to buy local specialties again. Gao Jiaoming found it too little, so he went back and took 2 more. Hee. I bought these for my 2 little cousins. I almost forgot, how could they not buy vodka in Country E? Because of the weight, Jiang Fuyue only bought 2 bottles. She remembered that Jantar drank alcohol. But he wasn't addicted. Occasionally, he would drink with Han Yunru. It was a rare romantic moment between a husband and wife. When the sky turned dark, the 4 of them bought everything they needed to buy and took a taxi back to the hotel. It was a good night's sleep. The next morning, the sun in Cosmo dispelled the coldness of the night, and the earth was bright again. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the award ceremony was held in the university hall. Jiang Fuyue, as the top scorer with full marks, was the first to go on stage. She personally received the bouquet and gold medal from Xie Dingyuan. This is the second time, he said. The first time was at the award ceremony of the national physics competition. At that time, this person was extremely arrogant. He didn't even look at people when he walked in front of them. If he had a tail, it would be pointing to the sky. But this time, he was much more pleasing to the eye. Maybe it was because they were considered acquaintances now. Jiang Fuyue, Professor Xia is not only the guest of honor in the physics competition, but also the winner of the information competition. He's really versatile. Xie Dingyuan, I know a lot more, he said seriously. Jiang Fuyue, of course, he added, you're not bad either. Oh. She was expressionless. Should she thank him for the compliment? Xie Dingyuan, ? Did I say something wrong again? Digression, 3,000 words. Second watch, 12 o'clock. During the award ceremony, the 4 members of Huaxia's team, Qing Yishui, stood in a row with Jiang Fuyue in front of them and flowers in their hands. There was no need to mention how cool that posture was. Kacha, the foreign media's cameras recorded this glorious moment. Soon, the news of the 4 members of Huaxia's national team taking the top 3 spots in this year's IOI spread back to China. The time difference between Cosmos and China was very small. It was early in the morning in Huaxia, and the office workers were just starting to get busy. On the subway, some young white-collar workers were reading the news on their phones, while some old men were listening to the radio with their earphones. Soon, they all heard the same news. In a certain residential building of Q University in Beijing, Old Yan, you're up? Teacher Yan's wife poured him a glass of warm water and placed it on the table. Yan Zhenfeng finished drinking and looked at the empty table. He asked his wife, you didn't make breakfast today? Yes, it's on the stove. Go get it yourself. She did not even look up as she sat on the sofa and stared at her phone. Yan Zhenfeng was puzzled. Didn't she usually put the bowl in front of him and hand him the chopsticks? Today was strange. Even so, he went into the kitchen obediently. Soon, he brought the soy milk and coarse grain buns to the living room. He placed them on the coffee table and was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he leaned over and asked, what are you looking at? You're so focused. I'm looking at the genius beauty. What? Teacher Yen frowned. Eat your breakfast. You're blocking my light. Yan Zhenfeng quietly retracted his head. Just as he was squatting in a corner and eating his buns alone, suddenly, old Yan. It says that Jiang Fuyue is a member of the Ipo national team this year. Is she your student? Yan Zhenfeng had never thought that he would hear the name Jiang Fuyue from his wife one day. He was a little stunned. Teacher Yan's wife could not wait any longer. She could not help but push him. I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Yes, there is such a student. Mrs. Yan's eyes lit up. She raised the screen in front of him and confirmed with surprise, is it her? Yan Zhenfeng nodded. Yes. The next second, he saw the headline of the news and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. All the members of the IOI national team had won gold this year. Jiang Fuyue had won first place in the information competition after winning first place in Ipo. First place? Full marks? The steamed bun in Yan Zhenfeng's hand fell out of shock. It rolled on the floor twice and stopped moving. What? You don't know? Mr. Xian was surprised. Then you're too careless, no. How could I not care about myself? He won an award for IOI. I don't teach information science. How can I be concerned? She's a student from your summer camp. Don't you know if she participated in the information science competition? Ahem. Yan Zhenfeng rubbed his nose. He knew, but he never thought that Jiang Fuyue would win an award. First place with full marks at that, to think that he thought that this girl was just fooling around and joining in on the fun. Great. It was a slap in the face. TSK, it really hurt. Qin Libin and Sun Kun also saw the news. They had agreed to play tennis at the city stadium today. They had just changed their clothes and was about to lock their phones in their lockers when a push notification popped up. Qin Libin was about to cross it off without thinking. One look and one could tell that he did this often. It had become a habit. Suddenly, his fingertips paused. A familiar name came into view. Jiang Fuyue, he clicked on it. His expression changed from nonchalance to shock. Sun Kun. Sun Kun. Come quickly. What's wrong? Are you calling my soul? Hurry. Sun Kun ran out. He did not even have time to pull out the heels of his shoes. His sneakers were like slippers as he ran. What happened? He asked nervously. See for yourself. Qin Libin handed his phone over. Sun Kun took it and looked down in confusion. 5 seconds later, oh my god. IOI won an award too. This was a question. Qin Libin's mouth twitched. Official media. It was just released. How can it be fake? Holy sh*t. Full marks again. Does she do wholesale? Digression, Sister Yu, the best wholesaler in history. She doesn't buy goods. She only scores. Smile, second watch. 1,000 words. Third watch. This question echoed the thoughts of countless Huashan netizens. How did she do it? I suspect that the little vixen who scored full marks is pestering her. I'm not asking for much. Please let me be half as good as her and get first place in a competition. Previous poster, I suspect you're not awake yet. I'm tired of saying the word outstanding. This tells us that there is no contradiction between a beautiful appearance and a smart brain. Oh, no, it doesn't exist in her. Please read more news like this in the future. Thank you. Isn't it better to watch a goddess dominate a competition than to watch celebrities fight each other? I bet a pack of spicy bars that we can still see Jiang Fuyue at the International Mathematical Olympiad in October. Raise the bet, 2 packs. 3 packs. So, is the goddess going to get first place in the 3 major competitions this year? I don't know if she's going to do it or not, but as a programmer who has worked for 5 years, I can tell you very responsibly that this year's IOI final question is the most difficult in history. It also involves knowledge related to the Millennium Prize problems. I don't know which expert came up with it. However, that's not important. What's important is that out of more than 300 contestants from all over the world, only Jiang Fuyue managed to solve it. Architect reporting for duty. I'm also a programmer. I'm curious about how Jiang Fuyue managed to solve that question. Is there a guru who can enlighten me? It was lively here. Jiang Fuyue and the other three boarded the flight back home after the closing ceremony ended. It's you? Jiang Fuyue watched as the man sitting next to her removed the newspaper in front of him, revealing a familiar face. Xie Dingyuan, what a coincidence. Jiang Fuyue. To be honest, it was not a coincidence to meet this person in economy class. The flight took off 20 minutes later. Were you the one who came up with the spring problem in the Ipo theory section? The girl suddenly asked. Xie Dingyuan closed the newspaper and subconsciously wanted to ask the flight attendant to take it away. However, he quickly realized that he was sitting in economy class. He looked embarrassed and casually placed the newspaper into the storage bag behind the front seat. Why do you ask? It's very much like your style. Her firm answer made the man chuckle. It seems that you know me quite well. So, it was really you? Xie Dingyuan did not answer, but his silence at this moment was equivalent to tacit agreement. TSK, you're shouldering the grand finale questions of 2 competitive disciplines by yourself. You're really capable. I've refused in the past, he said. Only this year was an exception. As for why, Xie Dingyuan tilted his head slightly and looked at the girl's slightly lonely side profile. The sunlight shone on her face, making her look almost transparent. The moment Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him, the man quickly looked away. Therefore, what Jiang Fuyue saw was the same indifferent face as usual, as if he was born to lack emotions and desires, living without the slightest trace of worldly affairs. However, if she looked closer, she would find that the man's ears had quietly turned red, and his Adam's apple was unconsciously moving slightly. Xie Dingyuan coughed softly to cover up his loss of composure. You're done asking. Is it my turn to ask now? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What did she have that was worth asking? However, she said calmly, go ahead. Xie Dingyuan, what color do you like? Huh? Jiang Fuyue felt that she might have heard wrongly. The man repeated himself, enunciating clearly, what color do you like? Every word was enunciated. Digression, 3 chapters, 1,000 words. Tomorrow, October 25th, there will be an explosive update purple. Xie Dingyuan, what color don't you like? Jiang Fuyue, that's the second question. The man was stunned. Isn't this reciprocity? Once you're done, it's my turn. You can only continue after I'm done. All right. He nodded. What do you want to ask? Why didn't you accept the 30,000 yuan I transferred to you through WeChat? Xie Dingyuan, it's just a plane ticket. It's nothing. But I promised you 10 times the reward, Xie Dingyuan, since it's a reward, I can choose to give it up, right? Jiang Fuyue, in theory, it's not a problem, but, alright, I don't want it. Jiang Fuyue, were you the one who paid the bill at the hot pot restaurant that day? She clearly remembered that it was 562 yuan. Yes. Why? Xie Dingyuan, it was convenient. Giving her the plane ticket was a piece of cake, paying the bill was convenient, he had quite a lot of hands, however, Jiang Fuyue still had to say, thank you. You're welcome. Anyway, you already owe me many meals. I'll make it up to you in the future. Huaxia, 9 o'clock at night, the plane landed at Beijing Airport. Jiang Fuyue and the other 3 officially said goodbye. Gao Jiaoming and Huang Hui took a connecting flight home. Fan Yu took a bus to T-City overnight and took a boat back to Duefu from Jin Port the next morning. Sister Yu, will we meet again? The little girl's eyes were filled with tears. Yes. Duefu's situation was special. Due to the lack of a standardized education system, there were no schools on the island, let alone middle school and college entrance exams. Naturally, there was no college entrance examination and higher education unless the children were sent out of the island at a young age and raised outside. However, this was almost impossible for the conservative and old-fashioned islanders of Duefu. Originally, Fan Ye's fate was no different from the ordinary younger generation of Duefu. However, the IOI gold medal this time gave her a chance to change her fate. If nothing goes wrong, Hugh University and B University's special recruitment notice should be sent to the island soon. Take note of it. Sister Yu, will you be going to Q University or B University? This question, we'll see. Can you tell me when you've made up your mind? The little girl stammered. I want to go to the same university as you, alright. Gao Jiaoming, and us. Huang Hui nodded in agreement. Jiang Fuyue raised her wrist and looked at her watch. It's almost time. Let's go. Remember to keep yourself safe when you get home. See you again. See you again. This separation was for the sake of a better reunion in the future. They all knew. Therefore, even though he felt melancholy, he still had a smile on his face. Jiang Fuyue bought a plane ticket back to Linhui the next morning, so she planned to stay at a nearby hotel for the night. Xie Dingyuan had not finished his experiment at Q University. His assistant drove over to pick him up. He waited outside for 20 minutes, but he did not see anyone. Didn't you say that we're already here? At this moment, Xie Dingyuan was standing in front of Jiang Fuyue. His suitcase was placed beside his feet. You haven't told me what color you don't like. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Is this question important? Is it worth asking all the way from the plane to the ground, Xie Dingyuan? There's no difference between important and unimportant questions. There's only the difference between what can be solved and what can't be solved. Logically speaking, a problem that can't be solved at all doesn't exist. You should go study philosophy. Xie Dingyuan nodded. I've studied it for a while. Jiang Fuyue. Oh. You're still the best. Then what color do you not like? No. Huh? Jiang Fuyue looked up. There's no color I don't like. The man nodded and left thoughtfully. Before he left, he suddenly turned around. Jiang Fuyue was alarmed. She was afraid that he would ask her, what color do you like, what color do you dislike, and other similar questions. Fortunately, Xie Dingyuan only reminded her. Be careful. You can call me if you need anything. Okay. Call? Of course not. Jiang Fuyue had a dreamless night. The next day, she boarded a direct flight to Linhui from Imperial Capital. That night, Xie Dingyuan wrote in Jiang Fuyue's observation record of doubtful behavior, I like purple. There's no color I don't like. But the opposite of dislike is like. Then, there's no color I don't like can be translated as I like all colors. But why did she only say purple? Han Yunru and Jantar only learned that their daughter was going home last night. They asked for the flight information and arrival time and waited at the airport half an hour in advance. Honey, do you think my collar is wrinkled again? Jantar pulled the sides of his neck. He was a little uncomfortable. Han Yunru, let me see. Why are you sweating again? No wonder it's so wrinkled. Who asked you to fasten all the buttons? You deserve it. Looking at his wife's angry eyes, he smiled embarrassedly. I haven't worn this shirt for many years. I remember that the last time I got married to you, the buttons were all fastened. Besides, don't those young people in TV dramas wear shirts and ties like this? You said it yourself, it's time for marriage. Are we married now? Hee hee. He did not refute and only smiled. Helpless, Han Yunru explained in a gentle voice, decades have passed, and the times are changing. Clothing habits will also change. As she spoke, she reached out to loosen the first 2 buttons of his shirt. Now, everyone seeks comfort, Jantar, what do you mean by comfort? You wear what's comfortable. Hee hee. Then I think sweats, shorts, and cold slippers are the most comfortable. Unfortunately, his wife did not agree. As expected, Han Yunru could not help but roll her eyes at him. You're here to pick up your daughter. Aren't you embarrassed to dress like that? But didn't you say that you want to be comfortable? Under his wife's gentle gaze, Jiang De barely stopped himself from saying the last 2 words. I was indeed embarrassed, so I listened to you and wore a shirt. It's not wrinkled anymore, right? Han Yunru took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the sweat off his neck. Hearing this, she nodded. It's better. Han Yunru tidied up Jantar and began to check herself. Honey, do you think my hair is messy? Is the color of the dress too bright? The length of the hem should be okay, right? Is it too short? Jantar, it's not messy. The color of the dress is just right. You have fair skin, so it's suitable for a fresh color. The husband and wife checked each other and did the final preparations. They both wanted to appear in front of their daughter in their best condition. Xianxia also came. He carried a small school bag and ran to the front. He stretched his neck and stared at every passenger coming out, hoping to see his sister first. She was looking forward to it, and many people turned their heads to look at her. Wu Qian followed behind, keeping a distance of 1 step. His eyes were fixed on the little guy. He was mainly responsible for his safety and took pictures with his phone as material for video editing. He was now used to carrying a handheld tripod with him when he went out so that he could record Jiangchenxing's daily life at any time. Uncle Wu, is my sister here yet? Wu Qian held the tripod with one hand and raised the other to look at his watch. Soon. Okay. Xianxia happily turned back and continued to stare at the exit. His focused little eyes, expectant little expression, and limbs that were ready to rush forward at any time were cute no matter how you looked at it. Wu Qian smiled like an old father. Meanwhile, the real old man was flirting with his wife. Suddenly, sister. Xianxia rushed forward like a little cannonball and hugged the girl's straight and slender leg. Jiang Fuyue had just come out, and then a little monkey was hanging on her leg. Are you a koala? If I were a koala, you would become a tree. He wrinkled his little nose and shook his head. This is not good. Jiang Fuyue touched his soft hair. You seem to have grown taller. Really? Uncle Wu said so too. The little shorty loved to hear people praise him for growing taller. Immediately, his face was full of excitement. Wu Qian walked up and moved his lips. Suddenly, he didn't know how to address Jiang Fuyue. Boss, Miss, President Jiang, they didn't seem to be suitable. In the end, Jiang Fuyue spoke first. Uncle Wu, you've worked hard. It's not hard, it's not hard. Hearing the 2 words Uncle Wu, he was flattered and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. After knowing that Xianxia had suffered after he left Yimi, he felt guilty. Every time he saw Jiang Fuyue, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He was afraid. He was afraid that she would blame him, but it was all right now. Digression, 3,000 words. Second watch, 12 o'clock. Soon, Jantar and Han Yunru noticed their daughter's arrival and hurried forward. Dad, Mom. Jantar was moved, but he didn't know what to do. He wanted to go forward, but he couldn't let go. He just kept muttering, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Han Yunru pulled her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for half a month, into her arms. You're finally back. Jiang Fuyue felt the softness and warmth of the hug and smiled. Let's go home. They walked out of the hall. Xianxia held Jiang Fuyue's hand and refused to let go, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Sister. Sister. Is Eston fun? Han Yunru, I'm going there for the competition, not for fun. Oh. Jiang Fuyue, it's fun, but it's a little cold. Is it colder than Harbin? He had read in a geography book that the coldest place in Huaxia in winter was Harbin. Yes. Eston is further north of Harbin. Is it snowing? It's not where I went, but Eston is very big. It should be snowing in other higher areas. Xianxia looked forward to it. It must be beautiful. When you grow up, go and see for yourself. Can I? Then when can I grow up? The couple walked in front, and the siblings followed behind. They walked all the way to the parking lot diagonally opposite. Wu Qian drove the company's car out today. It was a domestic Volkswagen. It wasn't expensive, but it had a lot of power and was relatively fuel efficient. It was a cost-effective car. The car sped all the way until it stopped in front of the Imperial Heaven Palace and was stopped by the guards. Jantar lowered the window and inserted the pass. It's Brother Jiang. It's rare to see you at this time. The guards greeted him warmly. Jantar was the only owner who would give out cigarettes to the guards and security guards. He usually drove in and out of the building on his motorbike and kept a low profile. He would greet them when he saw them and didn't put on airs at all. Compared to the other arrogant owners, Jantar was like a clear stream. Therefore, he quickly became familiar with the security guards here. Usually, because they had to open the shop, they would leave early and return late. Therefore, the couple was rarely seen in the neighborhood at this time. Today was a rare occasion. Xianxia grinned and handed him a cigarette. My daughter is coming back from the capital today. Pick her up at the airport. Oh, so that's how it is. The bar was already raised. Xianxia waved his hand. I'll go in first. Talk to you another day. All right. The car drove deep into the neighborhood. The guard put down the crossbar and sat back in the pavilion to enjoy the air conditioning. The colleague who came to change shifts had just put on his work uniform and was buttoning it up when he asked, "Who is it? Are you here to deliver water or a package?" It was no wonder that his colleagues thought so. A Volkswagen really couldn't do anything other than delivering water and packages to the residents of this neighborhood. Nannies usually drove Mercedes-Benz when they went out to buy groceries. The guard had a cigarette in his mouth. When he heard this, he shushed him. Don't talk nonsense. The owner is here. He lives in the most expensive single-family villa. It's said that the villa is one of the best. Because the price is too high, no one bought it for a long time. Some time ago, it was bought by his family. What? The colleague widened his eyes in surprise and stopped buttoning his shirt. Really? Why would I lie to you? No. He lives in a single-family villa and drives a Volkswagen? What's going on? Am I seeing things? That's an ordinary Volkswagen, not a Phaeton. What do you know? Do you have a fire? I can't find my lighter. Yes, yes, yes. The colleague hurriedly handed it over and leaned forward. Hey, let's talk about it. There's actually such a... He tried to find a suitable adjective. A simple owner? The Volkswagen is still considered good. The couple goes out on an electric scooter, the kind provided by a property company. F***ck, what a weirdo. The guard lit the fire, took a puff, and sat on the chair. Not only that, they also open a small business. Shop? That's called a company, right? You don't believe me when I say you're uncultured. Get lost. Who's uncultured? You're the uncultured one. I'm an undergraduate after all. Do you think I don't know what a company is? But that's just a small shop. It's the back door of number 1 middle school. It's quite close to here. Back door of number 1 middle school? I remember that there's only a wine shop on that street. The rest are all breakfast shops? Yes. The colleague frowned and thought for a while. He asked suspiciously, what do they sell? Pancakes. What? Pancakes. You've never eaten pancakes before? Mountain pancakes. The colleague was dumbfounded. Say it again. What does his family do? The guard was amused by his colleague's reaction. However, when he thought about it, he was probably not much better. Ahem. Listen carefully. I'll only say it once. The couple sells pancakes. That shop is also an internet celebrity shop. It's been popular for half a year. Many netizens on Weibo go there to check in. No. No matter how popular they are, they can't afford a single-family villa in our neighborhood, right? It's tens of millions. These days, small vendors are so awesome? Then I'm not sure. Maybe selling pancakes is just their hobby, and they have nothing better to do to pass the time. Let me tell you, the real rich and powerful are all people who hide their abilities well. Especially those guys on the street who wear undershirts, shorts, and a pair of slippers. You have to be careful. Maybe they're secretly rich. I've learned something, bro. Well said, well said. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch. Xianxia, no. I'm really poor, guard, bro, don't say any more. I understand. Dad, do you know the guard? Jiang Fuyue asked. Yeah. Xianxia nodded. I go there often. I get to know him after a few times. Looks like you're adapting well. Xianxia smiled. It's not just good. He's very comfortable now, Han Yunru interrupted with a smile. When Xianxia first moved in, he couldn't let go of the house. Other than opening the shop in the morning, he didn't go out much. One day, he woke up early for a run. When he came back, he excitedly told Han Yunru, "Honey, I found something strange." Huh? At that time, Han Yunru was still sleepy. The air in our neighborhood is better in the morning than at other times. Isn't it normal for the air to be good in the morning? It's not the normal kind. It's just. How do I put it? Anyway, it feels different. Later, the couple found out that the neighborhood had an air purification system every morning to release high-purity oxygen. A few breaths would make one feel refreshed for the day. Since then, Jantar would go out for a walk every morning even if he didn't go for a run. He called it breathing in the fresh air. Apart from that, the neighborhood's chess room also had a free buffet every morning. After Jantar went there once, he went a second time, a third time. "I'm familiar with the office manager, old Wang. Your mom likes that vegetable salad. If there's any, he'll call me and ask me to get it." Speaking of this, Jantar, who usually didn't talk much in front of his daughter, suddenly became talkative. It was as if he was pointing at a map and telling the world, "Look, this is the country I built." Han Yunru and Jiang Fuyue exchanged glances. Jiang Xiaodi covered his mouth and snickered. Wu Qian also laughed. Jantar, ? What are they laughing at? They're not laughing at me. The five of them reached home. Han Yunru and Jantar went into the kitchen. Wu Qian and Jiang Xiaodi went to the bedroom to discuss tonight's livestream. Jiang Fuyue went upstairs to unpack her luggage. First, she took out the specialties she had bought from Country D and Country E and piled them on the bed. Then, she put the clean clothes back into the wardrobe and threw the laundry into the laundry basket. Finally, she distributed the specialties. She had a rough idea of who she wanted to give it to and what she wanted to give it to. They were divided into several piles and placed on the bed, ready to be put in a nice bag. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Big sister." Jiang Fuyue went to open the door. Jiang Qinqing stood outside the door. "The food is ready. Mom asked us to go downstairs." "Okay, wait a moment." Jiang Fuyue returned to the room. Soon, she came out with a beautiful gift bag in her hand. "This is for you." Jiang Xiaodi's eyes lit up. He happily took it and couldn't wait to open it and see what was inside. However, Jiang Fuyue said, "Let's eat first. We'll look at it after eating." "All right." He bounced back to the room and put down the things. Then, he bounced back and went downstairs with Jiang Fuyue. He was as happy as a little squirrel and even skipped as he walked. Wu Qian was ready to leave. Before he left, he went to inform Jantar. "You're leaving? It's almost time for dinner." "What's the hurry?" "You can leave after dinner." "It's okay. Enjoy your meal." It was a good day for a family reunion. How could an outsider like him be present? Wu Qian was aware of his own limitations. Han Yunru hurried out of the kitchen. "What's going on?" Jantar said, "Xiaowu wants to leave." "Hurry up and persuade him." Han Yunru knew that this wouldn't do. "You put down your work and drove all the way here. You even accompanied us to pick up Yaya. You've been busy all day and you're in a hurry to leave without eating. What's wrong? Do you think my cooking isn't good enough?" "Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant." Wu Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry. Brother Jiang cooked most of the dishes today. You'll regret it if you don't eat." "But..." At this moment, Jiang Fuyue and her brother came downstairs to the living room. "Dad, Mom, Uncle Wu, why are you standing at the door?" Han Yunru said, "Your Uncle Wu is leaving." Jiang Qinqing bounced over and looked up to ask, "Uncle Wu, is there anything else?" He remembered that in the room just now, Uncle Wu clearly said that there was nothing else. Obviously, Wu Qian also remembered what he said. This was awkward. "It's nothing." He braced himself. In the end, Jiang Fuyue made the final decision. "Let's eat first." Wu Qian naturally stayed behind as well. He was very touched. While Han Yunru and Jantar went to the dining room, he leaned over to Jiang Fuyue and quickly said, "Thank you, little boss." "You're welcome. Seeing that you're all alone, it's quite pitiful." Wu Qian, question mark. Although this was the truth, did she have to say it so bluntly? After the divorce, the child went to his ex-wife. Wu Qian didn't want the house and car. Now, he was learning from his younger days and sharing a house with others. He lived the life of a bachelor where he didn't have to worry about his family. The focus of his life was all on the company and Xianxia. He felt that it was quite good. It was much more fulfilling than before. However, when he returned home and saw the deserted rented house, he would occasionally feel lost. The Jiang family had a good meal today. There were fish and prawns. It was unusually sumptuous. Xianxia had a big appetite, so the portions of each dish were not small. Jantar brought out the bayberry wine that he brewed himself. Little Wu, let's have a drink. Sure. I like your straightforwardness. Wu Qian chuckled. Both of them were not irrational drunkards. They each drank half a glass of wine and didn't get drunk. Little Wu, don't stand on ceremony. Eat more, Han Yunru said. Thank you, sister-in-law. I know. Han Yunru picked up food for her son and daughter, especially Jiang Fuyue. She was the focus of her attention. Come, Yaya, try this, and this is not bad either. Your dad's cooking is not bad. Jiang Fuyue looked at the small mountain of dishes in front of her and quickly stopped her. Mom, that's enough. Eat more before you take more. Okay, Han Yunru replied gently. Jiang Fuyue heaved a sigh of relief. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jantar and Wu Qian started chatting. The two of them were already clinking glasses as if they were brothers. The atmosphere was good. Suddenly, there was a bang at the door. There was silence at the table. Who is it? I'll go take a look. Han Yunru got up and walked out of the dining room. Jantar called out to Wu Qian. Come, little Wu, let's continue drinking. Okay, only Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but frown. She was puzzled. Logically speaking, knocking on the door wouldn't happen in a high-class residential area like the Imperial Heaven residence. First of all, if outsiders came in to visit, the guards would call the owners. If no one answered the call, they would send someone to ask in person. And this kind of inquiry was limited to standing outside the iron fence. It was impossible to knock on the door directly. Secondly, if it was a neighbor, they could only wait outside the iron fence and make a video call. They could only come in when the door opened. Of course, this kind of situation was very rare. It was almost impossible for people to visit each other in the villa. For upper-class people who valued privacy, it was extremely rude to visit someone else as a neighbor or to be visited by a neighbor. Unless they were asking for help or had a good relationship, they wouldn't do this. So who would be knocking on the door? Dad, Jantar was suddenly called. He looked at his daughter hesitantly. What's wrong, Yaya? Have there been many people knocking on the door since you moved in? No, not many. Not many, in other words, someone had knocked on the door. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. At this moment, a noisy noise came from the living room, followed by Han Yunru's exclamation. Jiang Fuyue immediately threw away the bowl and chopsticks and got up to leave. Xianxia didn't even have time to wipe his mouth and followed closely behind. Jantar and Wu Qian looked at each other in confusion, then followed after them. In the living room, Han Yunru panicked. She held onto the wall to stabilize herself and prevent herself from falling. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I was in a hurry and seemed to have bumped into you. Are you okay? Her sister-in-law, Jiang Qin, asked with a smile. Han Yunru shook her head. No. It's okay. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jiang Qin's laughter. That's good. I knew it. I didn't use much strength. Don't let Big Brother know that I bullied you. Han Yunru stopped rubbing her waist, reminding her not to complain. I saw everything. At this moment, her sister-in-law, Yang Jinqiu, suddenly said, sister-in-law blocked the door and refused to let them in. Ruizhou was pushing the wheelchair at that time. In a hurry, of course, he didn't care so much. Jiang Qin held her husband's arm. Yes, Ruizhou pushed the wheelchair all the way here. It was hot and tiring. He didn't even let them in. Everyone has a temper. Han Yunru's expression changed slightly. I didn't stop Mom from coming in. I just wanted to ask where the door card came from. Humph. Where did it come from? Old Madame Jiang in the wheelchair snorted. Do you think an old woman like me would steal it from you? Look at your attitude. I'm already so old and you still want to interrogate me like I'm a prisoner. Why are you so vicious? Han Yunru's face turned pale. Sister-in-law is living in a luxurious house. She doesn't care about us poor relatives. Lu Shooting sighed faintly. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue came out of the dining room. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she heard these heart-wrenching words, digression, 3,000 words per chapter. 8:30 p.m. Third aunt, you're wrong. Even if we live in a villa, we wouldn't dare to forget everyone. As the saying goes, the rich have a few poor relatives. We're not rich, but of course, you're not poor either. First, she scolded them for being poor, then tried to salvage the situation by saying you're not poor. She said everything, good and bad, sour and spicy. Lu Shooting's face darkened slightly, but the corners of her mouth curled up. So it's Yaya. I didn't see you the last time I came. You ran out to play during the summer vacation and didn't even help out at home. Your parents' small pancake shop is so busy that there's no one around. I wanted to introduce a helper to Big Brother, but sister-in-law said no. There's enough manpower. Pity my good intentions. She sounded quite melancholy as she spoke. The Jiang family did not surf the internet much, nor did they like to watch the news. Thus, they still did not know about Jiang Fuyue's amazing performance in the Ipo and IOI competitions. Jantar and Han Yunru were also more low-key. If others did not ask, they would not take the initiative to say. Therefore, they did not mention Jiang Fuyue's participation in the summer camp and overseas competitions in front of the Jiang family. As a result, Lu Shooting actually thought that she was not at home because she ran out to play. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, caught 3 key messages from the other party's words. First, this was not the first time the Jiang family came. They had already come when she was not around. Second, Lu Shooting was indirectly mocking her for being insensible. Third, this aunt wanted to interfere with the pancake shop's business. Jiang Fuyue really wanted to ask, where did you get your face from? However, she held back to save Jantar some face. Han Yunru smiled and adjusted her mood in a flash. I appreciate third sister-in-law's kindness, but the shop has already hired a lady. We're not short of manpower for the time being. Lu Shooting rolled her eyes. Isn't it better to have more people? You and Big Brother are working so hard. There's really no need. On this matter, Han Yunru had her own insistence, and there was a hint of dominance in her voice. It's just a small business. We can't afford to hire so many people. Sister-in-law, you must be joking. Lu Shooting's voice was indifferent as she glanced at the exquisitely decorated living room. A hint of jealousy flashed across her eyes, but she quickly concealed it when she lowered her gaze. You and Big Brother are already living in the Imperial Heaven Palace's villa. Don't tell me you can't even afford a waitress's salary? Han Yunru didn't answer, but she didn't say anything. Lu Shooting stood there awkwardly. Yang Jinqiu looked on coldly. Obviously, she did not intend to help her sister-in-law. She even silently scolded her, idiot. Others might not know, but she saw it clearly. The trace of unwillingness on Lu Shooting's face was not because Han Yunru did not agree to hire the person she recommended. She was obviously unhappy that her sister-in-law, who had always been worse off than her, suddenly turned the tables and lived in a golden nest. This was the villa of the Imperial Heaven Palace, and it was a stand-alone villa. It occupied a large area and was exquisitely decorated. It was a grandeur that could only be seen in television dramas. But Han Yunru actually moved in directly. How could the arrogant Lu Shooting endure this? She had always thought that she had the best family background among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Jiang family. She drove a BMW and lived in a bungalow. But she never expected that Han Yunru would actually overtake her and move into a house that she didn't even dare to imagine. Simply despicable. Of course, Yang Jinqiu was the one who understood Lu Shooting the most. As sisters-in-law, who wouldn't be jealous of such good fortune, looking at this big house for an extra second was like having an ant crawling in her heart. Itchy, However, Xianxia was smarter than Lu Shooting. She didn't say anything and let the clown make a scene first while she watched the show from the side. Lu Shooting also felt jealous. At this moment, she was looking around. How could she be bothered to help Lu Shooting out of her predicament? What's more, the person she disliked the most was this shrewd and clever third sister-in-law. She was embarrassed. She couldn't wait to laugh. Lu Shooting was ignored. When she saw that no one was helping her, she immediately turned around and threw herself into Jiangting's arms. Darling, I'm just thinking for my brothers and sisters-in-law. I don't mean anything else. Jiangting quickly coaxed her, I know. Everyone knows. Good girl. Don't think too much. Jiang Fuyue immediately had goosebumps. Yang Jinqiu couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What a vixen. She didn't care about her dignity at all and flirted with the men in the family. Lu Shooting wasn't satisfied with her husband's reaction. She felt so wronged. Why didn't Jiangting blame Han Yunru? Stop coaxing and start scolding her. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, Jiangting didn't seem to want to lose his temper. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Of course, Jiangting didn't dare to lose his temper because he had seen Jantar coming. But he was standing a little further away, so no one noticed. If he dared to disrespect Han Yunru, there was no doubt that his eldest brother would skin him alive. Moreover, Jiang Hua didn't come today. If they really fought, his skinny arms and legs wouldn't be able to defeat his eldest brother. So, he had to endure it. Lu Shooting withdrew from his arms and glared at him. It was useless. She held the wheelchair and complained to the old lady, Mom, sister-in-law, you misunderstood me. Don't you know what kind of person I am? The old lady loved her youngest son very much. Even her youngest daughter-in-law was taken care of by her. Especially after being wronged, she could complain to the old lady, which meant that her status in the family was unshakable. The old lady was very satisfied with this. My eldest daughter-in-law, you, seeing that the old lady was about to speak, Jiang Fuyue didn't want Han Yunru to be wronged. She smiled and said, Grandma, you brought second aunt, third aunt, youngest uncle and youngest aunt here just to introduce a helper to my mother? That's great. The old lady's face froze. She stopped talking before she could say anything. She didn't come here to help her youngest daughter-in-law and make trouble for her eldest daughter-in-law. If she really annoyed Han Yunru, what she was going to say next, third daughter-in-law, although you have good intentions, you know nothing about the shop. Don't make trouble for your sister-in-law. The old lady had lived for most of her life. If she was the second, no one would dare to be the first. Lu Shooting, ? Why was it different from what she thought? Han Yunru's face softened. She said in a soft tone, Mom, have you eaten? We are still eating. Do you want to eat with us? Of course, the old lady didn't forget the other 4 people. The old lady said, I ate a little before I came. I didn't feel it until you mentioned it. Now that you mention it, I feel a little hungry. What she meant was that although she had eaten, she would eat more for the old lady's sake. Since the old lady had spoken, Jiang Ting and Jiang Qin had no reason to refuse. The last time they were here, they had only entered the living room. They didn't have a chance to see the other parts of the villa. Eating wasn't important. What was important was that they could stay and see the most luxurious villa in the famous rich district of Linhui. After they went back last time, they had checked. This villa was on the A3 plot. It was the king of the district. Just like that, they were invited into the dining room. Lu Shooting's eyes widened. The dining table, the candlesticks, they were all custom-made overseas. Even the small tablecloth was printed with the Hermes logo. Not to mention the crystal chandelier hanging luxuriously from the pendant. It shone brightly, covering the entire dining room with a layer of warm orange. She had heard people say that to estimate the value of a crystal chandelier, the layman judged the decoration, while the expert judged the light. A really expensive crystal chandelier couldn't be too warm. That would make people feel stuffy. It couldn't be too soft either. Otherwise, it would lose its aura and ruin the whole decoration style. Because she had never seen it before, Lu Shooting didn't believe it at first. She thought that the socialite was showing off to show off. But now, she believed it. Jiang Ting wasn't any better than his wife. He wasn't even as good as Lu Shooting. Lu Shooting was born in a wealthy family. She had been pampered since she was young and had seen a lot of the world. However, Jiang Ting was a child from an ordinary family. With his good appearance and eloquence, he had spent a lot of effort to marry Lu Shooting. Of course, Jiang Ting wasn't as knowledgeable as Lu Shooting. He looked at the shiny floor tiles and stared at them carefully. However, he couldn't find any gaps. It was like a huge piece of tile was embedded in the dining room floor. How much did it cost? He didn't recognize the table, the candlesticks, or the crystal chandelier. He only knew that the color of the table was purple with brownish red. It was quite beautiful. He used the candlesticks and lit the candles. It was quite romantic. It didn't match his big brother's image at all. The light was warm and faint, illuminating the dishes on the table with a bright color. Gulp, he swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Third watch, 10:30. Lu Shooting turned her head and glared at him. Can't you be more mature? Jiang Ting touched his nose and thought to himself, weren't you staring at her just now? Yang Jinqiu was a teacher. She was very good at nurturing and training her qi. However, she couldn't stay calm at this moment. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw such a luxurious restaurant. What followed was a secret and ugly jealousy. Even though she mocked Lu Shooting for being an idiot, she couldn't help feeling jealous like an idiot. On what basis? Why did Han Yunru live in such a good house? How could Jantar compare to Jiang Hua? However, what Jiang Hua couldn't give her, Jantar gave Han Yunru. Not only this villa, but also a man's patience, tolerance, and cherishing. Previously, at the old madam's birthday banquet, she had once mocked Han Yunru for being petty and unpresentable. However, she had personally witnessed Jiang De protecting her behind him, even at the expense of becoming enemies with the entire Jiang family. At that moment, Yang Jinqiu admitted that she was envious. However, this envy didn't last long. It disappeared completely when she saw how poor and cheap Han Yunru was. So what if she had a man protecting her? She still had to work hard for 3 meals a day and worry about daily necessities. A lot of love wasn't as practical as a comfortable and rich life. For example, she and Jianghua had a husband who could earn money and she had a decent job. She had a car to go to and from work, and she could buy whatever she liked. She could even travel abroad during the holidays. Wasn't that better than Han Yunru's life, which was better than staying at the pancake stall and working around the stove? Yang Jinqiu felt relieved. She even sympathized with Han Yunru, who was at the bottom of the ladder. She thought to herself, how pitiful. However, everything in front of her was silently telling her that Han Yunru not only had her husband's love and cherishing, but she also had 1,000 times better material conditions than you. So what if she had a car? Was she good at buying clothes? Was she good at traveling abroad? Can you afford to live in a villa? Can you afford such expensive furniture? Moreover, you don't have the love of a husband. But Han Yunru had it. Not only did she have it, she had a lot of it. Yang Jinqiu's emotions were in turmoil. She had to dig her nails into her palms to keep herself calm and rational. She had already suffered an unprecedented blow, so she couldn't embarrass herself anymore. Han Yunru invited them to sit down, then personally went to the kitchen to get 5 sets of clean tableware, and placed them in front of them one by one. We've already started eating. Fortunately, there are enough dishes. There are a few plates that we haven't touched yet. Please don't mind. Yang Jinqiu said, sister-in-law, you're too polite. We're family, what's there to mind? The old lady nodded. Eldest daughter-in-law, you've worked hard too. Have a seat. Her bossy tone almost made people think that this was her home. Han Yunru acted as if she hadn't heard anything. She nodded and sat down. Lu Shooting, Big Brother's house is so good. There's fish, prawns, abalone, and oysters. I'm so envious. This time, the old lady noticed that there was a table full of good food. Eldest brother, you're too wasteful. No matter how much money you earn, you can't afford to eat like this. And they were all big plates. Not to mention the other dishes, just the plate of prawns alone must have cost hundreds, right? Jantar, Yaya is coming home today. It's rare that, before he could finish, the old lady rudely interrupted him. She's just a little girl coming home. Do you want a palanquin to be carried by 8 people? Can she afford to spend so much money on such a table of dishes? Han Yunru frowned. Jantar's expression didn't look too good either. Wu Qian looked embarrassed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have stayed. Who would have thought that this would happen? On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue didn't move at all. She was expressionless, as if the old lady wasn't scolding her. Lu Shooting hid the smile on her face, as if she was waiting to watch a good show, but her eyes were shining with excitement. Jiang Fuyue, that wretched girl, actually mocked her as a poor relative in front of so many people. If she didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Han Yunru was really useless. She couldn't even control her own daughter. So what if she lived in a villa? Deep down, she was still an uncultured housewife. No one expected that Jiang Shaodi would be the first to react. Grandma, you can't say that about elder sister. The young boy put down his chopsticks and said seriously, elder sister has it hard outside. That's why Daddy and Mommy are cooking these dishes. We hope that she can eat more to replenish her nutrients. The old lady flew into a rage out of humiliation. She hated it when the younger generation refuted her. This made her feel as if her authority was being challenged. Her triangular-shaped eyes immediately shot a sharp glare at Jiang Qinxing. What do you know? Is there a place for you, a child, to interrupt when adults are talking? The old lady's voice was very loud and full of energy. She slapped the armrest of the wheelchair loudly. One couldn't tell that she was seriously ill at all. Jiang Shaodi felt a little wronged, but he didn't shrink his neck and admit defeat like before. He didn't hide and not dare to face it. Elder sister said that he had to hold his head high and puff his chest out to be a real man. Only a real man could protect the people he wanted to protect. For a moment, Jiang Shaodi was afraid. Grandma looked at him with a fierce gaze, as if she would eat him up in the next second. However, Grandma scolded his elder sister. If he didn't be brave, his elder sister would be wronged. Therefore, he couldn't be afraid. Mommy said that I can say whatever I want and that they will listen very seriously. Then, Grandma, did you listen to what I said seriously? Also, don't look at me because I'm young. In fact, I understand everything you said. Jiang Shaodi spoke nicely and tried to reason with her. That cute and serious look of his was indescribably well behaved. In any case, Wu Qian, who wasn't a father but was more like one, couldn't take it anymore. His heart ached. The old lady's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She hadn't expected Jiang Qinxing to actually dare to refute her. Boss, how did you teach this child? She couldn't lower herself to the child's level, so she turned around and scolded Jantar fiercely. Han Yunru didn't say anything. She was waiting for Jantar to say something. Jantar's brain was simple to begin with. Now, it wasn't enough. He tried to appease her. Mom, calm down. Let's not talk about this. Let's eat first. Eat what? I'm so angry that I'm full. She wasn't going to let it go. Jiang Fuyue spoke at the right time and said calmly, Grandma doesn't have a good appetite. Let's eat then. As she said that, she picked up a chicken wing for Jiang Shaodi. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled gently. Jiang Shaodi understood. Elder sister was praising him. Instantly, all his grievances disappeared. From today onwards, would he be a little man? Jantar's eyelids twitched. When his daughter spoke, his scalp tensed up. Han Yunru's expression didn't change, but she heaved a sigh of relief internally. She was afraid that her son would really be frightened, but from the looks of it, it was for the best. The little guy seemed to have grown a little bolder. Lu Shooting and Yang Jinqiu had varying degrees of shock in their eyes. Jiang Fuyue actually dared to speak to old madam like that? Moreover, Jantar and Han Yunru didn't even care. They didn't even pretend to reprimand her. This? Did they raise the child too wild? But soon, this shock turned into gloating. They knew old madam's temper too well. She hated being humiliated in public. Moreover, Jiang Fuyue was still a junior. This could be considered a provocation. Sure enough, rebellion. Rebellion. Boss, look at your son and daughter. What are they doing? Jantar didn't say anything. Jiang Fuyue swallowed the food in her mouth and asked slowly, Grandma, what's wrong with me? Did I make you unhappy? As she spoke, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. She was quite good at pretending. Old madam, ? Jiang Fuyue blinked and thought for a moment. Didn't you say that you couldn't eat? I read that when people reach a certain age, their organs will shrink. Your stomach must have shrunk, but it's a normal phenomenon. When you can't or don't want to eat, you can't force it, lest it causes harm to your shrunken organs. So, it's not that I don't want you to eat, I'm just thinking about your health. The girl's voice was gentle and slow. Every word was obviously sarcastic, like age and shrunken organs, but when it came out of her mouth, it sounded like she was really concerned. Especially with her vivid expressions, sometimes frowning, sometimes worried, she vividly portrayed the word filial piety. Old madam was a little stunned and didn't know how to react. Digression, third watch, 3,000 words. Fourth watch, 12 o'clock. Today is the diligent fishy. Is she worthy of next month's votes? Jiangting rolled his eyes and glanced at Jiang Fuyue. He thought to himself, this girl is really something. She said those heart-wrenching words gently with an innocent look on her face. That's right. She was telling the truth. Her organs had indeed shrunk. She even said that it was for the sake of old madam's health. Sure enough, old madam herself was speechless. The atmosphere was a little awkward. However, it didn't affect Jiang Fuyue at all. Seeing that Jiang Qingqing's bowl was empty, she stood up and gave him a piece of spare rib. She lectured him seriously. You're different. Grandma is old and can't eat too much. You're the opposite. You're still growing, so you can eat whatever you want. But you have to remember that you can't eat whatever you like. You have to have a balanced diet. Just like us, we can't be too biased. We can have preferences, but we have to be fair. Otherwise, you won't be able to make true friends. Without true friends, how lonely will your life be? No one will come to play with you, right? Yes, yes. Jiang Shaodi nodded heavily. His eyes were sparkling. I know, sister. He could feel that this sentence was not only meant for him, but also for the others present. The huge dining room was suddenly very quiet. Wu Qian silently shouted yes in his heart. Little boss is still the best. Jantar didn't quite understand and gave up. Han Yunru smiled and shook her head helplessly. She was a little proud. Lu Shooting and Yang Jinqiu looked down and were as quiet as chickens. As for old madam, she wanted to vent her anger, but she didn't know where to vent it. Jiang Fuyue said a lot of unpleasant things. But when she picked out the unpleasant parts and thought about it carefully, she couldn't find a reason to be angry. This made her feel very sullen. She was very angry. Ahem. Jiangting spoke at the right time to ease the awkwardness. Mom, you have to understand how big brother and big sister-in-law feel. Parents want to give the best to their children. Isn't that how you treat me? Old madam felt much better. The crisis was resolved. Jantar heaved a huge sigh of relief. He reached out and touched his back. It was all wet. He glanced at his mother, whom he hadn't contacted for many years and whose face had become a little blurry. Then, he glanced at his sensible, capable, outstanding, and beautiful daughter. He fell into an inexplicable anxiety and conflict. Han Yunru saw this but did not say anything. However, the smile on his face gradually faded and eventually disappeared. After all, they were separated by blood. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Jiang Ting was trying hard to find a topic to ease the atmosphere. Suddenly, he saw Wu Qian from the corner of his eyes. Eh? And this is? Han Yunru pulled Jantar under the table. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but Jantar was half a beat slower. Dizzily, he opened his mouth to introduce, oh, this is Qingqing's manager and also our friend, Wu Qian, CEO Wu. Hearing the word CEO, old madam's gaze quickly fell on him. Her mean triangular eyes finally lost their fierce light. She was still a little embarrassed. She pretended to be decent and said, sorry, I made a fool of myself. Wu Qian looked at old madam, whose two faces were freely changing. His whole body was covered in goosebumps. However, he politely said, you're too serious. At the same time, Lu Shooting and Yang Jinqiu were also quietly sizing up Wu Qian. Today, when he went to pick up the little boss, Wu Qian was solemn. He specially wore a western suit and tie. His hair was also carefully combed. He looked like an elite in the workplace. Manager, Yang Jinqiu rolled her eyes. Hello, CEO Wu. Do you mind if I ask, which management company do you work for? I have a friend who also works in this line of work. Maybe you know him? Star Moon Management Company. Yang Jinqiu raised her eyebrows. Sorry, maybe I'm ignorant and inexperienced. I've never heard of this company. Wu Qian, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. It was just established not long ago. Yang Jinqiu's eyes lit up. Then what's your position? The founder and CEO. Of course, I'm also Xianxia's manager. Yang Jinqiu's smile became even wider. It was as if a flower was about to bloom. She was not stingy with her praise. Then you're really young and promising. Wu Qian hurriedly waved his hand, saying he didn't dare. What a joke. The young and promising person present was clearly someone else. Unfortunately, this group of relatives didn't have good eyesight. They didn't even know how to hug a thigh. Of course, maybe it was too annoying. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to let them hug her. I heard that live streaming is very profitable. Is that true? Yang Jinqiu seemed to ask casually, but the eagerness in her eyes betrayed her. Jiang Shaodi was doing live streaming. This was something the Jiang family knew. Originally, they thought it was just for fun. They didn't expect that he even had a manager and signed a contract with a company. Then, was the money to buy the villa earned from Jiang Qianxing's live streaming? Yang Jinqiu's mind quickly turned. Lu Shooting was also secretly pondering. After all, relying on Jantar and Han Yunru's pancake shop, they would never be able to afford such a beautiful villa. It was tens of millions, therefore, there had to be a way to earn money quickly. After thinking about it, it could only be Jiang Qianxing's live streaming. Today, they saw Wu Qian with their own eyes. This guess was confirmed. Immediately, the way they looked at Wu Qian changed. Yang Jinqiu, Chief Wu, actually, my daughter is also very outstanding. Wu Qian, ? What does your daughter have to do with me? She's beautiful, and her piano skills have passed the 8th grade. Usually, she likes to take photos and videos with her phone. She even uploads them to TikTok and slow-handed accounts. A lot of people like her. So, do you think she has a chance to become a live streamer? Yang Jinqiu thought that her daughter was much more outstanding than that shorty Jiang Qianxing. If she could become a live streamer, she would definitely do better than Jiang Qianxing. In the future, she would also buy a big villa for her. It would be even better than the one in Imperial Heavenhua Mansion. Let's see how smug Han Yunru is. Her Can was just lacking an opportunity now. Without waiting for Wu Qian's reply, Lu Shooting quickly said, actually, my Kai is also very outstanding. He's very good at dancing. He's won a lot of awards and competitions. He's very handsome and sunny. He's very popular in school. He's even called the school hunk. Recently, he's been learning parkour from those internet experts overseas. He's really succeeded in imitating it. I know. Nowadays, live streamers and internet celebrities pay attention to one thing. To put it bluntly, it's to be different from the rest. Everyone can play the piano. People can play the harp, violin, and even organ. What's the big deal about the piano? If you put it on the internet, you'll just be a nobody. My son is different. He's really good at dancing. I can guarantee that he won't lose to the most popular little brother now. So, CEO Wu, do you think you can give him a chance? Compared to Yang Jinqiu, Lu Shooting obviously knew more about this industry. She mentioned characteristics and different from the rest. This made Wu Qian look at her a little more. However, the company has just started and we don't have any plans to sign any newcomers for the time being. After all, resources are limited and must be concentrated. I hope the two of you can understand. This was a tactful rejection. Yang Jinqiu turned and looked at Lu Shooting coldly. Lu Shooting was not to be outdone and stared back at her fiercely. Both of them had the same thought. It's true that resources are limited. Maybe it's because Yang Jinqiu slash Lu Shooting jumped out to compete with me that Kankan slash Kai Kai lost the opportunity. After all, in this kind of situation, Wu Qian did not seem to be in a good position to reject either of them. He might as well reject both of them. Second sister-in-law really spared no effort to cultivate her daughter. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any special skills that she can show. What she can show doesn't count. It's really worrying. Yang Jinqiu sneered. I've seen a lot of boys who can dance on the internet. Kai Kai's bones are dislocated. It's fine if he can fool the judges of the school-level competition, but the netizens have sharp eyes. Don't be mocked by the crowd. Lu Shooting flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who are you to say that about my Jiang Kai? It's fine if he can't have a son, but it's wrong of him to be jealous of others. You. The two of them started arguing on the spot. Wu Qian watched half of it and knew that he could not afford to offend them. He quickly gave Jiang Fuyue a look and said goodbye to Jan Tar in a low voice. Then, he left as quickly as possible. Enough. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Old Madame Jiang scolded angrily. The two of them stopped talking and looked up. Wu Qian's seat opposite them was empty. Jiang Ting coughed. Actually, we're here today to discuss something with big brother and sister-in-law. It's here. Jan Tar and Han Yunru looked at each other. What's the matter? Jiang Ting said, as you know, Mom fell sick some time ago. Although she has been discharged, she is still in a wheelchair and needs someone to take care of her. Previously, we discussed paying for a nanny for Mom, but Mom found out that the nanny was stealing from the house. In the end, second sister-in-law came forward and fired her. Mom doesn't want to hire a nanny anymore. Who knows if the next one will be the same? If they didn't hire a nanny and needed someone to take care of her, then, Jiang Ting said, initially, second brother and I thought that the three of us would take turns to take care of Mom. Xiaoqin is a married daughter and she has to take care of her in-laws, so she doesn't count. But Mom doesn't think it's a good idea. Han Yunru frowned. She had no problem with the three families taking turns. It was the children's duty to take care of the elderly. Previously, when old Madam didn't take the initiative to look for them, she and Jan Tar didn't take the initiative to take care of her. They only shared a portion of her hospitalization fees. Now that old Madam took the initiative to take care of her, they couldn't refuse or they would be seen as unfilial. Han Yunru was well aware of this, so she accepted it calmly. But, from what Jiang Ting said, it seemed that old Madam's request wasn't limited to this. She had other ideas. As expected, Jiang Ting said, Mom feels very guilty and blamed herself for being separated from big brother and sister-in-law for more than 10 years. She wants to make it up to you, so she decided not to take turns. She wants to stay with you to make up for the lost days. I wonder if big brother and sister-in-law are willing? Han Yunru, Jan Tar, ? This silly boy probably didn't get it. Jiang Ting said, of course, second brother, and I won't forget our duty. Each of us will take out 1,500 yuan for Mom's living expenses. But big sister-in-law, you may have to take care of her daily needs. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Jiang Shadi tugged at his sister's sleeve and asked softly, does Grandma want to live with us? Jiang Fuyue, she wants to. As for whether it would work, that would depend on Jan Tar and Han Yunru. Jiang Shadi seemed to understand, but when he thought of his grandmother living with them, he felt uncomfortable. Han Yunru did not speak immediately, leaving the opportunity to Jan Tar, the head of the family. Jan Tar subconsciously turned to look at his wife, but what he saw was his wife's slightly cold side profile. His heart skipped a beat. Jiang Ting, brother, can you say something? Do you agree or not? Did he dare to disagree? If he didn't agree, he would be unfilial. But if he did, Mom, Aru, and I still have to open the shop. We leave early and come home late every day, so we don't spend much time at home. In other words, I don't have time to take care of you. The old lady, who had been silent all this while, nodded in understanding. This is indeed a problem. In the next second, she suddenly changed the topic. But I've already thought about it. I'll let Chunny from my hometown take care of me. I won't cause you any trouble. If you want to work hard, go work hard. Jan Tar was dumbfounded. Han Yunru's eyelids were lowered, so her emotions could not be seen clearly. The old lady pretended not to notice and said with a smile, "Do you still remember Chunny? She's your aunt's niece. Speaking of which, you should call her cousin. When we were young, she played house and pretended to be your bride. Do you remember?" Jantar's scalp went numb. He stared at Han Yunru and broke out in a cold sweat, but the latter did not even look at him from the corner of her eye. "Mom, it was a long time ago. I've long forgotten about it." Jiang Fuyue sat in her seat with her arms crossed, looking like she was waiting for a good show. Jiang Shaodi was confused. "Sister, why does Dad look so nervous?" "Because, he's in trouble." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the old lady wanted to live in the villa and rely on them. Making up for the past and feeling guilty were all excuses. One moment, she didn't want the nanny to take care of her, and the next moment, she wanted Chunny to take care of her. Since someone was taking care of her, why didn't she live in her own house? Since the old lady had said so, it was obvious that she was prepared. Jantar had to agree even if he did not want to. As for Han Yunru, she was not in a position to say anything. "Okay. It's settled then." Jiang Ting was overjoyed and hurriedly called Lu Shooting. "It's getting late. We'll leave first. Brother, sister-in-law, please take care of Mom." Jiang Qin put down the bulging luggage bag in her hand. "There are clothes and medicine inside. The instructions and dosage are written on the paper. I'll go back first." Yang Jinqiu said, "Mom, you can stay here with brother and sister-in-law. I'll bring Can to visit you another day." Soon, the four of them left. The old lady sat in her wheelchair and raised her hand to call Han Yunru. "Eldest daughter-in-law, come here and push me around. This place is quite big. We'll be living here in the future. We have to familiarize ourselves with the place first." Han Yunru lowered her eyes and went forward. She did not look at Jantar the whole time. In other words, Jantar was just a decoration. Even when it came to the matter of whether the old lady would stay or not, Jiang Ting did not even need to ask for his permission. If a person was too naive, he would be called simple and honest at best. At worst, he would be called weak and easy to bully. Did anyone ask for Jantar's opinion? Yes. Jiang Ting did ask, but he did not need him to express his opinion. Han Yunru did not even ask because she knew Jantar too well. At this time, only he and Jiang Fuyue were left in the huge dining room. "Dad, I'll go up first." Jiang Shaodi followed closely behind. "I'll go up too." Jantar moved his lips and looked at his daughter and son's backs as they left. His eyes were blank. Did he do something wrong? That night, the guest room downstairs was cleaned up, and old lady Jiang moved in. Han Yunru first cleaned the room, then made the bed, folded the quilt, and arranged the luggage. Finally, she helped the old lady take a bath, change her clothes, and even handed her the water for medicine. However, old lady Jiang was not very satisfied. "The water is a little cold. I'll change it for you, no need. I'll make do with it this time. Be careful next time." Han Yunru lowered her eyes and nodded softly. "Also, this quilt has a musty smell. When the sun comes out tomorrow, put it on the balcony to dry." "Okay. The bedside lamp is too bright. It gives me a headache. Change it to a smaller wattage one." "Okay. I'll have porridge for breakfast tomorrow. It's thin. It's hard to digest." Han Yunru nodded. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to ask." The old lady casually mentioned, "Where did you get the money to buy the villa? Did you rely on Xianxia to do that live broadcast?" Han Yunru gave a curt reply and didn't say anything else. The old lady's eyes turned cold and she snorted. "Why, are you still hiding it? Are you afraid that people will know?" Han Yunru was still silent. "Don't tell me it's some unorthodox money?" This was a test. Han Yunru still did not answer. The old lady was angry. "Are you throwing a tantrum with me? Now that the boss is not here, you're showing your true colors? Let me tell you, no matter how I treated the boss in the past, I'm still his biological mother. He's such an honest person. It's impossible for him to ignore me. So, you'd better be sensible." Han Yunru, he gave you the gate card? The old lady's eyes flashed with pride. Of course, my son still misses me. Although she had expected it, Han Yunru could not help but feel a little disappointed at the moment. Jantar did not discuss it with her. Last time, the old lady was sick and came to stay at home for 2 days. After that, she went back to the hospital. Jantar should have given the card out at that time. Seeing that her eyes were dim, the old lady was like a victorious hen. Her eyes were full of pride. In the future, I'll be the head of this family. You'd better understand that. Han Yunru laughed mockingly. Rest early. With that, she turned and left. She did not forget to close the door. The old lady's heart choked. She clearly had the upper hand, but she still felt uncomfortable. Upstairs, in the bedroom. Han Yunru returned to the room, looking exhausted. She took her pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, Jantar was sitting by the bed. When he heard the door open, he stood up and smiled at her. Honey, Han Yunru glanced at him. It was really just a glance. Then, she walked to the dressing table and started drying her hair in front of the mirror. Jantar went up and took the towel. You've worked hard today. Let me do it. Han Yunru did not stop him. After drying her hair, the couple lay on the bed. Han Yunru turned over, her back facing him. Jantar's heart was gloomy. In the darkness, he asked, Honey, are you angry? Han Yunru, no. Then why are you ignoring me? I'm tired. Oh. Then you should sleep early. Okay. Han Yunru really fell asleep. As for when Jantar fell asleep, only he himself knew. Digression, 3,000 words. Second watch, 9 o'clock. Let's try to send away this group of Jiang family scum tonight. The next day, the couple went out early as usual to open the shop. However, Jantar noticed that his wife was less talkative. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. Han Yunru did things as usual. She greeted the customers with a smile, quickly prepared the dishes, spread the pancakes, and chatted happily with Auntie Lu. However, she was too quiet in front of Jantar. In the afternoon, when it wasn't so busy, Jantar opened the curtain and went into the kitchen. Han Yunru was sitting on a small wooden stool, picking vegetables with her head lowered. Jantar walked over and squatted in front of her. Wife, let me help you. Okay. Jantar peeked at Han Yunru as he picked the vegetables. The silent atmosphere was suffocating. The man's Adam's apple bobbed. He moved his lips a few times, but he didn't know what to say. Han Yunru was calm. She did her own thing and didn't refuse his help. Jantar didn't get to talk to his wife until the whole pot of vegetables was picked. Just then, Auntie Lu called from outside, Xiao Han, coming. Jiangda could only watch helplessly as the man left, leaving only the curtain swaying gently. Sigh. He sighed heavily and slumped back. In the outer room. Auntie Lu said, the flour is here. I've already counted it. There's no problem. We're just waiting for you to sign it. Han Yunru took it and glanced through it. Then, she wrote the name and handed it to the delivery boy. Thank you for your hard work. I'll bring you a bowl of glutinous rice wine. The delivery boy quickly waved his hand. No need. No need. Auntie Lu chuckled and said, try it. Our lady boss is very good at cooking. Come, sit down and rest for a while. Look at how sweaty you are. Soon, Han Yunru came out with the wine. The delivery boy tasted it and immediately gave her a thumbs up. It's so delicious. Han Yunru smiled happily and looked as gentle as a painting. The delivery boy was stunned. The lady boss is so beautiful. Auntie Lu said, I didn't lie to you, did I? Our lady boss is the best at making desserts. The young man chuckled. No wonder it's an internet celebrity shop. So many people check in every day. Just nice, I'll have one too. As she spoke, she took out her phone and enthusiastically invited Han Yunru and Auntie Lu to take a photo together. Crack, in this room, the atmosphere was just right, joyous and cheerful. Inside, Jantar pulled at the curtains, his eyes dark. In the afternoon, Hu Ben came to the shop. Mom. Auntie Lu happily went out to greet her. What brings you here today? Are you hungry? A little. Jantar happened to come out. Hu Ben greeted him with a smile. Uncle Jiang. Yo, Hu Ben is here. Uncle will give you a pancake? That's great, I've been thinking about it. Jantar quickly opened the fire and quickly mixed the batter. 2 minutes later, a steaming hot pancake was handed to Hu Ben. As he ate, he quietly observed Jantar and Han Yunru. Today, he had received a mission and came here. After he finished eating, he scanned the QR code and paid. Mom, Uncle Jiang, Auntie Han, I'll be leaving first. There's still something I need to do. The three of them watched him leave. The sound of a car engine starting came from the alley. Jantar said, Hu Ben is really promising now. He's driving back and forth in a hurry. Auntie Lu heard this and modestly waved her hand. He's busy all day just trying to make a living. Speaking of which, he should thank his current boss the most. She brought this kid on the right path and he's not as idle as before. Jantar nodded in agreement. Han Yun returned and went into the shop. She took out her phone and called her daughter. Yeah, did you call Hu Ben over? Jiang Fuyue did not want to hide it from her. Moreover, Han Yunru's IQ was not on the same level as Jantar's. She could not hide it from her. Yes. What are you doing? Han Yunru said angrily. Don't think that she didn't notice that running tiger's eyes were always on her and Jiang Dahem. I want to see what's going on between you and my dad. Are you really fighting? Han Yunru said, no. With your dad's brain, it's useless even if I were to fight. He won't understand. When you went out this morning, the atmosphere was not quite right. Are you sure you didn't fight? Jiang Fuyue was skeptical. We really didn't. Let him be for a while to clear his head. Some principles are not as useful as what you understand yourself. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. It seemed that Han Yunru already had a plan. Okay, then I won't interfere. Han Yunru's face was a little red. She mumbled, you kids shouldn't interfere in these things, Jiang Fuyue said seriously, I'm not a kid. Han Yunru, on the other end, Hu Ben's car was already parked outside the iron fence. He was honking furiously. Jiang Fuyue ended the call, took her bag, and went out. At this time, old Madame Han was taking an afternoon nap. She was awakened by the sound of the car horn. She immediately scolded. What kind of people are they? They have no manners at all. Jiang Fuyue opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Hu Ben reported what he saw in the restaurant. It seems like there's some conflict. They didn't talk much. Jiang Fuyue already knew about this. She nodded and let it go. They sped all the way and finally stopped at the Yufeng Group's restaurant. The two of them entered the restaurant. The first floor was open for business. Customers were sitting around the tables in twos and threes. Along with the elegant violin music, the atmosphere was wonderful. The second floor was the Yufeng Group's foothold in Linhuai. It used to be Long Tian's old nest. Now, Lu Jinzhong was in charge. Miss, you're here. Lu Jinzhong was wearing a suit and tie. He was waiting outside the elevator with his hands by his side. When the metal door opened, he could be seen. His hair was neatly combed, and he was smiling. He had the aura of an old-fashioned gentleman. He looked elegant and proper. Uncle Lu. Jiang Fuyue greeted him. The way she addressed him as uncle showed that Lu Jinzhong had an unshakable position in the Yufeng Group. Hu Ben, who was behind her, was a little jealous. During this period, he and Six had been challenging this old man. Although they did not lose, they did not gain any advantages. He had to admit that the older, the wiser. Jiang Fuyue walked in with big strides. Lu Jinzhong followed closely behind. Congratulations, Mississippi. You scored full marks for both IPO and IOI. This is unprecedented. You know about it? Lu Jinzhong smiled. The internet is everywhere. The TV news is also reporting about it. Moreover, he had been paying attention to news about her. He did not miss a single moment. Uncle Lu, you're so thoughtful. It's my pleasure. Hu Ben, I didn't know that this old man was so good at sucking up. But what does he mean by Ipo? What? After entering the office, Jiang Fuyue sat down at her desk. She quickly went through a few important documents and handed them to Lu Jinzhong. Hu Ben sat on the sofa, looking a little nervous. Soon, little Six arrived as well. The two of them sat side by side and looked at each other. Jiang Fuyue was talking to Lu Jinzhong and did not notice the two of them. Little Six winked and said, "Brother. What's going on, Hu Ben, you're asking me?" "Who should I ask, Six, why else would sister you call us here?" "Did anything happen at the bar recently?" Hu Ben thought for a moment. "Nothing, except for the trouble the day before yesterday and the arrest of a prostitute yesterday." The two of them were exchanging glances when suddenly, "The two of you," Jiang Fuyue said, "sit over here." Hu Ben and Six looked at each other. They stepped forward and sat down facing the girl. Jiang Fuyue sized up the two of them. After a month, the two of them were no longer impetuous. Instead, they were calm and mature. Running Tiger, who used to feel awkward whenever he wore a suit, was now able to wear a suit quite well and looked good in it. Six, who could not tie a tie after thousands of practice, now wore a bow tie and looked gentle. "Sister you," the two of them met her gaze and did not hide their nervousness. "As of today, 1/3 of the agreed time has passed. I came to see how the two bars are doing." As she spoke, she pointed at the two account books on the desk. Needless to say, Lu Jinzhong must have taken them out. The two of them suddenly looked serious. Jiang Fuyue flipped open the first book. Kings. Hu Ben sat up straight instinctively. His eyes were burning. The profit is 3.62 million. It's an increase of 5% year-on-year. Not bad. Hu Ben heaved a sigh of relief. But the next second, there were 62 disturbances and 18 bodyguards were deployed. That is to say, in this month, there were 2 disputes a day and the bodyguards were deployed 0.5 times. This is more than 10 times more than before. That's because some people are really blind. Hu Ben wanted to defend himself. But when he met Jiang Fuyue's cold gaze, he immediately shut up. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I didn't handle it well. I was too emotional." Lu Jinzhong had reminded him about this before. But Hu Ben did not take it to heart. Jiang Fuyue asked, "What's the most important thing in running a bar?" Hu Ben was at a loss. "Are you asking me?" Jiang Fuyue said, "I'm asking both of you." Hu Ben thought for a while. "Make money." Six added, "Make money safely and steadily." Jiang Fuyue asked Lu Jinzhong again. The latter smiled and said, "Harmony breeds wealth." Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Third watch, 10:40 p.m. Hu Ben, so what if you're cultured, old man? 6. It does seem to be more meaningful than his steady way of making money. What's the idiom again? There was no need for Jiang Fuyue to say anything else. Hu Ben was well aware of it. "I'll be more careful in the future." Jiang Fuyue opened the second book. It's about Queen. Six held his breath. He felt like he was back in school, waiting for the teacher to announce his grades. The excitement and nervousness made his palms sweat. The profit increase is 0.5% less than King's. However, there are fewer incidents. The bodyguards were not deployed even once. Not bad. The last 2 words were like music to Six's ears. After the inspection, the two of them left. After they left, Hu Ben dared to raise his hand to wipe his sweat. Sister Yu's aura is too strong. Six wiped the sweat on his palms on both sides of his pants. "Brother, do you feel nervous?" "Not only that, but I also want to go to the toilet." "After hearing what you said, I kind of want to go to the toilet too." The two brothers looked at each other. "Then, let's go." In the office, Lu Jinzhong was reporting to Jiang Fuyue about the situation in Camp A. Lu Cici's learning theory. To be honest, she's not good at it. But she's very talented in learning skills. Skills? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Tell me more about it. She's good at disarming bombs, loading guns, burying mines, and detecting mines. She's especially good at dissection. Dissection? Didn't you say that she can't do it in theory? Lu Jinzhong coughed softly. As long as you don't need to save people, you'll get better at dissection. Lu Cici's hard work was witnessed by Lu Jinzhong. She was not smart. It could even be said that she was slow in some areas. For example, she could never do math problems well. Of course, Campe did not need her to learn math or do math. She asked me to pass a message to you. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Tell me. She needs a day to go out for personal matters. Okay. Jiang Fuyue asked again, how is Jiang Ku? 2 days ago, he broke through Kara's defensive wall. Kara's, one of the top 3 hackers in the world. So fast? Jiang Fuyue was slightly surprised. Jiang Ku had been in Campe for a shorter time than Lu Cici. It had only been half a month since the NOI summer camp, yet he was able to break through Kara's defense. Lu Jinzhong, he has a lot of potential. His temper was also very strange. If Lu Cici was a hard-working player, then Jiang Ku was a talented player. Jiang Fuyue said, give him a combat mission. Lu Jinzhong was slightly surprised, but he didn't say anything and just nodded. Is he still not accepting plastic surgery? Jiang Ku's face could scare children to tears when he went out at night. How cruel must he have been to himself to have such an effect? Lu Jinzhong shook his head. Jiang Fuyue was not surprised. All geniuses had tempers. Jiang Ku was even worse. After dealing with the Yufeng group, she asked about Campe's situation, and arranged the next plan. Jiang Fuyue left. Seeing that it was still early, she brought gifts to the family area of No. 1 middle school. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Su Jing brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the small table on the balcony. Then, he lay down on the single rocking chair and hummed along with the Beijing opera troops taking Tiger Mountain through wisdom on his phone. He was very carefree. The plot was at its most exciting part, and he was even more engrossed. He didn't even notice when the door was knocked on and his wife brought someone in. After listening to this part, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Fatty Big C was bobbing in the water. Wife, help me add some water. After a while, the water came. The sound of the tea pouring from the pot into the open teacup added to the leisurely afternoon. Su Jing not only shook his head, but also tapped his fingers to the rhythm. Now, he was also tapping his fingers energetically. He squinted his eyes, reached out for the teacup, and took a sip. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Teacher Su, is the temperature okay? It's okay. Cough, 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 cough. Su Jing's whole body stiffened. Why are you here? Then he started coughing crazily. After a while, he recovered. Mrs. Su stood at the side with her arms crossed, looking at him coldly. Useless. He even ordered her to pour water for him. In his dreams, Jiang Fuyue maintained his smile, innocent and pure. I came back to China yesterday, and I'm here to see you today. Look, what a good child. The love in Master Su's eyes almost couldn't be contained. He came back to China yesterday, came to see the teacher today, and even poured water for him. Most importantly, he was so outstanding and good-looking. He was perfect. Su Jing quickly put down the teacup and got up from the rocking chair. In the process, because he moved too quickly, he stumbled and almost fell. Mrs. Su couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Jiang Fuyue said, I'm having a hard time holding it in. When they entered the living room, Mrs. Su served them a plate of fruit. Su Jing sat on the sofa and asked her about the details of the 2 competitions. Jiang Fuyue picked the important parts to talk about. When she mentioned Hamasaki Chiba, Su Jing was stunned. Is she from that family in Japan? Jiang Fuyue was a little surprised. You know? Yan Zhenfeng and Qin Libi knew. This was not surprising. After all, the 2 of them had been leading Ipo teams for so many years. They were familiar with the geniuses, freaks, and geniuses in the world. However, Su Jing was in the mathematical Olympiad, and she lived in a corner of Linhui. There's a math genius in their family, and there's also someone from the previous generation who is very talented in math. When he said this, Su Jing's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy and regret. The previous generation, that was about the same age as Su Jing. It seemed that there was a story behind it. Jiang Fuyue didn't ask. Instead, he took out the gift for Su Jing. What's this? Some trinkets and snacks from Country D and Country E. She put it in a large gift bag. It was bulging and quite heavy. Su Jing was very touched. The resentment caused by the scare just now disappeared in an instant. What a good child. She even wanted to bring him a gift when she went abroad for a competition. Come, Yaya, eat some fruit. Do you mind if I call you that? Mrs. Su put down the fruit plate and smiled gently. I don't mind. Mrs. Su, you're so young. You're in your 40s. How is that young? You look young. I thought you were in your 30s. Mr. Su is eating young grass. Mrs. Su was overjoyed. She hugged Jiang Fuyue as if he was her biological child. You're so sweet. You're so good at coaxing people. Come, eat an apple. Thank you, Mrs. Su. Jiang Fuyue accepted the good advice. There was only one piece of apple left. Su Jing took a toothpick and was about to stab it when he was stopped by a look from his wife. Don't move. Leave it for Yaya. Su Jing, ? Whose wife are you? Jiang Fuyue finished the last piece of apple and left. Mrs. Su took out a set of skincare products from the room and gave it to her. My nephew brought 2 sets back from Country H some time ago. I can't use them all. Take them back and give them to your mother. Fairy water was considered a high-end skincare product. Jiang Fuyue couldn't refuse and could only accept it. Before leaving, Mrs. Su sighed. If only you were a little older. I could give you a whole set. But your skin is so good. You don't need those messy lotions and creams. But you have to take care of the physical sunscreen. The ultraviolet rays will damage your skin and make you age easily. Thank you, Mrs. Su. I'll remember. Goodbye. Come visit me when you're free. Su Jing followed her out and glanced at the corridor. All right, she's gone. What are you looking at? Only then did Mistress Su reluctantly close the door. Su Jing began to complain. Look at you. She's a high school student. Instead of teaching her the good stuff, you teach her about skincare and sunscreen. Is it appropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Yaya is such an outstanding child. She's already very knowledgeable. You don't know who will be teaching who. Su Jing felt a little guilty. She remembered the mathematical Olympiad proof question, the deduction question, and the analytic geometry question from before. It seemed that Jiang Fuyue was the one who solved them first. He then looked at her answers and brought them to class for everyone to comment on. Damn it, Mrs. Su said, a good student should be well-rounded. What's wrong with skincare? Skincare is an eternal topic for women. Su Jing didn't want to talk to her and ran to open the gift. She wanted to see what good things the little girl had brought for him, dolls, chocolates, wow. And a whole bottle of vodka. Beautiful, beautiful. Mrs. Su also came over and picked up a box. It was full of German words and she couldn't understand what it was. She took out her phone and opened the translation app. Suddenly, her expression became strange. Su Jing hugged the vodka and happily went over to take a look. It must be something good again, right? The next second, her face darkened. Effect, strengthens the yang and kidneys. Has miraculous effects for recuperation. Digression, 3rd watch, 3,000 words. 4th watch, 12 o'clock. After Jiang Fuyue left, she went to Meng Zijian's house in the unit next door. He must have just come back from fishing. When he opened the door, he was still wearing a sunscreen and shorts. He didn't have time to take off his sun hat. His face was red and oily from the sun. Hello, Mr. Meng. You're back? She was surprised at first, then a touch of embarrassment and nervousness appeared. I didn't expect you to come. I just came back from outside and I'm covered in sweat. Sit down for a while. I'll go in and clean up. After saying that, she ran away quickly. Mrs. Meng greeted her with a smile. Come, sit on the sofa. I made the ice powder myself. Try it. Thank you, Mrs. Meng. Jiang Fuyue ate again. The sweetness of the brown sugar and the coolness of the ice powder mixed perfectly. Suddenly, the heat dissipated. How is it? It's delicious. Madame Meng's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Jiang Fuyue found that both of them were very gentle people. But on second thought, perhaps only such a personality could tolerate Su Jing's straightforwardness and Meng Zhijian's impulsiveness. Soon, Meng Zhijian changed his clothes and cleaned himself up quite nimbly. Suddenly, the spirit of a young man came out. He also asked Jiang Fuyue about the details of the competition. Of course, he mainly asked about Ipo. After all, that was the subject he taught. When you won the award, one of my undergraduates heard that you were my student. We hadn't contacted each other for a long time. But in the last few days, he called me indiscriminately and wanted to recruit you to the University of Science and Technology of Science and Technology of Science. He said that the recommendation notice has already been arranged and will be sent to the school when school starts. I know it's a little early to ask this question, but you still have to know which university you're going to and what major you're going to study in the future. Jiang Fuyue nodded. I know. Oh? Have you thought about it? Not yet. Meng Zhijian thought that she couldn't escape from Q University and B University. As for her major, physics and computer science were both possible. Jiang Fuyue finished the last mouthful of ice powder. She declined Mrs. Meng's offer of another bowl and took out the gift bag. This is? It's for you. It's a trinket from D country and E country. Meng Zhijian was also moved. He thought that pulling Jiang Fuyue from the mathematical Olympiad class to the competitive physics class was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Although, Jiang Fuyue might really be after the 500 yuan subsidy, this time, when Jiang Fuyue left, she took a bag of dried small fish with her. The bag had been processed by her master's wife with a secret recipe. Even when the bag was tightly closed, one could smell the fragrance. It even attracted a few stray cats along the way. Finally, Yu Wenzhou. When she arrived, he was lying on the sofa, playing with his phone with his legs crossed. After Jiang Fuyue went in, she sneaked a peek at his phone screen. This guy was actually using Weibo, and he was even a host. Jiang Fuyue memorized the name of the Weibo, #BrainiacGoddess#. She took out her phone, opened Weibo, and searched. When she clicked in, she was shocked to see her own photos. There were photos of her sitting in a classroom in her school uniform, and photos of her playing basketball with Xianxia in her long johns. There were also photos of her on the Ipo and IOI podium. She glanced at the host's ID, bang against the wall for the moon, Jiang Fuyue, ? She clicked into her personal homepage. There were more than 100 Weibo posts, all of which were anti-defamation posts. The latest one said, Jiang Fuyue's image as a brainiac goddess is actually marketing. Her family owns a mine and she's a rich second-generation heir. For the sake of fame, she can even manipulate her Ipo and IOI results. Yu Wenzhou reposted this post and gave a 2,000-word explanation of the absolute fairness of Ipo and IOI. In the end, he came to a conclusion: the person who created this kind of rumor must be a slacker. No, an illiterate. The comments section was filled with cheers for Yu Wenzhou. One of them went like this: Big Wall, tell me honestly. Do you have a crush on the goddess? Yu Wenzhou replied, T. That's my student. My proudest and proudest student. There were more than a dozen replies below, which were as follows: Hey. Friend, are you new? How dare you say that teacher Big Wall has a crush on the goddess? Be careful that teacher's wife doesn't appear and tugs at your ear to urge you to do your homework. Kid, go do your homework. Wow. Teacher's wife is really here. Welcome, teacher's wife. Sprinkle flowers, sprinkle flowers. Jiang Fuyue followed the clues and found teacher's wife use Weibo. She was shocked. She was actually a financial expert. She had more than 10 million followers. She actually reposted every anti-defamation post that Yu Wenzhou posted. Many of her old fans also knew that they were husband and wife. The video of Jiang Fuyue going on stage to receive the award was edited into high definition by teacher's wife Yu and pinned to the top of her homepage. The caption was, "My old Yu student is so outstanding." There were millions of reposts. It turned out that the trending videos all originated from here. This time, it was Jiang Fuyue's turn to be moved. Teacher Yu, where's your wife? Oh, she's doing a live broadcast tonight. She went to the studio to prepare. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue leaned over. Since you like to surf the internet so much, have you ever thought of becoming an internet celebrity, like teacher's wife? Yu Wenzhou's eyes lit up. Me? Can I? I can't. Teacher's wife has already tagged me so many times, but my fans haven't increased. I don't have the talent. People who surf the internet all want to be noticed. The more attention they get, the fiercer they become. Yu Wenzhou was no exception. Then have you ever thought of the reason? What reason? Jiang Fuyue, teacher's wife has so many fans. She often mentions you, but your fans haven't increased. Yu Wenzhou shook his head, his eyes dazed. I really haven't. Do you know why? Because your persona isn't complete and unique enough. Teacher's wife likes you, so in the eyes of her fans, you're just XX's husband. They like teacher's wife, but they don't know you, so of course they won't buy it. Oh, so that's how it is. Then do you have any good ideas? Jiang Fuyue coughed softly and took out a business card. She didn't know why she had it with her. It was the same at the airport last time. Yu Wenzhou took it and glanced at it. Xingyue Management Agency? Wu Qian. Although this agency has just been established, they're very good at packaging and marketing. They can further create a relevant persona based on your own characteristics. Right now, they only have 2 contracted hosts. They're completely different types from you, so you don't have to worry about clashing or fighting for resources. You can give it a try. Yu Wenzhou took the business card. He didn't say whether or not he would go. Jiang Fuyue gave him the gift and happily left. She had come to see her teacher, and at the same time found a potential host for her agency. Nice evening, First Middle School's residential area. The evening lights were lit and a cool breeze blew. Hey, Teacher Meng, are you out for a walk? Meng Zhijian, yeah. You didn't go fishing today? Hey, I came back halfway. Don't you think it's infuriating? His neighbor, who was of course a colleague from First Middle School, immediately asked with concern, what happened? One of my students came to see me, so I came back early. Former graduates are nostalgic. The day before yesterday, 2 of my students also came to see me. They even brought flowers and fruits. These kids are really, Meng Zhijian shook his head and said calmly, I'm not a graduate. You should know the one who's studying here. Ah? I know her too? Who? It's Jiang Fuyue. After winning the 2 international competitions with full marks, Jiang Fuyue's name was like thunder in the neighborhood. The neighbor's eyes widened and immediately stepped forward to ask. When did she come? She's back in the country? Did she say whether she was going to Q University or B University? She came this afternoon and only left a few hours ago. The little girl came back yesterday and even brought a gift. What gift? Come, I'll treat you. Meng Zhijian took out a piece of chocolate from his small bag, broke off one of the squares, and handed it to him. The neighbor had a strange look on his face. Usually, this guy didn't have the habit of carrying a bag with him when he went for a walk. Today was strange. Could it be that there was only chocolate in it? The neighbor had to admit that the teacher was right. How is it? Delicious, right? Delicious. Meng Zhijian, it's from Germany. I really envy you for having such a good student. Not only did she sweep the 2 major competitions, but she's also so polite. She came to see you the second day after she came back. After Meng Zhijian heard this, every pore on his body was screaming for comfort. Well, how many was this? Was there enough chocolate? He counted. There were still 5 small pieces. He could find 5 more people. Let's go not far away. Su Jing was holding a piece of candy. Let me tell you, this was brought back by my student. It's Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue had just arrived home. When she stepped into the hallway, she found that there was no place for her to step. Bags of various sizes were piled up on the floor, emitting a sweaty smell. She subconsciously frowned. Voices came from the living room. A high-pitched female voice was particularly abrupt. Not only was it high in decibels, but it also kept talking like a machine gun. It was very noisy. Bypassing the pile of things, Jiang Fuyue changed her shoes and walked towards the living room. Aunt Fan, is this really your home? This is too beautiful. I have never seen such a luxurious house. What is it called? The old lady smiled. Villa. So that's the word villa. I always thought it was wild. No wonder Aunt talks about you all day long. She said that you are living a good life in the city, wearing gold and silver, and living a good life. The aunt the woman mentioned was the old lady's sister-in-law, Janter's aunt. The old lady suddenly felt proud. The face that she didn't earn in front of her sister-in-law when she was young was now earned back. She was quite proud. Sister-in-law, you're talking nonsense. When did I wear gold and silver? It's just that the children are all grown up and filial now. My life is indeed a little better than before. Aunt Fan. You're living in a villa, and it's only a little better? The woman's tone was exaggerated, and her body movements were big and wide. It looked quite funny. The old lady smiled reservedly. What's wrong with that? When you get used to it, you'll realize that there is no difference between a villa and other houses. It's just a little bigger and has 2 more floors. I'm even too lazy to clean it. If you ask me, the tile-roofed house in my hometown is more comfortable. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. You're still thinking about the tile-roofed house when you have such a good house? The woman was shocked. The old lady sighed. Ah, I'm old. I'm nostalgic. Was there something wrong with her? By the way, Chunny, what about you? You said you're here to take care of me, but don't treat yourself as an outsider. Just stay here peacefully. Chunny was touched. Aunt Fan, you're so good to me. Where's Brother Jiang? Is he at home? I haven't seen him for many years. I'll cook tonight. I'll make some snacks from my hometown and let you all have a taste of my cooking. Don't worry about him. He leaves early and returns late every day. He's very busy. It doesn't matter. Brother Jiang has important matters to attend to, and we'll meet sooner or later. No wonder Auntie always says that you're better at teaching children than her. Each of the 3 eldest brothers of the Jiang family is more promising than the other. Old Madame Fu was quite comfortable with the flattery, and even Chunny was more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, his eyes swept over Jiang Qinqing, who was sitting on the sofa and watching TV. He couldn't help but frown and put on a stern look. How old are you? Why are you still watching cartoons? Don't you know how to order something nutritious? The way he preached just happened to match Chenny's words of knowing how to teach children. Little brother Jiang, ? He was baffled. Io, is this big brother Jiang's son? Chenny pretended to be pleasantly surprised, as if she had just discovered the little guy's existence. He looks so cute. Aunt Fan, don't be too strict. The child is still young. The old madam said seriously, if you don't polish a jade, it won't amount to anything. Look at how good she was at teaching her children and grandchildren. Chunny, Jiang Shouty, ? He was still confused. The old lady coughed softly. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you greeting him? She's your cousin. Jiang Qinqing was a very polite child. When he heard this, he obediently called out, Aunt. Hey! This child is so sensible. The old lady raised her chin slightly and said leisurely, he's all right. Go and pour a glass of water for your aunt. Chunny hurriedly waved her hand. No need. The old lady, it's okay. Sit down. There's no harm in children learning more rules. Sit down. Chunny sat down with a look of refusal and looked around. What a beautiful house. She had only seen it in TV dramas before. Jiang Shouty nodded and was about to go to the kitchen to get a glass when suddenly, Sister. You're back. This voice caused the old lady's back to stiffen. Chunny subconsciously looked over. She saw a girl who was prettier than a celebrity standing not far away, leaning against the wall with a faint smile. She didn't know when she had appeared and how long she had been here. Chunny stood up from the sofa somewhat uneasily. She didn't know why she did this, but she suddenly didn't dare to sit down anymore. Aunt Fan, the old lady had already returned to normal, but her eyes were evasive and she looked a little guilty. Oh, this is the eldest's daughter. So it's you. Chunny habitually smiled, trying to worm her way into being friends with the old madam. However, she was caught off guard by a pair of indifferent eyes. The pitch-black pupils were deep and dark, as if they were flickering with a dim light. The moment she looked over, there was an invisible pressure that made people feel suffocated. Xianxia had already run over and held her hand with a dependent look. Jiang Fuyue patted his head and then looked at the woman. Aunt, you're here. It's been a long journey. Her clear and cold voice seeped with a trace of bone-chilling coldness. Chunny instantly felt a chill down her spine. It's not hard. She stuttered. If there's nothing else, we'll go upstairs first. After that, without waiting for others to react, she left with Xianxia. The old lady's mouth stiffened. Chunny was a little helpless. Aunt Fan, ignore her. She's just like that. Suddenly, Chunny's expression changed slightly. She looked behind the old lady awkwardly. Yeah. At some point, Jiang Fuyue had returned and was standing at the stairs. Grandma, I forgot to remind you. The wind is strong, so don't talk too much. Be careful of the cold wind blowing into your throat. The old lady did not have the courage to look back at her at all. Her whole body was stiff like a stone statue. Chunny looked around blankly. Wind? Where did the wind come from? It's so warm in the house. After going upstairs, Jiang Fuyue asked Xianxia to go back to his room to do his homework. Sister, I like the gift you bought so much. It's good that you like it. Then, do I still have to pour water for Aunt next time? He blinked. Jiang Fuyue asked in return, what do you think? He thought for a moment. If Aunt is a good person, then it's okay because it's polite. But if she's not, then I won't pour water for her. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Then I'll go do my homework. I still have a lot of mathematical Olympiad questions to do, and I have a live stream tonight. The little guy muttered as he walked. Jiang Fuyue also turned to go back to her room. The moment she closed the door, her gaze turned cold. Ordering Xianxia around, who does she think she is? In the evening, Jantar and Han Yunru came back. When they saw Chunny watching TV with the old lady in the living room, they were confused for a moment. They did not know why there was another person in the house. The pile of things was still at the entrance, and it smelled even worse than in the afternoon. Even a rough man like Jantar could not help but frown. Mom, the old lady's eyelids did not move. Your cousin, Chunny, have you forgotten? Chunny looked at the burly Jantar in front of her and blushed. Cousin, she pinched her throat and spoke softly, giving people goosebumps. Han Yunru frowned. The next second, Chunny looked at her with a startled expression. She had never seen Han Yunru in person. She had only seen photos and remembered that she was a woman in a wedding jacket. Perhaps because of the yellowed photo paper, she looked a little beautiful. However, most of those photos had been edited, and she did not know what the real person looked like. But at this moment, her face hurt. Han Yunru was more than 10 times more beautiful than in the photos, and that was a photo from 20 years ago. She was 20 years older now, but she was still so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. One could only imagine how charming she was back then. Sister-in-law. Chunny forced a smile. Chunny, right? Han Yunru's voice was gentle, and her eyes seemed to ripple when she smiled. It's me. She felt even more depressed, and she could not tell what exactly she was feeling. When did you arrive? Have you had dinner? This afternoon. We already had dinner. Have you eaten? I made some dishes from my hometown. Auntie Fan said it was delicious. Do you and Brother Jiang want to try it? I'll heat it up for you. Han Yunru waved her hand. No need, we already ate. Are those your things at the door? Ah? Chunny was stunned. It's those bags, Wang Yao said. Chunny's cheeks flushed red. Those were the clothes she wore on the train. In order to meet people in a dignified manner, she found a place to change into a clean set of clothes after getting off the train. But after entering the door, she was so shocked by what she saw that she forgot the things at the door for a moment. In addition, there were some pickled vegetables that she made herself. Chunny did not dare to think about the effect of the pickled vegetables, which already smelled of sweat. "I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." Old Madam could not help but frown. "You're a guest. What are you cleaning up for? Let the eldest daughter-in-law do it." With just one sentence, he had arranged everything for Han Yunru. Chunny did not dare. No, I'll clean up my own things." Old Madam was ruthless. "Don't worry about it. Listen to me in this family." Jantar frowned. He felt sorry for his wife. "Mom, Aru is very tired after a busy day. Does it take a lot of strength to clean up a few bags? I can't do it anymore." Jantar still wanted to say something, but Han Yunru spoke first. "It's okay, I'll clean it up." Jantar felt more and more guilty. He could not do anything to Old Madam, but he could not bear to let his wife be wronged. "I'll clean it up." After saying that, he left. Chunny ran in front of Jantar. She definitely could not let Brother Jiang clean up for her. Wouldn't her sloppiness be exposed? Originally, when Auntie Fen was on her side and ordered Han Yunru around, she was a little happy. Now, she was only left with panic. "Brother Jiang. Don't bother. I'll do it myself." "Really? I can do it myself. Don't move." There was one more person in the house, and she was a guest personally appointed by Old Madam. Naturally, they could not neglect her. The guest room needed to be cleaned up, the quilts and sheets needed to be changed, and daily necessities such as toothbrushes and towels needed to be prepared. All these things fell on Han Yunru's head. When she was done, it was almost dawn. Chunny was already a little impatient. She yawned and asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you taking so long?" "I want to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow and push Auntie Fen out for a walk." "Han Yunru, it'll be done soon. You go take a shower first." "No, I've already washed my face and feet." Han Yunru paused. "It's better to take a shower in summer." Chunny curled her lips. "Do you think I'm not hygienic?" "I don't mean that. When I'm at home, I take a shower once a week. Other times, I wash my face and feet. I also want to save water for you. I heard that water in the city is expensive. It often costs hundreds or thousands of yuan. You don't have to save water, ah? Then I can't waste it. Besides, I feel like my skin is going to be rubbed off if I keep taking a shower. People in my hometown say that if the skin is thin, it's easy to get sick. I'm just right. I'm healthy." Her voice was very loud, and her saliva was flying everywhere. Han Yunru did not dare to get too close. After she finished spreading the quilt, she stopped persuading her and turned to leave. Chunny stood at the door of the guest room and watched the woman's back as she went upstairs. She was twisting and turning, thin and frail. It was obvious that she was not healthy, but Brother Jiang seemed to like it very much. She even complained that she did not take a shower. Was it very smelly? She had already washed her face and feet. Han Yunru dragged her slightly tired feet upstairs. Jiang Fuyue stood at the stairs, as if waiting for her. "Yeye? Why are you still awake? You're still busy downstairs. How can I sleep?" Han Yunru was stunned. She glanced at her and Jantar's bedroom. The door was ajar. There was light leaking out, but it was not as warm as usual. The woman suddenly laughed. "You're so much more considerate than some people." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and mimicked her tone. "Some people still need a lesson. They haven't woken up yet." After that, the mother and daughter exchanged a tacit look. Jiang Fuyue had a hunch that her beautiful mother was playing a very big game of chess. Digression, 2 updates, 4,000 words. 2 more at 12 o'clock. Back in the room, Han Yunru took out her pajamas and prepared to take a shower. Jantar immediately followed her anxiously and said, "Honey, you've worked hard. I wanted to help, but Chunny is a girl and it's not appropriate for me to enter her room, so, okay." "I know." With that, she closed the bathroom door with a clang. Jantar was stunned and lost in thought. He knew that something must have gone wrong, but he had no idea what the problem was. He was completely dumbfounded. Soon, Han Yunru came out of the shower. Jantar was about to speak to her when there was a knock on the door. He had to open it first. Dad. Yeah? Where's Mom? Jiang Fuyue craned her neck and looked inside. She's inside. Come in. Jantar stepped aside and waited for Jiang Fuyue to come in before closing the door quietly. Han Yunru looked at the paper bag in front of her and asked, "What's this?" Jiang Fuyue said, "I went to visit the teachers this afternoon and brought them some gifts. Mrs. Su asked me to give you this bottle of divine water." For me? Han Yunru was a little surprised. Yes, it's not suitable for my age, Han Yunru understood. Her daughter went to visit the teachers and Mrs. Su gave her skincare products in return. However, considering that she didn't need them at her age, she said that it was for her. Then I got a great deal? A bottle like this cost a few thousand yuan. Jiang Fuyue corrected her. It's because of you. Han Yunru laughed. Yes, because of my daughter, then I'll go back. Rest early. Okay. Han Yunru sent her daughter off and closed the door. When she turned around, she saw Jantar's face in front of her. She took half a step back and frowned. What are you doing? Honey, let's talk. I'm sleepy. She walked to the bed, lifted the blanket, and lay down. Jantar pursed his lips. His tall and strong figure stood still on the spot. After a long while, honey, tell me the truth. Do you have something against me? I'm a slow person and I'm not smart. If there's anything wrong with me, tell me, and I'll correct it. Wife, don't be angry, okay? You didn't talk to me much today. Jantar crept to the bedside, hoping to get some response. However, he saw that Han Yunru's breathing was steady and she had fallen asleep. He suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. What exactly was wrong? It seemed that ever since his mother came, the atmosphere in the house had become very strange. Jantar vaguely knew where the problem was, but what could he do? At this moment, the sleeping Han Yunru's eyelashes fluttered twice. She recalled Jantar's words, "If there is, say it." Bitterness filled her heart. If she could say it, she would have said it a long time ago. However, there were some things that she couldn't say too much about. Only Jantar could figure it out himself. The next day, Jantar and Han Yunru opened the shop as usual. Jiang Fuyue also left the house early. Chunni pushed the old lady around the neighborhood and even went to the free buffet area to eat and pack. Everyone else stared at her as if she was a monster. The old lady's face suddenly burned. Chunni. Let's go. Aunt Fan, don't panic. There's a lot of good food here. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious cake. Wait a minute, I'll pack 2 more bags. As she spoke, she started to pack. Oh my God. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Whose housekeeper is she? But it's too shabby to hire such a housekeeper. I saw them coming out of a 3's detached villa this morning. TSK. A 3 has such people living there? Where did this nouveau riche come from? That's not right. Even the nouveau riche can't reach her. Don't tell me she's living there? There was a lot of discussion, but Chunni turned a deaf ear to it. Her eyes were filled with the delicious food in front of her, and she couldn't wait to pack it all up and take it away. The old lady was so angry that her cheeks were red. She shouted at her until her voice was hoarse, but Chunni ignored her. A housekeeper actually dared to talk to her? The old lady was furious, but Chunni wasn't like any of her daughters-in-law who could embarrass them and make them not dare to talk back. Chunni was just a blockhead. She didn't listen to the people around her, and she didn't listen to her either. In the end, the old lady's lungs were about to explode. Chunni picked up the bag reluctantly. Aunt Fan, I'm done. Let's go. Her fingers were trembling. Chunni looked concerned. What's wrong? Are you okay? Push me back. Idiot. Chunni didn't understand anything else, but she could understand the word idiot. No. Aunt Fan, how can you scold me for no reason? How am I stupid? Push me back. Don't you understand? The old lady's face was turning purple. Chenny pouted, but she didn't dare to resist. She carried the bags with one hand and pushed the wheelchair with the other. The road was bumpy. When they reached home, the old lady couldn't speak anymore. Chenny didn't pour her a glass of water. She carried the bag to the kitchen and scooped out the food on a plate. Then, she started eating. Chenny didn't cook lunch. She ate the pastries that she had packed in the morning. The old lady said, "I want to eat." "Aunt Fen, why are you so stupid? This cake is so delicious. Why do you want to eat? Here, I'll give you a piece. It's really fragrant." The old lady was speechless. She was really hungry in the afternoon. She called Chenny, but she didn't listen. She wanted to call her youngest son and ask Jiangting to come over and teach this ignorant idiot a lesson. But she couldn't find her phone. "Chenny. Where's my phone?" "Oh, I'm using it. I'm video chatting with my aunt. I'll return it to you later." The old lady choked on her anger. She waited for a long time, but her phone wasn't returned. Chenny had already gone upstairs. She quietly opened the door to Jantar and Han Yunru's room. The old lady was really hungry. At this moment, Xianxia came down from upstairs. "You, come here." "Grandma?" Xianxia was stunned for a second, but he still went forward obediently. "I'm hungry. You go and cook." In the evening, Jiang Fuyue heard the sound of cooking in the kitchen when she reached home. The old lady leaned against the wheelchair weakly. Chenny was sitting on the sofa with the remote control. She was watching TV and eating fruits. Jiang Fuyue's face turned cold. She went into the kitchen and saw Xianxia struggling to lift the frying pan and pour the water into the sink. The villa's kitchen was different from the previous building. The marble counter was built high. Xianxia wasn't tall enough, so he could only stretch his neck. The fire that Jiang Fuyue had suppressed in her heart exploded in an instant. "Put it down." Xianxia turned his head in surprise. "Sister, you're back. Put the frying pan down and take off the apron." "Ah? Oh." The young boy noticed that his sister's eyes suddenly became heavy and quiet, like the sky before a storm. It was so stuffy that it made him panic. "Sister," he called out uneasily. Jiang Fuyue patted his head to comfort him. "Come, follow me out." "But the dishes. They weren't done yet." Under his sister's cold gaze, he shut his mouth obediently and followed her quietly. In the living room, Chenny was still staring at the TV. She reached out to fork some fruits. Suddenly, the plate in front of her was overturned and hit the floor with a crisp sound. It was broken. She was shocked. She looked up and saw Jiang Fuyue looking down at her. She looked like she wanted to eat her up. "You, Aunt, are you here to take care of people or to be taken care of?" Of course, I'm here to take care of Aunt Fen." Coincidentally, the old lady was also awakened by the commotion. She looked at the scene in front of her and didn't speak up for Chenny. She only sneered, "Serves her right. Is this how you take care of people? Let my brother cook and serve you? She used you instead of you." The old lady felt guilty. Chenny's legs trembled when she saw Jiang Fuyue's cold look. She didn't know how a girl could have such a strong aura. She looked even more majestic than the village chief. I didn't. It's Auntie Fin who let your brother." "Shut up," the old lady said angrily. "Chenny, you really disappoint me." "Chenny, question mark." Jiang Fuyue looked at the old lady deeply and smiled. "Grandma, I don't think it's suitable for my aunt to continue staying at home. What do you think?" The old lady felt as if her throat was being choked by an invisible hand. She felt suffocated. Her mind was blank. She forgot about face, status, and who was the master of this family. Only the girl in front of her had a pair of dark and cold eyes. I also think so." "Alright, then I'll make the decision to send Aunt away." Chenny didn't understand why things suddenly turned out like this. "No, I won't go. I just got here. I need to take care of Auntie Fen." She threw herself over and hugged the old lady's leg. "Auntie Fen, it was clearly you who let Chen Xing cook. What does that have to do with me? You can't drive me away. She still hadn't lived a good life, so how could she be willing to leave? The old lady was exposed. She suddenly met Jiang Fuyue's mocking gaze, as if she already knew. This caused her old face to burn. She immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and pulled Chunny away. She said that she was sick, but her strength was quite great. She directly flipped Chunny over. Scram for me. With your gluttonous and lazy appearance, you want to take care of me? It's already good that I'm not dead. Auntie Fan, I was called by you. It's only been a day, and you want to drive me away. I won't accept this. The old lady's body trembled with anger. You still won't accept this? I just won't accept this. Jiang Fuyue sneered. Now you know what it means to invite a god in but not send it away, right? Only when the old lady's eyes rolled back and she almost fainted did Jiang Fuyue leisurely open her mouth. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Call the police? What police? Chunny's eyes were blank. You stole a bottle of water that my mother used to wipe her face. That bottle of water is still new. It's worth more than 5,000. This amount is enough to file a case. What nonsense are you saying? I didn't steal it. Chunny was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Jiang Fuyue was neither fast nor slow. I have a recording. The woman went limp on the ground. I didn't know it was that expensive. I thought it was just a few yuan to wipe my face. In the end, Chunny left the same way she came. She also took away her pile of smelly bags. The farce ended. The old lady looked at Jiang Fuyue, who was sitting calmly on the sofa and eating fruits, and Xianxia, who was watching cartoons with relish beside her. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine. At night, when Jantar and Han Yunru came back, Jiang Fuyue told them that her aunt had left. Jantar was shocked. Han Yunru was not surprised at all. Her daughter was naturally like her. Moreover, she did not have so many worries and would not be restrained in doing things. Now that Chunny had cleaned up, there was only. Jiang Fuyue looked at the old lady in the wheelchair, whose back was straight, and smiled faintly. She would leave it to Han Yunru to deal with it. She could not ruin her biological mother's plan. Before going to bed, Jiang Fuyue received a goodnight kiss from Xianxia. Sister, you are so good. Jiang Fuyue asked him, have you learned it? The little boy's eyes were sparkling. Yes. I have learned it. That's good. Go to sleep. Good night, sister. Good night. Jiang Fuyue had been in campe for the whole day. She had loosened up her muscles and shot a few targets. She was already tired. She slept exceptionally well, but the way she woke up was not very pleasant. Because she was pulled out of bed by someone. That's right, it was pulled. Jiang Fuyue. Wake up. She frowned. In the next second, she suddenly opened her eyes. Immediately, she was in a daze. Jiang Fuyue had never thought that the first thing she would see when she woke up one morning would be Xie Dingyuan. The balcony door was wide open, and a cool breeze entered the room. Very good, this guy climbed in. You better give me an explanation. She gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to get dressed and follow me. I'll tell you slowly on the way. The man's expression was serious, and his gaze was heavy. Jiang Fuyue looked at him for a full 5 seconds. Xie Dingyuan did not avoid her gaze and looked back at her. Okay. She responded and got dressed as fast as she could. The two of them did not go through the main door. Instead, they climbed down from the balcony and sped all the way to the back door of the Imperial Heaven residence. A black Buick was quietly waiting by the roadside. The two of them got into the car and sat side by side in the back seat. The driver started the engine and stepped on the accelerator. Xie Dingyuan reminded her, fasten your seatbelt. Jiang Fuyue did as she was told. What's the matter? The dignified Professor Xie actually climbed into her bedroom without saying a word. The man's lips were pursed into a straight line, and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that he had encountered a lot of trouble. Jiang Fuyue did not pursue the matter. After that sentence, she did not speak anymore. Suddenly, he asked, do you know how the local area network works? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. This was the most basic part of the computer network. Anyone who studied computer science should know about it, right? Why are you suddenly asking this? The customs were searching for a batch of contraband. There was a mistake in the inspection process. Jiang Fuyue did not understand. What does this have to do with the local area network? Last night, the Customs Intelligence Department intercepted a hacker's command. After cracking the encryption, they obtained a string of inexplicable Arabic numerals. There were a total of 49 digits. They initially suspected that it was related to the smuggling of contraband. However, until this morning, they had not deciphered the true meaning of the string of digits. The higher-ups suspect that the items have been transported in, but they have not found out. The specific clearance time and the current location of the items should be in this string of digits. Jiang Fuyue asked, "Is it very tricky?" Xie Dingyuan replied, "It's a big case." "You want me to decipher that string of digits?" "Yes." Jiang Fuyue could not help but laugh. "Why do you think I will? I've seen your programming ideas. You're a hacker." He paused after every word, and his tone was firm. Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned cold. "Don't worry, I won't expose your identity." Xie Dingyuan himself was also a computer expert, and his achievements were not low. However, he had never been a hacker, so he did not know the established rules of this hidden world. This was a matter of great importance, so he could not gamble with the mentality of trying. At this critical moment, he could only think of Jiang Fuyue. "Where are we going?" Xie Dingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that she had agreed. "The Customs Intelligence Department. I owed you a favor before, but after this, I don't owe you any more." The man smiled bitterly. "Okay." Soon, the Buick stopped in front of a building. When the guard saw the two of them, he did not question them and let them in directly. A short and fat man was waiting at the entrance of the information center. When he saw the car, he went up to them, sweating profusely. "You're finally here." Xie Dingyuan nodded slightly at him. Then, he went to the front passenger seat and opened the door for Jiang Fuyue. This action shocked the short and fat man. There were not many people who could make Xie Dingyuan open the door for them personally. Could it be that he was an old man? The short and fat man immediately straightened his clothes and checked his image. However, the next second, he widened his eyes in shock. A young girl appeared in front of him. Her hair was a little messy, and her coat was unbuttoned. However, it did not detract from her beauty. Her skin was snow white, and her legs were long and straight. Her pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled as she looked at the building in front of her. "Lao Jing, take us in." "Who is this?" He restrained his surprise and amazement and immediately became serious. Xie Dingyuan said, "She's the foreign aide I hired." He paused and added, "She's a top student." "Oh." Lao Jing nodded. "Come with me." They swiped the card and entered the door. After walking through the corridor, Lao Jing finally brought them to a large central control room. All the computers in the room were of the highest quality. Xie Dingyuan walked to the main console and opened an encrypted file. "This is the original command. The decrypted numbers are here." Jiang Fuyue glanced at the screen. Her eyes moved slightly. Xie Dingyuan suddenly stepped back and gave up the main control position. He gestured to Jiang Fuyue. "You go." The girl was stunned. This time, not only was Lao Jing surprised, but he also jumped on the spot. "What are you doing?" Xie Dingyuan told him the truth. "Let her be the main controller." "No. She's just a university student." "Can she do it?" When they were introduced just now, Xie Dingyuan said that she was a top student. Lao Jing preconceived that she was a university student. If he knew that Jiang Fuyue had not graduated from high school, he would probably jump into the sea instead of jumping on his feet. Xie Dingyuan answered him firmly, "Yes." He was so confident that even Jiang Fuyue could not help but be surprised. Lao Jing stared at him intently. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." He gave a heavy promise in a gentle tone. "Hey," Jiang Fuyue called him. "You're making me feel pressured." Xie Dingyuan turned to look at her. Suddenly, he smiled faintly. "I'm glad that your pressure comes from me and not from the string of numbers." This meant that Jiang Fuyue knew how to solve the problem. And she already had a rough idea of what to do. Lao Jing, make a decision. You're forcing me, Xie Dingyuan said, time waits for no one. If there's really any contraband like gunpowder, you know the consequences. Lao Jing clenched his teeth. Fine. But you should at least watch from the side. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Although the girl was pretty, this job was not something that could be done just because she was pretty. She needed skills. The kind that was perfect, however, he still believed in Xie Dingyuan's judgment. The person recommended by him should not be wrong. It was just that, damn it. She was too young. That's right. Xie Dingyuan patted his shoulder. Lao Jing was speechless. He wanted to vomit blood. On the other side, Jiang Fuyue had already sat in front of the control panel. Xie Dingyuan, come here. What did you find? The man's expression suddenly turned serious. Jiang Fuyue pointed at the numbers on the screen. I need the original hacker command. Can you think of a way to get it? You mean you need the one before the first deciphering? Yes. Xie Dingyuan immediately turned to look at Lao Jing. Lao Jing received the signal and turned to look at the operator next to him. The operator stepped forward and stood as straight as a pine tree. Reporting to Mr. Jung, the original command has a one-time self-destruct setting. After we deciphered the string of numbers, it automatically disappeared. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Xie Dingyuan asked, will it affect it? She nodded. Lao Jing was confused. Haven't we already deciphered the numbers? Why do we still need the original command? Jiang Fuyue glanced at him and pursed her lips. Because this string of numbers is meaningless. The real useful information is attached to the transmission path of the command itself. This is the most basic hacking method of creating a diversion. You guys are really... Due to the inappropriate situation, Jiang Fuyue skipped the last part of her sentence. Well, this was someone else's territory. She had to give them some face. Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment. Can it be restored? Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. We can try, but there's no guarantee that it will succeed. This depended on whether there were any loopholes in the other party's self-destruct setting. If it was perfect to the extreme, there would not be any loopholes. What do you need me to do? You know how to use computers? Jiang Fuyue was a little surprised. Xie Dingyuan, I'm okay, but I don't know how to hack. She understood. This person's okay should be a level that ordinary people could only dream of. It was just that he was not good at hacking and deciphering. That was why he came to her. Jiang Fuyue, then you decipher this string of numbers. If it's related to contraband, I think it should be hinting at the arrival time. Then the message that came with the route should be the destination. Okay. Xie Dingyuan dragged a chair over and sat next to her. The two of them split up. For a moment, only the sound of rapid typing on the keyboard could be heard in the spacious room. Lao Jing's face was heavy. He could not understand it and could only worry at the side. 5 minutes later. Jiang Fuyue, how's the situation on your side? Xie Dingyuan, I've already tried 28 ways to decipher the code. None of them worked? The girl frowned. Yes. Try to decipher the second coded message of the bill cipher. If Jiang Fuyue remembered correctly, it was also a 49-digit code. The second coded message? Without waiting for Xie Dingyuan to speak, the operator on the side shouted, hasn't that been determined to be a prank? In 1885, James B. Ward published a booklet called Bill Cipher's Proof. It contained 3 coded messages and claimed that after deciphering the messages, one would be able to find the specific location of a mysterious treasure in Bedford County, Virginia. The booklet had already deciphered one of the messages. The message described in detail the considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. As long as one could decipher the other 2, they would be able to find it. In 1980, someone tried to use a computer to decipher the remaining 2 codes. When he found some abnormal phenomena, he asserted that it was a silly prank. Everyone thought so to this day. But very few people knew that the second code could actually be deciphered, and the third code was a prank. Obviously, Jiang Fuyue was one of these few people. Jiang Fuyue didn't have time to answer the operator's questions. She directly let Xie Dingyuan work. She didn't know if he was one of these few people. Anyway, Xie Dingyuan did as he was told and typed on the keyboard at a faster speed. Jiang Fuyue continued her recovery operation. 5 minutes passed, Xie Dingyuan stopped typing and the typing stopped. Got it. Jiang Fuyue and Old Jing came forward at the same time. What's written? Xie Dingyuan, August 27, 9:10 a.m. Old Jing murmured, it really is time. Xie Dingyuan raised his wrist and looked at his watch. It's 10:20 a.m. now. The item has been deciphered. All their previous guesses were correct. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Old Jing's expression was the most serious. He couldn't stop sweating. Stop it. We have to stop it. Otherwise, it's over. Operator, now, we can only stop it if we know where the item will be sent after it has been deciphered. Otherwise, the item had been transferred several times. Even if it was circulated in the city, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea. The address was attached to the transmission path of the command itself. Now, they could only wait and see if Jiang Fuyue could recover it. Xie Dingyuan frowned. Other than waiting for Jiang Fuyue's results, the others couldn't just sit and wait. Old Jing, what do you think? Old Jing took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. His mind started to work normally. I think, since the hacker is willing to send the information to customs, he shouldn't have any bad intentions. Xie Dingyuan nodded. He chose to send it last night. Obviously, he left us some time to decipher it. There should still be hope. Xie Dingyuan asked someone to bring over the architectural drawings of Linhuai customs. From the large areas to the small streets, he calculated the distance one by one and eliminated the impossible options. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the speed of the man's pen. TSK, his speed was actually comparable to hers. 10 minutes later, Xie Dingyuan circled a few suspicious places and carefully marked the probability that the contraband would be sent to the destination. According to the probability, they would deploy the police force. Old Jing immediately ordered, activate the yellow alert. All departments are on standby. In addition, strengthen the security checks at the city's train stations and airports. Inform all parties to assist. If anything suspicious is found, report it immediately. Yes. All departments immediately acted. The originally quiet room was suddenly bustling with activity. Only Jiang Fuyue was still sitting in front of the computer. Her fingers were flying non-stop, and her expression was focused. Xie Dingyuan looked at her but didn't rush her. It seemed that from the time he came to find her until now, this man had maintained a high level of trust in her. Jiang Fuyue didn't understand. She wanted to ask why, but when the words came to her mouth, they became, it'll be done soon. Give me 2 more minutes. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. Xie Dingyuan stepped back to give her some space. It's time to start, Old Jing reminded the two of them. At this moment, the location has been successfully deciphered. Jiang Fuyue's gentle and calm voice was heard. It was like the sound of nature. Digression, 3 or 4 chapters, 7,000 words. I don't know if everyone still remembers the Bill Gates joke. In the previous book, Tanshi also used it to decipher the extended number code. Hacker, in the author's eyes, that's a synonym for awesome. I thought about the reason. Maybe the author himself didn't know how to do it, so he felt that the female lead must know how to do it. Ha ha ha. When the two of them walked out of the building, the sun was setting like fire. The original instructions were recovered. The delivery address of the contraband was hidden in the transmission path. It was 2 numbers representing latitude and longitude. The final location showed that the item was in the underground parking lot of the business center opposite the gate. All the departments worked together and achieved great success. Old Jing pulled Xie Dingyuan to the side and sincerely praised, "You're the best foreign aide." Xie Dingyuan smiled but didn't say anything. Which university are you from? I'll ask the government to send a letter of commendation. You'll get extra points for your conduct at the end of the term. You'll definitely get a national scholarship. Xie Dingyuan said, Linan First High School. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Wait. That's not right, isn't Linan first high school a middle school? Mr. Zheng murmured. When he realized what was going on, Xie Dingyuan and the girl had walked away side by side, leaving him with their backs. Actually, they were quite compatible. This thought suddenly flashed through Mr. Zheng's mind. He was shocked and immediately reflected. What was he thinking? At Mr. Xie's age, he was old enough to be an uncle. No way. No way, Xie Dingyuan said, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Fuyue hadn't eaten for a day and only drank a bottle of sports drink. She was famished. Okay. She gladly accepted. Xie Dingyuan took her to a private restaurant. The portions of each dish were small, but they were quite exquisite and delicious. Jiang Fuyue liked the emerald meatball very much. The shape and size were just right, and the surface showed different shades of green. It was pleasing to the eye. When she took a bite, the freshness of the green tea and the sweetness of the fern root powder filled her mouth. There was also a faint taste of coriander. Since she liked it, she didn't restrict herself and took a few more bites. However, the man beside her frowned. But this time, Xie Dingyuan learned his lesson and didn't speak rashly. He still remembered clearly what he said to Jiang Fuyue. Although he still couldn't figure out what the problem was, it didn't stop him from accumulating experience. Sometimes, it was enough to know the cause, but not necessarily the cause. Just like in the field of physics, knowing about universal gravitation did not mean that one had to explore the formation of gravity. That was the domain of astronomy. Xie Dingyuan knew that Jiang Fuyue didn't like to listen to him talk. Since he couldn't find the reason, the best way to deal with it was, speak less in front of her. A scientist's way of thinking was frank and straightforward. At the same time, they had to pay attention to logic and organization. However, just because he didn't say anything, it didn't mean that Jiang Fuyue wouldn't ask. Is there anything wrong? Xie Dingyuan, ? Otherwise, why do you keep looking at me with a frown? The man's face was still cold and indifferent, but his neck was quickly covered with a layer of red, and even his ears were slightly red. However, Jiang Fuyue's curious gaze locked onto him. Her peach blossom eyes were clear and bright. Xie Dingyuan clenched his fist and coughed lightly to cover it up. You seem to like this dish a lot. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Is there a problem? Fern root powder is rich in trace elements. Jiang Fuyue knew this, but she didn't understand why Xie Dingyuan suddenly mentioned it. So? Cough. You drank a bottle of sports drink this afternoon. Xie Dingyuan, your daily intake of trace elements has exceeded the limit. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence and awkwardness again. The man was a little flustered. Did I say something wrong again? After eating, Xie Dingyuan went to pay the bill and sent Jiang Fuyue home. To be precise, the two of them went home together. Jiang Fuyue, how did you know which building I live in? You even climbed over it. Xie Dingyuan, I checked. There are so many rooms. Aren't you afraid of finding the wrong one? Intuition. The room Jiang Fuyue lived in happened to be Xie Dingyuan's bedroom. Then your intuition is quite accurate. Xie Dingyuan's lips curled into a smile. It was light and faint, but under the night sky, it was hard to see clearly. Perhaps he didn't even notice it himself. Jiang Fuyue got out of the car and closed the door behind her. The man suddenly spoke. Are we considered friends now? She was stunned. Is this question very important? This was not the first time Xie Dingyuan had asked this question. She didn't quite understand his persistence and stubbornness on this question. He nodded. It's important. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. Yes. The man frowned for a moment and said seriously, I think it's better to remove the word yes. Jiang Fuyue, in the end, Xie Dingyuan didn't hear the resolute word yes from the girl's mouth. But on second thought, yes was fine too. It was better than no. That's right, the dignified Professor Xia had such low requirements. Jiang Fuyue returned home. As soon as she walked into the living room, she heard the old lady's bossy voice. By the way, remove the seeds from the mandarin oranges. You're already an adult, yet you still need me to teach you. I really don't know how you spend your days. Han Yunru lowered her eyes and nodded. She took the fruit plate and was about to go to the kitchen. Mom. Jiang Fuyue called out to her. Yeah, you're back. When did you go out today? You didn't even have breakfast. Did something urgent happen? It was a little urgent, so I didn't inform you. But on the way to the customs building, she still took the time to send a message to Han Yunru. The old lady heard this and snorted coldly. You're a big girl now. How can you come home so late? You don't have any manners at all. After scolding Jiang Fuyue, she continued to lecture Han Yunru. You too. How can you be a mother? Your daughter is so wild. Don't you know how to discipline her? Digression, 2,000 words. Second watch, 12 o'clock. Jiang Fuyue furrowed her brows. Han Yunru narrowed her eyes, so her expression couldn't be seen. Unexpectedly, the mother and daughter had a tacit understanding. They didn't say a word and pretended not to hear anything. The old lady was angrier than the argument. She wanted to continue, but Jiang Fuyue went straight upstairs and left her with a cold back view. Han Yunru went into the kitchen and didn't come out for a long time. The old lady was alone in the empty living room. She suddenly felt irritated that she had nowhere to vent her frustration. Just then, Jantar came in from the balcony with a pot of green plants. He was going to put them in the bedroom upstairs. He thought that his wife would like it. Son, stop. Mom? What's wrong? Jantar stopped in his tracks. What's that in your hand? Rich bamboo. He had just trimmed it and spent a lot of effort. It looks pretty. Put it in my room. Jantar, ? Why? You can't bear to give it to me? The old lady's face darkened again. What kind of precious thing is it? You can't even give it to your own mother? No. Jantar came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. Mom, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Misunderstood? Your reluctance is written all over your face. How can I be wrong? Compared to old Xiao, you're so much worse. Old Xiao was referring to Jiangting. When I was at his house, he gave me everything that was delicious, nice to wear, and useful to him. But what about you? You can't even bear to give me a pot of bamboo. What's the use of me raising you? Although Jantar knew that his mother favored his third son since he was young and he was used to it, he was still hurt when she suddenly mentioned it. Mom, Jantar said seriously, this kind of bamboo needs to be trimmed and taken care of. It's troublesome. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. I'm just worried that it'll be inconvenient for you to clean it up. I'm thinking of getting a bigger rich bamboo to put in your room. The old lady rarely saw her eldest son so serious. His dark eyes were filled with emotions that she couldn't understand. Those words made her face burn even more, and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. Perhaps he was used to Jantar's obedience, but his sudden outburst made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, he also felt uneasy as if something was about to slip out of his control. Therefore, she chose a more ruthless method in an attempt to intimidate. There were so many reasons. I just want this basin, can't I? If I can't take care of it, then you will. Boss, don't tell me you don't even have this bit of patience for Mom? Jantar gripped the rim of the basin tightly, his fingertips turning white. After a long while, under the old lady's rude and unreasonable gaze, he said, I'll send it to your room. Only then did old lady Jiang smile with satisfaction. It was a quiet night. Han Yunru washed away her tiredness, changed into clean pajamas, and walked out of the bathroom. Jantar acted like a child who had done something wrong. He braced himself and walked forward. His gaze was evasive as he said, Mom said that she wanted that pot of bamboo, so, yes. Before he could finish, Han Yunru calmly responded. Jantar, ? Han Yunru said, it's getting late. Go to sleep. That feeling of panic came again. Jantar froze on the spot, at a loss. On the other side, Han Yunru had already turned off the bedside lamp on her side. She lay down, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Jantar lay down beside her. Honey? Han Yunru ignored him. The man knew that she wasn't asleep. Do you remember when we first got married? Han Yunru opened her eyes. The dim yellow light shone into her eyes, and there was a faint fluctuation in them. Jantar was delighted and couldn't help but speed up. I remember the day we went to get our marriage certificate. The sun was especially good, and there were magpies chirping in the morning. The photo was taken at a small photo studio on the street. The photographer even praised you for being very photogenic and said that I was ugly. Our marriage was like a flower stuck in cow dung. Han Yunru's calm face flashed with nostalgia as she recalled the past. Back then, she was really poor, but she was also really happy. Jantar said, after we get our marriage certificate, I promise that I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you ask me to. However, the old lady heard that and slapped Jantar when she was washing up that night. The ripples in Han Yunru's eyes quickly calmed down. She turned around with her back to the man and said, "Why are you talking about this? Go to sleep." Jantar pursed his lips and his eyes dimmed. In the middle of the night, there was a loud noise downstairs. Han Yunru woke up. She lifted the blanket and rushed to the old lady's room downstairs. Xianxia had also opened his eyes at some point in time and was quietly following behind. In the guest room, the old lady overturned a bedside table. The cup on the table smashed onto the floor, and glass shards were everywhere. "Where is he?" she yelled at the top of her lungs. Soon, the door was pushed open and Han Yunru entered. "Mom, what's wrong? You still know how to come? Why don't you sleep like a log?" Han Yunru did not say a word. "Is the bed so warm? No wonder my son is so loyal to you that he's estranged from me. If I knew that you were such a slut, I wouldn't have saved you back then." The old lady cursed under the light. Han Yunru stood by the bed and listened quietly. There was a cold calmness in her eyes. The old lady was angry when she saw how stubborn she was. "Do you think I'll believe you just because you've swallowed your anger? You're actually annoyed with me, aren't you? Unfortunately, it's useless even if you're annoyed. Jantar is my son. Since you're married to him, you have to be filial to me for the rest of your life. You have to serve me tea and pee. Boss is a simple and honest person. Although we haven't contacted each other for more than 10 years, he can't be so heartless as to not acknowledge me as his mother. So, listen carefully. If you still want to live with my son, you have to learn to be sensible. Whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it. Also, I advise you to figure out who's in charge of this family. Don't think that you can make boss stand on your side just by pretending to be hardworking. Don't even think about it." Han Yunru lowered her eyes. "Mom, you don't have to say these things. I know." "Heh, it's good that you know. If you play your part, there'll still be a place for you in the Jiang family. Otherwise, I'll ask boss to divorce you. Hurry up and help me to the bathroom." Ever since Chunny left, such a scene had happened countless times at night. The old lady woke up 5 or 6 times at night. Every time Han Yunru did not arrive in time, she would fly into a rage, smash things, and smash things. When Han Yunru rushed over, she would use the harshest words to humiliate her and then order her around like a slave, ordering her to do this and that. There were endless disgusting methods. However, Han Yunru never complained. She did not even mention it in front of Jantar. While the old lady was in the bathroom, she had already cleaned up the glass shards on the ground. She first picked up the big ones with her hands, then swept the small ones with a broom. Finally, she wiped them with a wet cloth to ensure that all the shards were cleaned up. Meanwhile, the old lady was already shouting, "Come in and help me pull up my pants." Han Yunru sped up her movements. Suddenly, she gasped. She frowned, but she did not care about her fingers that were cut by the glass. She quickly went to the bathroom. Then, the old lady's voice came from inside, "Flush the toilet while you're at it. It's better to brush it with the detergent again. I can't see those dirty things. Do you know how to do it or not? Bend down. If you go down again, how can you brush it clean like this? What are you afraid of splashing water on your face? If you can't even endure this, how can you be the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family? Why, do you think I stink? Head, don't go over like that." Jantar stood outside the door. He saw everything clearly from the beginning to the end and heard every word clearly. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and could not move. His mind was filled with the image of Han Yunru's thin figure standing still and listening to the old lady's filthy words without a word. There was also the image of her squatting down and picking up the glass shards one by one. The light shone on her back, but there was no warmth at all. At that moment, Jantar's heart felt as if it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It was sour and painful, almost suffocating. His eyes could not help but redden. Soon, a drop of tear fell on the floor. Then, more and more tears flowed down. A burly man hid in the corner, tears and snot flowing together. He cried like a child who could not find his home. He finally knew where he had gone wrong. His neglect had condoned the old lady's evil. His tolerance had become the reason for her to go overboard. All of this had deeply wronged Aru. The next morning, when Jiang Fuyue woke up, Jantar was still at home instead of opening the shop. Usually, he and Han Yunru would be out at this time. "Dad." Jiang Fuyue walked over and called him. Jantar sat on the sofa and hummed, but he didn't raise his head. Something was wrong. At this time, Han Yunru wheeled the old lady out of the room. She had changed into a clean set of clothes from head to toe. As for the dirty clothes, she asked Han Yunru to wash them by hand. After Chenny left, Han Yunru didn't go to the shop for a few days to take care of the old lady. She relied on Jantar and Mrs. Liu. The old lady adjusted her sleeves and saw a crease at the cuffs. She frowned subconsciously. "Have you ironed the clothes?" Han Yunru was stunned. "I just ironed them this morning." She pointed at the crease to Han Yunru. "Be more careful next time." "Okay." When they came to the living room and saw that Jantar was still there, Han Yunru was surprised. "Why didn't you open the shop?" "I'm not opening it today," he said. "I have other things to do." Han Yunru's expression was strange. What could he have to do? Moreover, Jantar seemed to be more stubborn than usual today. He didn't seem to want to discuss it with her and made the decision directly. "Oh." Han Yunru didn't ask any more questions. Jantar got up and walked to her side. He took over the wheelchair. "I'll do it. Let's go eat breakfast first. It'll get cold soon." The group went to the dining room. Little did they know that Jantar had arranged everything clearly with just a few words. Han Yunru and the old lady might not have noticed it, but Jiang Fuyue saw it clearly. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her biological father was doing well this time. Breakfast was made by Jantar. It was a pot of mixed grain porridge with freshly baked pancakes. Everyone had the same. The old lady couldn't help but frown when she saw the pancakes. No matter how delicious something was, it couldn't be eaten every day. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Han Yunru. "Didn't I say we were going to eat noodles last night? What did you do?" Han Yunru looked puzzled. She got up early in the morning and went to the old lady's room to serve her. Changing his clothes, folding his quilt, putting on his shoes, putting on his socks, passing him a toothbrush, wringing his towel, he had been so busy until just now. How could he have the time to make breakfast? He clearly knew that it was Jantar who did it, but he still vented his anger on Han Yunru. He might have taken the opportunity to warn Jantar. If it were any other time, Jantar would have gone to serve the old lady without complaint. However, at this moment, it was as if he did not understand what was being said. He sat in his seat and began to serve everyone porridge. Whether it was intentional or not, the first bowl was placed in front of the old lady. "Mom, eat more. We'll get more if it's not enough." The old lady was stunned. For a moment, she did not know if Jantar really did not understand or if he was playing dumb with her. Jantar ignored the old lady's surprised gaze and served the second bowl of porridge in front of Han Yunru. He said in a low voice, "There are dried berries that you like inside." Han Yunru frowned. Jantar was really not right today. The third bowl of porridge was naturally for her daughter. Before Jantar could serve it to her, Jiang Fuyue took it with a smile. "Thank you, Dad." She was the most normal among them, and of course, the most heartless. At this time, she could still smile. Jantar also twitched the corner of his mouth and said meaningfully, "I hope my culinary skills don't disappoint you." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and used the porridge as an excuse to hide the look of contemplation in her eyes. Jantar served the last bowl for himself. He did not say anything else and only focused on eating the porridge and taking a bite of the pancake from time to time. The huge dining room was so quiet that it was like a dead silence, and the cramped atmosphere was spreading. The old lady tried to bear with it, but the plain and coarse oatmeal scraped her throat as soon as she drank it, and the dried berries in it were too sweet to bear. Finally, there was a clatter. She slammed her chopsticks on the table. "I don't like porridge. Eldest daughter-in-law, go make me a bowl of noodles." Han Yunru put down her spoon and got up to walk to the kitchen. Suddenly, she said, "Aru, you don't have to do anything." The one who spoke was Jantar. He said again, "Sit back down." Han Yunru sat back down in a daze and looked at him blankly. At the same time, the old lady was also puzzled. "Eldest son, what are you doing?" "Mom, I think since there's porridge, there's no need to cook noodles. It's troublesome and time-consuming to make it again." This was the first time Jantar had explicitly rejected the old lady's request since she moved in. Just for a bowl of noodles, Han Yunru was stunned. It was not an illusion. There was something wrong with Jantar today. Jiang Fuyua's eyes flashed with a smile as she watched the drama unfold. She took a sip of the porridge while she was at it. It's delicious." The old lady could not suppress the shock on her face. Her lips trembled. "Eldest son, what did you say just now?" Jantar looked up. "I think the porridge is good. It's okay for you to make do with it." "You." The old lady understood that he was starting to think that she was too troublesome and was going to go against him. The mean triangular eyes immediately sneered. "Eldest son, you're really something. I don't even have the right to eat a bowl of noodles in your house now, right?" Jantar frowned but did not explain himself as quickly as before. He calmly called out, "Mom." Then, he calmly said something that made everyone present dumbfounded. "I think it's better for you to go back." The dead silence lasted for a full 5 seconds. Han Yunru had a premonition that something might happen, but she did not expect Jantar to say it so bluntly and without leaving any room for negotiation. Jiang Fuyua's eyes were filled with excitement. "Who said that honest people were easy to bully? That was because you did not cross their bottom line. Everything could be discussed. However, once you crossed the line, honest people would also have times when they would explode, such as now." The old lady was completely dumbfounded and could not react for a long time. You want to drive me away?" There was shock in the pair of triangular eyes, but there was more anger and hatred that engulfed everything. People often said that there were no parents in the world who did not love their children. But there was also a difference in degree and thickness of cuteness. Especially in an ordinary family with many children, the resources for survival and development were limited. Even the parents' attention and love were limited. When limited things could not be evenly distributed, resentment and dissatisfaction were bound to arise. Jantar was always the one who was treated poorly, but he never resented. Even when he was chased out of the family 10 years ago, his mother did not care about him, and his siblings never contacted him. He never hated anyone. Because hatred was too heavy, it should not appear between family members who were related by blood. But just now, the old lady's eyes were filled with hatred, as if it had been engraved in her bones, and only exploded because she was provoked today. His mother hated him. This knowledge caused Jiangda to feel bitter in his heart, but that was all he could do. The heart-wrenching pain and the despair after being severely hurt did not appear. In fact, his emotions were not even as great as when he saw Han Yunru being humiliated. Perhaps, in Jantar's subconscious, he had already prepared for this day, which was why he could be so calm. "I'm not driving you away, I just think that in your current state, it's better for you to stay at home. I'll pay for a nanny to take care of your daily life, and I'll still give you your living expenses. I'll give you whatever the second and third brothers give." "Impossible," the old lady blurted out. Anger had already taken over her brain. "You're just trying to drive me away. What did this slut say in front of you? Huh? You don't even want your own mother anymore." The old lady pointed at Han Yunru and yelled, "I knew it, this woman is a disaster, I can't marry her. She instigated you to split up the family, and now you're driving me away." "Enough." Jantar's eyes were red, and he roared, "Aru has been so kind to you and suffered so much, what right do you have to slander her?" Not only that, you're making things difficult for her and humiliating her. If you cared about me at all, you wouldn't treat my wife like this. Mom. Aru is my life, you're obviously trying to kill me by doing this. Jantar's roar made the old lady stumble half a step. She could not believe it. You useless thing. Han Yunru is your life, then who am I, do you know? I'm the one who gave you your life. Jantar shook his head. I'm grateful that you gave birth to me, so I'll try my best to fulfill your requests, but that's not what you're relying on to bully Aru. So, between your own mother and your wife, you're choosing the latter? The old lady gritted her teeth. Jantar, I think your brain is damaged. The man took a deep breath, looked up, and met the old lady's angry eyes. I don't want to make such a choice. The old lady's expression softened. The next second, but if you really want me to choose, I'll choose Aru. Jantar paused between each word, his firm gaze showing his determination. This man was really naive. He chose the stupidest and most unflattering answer, but at that moment, Han Yunru's tears fell like rain. She knew that she had won this game of chess in the end. Digression, 3,000 words. I'll deal with the old lady today. 12 o'clock. Jantar wanted to drive old madam away. In less than half a day, this news reached Jiang Hua and Jiang Ting's ears. Old Madame Lu called to complain, second brother. Why is my life so hard? I wanted to make up for what I did to your eldest brother and give us some time to get along. I didn't expect, your eldest brother. Jiang Hua was in the middle of a meeting. She stood up and walked out of the meeting room. She stopped in the corridor and frowned. Mom, tell me, what happened to my eldest brother? Your eldest brother wants to drive me away. He doesn't want me to stay here anymore. I've never been wronged like this in my life. You and Ting are both good kids. Why is he so cruel? What? Jiang Hua was shocked. He wants to drive you away? How was that possible? When it came to filial piety, no one could compare to his eldest brother back then. Not only did he give all the money he earned to the old lady, he never said no to whatever the old lady asked him to do. Compared to third brother's glib tongue, Jiangda was the one who worked hard without any complaints. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Old Madame Lu, what misunderstanding? He even admitted it himself. If he had to choose between me and Han Yunru, he would choose that slut. Jiang Hua frowned and said in a low voice, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Sister-in-law isn't that kind of person. Did I say something wrong? She, Han Yunru, was a slut. She seduced your eldest brother's soul. Don't worry, I'll be there right away. Jiang Hua told her secretary and called Yang Jinqiu, who was still at home. The couple rushed to Yutian Mansion. On the other side, old Madame Lu hung up and called her youngest son. Jiang Ting was still in bed. He cursed when he heard his phone ringing. He picked it up and answered, Hello. It's so early in the morning, Teng, it's Mom. Old Madame Lu sounded like she was about to cry. Mom? Jiang Ting sat up. He didn't feel sleepy at all. What's wrong? Your eldest brother wants to drive me away, what? Jiang Ting felt like he was still in a dream. Was this a joke? Big brother chasing Mom out? Red rain fell from the sky. Old Madame Fu still used the same excuse. She first complained about Jantar's heartlessness, then cursed Han Yunru's seduction. His words were as unpleasant as they could be. Lu Shooting, who was quietly eavesdropping, almost couldn't hold herself back. After the call ended, she exploded, What the hell is your mother talking about? We're all women. Who do you think you're insulting when you use words like cheap and slut? Jiang Ting hurriedly coaxed her, Calm down, calm down. I'm not talking about you, Lu Shooting pursed her lips. You're not talking about me now, but that might not be the case in the future. Anyway, my sister-in-law and I are both your old Zhang's daughters-in-law. We have the same mother-in-law. If she can scold my sister-in-law today, she can scold me tomorrow. There's no such thing. My mom loves you dearly. Why would she scold you? Jiang Ting lowered his head. Lu Shooting snorted softly. Thinking about it this way, her sister-in-law was scolded because she didn't have the support of her maiden family. Old Madam could bully her however she wanted. But it was different for her. If that old woman dared to scold her like that, her parents would smash the door of the Jiang family the next day and scold that old woman to death. Sigh, sister-in-law is so pitiful, Jiangting said, hurry up and change your clothes and go out. Lu Shooting asked, what for? To the Imperial Heaven residence. If Big Brother wants to drive Mom away, we three brothers have to do it face to face. Otherwise, who will take care of Mom? You? Or second sister-in-law? Of course not. I don't want to serve old madam. Also, you're not allowed to bring her home. I'm not used to it. I can't even get a nanny to serve me. Jiangting nodded. I also think that our mom is a busybody. It's best if she doesn't get involved. Lu Shooting was satisfied. She was afraid that her life would be shortened if she lived under the same roof with that eccentric and mean old lady. Then why don't you hurry up? Let's try to make old madam stay at Big Brother's house. Okay. I'll change my clothes right away. Jiang Hua and Jiangting's car stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood almost at the same time. The security guard went forward and said in a businesslike manner, please swipe your access card. Jiang Hua, we're not the owners. We're just here to look for someone. Jiangting nodded hurriedly. The security guard asked again, do you have an appointment? An appointment? Jiang Hua was stunned. What the hell? An appointment? Jiangting was also a little confused. The last time he came here, it was his mom who swiped her card, so he wasn't stopped. This time, it was embarrassing to be stopped outside. The security guard explained, you should make an appointment with the owners in advance. Then, the owners will let you in after notifying us. So troublesome? The security guard, of course. We're in the most upscale neighborhood in Linhuai. We implement a security system. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. This, he glanced at the bar that stopped the car, is the first obstacle. Jiangting couldn't maintain his composure anymore. From the security guard's tone, it seemed that they, who didn't have access cards, were low-class people. He had lived for decades and was always proud of his success. He didn't expect to fall into the ditch today. Lu Shooting also felt uncomfortable all over. She boasted that she came from a superior family and always regarded herself as the daughter of a rich family. She didn't expect that one day, she would be stopped outside the neighborhood. Jiang Hua was more tolerant. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he didn't show it on his face. He immediately called Jantar. Brother, we're here, at the entrance of the neighborhood. Please let the security guard know. Okay. As soon as he hung up the phone, the landline in the guard's booth rang. Hello, Brother Jiang. Yes. Okay, you've already said it yourself. Why do we still need to follow the procedure? I'll let you in now. Oh, you're too polite. The security guard nodded and bowed. His tone was flattering, which was completely different from his previous arrogant attitude. For the first time, Jiang Hua and Jiangting directly felt the pressure from their big brother. It turned out that they only needed a house to be looked down upon in front of Jantar. The security guard put on a smiling face, and this smile was all because of Jantar. Okay, let's go in. The two families arrived at the villa. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Grandma's cries. Jantar sat on the sofa and didn't say a word. Han Yunru sat beside him and didn't say anything. Jiang Fuyue stood on the second floor and looked down. She had the best view of the whole house. Jiang Shaodi also came. He stood beside his sister and tiptoed, imitating her. Sister, will Grandma be taken away? Jiang Fuyue shrugged. I don't know. It depends on Dad's attitude. But, haven't we always listened to you and Mom? Dad had the least right to speak. Why did it depend on his attitude, Jiang Fuyue? There are some things that only Dad can solve. We can't. What things? You'll know when you grow up and get married. TSK, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was a problem that all men couldn't escape from. It all depended on what Jantar would do. Brother. What's going on? Are you chasing Mom away? Jiang Ting was the first to question him. Jiang De raised his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly, the corners of his lips twitched. Rush? Mom told you this word, right? Xianxia and Jiangting looked at each other. It was indeed old madam. I'm not chasing her away. I'm just suggesting that she move back. I think it'll be convenient for Mom, us, and both your families. Old madam screamed, listen. Listen. If this isn't chasing her away, what is it? Jiangting frowned. Brother, that's not right. What's wrong with Mom living here? The villa is spacious and bright, and the environment is good. Can't we enjoy life with you? Jantar shook his head. Mom isn't happy here. Otherwise, she wouldn't take it out on Aru so often. Take it out on her? Jianghua couldn't help but ask, what did Mom do to sister-in-law? Jantar calmly recounted old madam's harshness to his wife. In the end, he said. Since Mom is so unhappy that she wants to take it out on others, for the sake of her mood and health, I don't think it's suitable for her to stay here anymore. Jianghua turned to her. Mom. Was what Big Brother said true? You treated sister-in-law. Old madam stiffened her neck and said sternly, I didn't. He's talking nonsense. I'm in a wheelchair now. Han Yunru should be taking care of me. How is it that I'm torturing her? Little did she know that the louder she spoke, the more intense her reaction was, and the more guilty she was. When Jianghua saw the situation, what else did he not understand? If that's the case, then it's good for Mom to move back, Jantar said. I'll hire a nanny to take care of her. Seeing that Jianghua's attitude had softened, Jiangting gritted his teeth and retorted, a nanny is an outsider. Can she take good care of her? Jianghua frowned and wavered. However, Jantar refused to budge. Jiangting rolled his eyes. Besides, Mom would definitely prefer to live with her son and daughter-in-law, right? In fact, Grandma Qi was not willing to live under the same roof as Han Yunru. However, she could not bear to leave this luxurious and exquisite villa. She also did not want to comply with Jantar's unfilial wishes. He wanted to chase her away, right? Then she had to stay and discuss them. If she did not have her way, others would not have it easy either. Therefore, when Jiangting asked, is that right, Grandma Qi nodded in agreement. See, I knew it. Mom is still willing to live with Big Brother. There was an impasse. Grandma Qi refused to leave. Jantar wanted her to leave, but he could not chase her away. Jiang Fuyue was standing on the second floor. When she saw this, she clicked her tongue. Jiang Shaodi raised his head and looked at her. Sister, Dad seems to be in a difficult position. Oh, she replied calmly. Then, can we help him? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Why? There are some things that others can't help with. Jiang Shaodi did not fully understand. In the living room, Jiang Hua and Jiang Ting looked at Jantar, waiting for him to make a final decision. Han Yunru also looked at her husband. There was a hint of struggle in her eyes. Maybe she was too anxious and pushed him too hard. Just when she was about to say something, Jantar broke his silence. Since Mom likes to live with her son and daughter-in-law, the three of us will take turns to take care of her. What do you think? Before Jiang Hua and Jiang Ting could reply, Yang Jinqiu and Lu Shooting's expressions changed. What kind of joke was this? Let Grandma Qi live with them? Wasn't that asking for trouble? They had been her daughters-in-law for many years. No one knew better than the two daughters-in-law what kind of person Grandma Qi was. She was mean and often beat and scolded her. These were considered light punishments. She also often sowed discord in front of her son and said bad things about her daughters-in-law. She caused discord between husband and wife. When Yang Jinqiu first married into the family, she had suffered this kind of hardship. Since then, she had seen through Grandma Qi. To put it nicely, she was worried. To put it bluntly, she was a troublemaker. Whoever had her would be unlucky. As for Lu Shooting, as the favored daughter-in-law, she suffered less than Yang Jinqiu, but she didn't like this old lady at all. Not to mention their different living habits, there were many points of view that she could not agree with the old lady. For example, if the words that she used to scold Han Yunru were to fall on her head, she would probably rush up and tear the old lady's mouth apart. Just the thought of living under the same roof as the old lady made her scalp tingle. How could she agree? Immediately, he winked at Jiang Teng. don't forget what you promised me before we left. Jiang was anxious too. Although he always talked about filial piety, he hated it when his grandmother took care of him. How terrible would it be if they really lived together? It would be strange if she didn't nag him to death. Xianxia didn't dare to be as brazen as Lu's shooting, but she also looked at Xianghua worriedly, hoping that he wouldn't agree. But Xianghua didn't even look at her. For this kind of thing, the man should make the decision. It didn't matter what the woman thought. Jiantar saw that the two of them didn't speak, so he asked again. Jiangting rolled his eyes. Seeing that Jianghua seemed to be acquiescing, he gritted his teeth and decided to be the one who stood out. He immediately said, "How can this work?" Jiantar asked back, "Why not?" Cough. "We all have to work. Who will take care of mom at home?" "Fine, even if we hire a nanny, the nanny can't run around with 3 families, right? Besides, although our house is a small bungalow, we can't spare 2 rooms for mom and the nanny in such a short time." Jianghua remained silent. He still didn't say anything. Jiantar directly asked Jiangting, "What do you think is the best arrangement?" The ball was kicked to Jianghua. Now, Jiantar and Jianghua were waiting for him to say something. The man was a little confused. "How would I know?" Lu Shooting pulled his sleeve. After the couple exchanged glances, he coughed softly. "Actually, after thinking about it, I think it's better for mom to live in the old house." Old Madame Jiang widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't believe that these words came out of the mouth of her beloved youngest son. "Ting, even you despise me?" If Jantar's chasing her away only made her angry and unwilling, then Jiangting's avoidance and acting dumb really hurt her. "Mom. I'm innocent. How would I dare to despise you?" Jiangting immediately defended himself. "I just think that you'll feel more comfortable in the old house. After all, you've lived there for decades and there are old neighbors. The doctor also said that a familiar environment is good for recuperation. Although you miss us, you have to take care of your own health, right?" He was always thinking of his mother, just like a filial son. Jiang Fuyue, who was upstairs, almost believed him when she heard what he said. However, old Madame Jiang didn't almost. She believed him almost immediately. She was so touched that she couldn't stop crying. She even sang, "Ting is filial. He's always thinking of me, unlike some ingrates. It's better not to raise him." Everyone present knew who she was scolding. Jiangting was afraid that the 3 families would take turns. While old Madame Jiang was happy, he quickly persuaded her. "Mom, don't hesitate. No matter how good the villa is, it can't be better than the home you're used to living in. When you recover, you can live in any of the 3 of us." Old Madame Jiang snorted. "Forget it. Some people's homes are very expensive. I can't afford to live there." Jantar listened to the sarcasm, but he was indifferent. His eldest brother seemed to be a different person. Jianghua and Jiangting looked at him differently. In the end, old Madame Jiang was taken away. Jianghua and Jiangting left with their wives. Only the 4 of them were left in the huge villa. Jiang Fuyue took Jiang Qinqing to the living room and called him tentatively. "Dad? N?" Jantar paused for 2 seconds before he reacted. He raised his head and looked at his son and daughter. He still had that simple and honest appearance. His eyes were warm and simple. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fuyue handed over a cup. "Drink some water." Jantar raised his head and drank a few times. Soon after, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, as if relieved of a burden. Look, he could still do it. He couldn't before because he didn't want to, and didn't dare. "Yeah, Qinqing, did Dad disappoint you?" Jiang Shaodi understood a little, but he didn't completely understand. He only said, "Dad was so cool just now." Jantar smiled and rubbed the back of his son's head. In the blink of an eye, he met his daughter's gaze. Yeah. He was slightly absent-minded. His daughter wasn't as easy to fool as his son. "Dad, the one you should ask this question the most is not me." Jantar's whole body trembled. In an instant, he actually had thoughts of escaping. He didn't dare to turn his head to look at Han Yunru. In the end, it was the woman who spoke first. "Let's go." We'll talk upstairs. Her voice was soft and gentle. Xianxia immediately followed. He didn't want to be too far away, but he also didn't dare to get too close. Like a pug, his back revealed a bit of a sorry and pitiful figure. Sis, will Mom and Dad fight? Xianxia asked. They won't. Because the blockhead had already been enlightened. After entering the bedroom, Xianxia closed the door. Wifey. Wifey. Don't ignore me. Just now, in front of the two children, he couldn't shout. Now that it was just the two of them, he naturally didn't have any scruples. Wifey here and there, wifey there. It was as if no matter how much he shouted, it wasn't enough. Han Yunru pursed her lips. She was a bit annoyed and a bit angry. Are you done yet? Wifey, I'm sorry. Han Yunru's tone was indifferent. You have nothing to be sorry about. Yes. I've wronged you. I didn't find out in time and stand by your side to face it with you when you were at your most difficult time. It's my fault. I shouldn't have condoned Mom to mistreat you. Xianxia couldn't help but think of the scene he saw through the crack of the door last night. Suddenly, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Wifey, it's been hard on you to marry me. Not only did she have to live with such a rough, rude, and boring man, but she also had to endure the humiliation and ridicule of this man's own mother. I didn't do well in this matter, but I'll reflect on it. Xianxia paused after every word, his eyes serious. If I do something bad in the future, please be sure to tell me, okay? You're my wife, the person who will spend the rest of my life with me. No matter what you say, I won't be angry or blame you. So, don't be afraid. It turned out that this fool understood everything, he knew her worries and concerns, and also understood her can't say. Now, he was telling her don't be afraid. Han Yunru's heart suddenly felt sour and swollen. Hubby. She murmured. Xianxia couldn't care less anymore. He rushed up and hugged her. Aru, you're finally willing to call me that. I'm so happy. Grandma Zhang's mischief came to an end for the time being. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn in September, and Linan First High School welcomed the start of school. Digression, 3,000 words. The annoying old lady won't come out to cause trouble for the time being at 7 in the morning. The gate of number 1 high school, which had been quiet for more than a month, suddenly became lively. The returning students entered one after another. However, before that, they would stop in front of the display board by the school gate, either discussing or exclaiming. 3 red announcements were pasted on the display board. The first was to congratulate Jiang Fuyue for winning the gold medal and special prize in the International Physics Olympiad, or IPO, with full marks. The second was to congratulate Jiang Fuyue for winning the gold medal in the International Physics Olympiad, or IOI, with full marks. She had also set the record for the highest score in the history of this competition. The third was to congratulate Jiang Fuyue for her thesis, Physics of Bacterial Movement, Analysis from the Perspective of Space Biology and Condensed Matter Physics, which was published in the latest edition of PRL, causing a heated discussion in the physics community. In just a week, the number of downloads and reposts of the thesis had exceeded 1,000. Compared to the content of the thesis itself, she, as the lead author, seemed to be more interested in talking about it. First of all, her age. For ordinary people, 18 years old was considered an adult. However, for a researcher, she was too young. Yet, this 18-year-old girl had done something that many master's degrees and even doctorates could not do. Secondly, it was not difficult to deduce the time of submission from the time of publication. Everyone was surprised to find that this high-quality thesis was written when Jiang Fuyue was participating in the summer camp for 2 subjects. The appendix at the end of the page clearly indicated that the laboratory used was Q University's interdisciplinary laboratory. Does she have to be so awesome? She was training for 2 subjects at the same time and still found time to write a thesis in between? I wonder how the goddess's brain works. Do I deserve to have it in my lifetime? Don't joke around. Instead of wishing for yourself to have it, you should pray for your son to have it. After all, you're already out of the oven. There's no way to melt and recreate you. You're hurting me. In the face of these 3 pieces of good news, Duong, shouldn't you be affected? Hee, that's true. Isn't it easy to get full marks in an international competition like this? Sister, you got 2. Hee, it's easy for her. For us, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. It's quite easy. It's as simple as pigs climbing trees and tigers being vegetarian. Do you want to try? Duck was speechless. Is this PRL very powerful? Remove the comprehensive journal Science and Nature, and Reviews, which publishes reviews of modern other than physics, as well as journals for specific disciplines such as nanoletter and JHEP. PRL was a comprehensive journal with the highest impact factor in the physics field. Don't you think it's amazing? Damn it. Moon God is awesome. I'm actually in the same class as the goddess. Oh my god, I'm so lucky, me too. I wish I was in class 3. I want to sit at the same table as the goddess. +1 I'm afraid that I'll be crushed to the point that not even my bones are left. Wan Shoutong said seriously, of course not. Jiang is very good. Eh? Which class are you from? He actually called her goddess Jiang? How do you know she won't? Under everyone's gaze, Wan Shoutong raised her head proudly and said softly, because I'm your goddess deskmate. F***ck, for real? You're sitting at the same table as Jiang Fuyue? Wan Shoutong, It's the real deal. Then tell us, does the goddess usually sleep in class or do other homework? She even argued with the teacher in class and made the teacher dizzy? Wan Shoutong, of course not. Jiang has her own study schedule. Even if she sleeps, it's also part of the schedule. Also, Jiang never does homework. She only does competition papers because ordinary homework is too easy and meaningless to her. She said the most arrogant words in a casual tone. However, this was only the description of her deskmate. If they saw it with their own eyes, they would be even more shocked. Sister, you, please kill me 100 times. Oh. Why don't I have such a deskmate? Maybe she's the legendary genius. The only difference between me and a genius is 108,000 competition papers. Apart from the high school students, the elementary school students in the middle school department were not familiar with the name Jiang Fuyue, especially those who had just entered the first grade. Who's Jiang Fuyue? She's a senior in her 3rd year of high school. She won many awards and is very, very good. Wow. I heard that she's going to be guaranteed admission to Q University and B University. She can choose any of the best majors. Oh my god. Q University and B University. That's amazing. A group of middle school students could not help but have stars in their eyes. They might not know what IPO, IOI, or what PRL meant, but they knew about Q University and B University. Since young, their parents had said, if you get into Q University or B University, we'll wake up laughing in our sleep. I also heard from the seniors in the upper school that Jiang Fuyue is very beautiful. She's so beautiful that she can get into the acting department of the film academy. I'm tempted. I want to see her in person. I want to see her too. I want to see her too. Let's sneak into the high school department when school reopens. Jiang Shouty stood in the middle of the group of students, puffing out her chest proudly. The person you're talking about is my sister. My biological sister. She's the smartest and most beautiful girl in the world. Many parents had accompanied her. At this moment, they were crowding around the display board and chattering, this little girl is so hardworking. I saw the video. When she went on stage to receive the award, I almost couldn't help but cry. When she was scolding those 4 Japanese, she was like a little chili pepper. She really made Huaxia proud. I wonder if her parents are here today. What do you want to do? Of course, I want to learn from them. I want to ask them how they raised their children. I'm not greedy. I just want to learn 40 to 50%. Then I'll ask them later. Instead of waiting here, why don't you go to Jiangji restaurant and have a pancake? Pancake? What's that? Don't you know? Jiang Fuyue's parents opened a pancake shop on the street behind the back door of number 1 middle school. My son loves their breakfast very much. He said that he can get some of the luck of being a top student. Not to mention, he really improved in his final exams last semester. That's amazing. Then let's go now. Let's go together. Today, Jiangji restaurant was almost overcrowded with customers. Most of them were parents from number 1 middle school. Aya, you're Jiang Fuyue's mother, right? You're so young. Han Yunru nodded as she quickly packed the pancakes. Your daughter is so outstanding. How did you teach her? Yes. If my daughter is half as good as yours, I'll be praying. A group of middle-aged women surrounded the shop, full of enthusiasm. Han Yunru could only respond patiently as she continued to work. However, as more and more students came to register, more and more parents came. She was completely overwhelmed. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue expected this situation in advance and asked Lu Jinzhong to arrange for a few people to come over and help. Han Yunru breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that these people were efficient and did things well, she was relieved to leave the work to them. She was responsible for greeting the parents, organizing them to line up and talking to them. Of course, most of the topics revolved around Jiang Fuyue. In addition to the learning secrets and cultivation methods that had been asked too many times, there were people who asked about Jiang Fuyue's favorite foods, sports, whether she chased after celebrities, and whether she watched dramas. Finally, after noon, the parents were almost gone. The couple could finally take a break. Jantar, our Yaya has become a panda. A bunch of people are coming to see her. Han Yunru, I think they're not here to see Yaya. They're here to see us. Me and you? What's there to see? In the end, isn't it because of their daughter? They can't see Yaya, so they're here to see what her parents look like. Hee. Jantar grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Isn't this called loving the house and its crow? Han Yunru said angrily, I'm not going to be a crow. Jantar, then I'll be one. You're not allowed to be one either. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Why be a crow? Imperial Capital, Hugh University's family area, in the small garden downstairs. PRL. He's really going? Where did you hear that from? Yan Zhenfeng's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Libin, who had already warmed up and was about to start his morning exercise. Linan First High School starts today. The good news is already posted. How can it be fake? Which page? Qin Libin, the main page. Wow, digression, 3,000 words per chapter. 12 o'clock. That's not right. Yan. Zhenfeng suddenly realized, wasn't she in training at both ends of the world? Where did she get the time to write a thesis? Qin Libin stretched his wrists and glanced at him. Did you forget that Jiang Fuyue was racing like crazy? She left right after finishing the test papers. She was probably rushing to do experiments. Speaking of experiments, she used our school's A1, right? Qin Libin, there shouldn't be a second interdisciplinary laboratory that meets the requirements. But didn't Professor Shen borrow it for that period of time? How did Jiang Fuyue use it? Qin Libin, did you forget her friendship with Elder Su? TSK, this little girl is amazing. Hurry up and ask the Academic Affairs Office to send the recommendation notice, in case anything happens, reminded Qin Libin. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. It's already been sent to Linhuai. Qin Libin was suddenly curious, which major do you think Jiang Fuyue will choose? The recommendation notice said that the School of Physics was free to choose any major. However, the School of Physics was so big and had so many subdivisions. Under each subdivision, there were different research directions. This choice would be dazzling. Yan Zhenfeng pondered for a moment. I think engineering physics is more suitable for her. TSK, you're not embarrassed to let a girl play with national treasures? Yan Zhenfeng, but don't you think Jiang Fuyue's aura is very suitable for heavy industrial research? I don't think so. I think she'll choose quantum computing. T. Yan Zhenfeng reacted strongly. That's a trick made up by the computer science department. Our School of Physics doesn't do anything fancy. But as far as I know, the School of Computer Science has also notified the Academic Affairs Office. Yan Zhenfeng was stunned. What do you mean? In the recommendation notice, Jiang Fuyue can choose from all the majors in the School of Physics and also all the majors in the School of Computer Science. What? Yan Zhenfeng's eyes widened and he was furious. Is the School of Computer Science trying to steal her from me? Why didn't you tell me earlier? What's the point of telling them? Can you make the School of Computer Science give up Jiang Fuyue, such a good seedling? It was impossible. Students were the most precious thing in Q University. Yan Zhenfeng's entire being was depressed. Moreover, even if you think that the School of Computer Science is fighting with you, the other party thinks that you are fighting with them. Bullshit. The School of Physics went first. Qin Libin's mouth twitched. Old Yan, I don't want to discourage you, but I can't help but say that Jiang Fuyue won gold medals in both IPO and IOI. She scored double full marks and is extremely talented in both fields. That is to say, the final choice has already eliminated the objective reasons. Jiang Fuyue is not superior to anyone in computer science or physics, but rather, it depends on which subject she wants to choose. Yan Zhenfeng pursed his lips and sighed heavily. Look at this Jiang Fuyue. Wouldn't it be great if she just got an IPO gold medal? Why did he get the IOI gold medal as well? Are you collecting stamps or doing promotions? If the students were too stupid, the teachers would have a headache. If the students were too outstanding, the teachers would have a headache. In any case, this problem would not be solved. Qin Libin patted him on the shoulder. Buddy, don't take it too hard. I can't take it too hard. No. I can't just watch the School of Computer Science snatch her away. I'll go to the teachers. Qin Libin pondered for a moment. It's really worth a try. We can't persuade Jiang Fuyue, but Elder Su is different. His words are more important than ours. It might be useful. Digression, second watch, 1,000 words. There was a third watch, about 1:30. Su Kaiqing had been spending most of his time in the laboratory. If it wasn't for Yan Zhenfeng, the old fellow, who had run over to him, he wouldn't have known that Jiang Fuyue had won 2 gold medals in the competition and had even published a PRL. Oh, Su Kaiqing replied calmly. That's it? Yan Zhenfeng was a little confused. You're not surprised? Su Kaiqing glanced at him as if he was a country bumpkin who had never been to the city. Isn't it natural for her to win a gold medal? What are you surprised about? Yan Zhenfeng, there should be a surprise, right? 2 competitions are worth a surprise? When she wins the Nobel Prize in the future, won't she faint from happiness? Yan Zhenfeng, how confident are you in Jiang Fuyue when she wins the Nobel Prize? Ahem. Teacher, actually, other than delivering the message, there's another reason why I came today. Su Kaiqing looked up and stopped adjusting the parameters. I asked the Academic Affairs Office to send a letter of recommendation to Jiang Fuyue's high school. Su Kaiqing's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to bring Cho to Q University, but he didn't want to. Now, he had a legitimate reason to do so. Suddenly, he didn't look at Yan Zhenfeng as picky as before. He even praised him. Well done. Yan Zhenfeng was stunned. Was the teacher praising him just now? That shouldn't be the case. When he published the SCI paper, the teacher said that he used the wrong grammar in his introduction. When he received the highest domestic physics award, the teacher complained that his tie was crooked. In short, not to mention praise, even encouragement was very rare. Most of the time, the teacher would criticize him again and again. Now, just because he sent a letter of recommendation to Jiang Fuyue, he was praised for the first time? Why aren't you talking? Su Kaiqing turned off the device and looked at him. Teacher, how have you been recently? Pretty good. Yan Zhenfeng swallowed. What about your spirit? Su Kaiqing, ? What kind of stupid question was the stupid child asking? Just, do you have a fever or something like that? TSK. Are you trying to say that my brain is fried? Yan Zhenfeng's scalp tightened, and he said resolutely, absolutely not. If you have something to say, then say it. The School of Computer Science wants to snatch Jiang Fuyue from our School of Physics. Su Kaiqing was stunned. What? Say that again? Yan Zhenfeng immediately repeated. Kwang, Su Kaiqing slammed his palm on the table. Outrageous. Yan Zhenfeng agreed, yes. That doesn't make sense. Jiang Fuyue is so outstanding. How can there be only 2 schools competing for her? That's right, What? Su Kai-ching, only 2 schools? That's too embarrassing. That's worry. Knowing a little bit of everything was the worry of the industry's ceiling. How can there be only 2 schools competing for her? Su Kai-ching, no, I have to talk to the deans of the other schools. Yan Zhenfeng, ? I might have come to the wrong place this time. Qin Libin's eyelids twitched when he saw his old friend come back in a daze. What's wrong? Did Elder Su agree? Yan Zhenfeng, he called the other schools. Qin Libin was overjoyed. That's a good idea. If Jiang Fuyue can't be persuaded, then the other schools will give up on the idea of poaching her. No. Yan Zhenfeng shook his head. The teacher called the other deans to show off. Every word highlighted Jiang Fuyue's excellence. Qin Libin had a bad feeling. Sure enough, those deans are all fighting to increase Jiang Fuyue's choice of majors from their own schools. Isn't this encouraging them to poach her? What does Elder Su think? Yan Zhenfeng, the teacher said that if more people fight for her now, it will be more annoying when he gets her. Qin Libin, ? What kind of logic is this? Subway Grandpa looks at his phone. JPG, can he guarantee that Jiang Fuyue will choose the physics school? Yan Zhenfeng, I asked him this question too. He said no. Qin Libin, ? So, now that the computer science school had not been solved, there were other schools coming in to mess things up. Back at Linhui, the entrance of number 1 high school was still crowded. Most of the students who came to report in the morning were boarding students. Many of them came from other districts, counties, and even other provinces. As for the non-boarding students, such as Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, and Zhong Xiang, because they lived nearby, they did not need to tidy up their beds. Usually, they would only arrive in the afternoon. 2:00 in the afternoon, at the Ling family's villa. Zhou Qin carried a cup of cold tea to the study on the 2nd floor. Seeing that the door was not closed, she did not think much and pushed the door open. Hubby, Xian is ready. When do we? She paused and ignored her husband's action of putting away the photos and locking them in the safe. She smiled and said, let's go? The man stood up and walked around the desk. His posture was straight and his expression was mild. We can go now. Then the tea. Zhou Qin hesitated and handed it over. Ling Qingzhou waved his hand. Leave it there. Zhou Qin put it on the table and held the man's arm. She smiled sweetly. Let's go. Xian is waiting for us downstairs. Okay. Today was the first day of school. As usual, no matter how busy Ling Qingzhou was, he would take time to send his son to report. Dad. Yes. Ling Qingzhou nodded slightly. Did you bring everything? Yes. The family of 3 set off. At the same time, the Yi family's car drove slowly towards number 1 middle school. Digression, 2,000 words in the 3rd watch. It's the end of the month, please give me a ticket from the worker. Haha. In the car, ECI kept fidgeting. Yi Hanqing asked, are you a maggot? ECI said, I am. Then you're an old maggot. Yi Hanqing said. You little brat. You've grown some guts after the summer vacation, haven't you? You dare talk back to me? ECI rolled his eyes. You make it sound like I didn't dare to do it before. What does this have to do with the summer vacation? You. Yi Hanqing was rarely at a loss for words. However, he was always an exception in front of his infuriating son. You're in your 3rd year of high school. You'd better behave. Although I'm rich and can send you to a foreign university, it'll be a diploma mill. You, wait. ECI turned his head and looked at his father. Why is it a diploma mill? Aren't all universities paid for? No. That's because you don't pay enough money. If it's enough, you can choose from Harvard or Oxford. Huh? ECI said seriously, I did the math. It's not expensive. It's the price of 2 domestic libraries, but it's in dollars. Yi Han raised his voice and slapped him on the forehead. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? 2 libraries and dollars? Do you think my money grows on trees? ECI held his head and his eyes widened. Damn. Old man, you can talk. Why do you have to hit me? I'm so angry. Eci said, oh, then you should hit me. I don't want to be bitten. Xianxia, the driver, sat in the front and smiled. Sir and young master are really close. Xianxia, stop. Eci, come on. Then, they said in unison, who's close to him? The father and son looked at each other and snorted. They turned their heads to look out the window at the same time. The driver chuckled. After a while, Eci did not turn her head. She was still looking out the window, but she said, I know you're stingy. You won't waste the money of 2 libraries on me. That crappy university is not worthy of my status. After thinking about it, it's better to stay in the country. The main thing is that I can take care of you every day. The corners of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly smoothed them out and said with disdain, stinky brat. Do you think you can make me angry? Humph. In your dreams. Smelly old man, I'm warning you, don't be too arrogant. Believe it or not, halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with you? Eci did not respond. The man subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see his silly son staring blankly out of the window. He looked over and saw a girl with a slender waist and long legs outside the window. She had one hand in her pocket and a backpack slung over her shoulder. She was walking unhurriedly towards the entrance of No. 1 middle school. Due to the large flow of people, the road ahead was blocked and the car was stopped. Seeing that the girl had already walked to the front and could only see her back, Eci panicked. Old Huang. Old Huang. Open the door. Hurry up. Hearing this, the driver instinctively unlocked the door. Eci picked up his backpack and ran after the girl without even closing the door. Jiang Fuyue, wait, that speed was faster than when he was getting his allowance. Xianxia clicked his tongue and closed the door. He looked at his son's back through the window. Good boy, he had already caught up with the girl and was walking side by side with her. Most of the time, he was the one doing the talking. He did not turn his head too often, but the girl was unbiased. Looking at her back, he could feel a sense of aloofness. Is the little brat enlightened? The driver, old Huang, laughed. I've never seen young master so enthusiastic about a girl. Wasn't he enthusiastic? As soon as he saw her, he abandoned his father and chased after her. That's interesting. Xianxia rubbed his chin. But why do I feel so hot all of a sudden? Girls these days are very reserved. Even old Huang could see it. Xianxia was deep in thought. Did his son have no advantages? Seeing that the little brat was at the age where he was starting to have feelings for girls, should he increase his allowance? Eci, who did not know that his allowance was about to increase, was walking beside Jiang Fuyue. The corners of her mouth almost reached her ears. So, do you want to come? Jiang Fuyue, it depends on the situation, if there are no other arrangements. Eci was having a birthday party at home this weekend and invited Jiang Fuyue. No. I already made an appointment with you in advance. Can't you spare me an afternoon this weekend? Jiang Fuyue did not agree. We're basketball buddies, right? Also, you're the first friend I invited. Will you do me the honor? Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment and said, if there are no exams or tutoring. Of course not. Why would there be exams on the weekend? Also, with your level, you're already the top science student in our city. Why would you need tutoring? You're the one tutoring others. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. You have to come this weekend. Oh right, I don't have your WeChat yet. Add me so I can send you my address. Jiang Fuyue opened the QR code and let him scan it. Eci's expression did not change, but her hands were trembling. I added her. I added her. From now on, my goddess is on my friend list. Wow. Students, line up here for a check on your appearance. You can only enter the school if you pass. Jiang Fuyue and Eci turned around and lined up at the back. Hey, how did you spend your summer vacation? Eci tried to strike up a conversation. Jiang Fuyue said, training, competitions, eating, and sleeping. Oh. That's it. Eci's mouth twitched and she said faintly, why don't you ask me? Oh, then how did you spend it? The girl's tone was calm and her eyes were cold. ECI suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. However, he still replied happily, I went to Southeast Asia for a vacation. Then, I went skiing in Europe with my dad. In the remaining time, I learned something new. When he said something new, the boy's eyes lit up. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and asked, what? ECI saw that she was finally willing to take the initiative to talk. She was so happy that her eyebrows were raised. She pulled the handbrake and turned the steering wheel quickly. Then, she mimed the sound of a car, vroom, 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 what do you think? Racing. Wow. How did you know? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched again and she said. Isn't it obvious? Oh. It turned out that girls with high IQ were difficult to pursue because they knew too much and did not give boys a chance to continue talking. However, ECI obviously did not give up. He cleared his throat and said, then, do you know what types of racing there are? Jiang Fuyue glanced at him. ECI raised his eyebrows. Now he finally had a chance to show off, right? Actually, racing is divided into, Jiang Fuyue said, generally speaking, there are track racing and off-track racing. Track racing can be divided into drift racing, formula racing, sedan racing, sports car racing, GT endurance racing, short track rally racing, track cross-country racing, straight line racing, and so on. Off-track racing can be divided into rally racing, cross-country racing, mountaineering, beach racing, and mud racing. ECI was stunned. Jiang Fuyue continued, among them, the most common one is formula racing. That is, the car must be built according to the technical regulations of the car issued by the International Automobile Federation. This includes the structure of the car body, the length and width, the minimum weight, the working volume of the engine, the number of cylinders, the capacity of the fuel tank, the electronic equipment, the distance and size of the tires, and so on. ECI was a little dizzy. Jiang Fuyue said, Grand Prix. Prix Formula 1, Grand Prix Formula 1, which is also commonly known as F1. The engine requires a displacement of 1.6 liters, 6 cylinders, and a turbocharger. The chassis is made of carbon fiber, and the minimum ground clearance is 50 to 70 millimeters. The height of the car is low, and the wheels are wide and fully exposed. Wheel is an open wheel. EC's scalp began to tingle. In the end, Jiang Fuyue smiled and said, do you have any other questions? No. Actually, she didn't dare to. ECI quietly wiped the cold sweat off her palms and raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Haha. It's quite hot today, huh? Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Hot, it was near the beginning of autumn, and the cool breeze was blowing gently. The sun was not as hot as it was in midsummer, and it was warm but not hot. It was a very comfortable day. Are you too nervous? ECI immediately denied and raised her voice, how is that possible? Why would I be nervous? What's there to be nervous about? But your face is pale, your forehead is sweating, and your breathing is fast. You look excited. All these signs indicate that you're nervous. ECI. She really wanted to die. Ahem. I suddenly remembered that I might still have a cold. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. Hold on to me. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update, 12 o'clock. Tonight, we're all last-minute customers. Come on. Go. Seeing that ECI was about to fall, Jiang Fuyue subconsciously grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary? ECI only wanted to pretend to be dead. No need. I can still hold on. I just need to rest for a while. Jiang Fuyue frowned and used some strength to straighten him up. The girl's soft palm was on his shoulder. Because they were so close, he could still smell the faint fragrance of citrus. EC's heart beat faster and his eyes darted around. He was a little shy, but more than that, he was excited. With his height advantage, he could see the girl's full forehead, high nose, and bright red lips when he looked down. He was just pretending, but now his hands and legs were really weak. Eh? Isn't that sister you? The girl next to her looks like ECI from class 7. Soon, people around them recognized them. Oh my god. Why is the goddess's hand on EC's shoulder? Don't you think that school bully looks like a little bird right now? You have to rely on others, don't tarnish my goddess. Knock. I'm angry. Let go of that girl. Although the goddess is at a disadvantage, don't you think that the goddess and the perverse school bully are a good couple? He's cool, arrogant, and irritable. He's the school bully that people fear. People have given him the nickname, Brother CI. She's cold and has a high IQ. She's the genius goddess that the whole school admires. One day, one of the underlings saw the boss pressing a girl against the wall and kissing her with reddened eyes. Both of his hands were on her small waist. Oh my god. There's an inside story. Damn. School literature warning. Wait, why does every male lead have to press the female lead against the wall and kiss her with reddened eyes? Can't they change the routine? I've confirmed it with their eyes. They're the two tyrant lovers. Come on. You girls have been brainwashed by romance. How can the goddess like ECI? TSK. If I don't like ECI, do you think I'll like you? At the very least, Brother CI has the face, the figure, and the money from his family. But I want to be a couple with two straight-A students. Jiang Fuyue and Ling, the cutest guy in school. What do you guys think? Actually, I'm a little jealous. Ling, the cutest guy in school, belongs to everyone. But who asked Jiang Fuyue to be so outstanding? If it is her, I think I can accept it. Me too. He was the top student and school hunk of number 1 middle school. He looked gentle, but in fact, he was cold and aloof. Other than studying and doing practice questions, nothing could move him. Until one day, she appeared. Since then, the first place in the grade changed. He was suppressed by her and vowed to fight back. But many years later, he was willing to be pressed down by her, muttering absent-mindedly, "Be good, don't move, F***ck. How shameful. Ah, I suspect you're driving a toy car, but I don't have any proof. Chicken coop warning. Good heavens. So compatible. So compatible. Please let the two straight-A students stay together. Ah. I'm dead. I've already filled in 10,000 romance novels. Of course, there was also a group of people who were calm, they're crazy. No, they're poisoned. Jiang Fuyue was unaware of all this. It was not easy for her to stabilize ECI, but the guy began to sway again. Jiang Fuyue's face was cold. If you fall again, I'll let go. EC's body stiffened and he stood up coyly. I said I'm fine. Jiang Fuyue retracted her hand and took half a step back. The young man lowered his head, looking lost. And all this was clearly seen by the uncle and nephew sitting in a black Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. From the moment ECI was on the verge of collapsing to the moment Jiang Fuyue released her grip, the entire process was flawless. What the F***ck? ECI, that be ***starred. How dare you take advantage of me so blatantly? Xianxia was furious. He wanted to get out of the car immediately. From the looks of it, he wanted to rush up and beat him up. However, the car door could not be opened. He called the driver, but the driver looked at Xie Dingyuan inquisitively through the rearview mirror. Old Zhang knew that Master Jiao never allowed the young master to behave atrociously. However, he seemed to have miscalculated this time. Xie Dingyuan did not respond to his inquiry. His silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Old Zhang was stunned. Soon, under Zhongxiang's urging, he unlocked the door. Zhongxiang pushed the door open and got out of the car. He crossed the road like a wolf cub and rushed towards the young boys and girls in the queue. Master Jiao looked at him quietly through the car window. He was expressionless. Suddenly, a sharp gaze met his through the rearview mirror. The driver's heart trembled. He quickly looked away and lowered his eyes. His back was drenched in cold sweat. ECI. What are you doing? Zhongxiang grabbed his hand and dragged him 2 steps away from Jiang Fuyue. ECI was caught off guard. He stumbled and almost fell. When he turned around, his face darkened. Zhongxiang, are you crazy? why did you grab your grandfather? You? Whose grandfather do you think you are? I think a grandson is more suitable for you. Pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here, you were really shameless just now. Eci felt a little guilty. His eyes flickered. Xianxia sneered. Aren't you going to faint? Why don't you try? It's none of your business. Xianxia grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him away forcefully. He did not forget to turn around and give Jiang Fuyue a sunny smile. Don't worry about it. Go and report first. I have some personal matters to settle with this guy. Jiang Fuyue was confused. She did not want to interfere. Eci was dragged into a corner. Zhongxiang. Are you F***king crazy? Let go, behave yourself. Is there something wrong with you? Zhongxiang dragged him for a few more meters. Seeing that the place was hidden enough, he let go of his hand. Eci immediately threw a punch. Zhongxiang was not someone to be trifled with. He had long been prepared for this move and dodged it nimbly. Then, he returned the punch with a backhand. The two youths were fighting fiercely in a secluded alley. After an unknown period of time, Zhongxiang was panting like an ox, but he did not forget to add another kick. Eci took a deep breath. While she was being kicked, she also gave her opponent a punch. The two of them pinched each other and slammed against the wall. You won't let go, I won't let go either. Zhongxiang, you're shameless. Eci, you're ridiculous. Zhongxiang, who gave you the guts to take advantage of Jiang Fuyue? Eci, when did you see me taking advantage of her? I saw it with both eyes. You still don't want to admit it? I didn't. She just helped me up. TSK, like hell I'll believe you. Another 10 minutes passed. Someone walked out of the alley first. Zhongxiang carried his jacket and patted the dust off it. He walked forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. At first glance, he looked like a winner. Except, his cheekbone was slightly sore. F***ck. His skin must have been scraped. After a while, another youth walked out. Eci's collar was slightly open, her hair was slightly messy, the corner of her mouth was broken, and there was a trace of blood on her chin. She looked like a mess from head to toe. Zhongxiang returned to the car. He had left in a hurry just now and did not take his school bag. Xia Dingyuan, did you hit her? Oh. The youth admitted generously. He thought to himself, if you want to scold me, just scold me. It doesn't matter anyway. However, this time, Xia Dingyuan did not say anything. He only asked old Zhang to take out the backup first aid kit and personally treated the youth's wound. Zhongxiang was stunned. He only reacted when a cotton swab dipped in alcohol landed on the wound on his cheekbone and felt a sharp pain. Then, he gasped, ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xia Dingyuan was unmoved and continued to disinfect the wound. Soon, the pain disappeared. Zhongxiang stopped howling and looked at his uncle with a puzzled expression. Xia Dingyuan threw away the cotton swab and took out a band-aid. He tore it and asked, why are you looking at me? Rare. It's too rare. Uncle, you didn't scold me. So do you need it? I can make it up for you now. No, no, no. Let's take it easy. I don't want to trouble you. Old Xia Dingyuan raised his eyebrows. He was particularly sensitive to this word recently. He did not know why, but when he heard it, he always felt unhappy. Compared to Zhongxiang's age, he should be considered old, right? Uncle, I have a question. Xia Dingyuan glanced at him and said, go ahead. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Shut up if you don't know how to talk. Cold, harsh, and unreasonable. Zhongxiang shrunk his neck, but in his heart, he was thinking, that's right, he's still that strict uncle who treats others harshly. But why did he take the initiative to send me to school? Shouldn't he leave this to the driver and go to the laboratory himself? It's really strange. Also, he did not scold me about the fight and even helped me to treat the wound. Zhongxiang could not help but look out of the car window. There is only one son, right? The moment Jiang Fuyue stepped into the professor's office, she was surrounded. Some of them smiled and congratulated her, some of them were looking at her with stars in their eyes, and some of them were shouting that they wanted to suck her luck. In short, Jiang Fuyue's arrival was like a fire that burned the whole class. She finally walked to her seat and sat down. When she turned around, her deskmate was also staring at her with sparkling eyes. Jiang Fuyue, Wan Xiaotong coughed softly to control the sparkle in her eyes, but she could not hide her excitement. Jiang, you are so cool. I have watched the video of you scolding the people from country R 38 times. The more I watch it, the more I get carried away. I am going to fall in love with you. What should I do? Duck did not have to. Jiang Fuyue suddenly thought of something. I brought a gift. Huh? Wan Xiaotong was confused. Jiang Fuyue had already taken the gift out of her bag and placed it in front of her. Is this for me? She was very surprised and then became cautious. Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. I hope you like it. Of course I like it. I like it so much. Miss, you didn't even see what it is and you just said you like it. How can you be so careless? Wan Xiaotong wanted to say that it was not careless. As long as it was a gift from you, even if it was poop, it would still be fragrant. There was a box in the folded paper bag. The pattern on the box was a colorful cloud. It was very beautiful. Wan Xiaotong took the box out and opened it. The next second, she was pleasantly surprised. It was a nesting doll in the shape of Doraemon. How did you know I like blue fatty? Jiang Fuyue, I saw it on your bag and keychain. Wan Xiaotong's nose twitched. She could not describe the feeling, but it was as if a small sun had entered her heart. It was warm and cozy. She was a very ordinary girl. She did not make a sound among her classmates and was well behaved in front of the teachers. It could be said that she did not have a presence and was always the one who was ignored. Wan Xiaotong had long been used to it. Thus, she became more and more silent and timid. She could only sit quietly in a corner and watch the other students laugh and play. She never dared to take the initiative to participate. She originally thought that her high school life would continue like this until the college entrance examination ended. However, one day, her deskmate suddenly took the initiative to talk to her. It seemed that from then on, everything was different. Thank you, Jiang. Wan Xiaotong held the nesting doll and could not bear to put it down. Lu Bowen, who was sitting in front of her, turned his head. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Am I not worthy of sitting in front of you? The corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. The next second, she took out a small square box of chocolates from the hole in the table and handed it to him. Lu Bowen was surprised and happy. For me? It's fine if you don't want it. Yes. He quickly snatched it. What's on it? It doesn't look like English. His deskmate, Lin Xiao, glanced at it. Stupid. It's written in German. She could not help but look back. Did Jiang Fuyue prepare something for her? She should have, right? She even posted on Weibo to advertise her pancakes. She also went to Jiangji restaurant every day to take care of business. Cough. It should be worthy, right? Lu Bowen's chocolates looked very high-end. She wondered how it tasted. Student Lin Xiao could not help but swallow her saliva. The next second, Xiao, this is yours. Lin Xiao felt that student Jiang Fuyue's voice was very pleasant to the ears. She was also very nice. Xian? They were both chocolates, but her box looked more exquisite than Lu Bowen's box. The handmade texture of the chocolate stunned her. Just as she couldn't wait to try one, a ding rang out. The bell rang. Not long after, Su Jing came in from the front door and walked up to the podium. However, he was not alone. There was a boy and a girl behind him. 2 students, digression, 3,000 words in the third watch. I specially got up this morning to log into Taobao to refund the money. Then, I habitually checked everyone's comments. In the end, I found that the third watch had disappeared. I hurriedly checked. The result was set to December 1st, facepalm emoji. Thank you for the refund for waking me up early. While saving money, I also checked the update. Also, I want to ask for a ticket. It's the beginning of the month. This month, there will be an explosion of more than 10 chapters, ha ha ha. The boy was very tall and wore a limited edition black t-shirt. A cap covered most of his face, revealing only his fair chin. He wore a platinum necklace with a skull pendant. He was very fashionable and looked very hip. Hop. In comparison, the girl was very obedient. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead. She wore a white dress and her legs were straight and well-proportioned. At this moment, she was facing the audience with a smile. Su Jing said, "There are 2 new students in our class this semester. Introduce yourselves." The boy did not speak. The girl glanced at him and spoke first. "Hello everyone, my name is Yu Kaisen. I'm from the capital. I'm very happy to be your classmate. This is my brother. He doesn't like to talk much. I hope everyone can forgive him." Her voice was sweet and her smile was bright. She was also a little beauty. The audience instantly went wild. She's so obedient. Like a candy. She looks very easy to bully. Do all pure beauties like to wear white? The education resources in the capital are so good. Why did they transfer to Linhui? Are they biological siblings? Everyone was talking at once, chattering non-stop. It was not until Su Jing coughed softly to signal for everyone to be quiet that the discussion slowly died down. Next, it was the brother's turn to introduce himself. Yu Jiaza. Then, there was no more. Su Jing was also a little stunned. But she quickly reacted and arranged for the brother and sister to sit down. This Yu Jiaza has a weird personality. That's called arrogance, looking down on us. It's not strange for a boy to be arrogant when he wears collectible sneakers. Why does he keep wearing a cap? He's pretending to be cool. I really want to see what he looks like. You'll know in class. Number 1 Middle school's rules forbade students to wear caps to class. Sure enough, when the bell rang for the second time and Su Jing was ready for class, she directly asked Yu Jiaza to take off his cap. This time, the boy did not act cool. The moment he took off his cap, a very shallow buzz cut was revealed. It was hard and wild. Many girls gasped, including Wan Shoutong. Jiang, the new classmate seems to have quite a personality. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She looked away from the test paper in her hand and turned to look at the boy not far away. His buzz cut was very conspicuous. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. The man did not dodge. He paused for 2 seconds before he calmly looked away. Today was only the first day of registration. Su Jing, as the head teacher, was not in a hurry to give everyone a mathematics lesson. Instead, she gave everyone some encouragement. The only things they said were things like, "It's the 3rd year of high school, the college entrance exam is imminent, there's no time to squander, everyone must fight for every second, blah blah blah. The evening self-study session would start tomorrow, so school was over at 6 o'clock. Jiang Han and Gameng had been looking around the entrance of Class 3 since 10 minutes ago. Sister Han, let go, let go. The 2 of them waited for Jiang Fuyue to come out. There was a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Sister Yu, Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. Why are you here? The 3 of them went to a corner. Jiang Han said, Sister Yu, do you know where Lu Sisi went? Lu Sisi? Gameng said, she didn't come today. The teacher called her parents but no one answered. Could something have happened to her? Last time, they had provoked Wei San and almost lost their lives. Jiang Fuyue arrived in time to save them. After that, everything was calm. Wei San seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He did not even show his face, let alone take revenge on them. Jiang Han spent some money to ask around. The news that came back was that Wei San was dead. They did not know if it was true or not. They thought that the matter was over. However, for a period of time, Lu Sisi could not be found at all. If it were not for the fixed weekly phone call to report that she was safe, she and Gameng would have called the police. The 2 of them thought that Lu Sisi had found a new part-time job. Little did they know that she was undergoing training at Camp A under the Yufeng group. A week ago, Jiang Fuyue returned to Linhui from the capital. The next day, when she went to the Yufeng group's kitchen, Lu Jingzhong reported that Lu Sisi wanted to take 2 days off to run some errands outside the camp. She approved. Sister Yu, you must have a way to find her, right? Taiju said that if she doesn't report for more than 3 days and her parents can't provide a specific reason, she will be automatically expelled. Jiang Fuyue did not respond. She only said, "I'll make a call." Then, she turned around and walked to the railing. She called Lu Jinzhong. "Uncle Lu, did Lu Sisi go back?" The other end of the line seemed to be confirming. "No." "How many days has she been gone?" "Including today, a total of 6 days." Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned cold. "Check her address." "Yes." Lu Jinzhong was very efficient. Soon, a string of addresses was sent to Jiang Fuyue's mobile phone. "Let's go." She turned around and called the two of them. Jiang Han and Gemeng looked at each other. "Where are we going?" "To find Lu Sisi." The two of them hurriedly followed. Sanlu Street. It was also jokingly called Sanlu Street by the locals of Linhuai. It was a place where people from all walks of life mixed together. However, it was one thing to hear about it and another to see it in person. Jiang Han stepped into a puddle and the water splashed all over her pants. There was also something sticky on the soles of her shoes. She looked up and her face turned pale. She screamed. "Blood! There's blood!" Gemeng was also shocked. She took a closer look. The place she walked past was not a puddle. It was clearly a blood pit. There were shiny things like scales floating in it. Jiang Fuyue frowned and sniffed. This should be a stall selling fish. "There are fish organs in the pit," blurg, Jiang Han almost vomited. Gemeng's face was also pale. She looked around vigilantly. "I used to hear that Sanlu Street was very chaotic, but I didn't know how chaotic it was." Now, she finally experienced it. It was gloomy even during the day. Why does Sisi live in a place like this? Jiang Han stomped the sticky things under her feet and quickly walked away. "The rent here is cheap." Because it was cheap, the poor all gathered here. As the saying went, poverty is the worst. Poverty did not necessarily mean that one was a bad person. However, poverty breeds evil. That was how the chaos began. The three of them had been friends since the first year of high school. However, Jiang Han and Gemeng did not know where Lu Sisi lived until now. "I asked her before, but she refused to say." Recalling the way the girl lowered her head in silence and stammered when she couldn't avoid the question, Jiang Han felt extremely uncomfortable. Why didn't she say so earlier? "I can arrange accommodation for her." "Gemeng, Sisi is very stubborn. Don't forget that when we treat her to a meal that costs 50 yuan, she will definitely pay us back 60 yuan that month. Then she would eat porridge or bread for the rest of the time and say that she was on a diet." Jiang Han and Gemeng did not think much of it. They really thought that she was on a diet. K, Jiang Han cursed in a low voice. "It's my fault. I didn't find out earlier." Jiang Fuyue looked up at the sky and then down at the time. "Let's go up first and leave before it gets dark. It's not safe here at night." The last sentence made the two of them feel cold and immediately followed. It was an old building with more than 10 rooms on each floor. There was a corridor, a public kitchen, and a toilet. Gemeng tried her best to restrain herself, but still failed. "Oh my god. I've only seen this kind of house in movies from the last century." The more Jiang Han walked in, the more her eyebrows furrowed. She had learned a lot from the old man during the summer vacation. She had a rough idea of what kind of house to rent, how to manage it, and how to urge the rent. In a house like this, a family of 3 or even 4 would often be squeezed into a room. There was no privacy at all. Of course, the rent was really cheap. It was at most 300 yuan per month. The landlord did not care much about the house. As long as the rent came in every month, he did not care about anything else. Some red light districts were even secretly set up here, providing cheap services. It only cost a few dozen yuan to stay a night. The elderly, middle-aged, and young people were all welcome. Jiang Fuyue stopped in front of a wooden door. At this time, the sun had already set. Only half of the sky was still shining. Half of the sky was dark. There was a gloomy atmosphere like dusk, suppressing the dead silence. Meow, a cat's meow came from somewhere. Jiang Han and Gameng moved closer to each other to give each other courage. However, they still felt a chill down their spines. At this time, Jiang Fuyuan knocked on the door, knock knock knock, no one responded. She raised her hand and was about to knock again when she heard a creak. The door opened by itself and a foul smell came out. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. Midnight of the second watch bang, Jiang Fuyue closed the door again. Jiang Han and Gameng were some distance away, so they didn't hear the creaking sound of the door opening. Instead, they were startled by the bang. It's open? Cici, the two of them were about to step forward when Jiang Fuyue turned around abruptly, her expression unchanged. I kicked it just now, this was to explain the bang sound. She continued, there's no one inside. The lights aren't on. The two of them stopped in their tracks. No one? Where did Cici go? Jiang Fuyue said, it's getting late. You should go back first. I'll get someone to look for her. If I'm not wrong, she should be at her usual workplace. Jiang Han said, but, Jiang Fuyue said, it's decided then. Unless you can find a suitable reason to explain to your parents. The last sentence frightened the two of them. If they went back too late, their families would be worried. Gameng said, Sister Han, don't forget that Sister Yuno's King's brother who? King has so many bodyguards. He'll definitely be able to find Cici. Let's not add to the trouble. Jiang Han nodded this time. Okay. Sister Yu, if you need any help with anything, feel free to call. My phone is on 24 hours a day. It's fully charged and placed beside my pillow when I sleep. Gameng said, me too. Okay. Let's go. The three of them left the building. On the way down the stairs, a gust of wind blew from behind. Jiang Han sniffed and said, do you guys smell anything? Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed. Gameng shook her head. What smell? Why don't I smell anything? It's just a stench, like something rotten. Really? Gameng sniffed and said, Sister Yu, do you smell it? Jiang Fuyue said, no. Gameng said, me neither. Jiang Han frowned. Oh, I might have smelled wrong, but there really is, Jiang Fuyue said, there are all kinds of stalls down there. Some are selling fish, some are selling meat, and some are throwing garbage everywhere. It's normal for there to be a stench. That's true. By the time they left Sanlu Street, the sun had completely set and night had fallen. Darkness began to engulf the surroundings. Jiang Fuyue sent Jiang Han and Gameng to the bus. Sister Yu, aren't you coming with us? It's not along the way. Ah? Jiang Han remembered that it was on the way. Jiang Fuyue said, we changed our residence not long ago. New home? Yes. I'll invite you all to be my guests some other time. Sure. Sure. The two of them got into the car and left. Jiang Fuyue stood there for 2 minutes, then turned around and walked back to Sanlu Street, heading straight for Lu Cici's house. This time, she was alone. There were no street lights on either side of the street. The whole street was dark and gloomy, and a cold wind blew. However, she was able to move around freely. She found the entrance of the building and went up. Finally, she stopped in front of the door that she had pushed open and deliberately closed. She raised her hand and gently pushed. In the darkness, there was a creaking sound, and the door opened a crack. Soon, the crack became bigger and bigger, and the stench of decay became stronger. Jiang Fuyue did not need to go in because the house was only so big. She could see everything in one glance. She only needed to pull down the cord. Click, the incandescent lamp emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating everything in the house. The messy furnishings indicated that there had been a fierce dispute here, and the 2 corpses lying in the middle of the house indicated the result of the dispute. Digression, second watch, 1,000 words. There was a third watch, which was around 1:30 p.m. There would probably be a delay. Jiang Fuyue turned off the lights and closed the door. Of course, he also carefully wiped off his fingerprints. As he walked quickly out of Sanlu Street, he took out his phone and called Lu Jinzhong. Lu Cici's parents died at home. Send someone to secretly monitor the scene. At least until tomorrow morning. Don't alert anyone during this period. Lu Jinzhong, yes. I want to know Lucici's specific location in 5 minutes. In the western suburbs, an abandoned factory was very lively at the moment. A boxing ring was built on a spacious flat ground, surrounded by ropes. 2 contestants had already started fighting in the ring. Cheers were accompanied by the crisp sound of beer bottles colliding. However, this was only the appetizer and was only used to warm up the scene. The real excitement had yet to come. During this period, guests kept entering the warehouse. They were all VIPs who had been invited to participate in the boxing gambling today. All of them were very rich. Please show me your invitation. A burly bodyguard stopped the overly thin man in front of him. He was wearing a cap, jeans, and a loose pullover. His hands were in his pockets, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. At first glance, he looked like a street gangster. This kind of gangster was the main customer of this underground boxing club. Many people who had entered earlier were also dressed like this, so they did not attract much attention. Jiang Fuyue took out his hand from his trouser pocket and handed over a wooden card. This was the invitation. Every month, the boxing club would organize a large-scale boxing gambling. Only the regular customers were qualified to get an admission ticket. If one came without a wooden card, they would only be treated as spies. Please come in. After the bodyguard saw it, he raised his hand and let them in. Jiang Fuyue held the cigarette in his mouth and walked to the boxing ring unhurriedly. He did not squeeze to the front, but looked up from the crowd to watch the fight. The 2 boxers were both foreigners. They were heavyweights, and their upper bodies were bare. Their stomachs were full of fat. Their hands were only wrapped in bandages, and they did not have gloves to protect them. This was also a prominent feature of underground boxing. Do you need alcohol? Jiang Fuyue took a bottle of beer from the tray and put down 100 yuan as a tip. The waiter's eyes lit up and he asked, "Do you want to place a bet? Aren't we not at the betting area yet? The rules have been changed. This time, you can place bets from the beginning to the end. The further you go, the higher the starting amount, and the fewer people who can place bets." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "How much is this bet?" The waiter readily replied, 2,000. 5 bets, blue team wins. All right. The waiter nimbly took out the betting machine and took the bank card from Jiang Fuyue. Soon, the bet was successful. The waiter said, "Good luck. I also think the blue team will win." After saying that, he picked up the tray and left, looking for the next potential bettor. As it turned out, Jiang Fuyue's luck was really good. In less than 5 minutes, the red team was defeated by the blue team with an uppercut. Cheers and applause rang out at the same time. The blue team's fighter made a victory sign with his face bruised and swollen. 3 minutes later, the second match began. Jiang Fuyue was still standing in the same place, quietly watching. In the 5 bets just now, she had placed a total of 10,000 yuan. According to the odds of 1-1, she had made a net profit of 10,000 yuan. Ding, a text message came in. It was a notification from the bank, reminding her that she had received 20,000 yuan. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. The waiter from before had been paying attention to the situation here. After all, a customer who had placed 5 bets without blinking was very likely to be a fat sheep. Seeing that the other party had received the notification, the waiter couldn't help but go up again. "Congratulations, customer, you won the bet." Jiang Fuyue sneered. With a cigarette in her hand and the brim of her hat covering her face, there was a hidden arrogance and nobility. How can this little money be considered a win? It's just a game. The waiter took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his eyes. This might not be a fat sheep, but a fat cow. "Customer, do you still want to bet?" Jiang Fuyue didn't care and replied indifferently, "Let's play then." The waiter, "Every bet is 3,000 yuan. How much are you betting?" Jiang Fuyue, 20. Hiss, sure enough, she wasn't an ordinary player. From 10,000 to 60,000, she didn't hesitate at all. The waiter was secretly happy. It seemed that he had caught a big fish tonight. "Which side are you betting on?" "It's still blue." This time, the waiter didn't leave. Instead, he stayed on the side and waited for the result with Jiang Fuyue. During this time, he tried to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue only cared about watching the fight and didn't even look at him. Not only was the waiter not annoyed, the smile on his face became bigger, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more uncontrollable. Yes, this was her temper. Tycoon players were basically so arrogant. If Jiang Fuyue was gentle to him, he would have suspected that this person was pretending. No one who could work in this kind of place and make money with ease was stupid. Soon, the result was out. The blue side won. According to the odds of 1-2, Jiang Fuyue earned 180,000 yuan with interest. The waiter took a 5% commission and earned 9,000 yuan. This was easier than giving out drinks and tips. Sir, do you still want to bet? Jiang Fuyue placed another 2 rounds. The amount was between 200,000 and 300,000 yuan, and she stubbornly bet on the blue side to win. The waiter, ? The blue side is betting on me. Why, is there a problem? No. The one who paid was the boss. You have the final say. In the end, the blue side really won. You're really amazing. Do you still want to bet on the blue side? No. Okay, then how much do you want to bet on the red side? Jiang Fuyue played it down. I mean, I'm not playing. Ah? The waiter was stunned. Your luck is hot. Why don't you play? Vigilance appeared in his eyes. Did she want to run away after winning money? This wasn't the style of rich players. Most fake rich players would do this. Unfortunately, in the end, they couldn't walk out of this warehouse in one piece. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. It's not interesting. Ah? A few 100,000 yuan is just a small game. The waiter was slightly surprised. Did she think that the bet was too small? Jiang Fuyue put 1,000 yuan on his tray. You served me well. This is your reward. After that, she pretended to leave. Please wait, Jiang Fuyue paused slightly. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly under the brim of her hat, but her voice was so indifferent that it made people feel cold. Is there anything else? Actually, if you want to play big, it's not impossible. The waiter gritted his teeth. Oh? How do you play? We can personally appoint a player to play here. If you win, you'll definitely make a profit, and you'll make a lot of money. Of course, if you lose, you'll lose money. All the players who bet on you may lose money. Jiang Fuyue, you mean I'll be the banker? You can understand it that way. Then what's the use of your boxing arena? The waiter smiled slightly. In this way, the boxing arena will only act as a broker and take 3% of the fee as compensation. Do you want to play? Jiang Fuyue held the cigarette and gently rubbed her chin. The waiter found that the gentleman's hands were extraordinarily slender and well-proportioned, which was quite good-looking. In a flash, it sounds good. Let's have a try. She said casually with a faint smile. The waiter bowed 90 degrees and raised his hand to invite her. He was so excited that he almost couldn't restrain himself. Come with me. Jiang Fuyue was led by the waiter through the back of the boxing arena and into another small warehouse attached to it. On both sides of the corridor, there were iron cages placed every 2 steps. In the cages were boxers who were selected like animals. The waiter, you don't have to look at these. They were originally sent to the arena outside for the competition. Jiang Fuyue remained calm. At the end of the corridor, there was a double wooden door. After it was pushed open, a coquettish woman came forward. Aji? Why don't you sell your wine? What are you doing here? Aji was the waiter. Sister Wei, let me introduce you to a distinguished guest. The woman frowned, and her scrutinizing gaze landed on Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue put one hand in her pocket and played with the cigarette in the other hand. Her face was still hidden under the cap. 5 seconds later, the woman withdrew her eyes and said to Aji, come with me. Aji stepped forward and the woman led him in. It seemed that she wanted to know the specific situation. Jiang Fuyue waited there. Half a minute later, she raised her wrist to look at her watch for the first time. Another half a minute later, she raised her wrist for the second time and then turned around to leave without hesitation. It seemed that she had run out of patience. Inside, Sister Wei saw the man's every move clearly through the surveillance video. Aji was anxious. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? He is a master. He doesn't have to beg us. He is just looking for excitement. He is just a playboy. If you don't go out, he will really leave. Sister Wei caught up with him and said lightly, "Distinguished guest, please stay." Jiang Fuyue didn't stop walking. She was so proud. The woman panicked. She chased after her in high heels and stopped in front of her. She bowed awkwardly. "I apologize for the neglect just now." Jiang Fuyue looked at her seriously and sneered coldly. "What the hell? She was a master." The woman gritted her teeth and bent down more, showing a white neck. "I'm really sorry." Jiang Fuyue put 100 yuan in her collar. "You have a good figure. This is for you." The woman's eyes flashed with shame and anger, but at the same time, her doubts were all dispelled. She was really a master who couldn't be offended by her temper and behavior. Who could pretend? Aji also followed and apologized repeatedly. "You are a generous person. Don't care about us." Jiang Fuyue listened to a full 2 minutes of pleasantries before she was reluctantly led into the room. Compared with the mess in the corridor, the space behind the door was clean and tidy. Although there were still iron cages, the people inside all had fierce eyes and strong fighting spirit. There were no obvious bloodstains on them and their clothes were clean. They were treated much better than those people outside. "Sister Wei, these are our best boxers. All of them have won the MVP of the game. The information is here. You can have a look." Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and took it. She began to compare the number of the information with the number of the iron cage. She looked at them as if they were goods. The people in the iron cage seemed to have been used to such a look. They were not surprised to see Jiang Fuyue's behavior. Instead, there was a strong desire in their eyes. What did they desire? Of course, to be chosen. If there was a guest as the banker and the chosen boxer won, he could also get a commission of 5%, which was even higher than the commission of the boxing field. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue paused and stopped at one of the pages. She tapped on it with her index finger. "A woman? Sister Wei, this is our new boxer, Sarah. She set the record for the most wins in a week. You can have a look, the record started 6 days ago. She won all the fights and didn't lose." Jiang Fuyue had a hunch that this was Lu Sisi. "Check the goods." Sister Wei gave a look and one of her men left and walked deeper into the corridor. "I'm sorry. This boxer has a bad temper and is easy to go berserk. She needs to be specially guarded, so we didn't put her outside. You have a discerning eye. You've picked the best ones here." Jiang Fuyue sneered and said in a sullen tone, "If you promote something in a hurry, customers will doubt its quality." Sister Wei could only shut up. She was even more afraid of this person in her heart. Where on earth did this person come from? How could he be so imposing and stylish? Soon, a man came with an iron chain and brought her to the door. Jiang Fuyue's pupils shrank slightly. Lu Sisi lowered her head and was covered with blood. She was dying. She gritted her teeth. The next second, she couldn't help sneering. "Is this the best boxer you said?" Sister Wei was stunned. The next second, her throat was choked by a cold hand like an iron clamp. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth. "Are you fooling me?" "Ahem. No. Listen to me." She turned a deaf ear and tightened her hand. Sister Wei began to roll her eyes. Her men and Aji didn't dare to step forward. "Really?" "Ahem. Believe me. She looks weak now. When she is in the boxing ring, she will fight desperately." "Ahem. Really?" Jiang Fuyue couldn't wait to break the neck in her hand and return it to Lu Sisi. But it was not the right time. She forced herself to be rational. In the end, she loosened her hand and threw her to the ground. Sister Wei took a deep breath of fresh air and looked frightened. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue had already sat down calmly. She was still playing with the cigarette in her hand. Digression, 2 chapters together, 4,000 words. Be diligent and ask for a monthly ticket. Sister Yu in this chapter is full of anger. Can't you see, she is the first in acting and the first in choking. Sister Wei did not dare to complain at all. She lowered her head, revealing her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. She knelt at Jiang Fuyue's feet. She was gentle and humble, which was the favorite posture of men. Please calm down. Although this boxer looks useless, her explosive power is very strong. She knocked down opponents who were taller than her several times on the stage. Oh? Jiang Fuyue raised his eyebrows. She drugged her? The woman was stunned and her lips trembled. How did he know? This was the biggest secret of the entire underground boxing field. Drugging someone was equivalent to manipulating the result of the game, which was tantamount to cheating. If the people who bet outside knew about it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Fuyue asked, "Did you drug her or not?" The woman trembled. No, lying? Ha, you are quite bold. Jiang Fuyue reached out and pinched her cheeks. Soon, fingerprints were left on her white skin and the red circle on her neck. It was a kind of abused beauty. The woman was shocked by his strong aura and trembled. Her reason had long been gone. She said instinctively, "I really didn't do it. Although sometimes I do it, this boxer didn't. She doesn't need it." Really? She was not convinced. She fought as if she didn't care about her life when she got on the stage. Most of the injuries on her body were left on the boxing stage. Jiang Fuyue did not comment, but a touch of contemplation flashed through his eyes. The woman was afraid that he would not believe her, so she continued, "In fact, this kind of desperate fighting style is better. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. People who are ready to risk their lives at any time have a fierce spirit. They will be overwhelmed by momentum before the fight. If you choose her, you will not only have a higher chance of winning, but also the odds will be higher." Jiang Fuyue released the woman's face and slowly withdrew his hand. Sister Wei breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, she saw the distinguished guest get up and walk to Sarah, like a shrewd buyer examining the goods he was about to buy. Suddenly, he said, "Loosen the chain." Sister Wei was stunned. She has the tendency to take the initiative to attack. "I am worried, Jiang Fuyue's tone was cold. "Don't you understand?" Sister Wei's body stiffened and she felt a chill down her spine. She immediately winked at her subordinates. The latter obeyed and released the chains. Lu Sisi, who had regained her freedom, suddenly looked up. Her eyes were filled with a shocking ruthlessness and bloodthirst. Compared to her weak and helpless appearance when he saved her from Wei San, she was more like an unsheathed sharp blade now, and she didn't conceal the fierceness and sharpness of her entire body at all. The training in camp had allowed her to develop a body of skills, but the coldness and ruthlessness in a person's eyes was not something that could be achieved through training. Moreover, camp never taught people to be heartless. Even if it was a knife, it had to be a knife that was warm in the hands of its master. So, what did Lu Sisi encounter? Did he make her become this? Ruthless and reckless? "Do you know how to light a cigarette?" Jiang Fuyue asked. Sister Wei took a lighter and pretended to step forward. Jiang Fuyue didn't even look at her. Her eyes fell directly on Lu Sisi. "I'm asking her." Sister Wei's smile froze. In Lu Sisi's eyes, there was only the word kill. She couldn't wait to punch to vent her anger. The stronger the opponent, the greater the pain, the more excited she would be. She knew that she was very crazy. But so what, she just wanted to be crazy to death. Someone came to challenge her again. Very well, the chains were released. It was time to vent again. Just when she couldn't hold back the violence in her body and was about to punch, a low and indifferent voice sounded with a somewhat familiar timbre and texture. "Do you know how to light a cigarette?" the man asked. Lu Sisi's eyes flashed with a sudden realization. She seemed to see a clear outline in the fog, as bright as the moon and dazzling. She moved her lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes." Jiang Fuyue lifted her chin slightly. "Give her the lighter." Sister Wei's eyes flashed with confusion. She couldn't see through what the man in front of her wanted to do, so she could only hand over the lighter. Lu Sisi's blood-stained hand slowly took over the lighter. With a click, she pressed the shrapnel. A cluster of flame jumped up. Jiang Fuyue put the cigarette in her mouth and lowered her head to approach. The light of the flame illuminated half of her face covered by the shadow under the brim of the hat. As she raised her eyebrows and looked at her, her peach blossom eyes rippled with dark light. Lu Cece was shocked and her hands trembled. It was really her. Why was she here? Did she come for her? Suddenly, her trembling hand was covered with a layer of warmth. It was her hand that grabbed her hand. Don't shake. He deliberately lowered his voice, which was magnetic with a hint of sexiness. In an instant, all the confusion and madness in Lu Cece's eyes receded like the tide. Only the burning and blazing feeling was aroused when she looked at the bright moon. Her hand stopped shaking, and the flame stopped shaking. The cigarette was lit. Jiang Fuyue took a puff, withdrew her hand and stepped back. Half of her face was hidden under the brim of the hat again, and a beautiful smoke ring came out of her mouth. At that moment, Sister Wei couldn't help but be stunned. It was not that she had never seen a man smoking, but he was the only one who could make a puff of the cigarette look so charming. She looked at the man's hand that was holding the cigarette. The joints were distinct, clean and slender. It was also the hand that put 100 yuan into her collar with contempt and even a bit of humiliation. The woman's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Digression, ah. I was shot by Sister Yu, 1 chapter, 2,000 words. 12 o'clock. It's her. Jiang Fuyue made the final decision. Sister Wei suddenly came back to her senses. You've decided? So careless? Jiang Fuyue smiled faintly. Didn't you highly recommend her? The woman's eyes flashed slightly, and her cheeks were flushed. Lu Cece pursed her lips, and looked at her fiercely. But no one noticed. Jiang Fuyue said, take your people out, I want to talk with my boxer alone. This request was not excessive, and it was even a rule that had always been in place. The banker could discuss the fighting strategy with the selected boxer, including when to win and how to win, all of which would affect the result of the bet. The most common way was to fight first and then fight. The boxer would pretend to be defeated first, showing weakness, and lure the gamblers to bet on the other side. In the second half, the boxer would catch up and completely defeat the opponent, thus maximizing the banker's interests. Because the fighting strategy was directly related to the winning or losing, the boxing field also had to avoid suspicion. Sister Wei left with a group of men, and the boxers in the iron cages were also taken away. Soon, only Jiang Fuyue and Lu Cece were left in the small warehouse. Moon, I just want to ask you one question, do you want to leave or stay? Jiang Fuyue interrupted her and went straight to the point. Lu Cece's mouth tightened. Jiang Fuyue was very indifferent. It was useless to save a person who wanted to die. In the end, she would still choose to die. If she did not die like this, she would die like that. She did not need to waste any effort. If Lu Cece wanted to stay and die in the boxing ring, Jiang Fuyue would naturally fulfill her wish. I'll give you 3 seconds. I killed my father. Jiang Fuyue's expression was cold, so? Lu Cece looked at her calm eyes, and her heart that was suffering in purgatory was suddenly fished out and saw the sun again. I want to leave, she said, word by word. The moment she saw the moon, she did not want to die. Her body was covered in scars. After 6 days of torment, she would take it as compensation for the grace of giving birth to her. From now on, her life would only be dedicated to the moon. Jiang Fuyue said, remember your choice. There's no medicine for regret here. Lu Cece's gaze was firm. I want to leave. 6 days ago, she had indeed come here to seek death, but now, she had a reason to live. All right. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and dialed a number. Begin the operation. Lu Cece was confused, but she soon realized what Jiang Fuyue was trying to do. This was because there was an ear-piercing siren outside. It didn't come from afar, but it suddenly sounded inside the boxing field. The police disguised as gamblers began to quickly arrest people. The trap that had been set up for a long time could finally be closed. Lu Cece thought that Jiang Fuyue had called the police. The latter shook his head. The police have been watching this place for a long time. It's only a matter of time before they take action. It was just that she had used a little trick to make them move ahead of schedule. In at most 2 minutes, the police would find the small warehouse they were in. Lu Cece, then, should we cooperate with the investigation? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. It's too troublesome. There were too many things involved in this underground boxing field. It was better not to get involved. Especially Lu Sisi, who had a life in her hands, but we can't leave anymore. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Who said so? Lu Sisi, ? At this moment, a rope was lowered from the roof of the warehouse in front of him. Did Campe teach you how to climb ropes? Jiang Fuyue asked. Lu Sisi's eyes lit up. Yes. And she had learned it well. The second before the police rushed in, the rope was retracted and the roof was covered again. There was no one in the room. Something's wrong. Check the surveillance cameras. Yes. 15 minutes later. Captain Zhu, all the surveillance cameras in this warehouse for the past 2 hours have been erased. The kind that can't be recovered, Zhu Qifeng cursed under his breath. Digression, second watch, 1,000 words. Third watch, a little late. I don't know if everyone still remembers this captain. He was the one who chased Sister Yu over the wall of Dog Xia's house in Imperial Heaven Palace. A cool breeze was blowing on the shore of Linjiang. After the doctor sent by Lu Jinzhong treated Lu Sisi's wound, he tactfully left. Jiang Fuyue stood on the steps, facing the wind. Lu Sisi sat by her feet. Both of them were silent. It's getting late. Let's go back. We still have to go to school tomorrow. Jiang Fuyue was ready to leave. Aren't you going to ask why? Lu Sisi stood up. Her face was still injured, but her expression was very calm. Why what? Why did you kill him? At this point, the girl's voice lowered, and there were obvious fluctuations in her eyes. Jiang Fuyue's tone was as usual. He's dead. Was there a point in asking or not asking? Lu Sisi, do you think I'm very scary? Jiang Fuyue looked at her deeply and did not comment. When I got home, my mother had already been beaten to death by him. Just like countless times in the past, a woman who was used to swallowing her anger thought that it would be fine as long as she endured it. But this time, she couldn't endure it. It said that a life for a life, but he was drunk. If he took the normal route, it could only be considered as an impulsive or negligent homicide, right? It wouldn't be a death sentence. Jiang Fuyue, so, you gave him a death sentence? Lu Sisi smiled. Yes, I made him pay the price. But at the moment he breathed his last, this place. She pointed at her heart, was also empty. I thought that it would be a pity if I didn't have any actual combat experience after entering Campe for a round of training. Underground boxing is a good thing. Once you're in the ring, you just have to knock down your opponent, regardless of life or death. I thought I wouldn't be able to last one round, but I didn't expect to win 5 rounds in a row. Later on, I realized that not caring about one's life is the key to winning. Boxers are not afraid of stronger opponents or fiercer attacks, but they are afraid of crazy dogs that risk their lives. Under the moonlight, Lu Sisi's lips curved upwards, and her tone was relaxed. So, I won. Jiang Fuyue listened to her quietly, sometimes smiling, sometimes sighing, but there was no extra emotion on her face. From the beginning to the end, she had been scrutinizing Lu Sisi. There was no sympathy or pity. He was unbelievably calm. Suddenly, you don't have to explain this to me. Lu Sisi's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes blank. Jiang Fuyue, I don't care what exactly happened between you and your parents, what the cause was, or what happened. Lu Sisi frowned. It's just your side of the story. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. It's good that you know what you're doing. The girl pursed her lips and muttered softly, he deserves it. Jiang Fuyue said faintly, if you still want to go to school, go to Uncle Lu before dawn. He will arrange everything for you. With that, he strode away. Lu Sisi shouted at her back view, are you suspecting me? Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. She did not want to respond at first, but she could not help but ask, why did you take leave from school? Lu Sisi's body stiffened. In the end, Jiang Fuyue said, you're on your own. She did not say it, but it did not mean that she did not suspect it. She did not mention it, but it did not mean that she did not see it. Lu Sisi had just taken leave to go home when Lu Keibing beat his wife to death. Was there really such a coincidence? If she really wanted to die, she should have died that day. Why would she appear in the boxing ring? And she even survived for 5 whole days. Jiang Fuyue did not expose her because she knew that one should not persuade others to do good without experiencing their pain. The world was not black or white, and people were not bad or bad. If Lu Sisi dared to do so, she must have the ability to hide everything. Jiang Fuyue would not clean up her mess for her. The call went through. Uncle Lu, withdraw all the people guarding San Lu Street. The person on the other end paused. We don't have to do anything? No need. What about the end? It's none of our business. That was something Lu Sisi should worry about. If she could survive this calamity unscathed, Jiang Fuyue would think highly of her. On the shore, Lu Sisi scooped up a handful of river water, put it down, scooped it up, and put it down again. Suddenly, she looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. There was a smile in her eyes, mixed with a bit of love and hate. You're so good. Nothing can fool your eyes. But it's okay, I don't want to lie to you. That kind of scum should not be living in this world, and people who choose to endure unconditionally and do not know how to resist are not worthy of sympathy. The cold wind blew, dispersing the girl's voice. It floated on the surface of the river with the mist and finally disappeared. Only a chill was left, blending into the dark night, adding to the chilliness. The next day, the most prominent position on the front page of Linhui Daily was published with 2 social news, causing a sensation in the city. The first one, the city's criminal police team joined forces with 3 major departments to destroy the biggest underground boxing den in Linhui. The second one, bodies of a man and a woman found in a rented house on San Lu Street. Preliminary investigation, the wife poisoned her husband's wine bottle. Before her husband's poison took effect, she was beaten to death by domestic violence. Compared to the first news, the second news was obviously more eye-catching. The discussion on the internet was high. This is a tragic story of someone who could not bear it anymore, but still could not escape the fate of death. This woman must have wanted to save herself by poisoning, but unfortunately, she could not save herself. Fortunately, she took away her enemy in the last wave. How are they husband and wife? They are more like enemies. Last month, there was a case of wife killing in C City. Last month, her ex-boyfriend in K City slit his throat. At the beginning of this month, there is another case. There will be no more miracles in September. Don't get married or have children. Learn a little trick to avoid marriage every day. Isn't it better to be alone? Why do you have to find a murderer to live with? Are you out of your mind? The public opinion on the internet was fermenting. In the afternoon, Linhui's official Weibo posted a police report. According to the investigation, the male victim, Lu Yubing, and the female victim, Li Yubing, were husband and wife. Li Yubing had been beaten by Lu Yubing for many years, so she could not bear it and chose to poison him. That night, Lu Yubing did drink the poisoned wine, but before the poison took effect, he began to beat Li Yubing. Li Yubing was severely injured in the head and died. In the end, Lu Yubing also died from the poison. After the forensic examination, the time of death was about 6 days ago. When the police received a call from a neighbor and broke in, the bodies had already started to rot and emit a foul smell. It was reported that the time of death was less than half an hour apart. After the truth was revealed, the public opinion gradually calmed down. Soon, the attention of the netizens was attracted by other news. At this time, the bell of Linhui First High rang throughout the school. The first lesson in the afternoon for grade 12 class 3 was mathematics. Su Jing walked up to the podium with a lesson plan. Beside her was an overly thin female student. Her looks were not as good as the newly transferred Yu Kaisen. She was cold and did not like to smile. Her dark eyes were hidden under her neat bangs and looked a little scary. Teacher Su. Is there a new student in our class? Su Jing, not really. This student used to be in class 6 and transferred to our class this semester. Please introduce yourself. The girl raised her head and smiled. In an instant, the cold and scary did not exist. The corners of her eyes were filled with warmth. She was clearly a cheerful little cutie. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Sisi. I used to be in class 6 and transferred to class 3 this semester. I hope to get along well with everyone and spend the last year of high school together. Clap clap clap, everyone applauded to welcome her. Lu Cixi's gaze passed through half of the classroom and collided with Jiang Fuyue in the corner of the last row. She smiled and her eyes surged with hope, like a child eager to be praised. Jiang Fuyue's lips moved slightly but did not make a sound. However, Lu Cixi understood. She said, "Welcome. Wan Xiutong, Jiang, the new student seems to be looking at you. She even smiled at you." "Really? I thought she was looking at you and smiling at you." "Huh?" Wan Xiutong was stunned. "Is that true? Hehe, I'm a little happy." After school in the afternoon, Jiang Han and Gameng were already waiting at the classroom door. "Cixi, you're finally here. We thought something happened to you. Where have you been these 2 days? You didn't answer our calls and we couldn't find you at your house. We were so worried." Seeing her good friend again, Lu Cixi felt as if she had been separated from her for a lifetime. Her fate had been completely changed during this summer vacation. It felt as if half a lifetime had passed. Even if she did not show it on her face, she felt a little more vicissitudes in her heart. She was no longer the same person as before. "I'm sorry for making you guys worry. I'm sorry." She imitated the way she used to speak. She was gentle and had a hint of a white lotus. Very good, there were no flaws. "Aya, we're all sisters. Why are you saying this? It's good that you're back. Also, you actually transferred to the 3rd class to be with Sister Yu. That's too exciting." Lu Cixi nodded. "I think so too. From now on, she would not be fated to be peaceful. She would have to face waves after waves in her life. However, she was willing to do so. Last night, Uncle Lu asked, 'Where are you going?' How did she answer? Oh, she said, from now on, wherever the moonlight shines, that would be her home." Digression, 3,000 words. The truth behind Lu Cixi's parents' deaths was revealed. Everyone relied on their imagination. On the 3rd day of school, Jiang Fuyue's letter of recommendation was sent to the Academic Affairs Office. How many letters? The old principal suspected that he was hallucinating. The Academic Affairs Director smiled and repeated, 9 letters from B University, Q University, G University, F University, Z University, S University, China University of Science and Technology, and China University of Science and Technology. So many? The old principal swallowed his saliva. The Academic Affairs Director said, "Judging from the calls we received in the past 2 days, there should be a few more on the way. They will be delivered the day after tomorrow at the latest." The old principal, ? He was a little confused. The director said, "If we open up the recommendation channels for foreign universities, there will be more. Perhaps the Ivy League schools would also extend an olive branch." The old principal, it was not that no students had won prizes in international competitions in the past, but Jiang Fuyue was the first to win a recommendation from a top university in the country. The lineup was a little too frightening. The director analyzed, there are only 2 reasons why it is so sensational. First, Jiang Fuyue won first place in the double subject competition with full marks. This result can be said to be unprecedented in the history of IPO and IOI competitions for more than 100 years. It probably won't happen again in the future. It was not without reason that netizens called Jiang Fuyue the ceiling of competition. Second, the popularity of the few videos brought about shocking popularity. That's why the other schools heard about it. According to the usual practice, the schools that guaranteed admission for IPO and IOI winners were usually the ones who organized the summer camps. For example, this year, the IPO winners were guaranteed admission to Q University by default. The IOI winners were matched with B University. G University, F University, and S University usually did not interfere. However, Jiang Fuyue's popularity was too high this year. She was on the hot search list several times, and her exposure was comparable to that of a celebrity. Naturally, the other schools knew about it. The principal pondered for a moment. The school cannot make a decision on this. It depends on Jiang Fuyue's own opinion. How about this? Ask Su Jing to bring her here and ask her face to face. Okay. Soon, Su Jing and Jiang Fuyue were invited to the principal's office. Hu Yongwei smiled and invited the two of them to sit down. She explained the situation to them slowly and finally asked Jiang Fuyue. What do you think now? Of course, I don't mean to interfere with your decision. The freedom to choose a school is a student's right. As teachers, all we can do is provide you with some suggestions and references. So, don't feel pressured. Just say what you think. The old principal had a benevolent countenance and spoke gently and modestly. The wisdom of an old man was vividly displayed in his every word and action. Jiang Fuyue said truthfully, I don't plan to go to university through a recommendation. Su Jing was stunned. The director was stunned. The old principal, Hu Yongwei, was dumbfounded. What did you say? I want to take the college entrance exam. Jiang Fuyue enunciated each word clearly. No. Jiang Fuyue, listen to me. Su Jing was the first one who couldn't sit still. She stood up abruptly. Although you're very good and your grades are very stable, the exam means that there's a risk. The probability of good and bad is half. Have you thought about this before? Jiang Fuyue nodded. There's no need to think about it. I have common sense. Su Jing was speechless. The director didn't quite understand. The ultimate goal of the college entrance exam is to go to a good university. Now, the two best universities in Xianxia are in front of you. All the ace majors are open for you to choose. I can't think of any reason to refuse. Jiang Fuyue said, that's your opinion, not mine. The director choked. Were children these days so stubborn in front of teachers? Su Jing had completely calmed down by now. He considered his words carefully. You've been emphasizing your opinion. What exactly do you think? Can you tell us? Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. Perhaps for most students, the only goal of the college entrance exam is to go to university. But for me, that's not the case. Su Jing, then in your eyes, what is the college entrance exam? Jiang Fuyue, it's just an exam. In essence, it's no different from a monthly test or a weekly test. And university isn't the end of the college entrance exam. It's just a stage in a long life. I enjoy the current pace. For the time being, I don't want to disrupt it. So, I don't want a recommendation. She didn't want a recommendation, okay, the girl said it casually, but the other three became more and more serious. Especially Su Jing. As Jiang Fuyue's form teacher, he simply couldn't accept that his student took the initiative to give up such a good opportunity. However, he was in no position to get angry. After all, the old principal had said that the teacher could only give advice and reference. The decision was still in the hands of the student. However, he was so anxious that he could only jump on the spot. The director also looked at Jiang Fuyue as if she was a weirdo. He had worked in No. 1 middle school for decades. It wasn't that there were no students who gave up the recommendation, but most of the reasons were because they were dissatisfied with the school or major. Of course, there were many who succeeded and many who failed. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't have this concern at all. Q University and B University's popular and ace majors had all extended an olive branch to her. At first, he received a call saying that the School of Physics and the School of Computer Science had given a recommendation. However, in the actual recommendation notice, other schools, such as economics, materials, life sciences, astrophysics, and so on, had all sent out invitations. She didn't have any professional concerns at all. In addition, there was another thing that made him click his tongue in wonder. If other people chose to give up the recommendation and face the college entrance examination directly, they would at least hesitate for a while. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't hesitate at all. She didn't even hesitate at all. It was like giving up a strawberry cake that could be bought anywhere on the street. The reason was that she didn't want to eat it. In the end, the old principal couldn't sit still and said, "How about this? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Go back and discuss it with your parents first. Just give me an answer within this week." Okay. Jiang Fuyue left the principal's office. Su Jing followed behind her without saying a word. He was depressed and closed off. He refused to communicate with her. It just so happened that Jiang Fuyue didn't have any intention of talking to him. She was silent all the way back to the classroom. Su Jing, question mark. That's it? I'm not talking. Don't you know how to coax me? Knock. When Su Jing returned to the great office with a sullen face and a resentful look, Meng Zhijian happened to look up. Yo! Who provoked you? Your face is so long. Jiang Fuyue. Who? Meng Zhijian choked on his water. It can't be? That girl was famous for being easy to deal with. How could she make Su Jing look like this? Rare, too rare. Su Jing rolled her eyes. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, forget it. Meng Zhijian quickly went up to her. What happened? Tell me. I'm not saying. I'm so angry when I say it. But you can't hold it in. Maybe I can help you with something. Su Jing looked at him meaningfully. I'm afraid that if I say it, you'll explode even more than I do. Absolutely not. Meng Zhijian stuck out a finger and waved it cheekily. How good was his temper? He wasn't anxious when dealing with the rich second generations of the 7th class. How could he explode? Su Jing sneered. It's okay to tell you. After all, you have a part in it. My part? What is it? Say it. Meng Zhijian's heart was itching. Jiang Fuyue's recommendation notice has arrived. Meng Zhijian's eyes lit up. That's good. Q University or B University? Both. Other than that, there's also G University, F University, Z University, S University, China University of Science and Technology. Hiss. Meng Zhijian gasped. How many? What about majors? Is there a wide range of choices? Su Jing, you can choose. Amazing, as expected of my student. She's the first in number 1 middle school, unprecedented. Oh, there's something even more amazing. Do you want to hear it? Huh? Meng Zhijian was stunned. What's more amazing? Su Jing's eyes were full of malice. Jiang Fuyue rejected it. Rejected what? Meng Zhijian didn't understand. Rejected the recommendation. 5 seconds of dead silence. Then, she rejected it? Why did she reject it? How could she reject it? Meng Zhijian went berserk on the spot. Are you kidding me? Old Su, this isn't funny at all. Su Jing's tone was cold. Do I look like I'm kidding? Meng Zhijian. She really rejected it? No. What's she after? Old Meng, didn't you say you wouldn't explode? Meng Zhijian. F*CK, digression, Old Meng, ouch. My face hurts. 3,000 words per update. 12 o'clock. Although Hu Yongwei had given Jiang Fuyue a week's time, Jiang Fuyue actually gave a clear answer the next day. After discussing it with her family, she decided not to get a recommendation. The old principal was a little confused. The dean did not believe that a parent would let their child miss such a good opportunity. It must be Jiang Fuyue who made the decision without telling anyone. He simply called Jantar. Is this Jiang Fuyue's parent? Ah? At that moment, Jantar was in the kitchen preparing food. He tilted his head and held his phone between his fingers as he chopped the vegetables. Yes, I am. Who are you? Oh, I'm the dean of number 1 middle school. When Jantar heard this, he hurriedly wiped his hands and held the phone properly. Hello, Dean. I'm Jiang Fuyue's father. How can I help you? I wonder if Jiang Fuyue has discussed with you about the recommendation when she went back. Oh, the recommendation. We discussed it last night. Discussed it? The dean was very surprised. Then you agree with her decision? Giving up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Jiangde, actually, her mother and I both feel that it's quite a pity. After all, Q University and B University were fighting over her. Whoever had such a child could be said to be bringing honor to their ancestors. The dean could not help but nod. See, this was what a normal person would think. As for Jiang Fuyue's brain, let's not talk about it. However, the next second, he heard the other party say directly, but Yaya said she doesn't need the recommendation and can get in herself. Her mother and I don't care. She can get in just because she says so? what if something happens? She can't perform well on the spot? The dean was about to explode from the parents' understatement. He seemed to understand Su Jing's feelings a little. Jantar laughed. No, she can definitely do it if she says so. The dean, ? He took back his words. This was also a weird parent. Even if something happens, it doesn't matter. At most, I won't be able to get full marks. I've thought about that. You don't need full marks to get into B University and Q University, right? Director, after a long while, he opened his mouth with great difficulty and uttered a single syllable. Yes. Hee, that's good. We'll listen to Yaya. As her parents, we'll support whatever she wants to do. Don't worry. Director, I'm just freaking worried. Who asked you to support him? You should have objected at this time. Strong objection. Unfortunately, Jantar did not understand. He glanced at the stall outside through the curtain and saw that there was another queue. That. Is there anything else? I'm really sorry, I'm going to be busy here. The director had no choice but to end the call. He then reported the results of the communication to Hu Yongwei. Principal, I just called and asked. Jiang Fuyue's parents agreed. The old principal? Jiang Fuyue's refusal was too firm. In the end, the school had no choice but to report the situation to the other universities. Among them, Q University and B University had the most intense reactions. At Q University, Yan Zhenfeng immediately called the principal and then Jiang Fuyue. The old principal said that since the student was unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Yan Zhenfeng understood. It was Jiang Fuyue's problem. Alright, he did not bother the teachers and principal anymore. He directly called Jiang Fuyue. So, what's the situation? You don't want to come to Q University? Do you have other choices? Or do you have a problem with your major? Jiang Fuyue did not answer any of his questions. She only replied, I want to take the college entrance exam. You can take the exam even if you're recommended. That's not interesting. Yan Zhenfeng, ? She rejected the recommendation just because she said it was not interesting? You're awesome. He gritted his teeth and spat out sarcastically. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fuyue took it seriously and said modestly, it's just SOSO. Yan Zhenfeng? I suspect that you're deliberately angering me. That night, Su Kaiqing heard the news from his eldest disciple. Yan Zhenfeng, teacher, I've talked to her until my mouth is dry, but she just won't listen. She even hung up on me. You have a good relationship with her. Go do some work and earn a genius back for our physics department. Forget it. Su Kaiqing was not in a good mood. No one can persuade her when she's decided. Let's just wash up and go to bed. Don't waste time. No. Teacher, you. Hello? Hello? That night, Yan Zhenfeng did not sleep at all. Su Kaiqing, on the other hand, did not sleep as usual. He did not look surprised at all. Or rather, he did not have high expectations for this matter from the beginning. If Jiang Fuyue's goal was Q University, she would not have waited until now. Previously, when he proposed to invite her to the postdoctoral mobile station, she should have agreed. This was also why Su Kaiqing generously informed the other schools and encouraged them to extend an olive branch to Jiang Fuyue. He thought that if she did not choose the physics department, she could choose another department. After all, they were both in Q University. She was really weak, pitiful, and humble. Su Kaiqing understood worry quite well. He knew that she had her own way of doing things. The reason she rejected the recommendation was definitely not as simple as to take the college entrance examination. There must be other considerations behind it. Digression, 2000 words. There was no midnight watch today. He had stayed up too late to adjust his schedule. In addition, Sister Yu did not reject the recommendation not because she was pretentious. She was holding back a bomb. In the morning, Jiang Fuyue went to the principal's office. In the afternoon, the news of her rejecting the recommendation spread throughout the entire grade. Su Jing, Meng Zhijian, and Yu Wenzhou gritted their teeth and stomped their feet in the office. The shock it brought to the class was quite terrifying. Damn it. Awesome is not enough to describe my moon god. Do you have to be so arrogant? Q University and B University rejected the recommendation. Jiang Fuyue is planning to go to an alien university, right? Don't talk if you don't understand. Sister Yu wants to compete with us fairly. That's why she rejected the recommendation and took the college entrance exam. TSK, stop joking. With your IQ, you want to compete fairly? You're not on the same level, okay? Although this is the truth, do you have to say it so bluntly? In short, Sister Yu is the best, that's Q University and B University we're talking about. Can Sister Yu give me a reward if she doesn't want it? Sour like a giant lemon. When Jiang Fuyue went back to the classroom and sat down, she met the surprised gaze of her deskmate. She, ? Wan Shoutong's face flushed red. She leaned forward softly and said, Jiang, yes? Everyone is talking about you rejecting the recommendation. Jiang Fuyue shrugged. It didn't matter. Wan Shoutong looked like a fangirl worshipping her. Oh. It's another day of kneeling down to my goddess deskmate. Suddenly, a prying gaze fell on her. It was so strong that she couldn't ignore it. Jiang Fuyue turned around abruptly and met the boy's undisguised gaze. Yu Jiaza, his dark pupils were bottomless like two whirlpools, sweeping up a trace of mystery. Jiang Fuyue calmly retracted her gaze. Her nonchalant attitude showed that she did not care about him at all. Yu Jiaza lowered his head and chuckled. At this time, Yu Kaisen suddenly said, why did she reject the recommendation? Her clear eyes flashed with a misty light. She looked obedient and innocent. However, Yu Jiaza didn't even look at her. Naturally, he wouldn't answer her. His cold and unruly side profile had an inhuman aloofness to it. The girl didn't get angry and even smiled at him. Don't you think Jiang Fuyue is very interesting? No wonder we were transferred to class 3 and not class 7. Yu Jiaza immediately stood up. The legs of the chair scraped against the floor, producing an ear-piercing sound as he left his seat in large strides. Yu Kaisen's smile didn't change. He slowly took out the book he needed for the next class. At this moment, the boy sitting in front of her turned his head and looked at her shyly. His ears reddened unconsciously. Classmate Yu, my treat. After saying that, he quickly put down a round orange and turned back. His back was tense, and it was obvious that he was nervous. Thank you. The girl's sweet voice came from behind. The boy's cheeks flushed red. You're welcome, although he said that, his back stiffened even more. Yu Kaisen peeled the orange, and a sour aroma filled the air. She took out a piece and put it in her mouth. So sweet. As long as you like it. Yu Kaisen smiled sweetly. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue and Lu Sisi went to the sports field together. Jiang Han and Gemeng had already taken out their homework and were waiting beside the table tennis table. Sister Yu, Jiang Fuyue put her hands in her pockets. Have you finished your homework? Jiang Han said loudly, yes. Gemeng nodded. The two of them had obviously worked hard this summer vacation. Other than going out with his father to collect rent, Jiang Han spent the rest of his time at home attending online tutoring classes. Gemeng hired a college student as a tutor to make up for what they lacked. Their progress was visible to the naked eye, and it was easy for them to finish their homework. What about you? Jiang Fuyue suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Sisi. The latter said frankly, I've done what I know how to do. What I don't know is still empty. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment, then took out 2 test papers and handed them to Jiang Han and Gemeng. You have 40 minutes. Do as much as you can. Then, she asked Lu Sisi to take out her homework. Which questions don't you know? The latter was stunned and pursed her lips. A lot. Then do them one by one. Lu Sisi looked conflicted. I'm not cut out for that. Why don't? Forget it. Jiang Han and Gemeng were talented. Now that they were willing to work hard, they naturally improved quickly. However, Lu Sisi knew very well that her grades couldn't be improved by hard work alone. Instead of wasting time, it was better to learn something else, such as fighting, boxing, firearms. Jiang Fuyue looked up indifferently. No matter what you do in the future, you must have basic cultural knowledge. Lu Cece, okay, I'll try my best. As usual, ECI carried a basketball to the playground and was about to go home after 2 hours. Unexpectedly, she saw the person in front of the ping-pong table. She had a slender waist and long legs. Even if she was wearing a shabby school uniform, she still stood out. He walked over with the basketball and called out to Jiang Fuyue. Want to play a game? Jiang Fuyue looked him up and down and asked, have you finished your homework? Why are you asking this? The young man stammered and avoided her eyes. Jiang Fuyue understood immediately. Oh, I didn't do it. I did it. Oh. Jiang Fuyue nodded to show that she understood. You did it, but you didn't finish it. ECI. Damn it, 5 minutes later, ECI was lying on the ping-pong table with a pen in her hand. In front of her was an open math exercise book and beside her feet was a basketball. She muttered, what does cosplay, x plus y, equal to? How do you calculate this? Lu Cece was scratching her head. I know that sin, 2x, equals 2 sinks asterisk cos. But why does it equal to 2 slash, tanks plus cots? The two of them looked up at the same time and looked at Jiang Fuyue. Confusion was written all over their faces. Jiang Fuyue, after a while, Xianxia came over. Ever since he saw the scene at the school gate on the day of the registration, he had been guarding against ECI. 2 days ago, he was still well behaved. But today, he let his guard down and let him slip away. Sure enough, he came to Jiang Fuyue. Humph. What a coincidence. What are you doing? He smiled and came over. Ici's eyes lit up and she said loudly, he didn't do it either. Xianxia, ? What? Jiang Fuyue said faintly, since that's the case, take it out. Xianxia suddenly had a very bad feeling. Take out what? Homework. ? Big friend, do you have a lot of? ? 5 minutes later, there was another person at the ping-pong table. Xianxia looked at the clean exercise book in front of him and was stunned. ECI elbowed him and said with a smile, brother, start writing. F***ck. You tricked me? He finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Who told you to follow me? You deserve it. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Just you wait. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Zhong. TSK, before you kill me, you should think about how to finish the exercises. After saying that, he started to solve the exercises according to Jiang Fuyue's method. Huh? It's quite smooth, Xianxia was in trouble. Looking at a pile of sin, cosplay, tan, he felt a headache. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have followed them. Wouldn't it be better to go home and lie on the sofa and watch TV? Or wouldn't it be better to team up and play games? Now that he was faced with 2 full pages of math problems, he regretted it. At this time, ECI had just finished a big question. He asked Jiang Fuyue to help him take a look. Is it correct? He swallowed his saliva and looked at her expectantly. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes. Yes. ECI suddenly realized that these questions didn't seem so disgusting. Xianxia saw this and said, ahem. Let me take a look. ECI immediately covered the answer. In your dreams. You. Isn't Zhong very good? Do it yourself, hee. I'm warning you. Don't be too proud. ECI, I will be proud. Knock, Xianxia wanted to run away, but Jiang Fuyue's gaze pinned him to the spot and made him unable to move. It was too difficult. It was too difficult to chase after a goddess. It was too difficult to chase after a genius goddess. Suddenly, she asked, which question don't you know? Xianxia looked up at Jiang Fuyue who had walked up to him. You, gulp. He swallowed his saliva and said, what did you say? I asked you which question don't you know? Oh. He blushed and pointed at the 2 blank pages of the exercise book. All of them. ECI. Idiot. Lu Cece. Finally, there's someone more useless than me. Jianghan and Gamang, why do I suddenly feel like I've become better? Jiang Fuyue, then let's start with the first question. Because sine caret 2, x, plus cosine caret 2, x, equals 1, wait a minute. Xianxia, why is sine caret 2, x, plus cosine caret 2, x, equals 1? This is the basic relationship of trigonometric functions. Huh? The veins on Jiang Fuyue's forehead twitched. You don't need to ask why. Just remember it. Oh. Half an hour later, Jiang Han and Gameng successfully finished the test paper and left happily. Lu Sisi also finished her homework. I'll go back first. She was now living in the dormitory of Camp A, and Lu Jinzhong would take care of her food and clothing. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. In the end, only Eci and Zhongxiang were left. They stared at each other like fighting cocks. Digression, 3,000 words. Second watch, 12 o'clock. Eci, how many questions do you have left? Zhongxiang, how many questions do you have left? Eci, you first. Zhongxiang, you first. Eci. 2 questions. Zhongxiang, oh. F asterisk CK. I still have 5, 6, 7, 8 questions. Soon, with the help of Jiang Fuyue, Eci finished the questions. Zhongxiang, Can I take them back to do it? Jiang Fuyue asked, do you know how to do it? Ahem. Zhong blushed. No, I don't know how to do it. Then what's the use of taking them back? Zhongxiang blurted out, I can ask my uncle. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and thought of Xie Dingyuan's aloof and otherworldly face. Are you sure? Zhongxiang. Not sure. He could already imagine Xie Dingyuan looking at him as if he was a stupid pig. Hiss. His scalp was numb and his toes were scratching the ground. Jiang Fuyue pointed at an empty space. Look at this question first. At first, Zhongxiang listened absent-mindedly, but the girl's voice was cool and soothing, neither hurried nor impatient, like a gurgling spring flowing gracefully. Unknowingly, he became serious. When the formulas were written one by one and the numbers were calculated one by one, Zhongxiang felt that he had never been so awesome before. When the last answer was written down and Jiang Fuyue nodded, he suddenly felt that games and television were no longer interesting. I got it right? I really got it right? Yes. Zhongxiang was so happy that he jumped on the spot. Under the sunlight, he looked energetic and youthful. Eci curled her lips in disdain, idiot. Isn't it just answering the questions correctly? He also got it right. What's there to be proud of? Although he was thinking this, he was still nodding on the ground. Well, he wasn't proud at all. Even if it was just a little bit, it was because of that idiot Zhongxiang. Eci kicked the basketball into the air and it landed firmly in her hand. She twirled the ball with her index finger, showing off her skills. She looked at the two of them and said, how about a game? Zhongxiang, sure. I'll kill you. The two of them looked at Jiang Fuyue at the same time. The latter shrugged nonchalantly. Sure. She was wearing her school uniform today. After taking off her jacket, there was only a t-shirt inside. Although it wasn't as eye-catching as the suspenders, one could still see her snow-white arms, slender neck, and exquisite collarbones. The fragrance of citrus wafted into Eci's nostrils. He blushed, and his eyes were unfocused. He wanted to look, but he didn't dare to. Zhongxiang took a deep breath, and his eyes became hot. However, he quickly restrained himself and glared at Eci. If you look again, I'll break your head off. Eci didn't dare to look at her at first, but after being provoked by him, she insisted on looking. Slender waist, long legs. She was really beautiful. Zhongxiang was anxious. He grabbed the ball from her hand and threw it at her. Eci came back to her senses. She rubbed her chest in pain and retaliated. Zhongxiang dodged sideways, but it was too late. The ball grazed his cheekbone, and the place where it was grazed burned. F asterisk CK. If you want to fight, just say it. He picked up the ball and was about to throw it back. However, Jiang Fuyue jumped up and intercepted it when he threw it in the air. The ball was in her hand. Are you playing basketball or hitting people? Eci looked away coldly. Zhongxiang snorted. Jiang Fuyue, do you still want to play? The two of them said at the same time, yes. The next game was going to be interesting. Eci and Zhongxiang faced each other head-on. Neither of them wanted to give way to the other. When one of them grabbed the ball, the other would snatch it back. When one of them was ready for a layup, the other would jump up and hit the ball away. Sometimes, in order to prevent the other party from grabbing the ball, they would simply throw it to Jiang Fuyue. When Jiang Fuyue took the ball and made a shot, the two of them just watched helplessly. They did not block. It was obvious that they were going easy on her. If she made it, they would even clap. They were puzzled. Finally, after making 5 consecutive three-pointers effortlessly and the two of them were clapping crazily, Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. She picked up her coat and turned to leave. I'm not playing anymore. Eci and Zhongxiang looked at each other. It's all your fault, then, they chased after her. Eci said, don't. Aren't you having a good time? Zhongxiang nodded. Now, the two of them were on the same side. Jiang Fuyue said calmly, you guys are having a good time, not me. Continue. I won't be a third wheel. I'll make room for the two of you. Who's having a good time with him? Who's having a good time with him? The two of them spoke at the same time. Jiang Fuyue, yes, I've confirmed it with my eyes. They're a tacit couple. In the end, she still left. Eci and Zhongxiang stood there and watched the girl leave. When she completely disappeared, the two of them punched at the same time. F***ck. Young master will teach you a lesson today. Eci sneered. We don't know who will teach who a lesson. Under the setting sun, the two good-looking teenagers fought back and forth. It evolved from a fist fight to a basketball fight. In the end, they fell to the ground at the same time, panting. Rest for a while. I'm out of energy. Don't rest if you dare, continue. I'm not afraid of you, Eci's mouth twitched. You're worse than me. You can't even speak clearly and you're still so stubborn? Bullsh*t. I'm very articulate. Zhongxiang, if you continue to blabber, do you believe that I will? What's wrong with you? Raising his chin proudly, Peacock Zhong came online. Eci gritted her teeth. I'll F***king kill you. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting again. After an unknown period of time, the sun had completely set and the sky gradually darkened. Only then did the battle come to an end. Eci grabbed her jacket, her backpack, and a basketball in her hand. Then, she walked away. Zhongxiang lay on the ground, exhausted. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was panting like a cow. However, his mouth refused to admit defeat. Stop. It's not over yet. Unfortunately, all that came out of his mouth were weak. Eci walked away without looking back. F***ck, Zhongxiang was depressed. On the other hand, Eci dragged her weak legs out of the school gate. The sweat on her body had yet to dry. Heat was everywhere, and her heart was still beating fast. A black Mercedes-Benz skidded to a stop in front of her. The backseat window rolled down, revealing Xianxia's face. Little brat, did you get into a fight with someone again? There was a smile on his face. Did you win? Eci could not be bothered with him. She opened the car door and got in. Hey, old man, move in a little. Try calling me that again. Do you believe that I will make you walk back? Xianxia's face darkened. Women were not the only ones who cared about their age. Men were the same as well. Eci did not continue to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Xianxia moved in a little to make room for him. Then, he instructed the driver. Drive. Wait. Eci opened a bottle of mineral water and took 2 big gulps. Suddenly, she remembered something and called out to the driver. Old Huang, go around the back gate of the school. Xianxia, what for? I'm hungry. Go and buy some pancakes. There is food everywhere. Why go through so much trouble? I want to eat from that restaurant. Okay. Xianxia looked helpless. Old Huang, open the door to the back. The driver, yes, sir. Only then was Xianxia satisfied. The corners of her eyes and the tips of her brows unconsciously revealed a happy expression. It seems that you won this fight. Xianxia said coldly, you can't win in your studies, but you are number one in fighting. Good boy, you are really good. Thank you for the compliment. You deserve the most credit. Xianxia, question mark. What does it have to do with me, Xianxia? Thank you for giving birth to me. What was that saying again? The son of a mouse can dig holes. You don't have to be too proud, question mark. What the F asterisk CK? Proud my ass. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz passed through the back gate of the school and drove into the school. Old Huang asked, is this the place? Xianxia looked out of the window. About 200 meters ahead. Oh. After a while. Young master, Xianxia restaurant, right? Yes. Stop here and wait for me for a while. There are a lot of people here. I think there will be a line. Okay. Xianxia opened the door and got out of the car. She ran across the street and swallowed her saliva. Xianxia muttered, is she that greedy? While waiting, he began to look around. Speaking of which, he did not often pick up Xianxia from school. Today, after a meeting, old Huang called to say that Xianxia had not come out after school. That was why Xianxia personally came. He could not help but reflect. Did he not spend enough time with his son? Yes, he should pay more attention to this problem in the future. He looked at the shop across the street. The little brat was actually obediently waiting in line. When he was not baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, he was quite cute. Suddenly, the man's eyes froze and his smile froze on his lips. He looked at the shop sign in shock. The words Xianxia Restaurant were written on it. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. Let's have a quiz. Why is Big Bossy so shocked? A. The name Xianxia Restaurant sounds familiar. B. The person selling the pancakes may be someone he knows. C. The smell of the pancakes is very familiar. D. Attracted by the words on the sign. The driver, old Huang, was also looking at his young master. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure rushing out of the car. He almost lost his composure as he ran to the opposite side and rushed into the shop. He widened his eyes in shock because that figure was none other than Mr. E. In old Huang's impression, Mr. E was always smiling. He was calm and rational and would never reveal his true feelings easily. But at this moment, that figure actually revealed a bit of chaos and panic. Dad, why are you here? Aren't you waiting in the car? I'm here. It'll be done soon. Before Xianxia could finish, Xianxia had already walked past him and went straight into the shop. Xianxia, question mark. Jantar stood in front of the machine and skillfully spread out the batter. He cracked an egg and spread it evenly. Then, he brushed the sauce and added other ingredients. Suddenly, a shadow covered him from the side. It was a man about his height. Jantar said gently, if you want to buy pancakes, please line up outside. Thank you. Xianxia sized up this man who was the same age as him. To be honest, he was very ordinary. He was the kind that could be found on the streets. Who wrote your signboard? Jantar was stunned. Ah? Xianxia paused after every word. He had never been this patient before. On the signboard, the words Xianxia Restaurant's Pancakes, who wrote it? But in fact, he was so excited that he almost couldn't hold it in. It could rush out of his body at any time. That word, wandering and tilting, graceful and elegant, firm and strong, charming and charming like a silver hook. He had seen it countless times when he was young. It was written by that person with a wave of her hand. Back then, in order to be able to stand by her side and grind ink for her, Xianxia had specially gone to consult an expert on how to control the strength when grinding ink, which direction was better, what proportion of water to add, and what kind of water to add. Her words were like her, and the things she wrote were like her. Cold like the moon, bright and shining, unique in the world, therefore, even if 20 years had passed, Xianxia would never be wrong. Oh, you're talking about that signboard? My daughter had it custom made by an advertising company. It's not bad, right? Although Jantar found it strange, he still answered honestly. However, Yihanqing was clearly not satisfied. I'm asking about the words inside. Who did you find to write those calligraphy words? An advertising company. Jantar was a little confused. He didn't know why this well-dressed and noble customer was so obsessed with his shop's signboard. What happened to the signboard? It looked pretty good. This handwriting. Yihanqing forced himself to calm down. It's very similar to my friend's handwriting. No, it's exactly the same. We've lost contact for more than 20 years, so can you tell me where she is? Jantar was enlightened. So that was how it was, but, although I really want to help you, I really don't know. Yihanqing frowned. This signboard was already like this when it was brought back. Jantar did not look like he was lying. Yihanqing pondered for a moment. Which advertising company made it? Jantar said the name of the advertising company. It should be this one. Thank you. Yihanqing took out his wallet and handed all the cash inside to Jantar. The latter was shocked. What's this for? A small token of my appreciation. If there's any other news, please let me know. This is my business card with my phone number on it. Jantar returned the money to him but left him his business card. There's no need for the money. I'll call you if there's any news. Yihanqing did not force him and returned to the car in a daze. He could not help but look out the window again. The words Jiangji Restaurants Jianbing stung his eyes and made them turn red. Old Huang sat in the driver's seat. He saw his master's abnormal behavior through the rearview mirror and dared not speak. After a while, Eci came back with the Jianbing. She ate as she walked. As soon as she opened the car door, she met the burning gaze of her old man. Ugh, he looked at the remaining half of the Jianbing in his hand and asked, do you want to have a bite? Yihanqing's mouth twitched. Get in. Okay. Eci sat in the car and did not stop eating. As long as she was not coveting his Jianbing, it was fine. When did this restaurant open? Huh? Eci turned her head in confusion. Her cheeks were still puffed up. Why are you asking this? Yihanqing, just chatting. Last semester. You mean not long ago? Not really. At first, they set up a stall on the opposite street. They didn't have a shop. Later, they moved here. The man was thoughtful. Do you come here often? Ahem. It's okay. Why didn't I know you liked Jianbing? Eci pouted and looked at him with disdain. You speak as if you know that I like to eat other things, Yihanqing. Fine, forget about being a kind father. That signboard, Eci swallowed the last mouthful of Jianbing and did not wipe her mouth. What signboard? Forget it. He would check it himself. She did not finish her sentence. When Xianxia returned to the Imperial Heaven residence, Mrs. Liu had already prepared dinner. Young master, you're back. Take a rest first. Dinner will be ready soon. Where's my uncle? Mrs. Liu, sir is upstairs. Okay. Zhongxiang put down his bag and slumped on the sofa. Awesome, Eci, that bastard, was really ruthless. His whole body was aching and his cheekbone was scraped. At this moment, Xie Dingyuan came down from upstairs and looked at him from head to toe. The next second, he frowned. Why are you so late? I played ball on the field for a while. Xie Dingyuan did not ask any more questions. She only said, go take a shower first. Zhongxiang was not very happy. Dinner will be ready soon. It's the same if I shower after dinner. You're covered in dust and mud. You still want to eat? These words were quite harsh. Zhongxiang's cheeks reddened. Why can't I eat? I'm clean. Xie Dingyuan directly responded with a look of disdain. Zhongxiang pursed his lips and walked upstairs listlessly. As he walked, he muttered, I'm obviously clean. It's all Eci's fault. Why did he fight when he was playing ball? He even made Jiang Fuyue angry and left. Xie Dingyuan's ears twitched. Stop. Zhongxiang turned around. Huh? Let's eat first. Eh? The young man's expression brightened and he quickly walked back. Uncle, did I hear wrong? Xie Dingyuan ignored him and walked straight to the dining room. Zhongxiang followed behind like a puppy. Can I really not shower? Uncle, have you recovered from your obsession with cleanliness? At this time, Mrs. Lu had already served the dishes on the table. Zhongxiang exclaimed, "It smells so good." He couldn't wait to pull out a chair and sit down. Xie Dingyuan glanced at him coldly. Wash your hands first. Okay. He had already stretched out his paw and silently withdrew it. When he was washing his hands, Zhongxiang looked at his dusty self in the mirror and was a little surprised. He was not surprised by his disheveled appearance, but he was surprised that such a disheveled self was allowed to eat at the dining table without showering. What happened to his uncle today? Strange. However, there was something even stranger to come. At the quiet dining table, only the sound of bowls and chopsticks could be heard. Suddenly, did you fight with someone today? Zhongxiang was stunned. Xie Dingyuan drank a mouthful of soup. Why, is it hard to say? No. What happened to not talking while eating? Ever since he transferred to Linhui and stayed at Xie Dingyuan's place, he had never seen his uncle chatting with anyone while eating. Was he really provoked? Xie Dingyuan frowned and looked at his nephew's dull eyes. He seemed to be more worried. Did he lose his mind from the beating? Zhongxiang immediately reacted and tried to save his dignity. How is that possible? It's more like I beat him silly. Him? ECI, a boy in my class. He was the one who took advantage of Jiang Fuyue on the first day of school. Do you remember him? Xie Dingyuan's eyes lit up. Yes, I remember him. Let me tell you, this person is too despicable. Originally, I went to the field today too. Then, he made me do my homework. F*CK. I wanted to play with Jiang Fuyue, but his eyes were not obedient and he forced me to flip out. Zhongxiang's big mouth spilled everything in one go, down to the smallest details, such as how ECI kept staring at Jiang Fuyue's waist and legs, etc., which he described vividly. Xie Dingyuan was only in charge of listening quietly. His side profile did not show any other emotions. Zhongxiang was getting more and more excited as he spoke. He almost described ECI as a pervert. Suddenly, there was a trace of coldness in the air. He subconsciously tightened his jacket and did not think much about it. But how could it be cold in a villa with a thermostatic system? Digression, 3,000 words. The correct answer is D. Did everyone guess correctly? 12:30 p.m. Xie Dingyuan looked at the sumptuous dinner on the table expressionlessly as he chewed slowly. He could hear Zhongxiang complaining about the other guy. He even mentioned Jiang Fuyue from time to time. She must have seen that we don't get along, so she left. Xie Dingyuan's eyes revealed a hint of joy. Uncle, is there any way to deal with a love rival? It's best if you can kill him in one blow, so that he can't even get up. Xie Dingyuan said coldly, murder is against the law. You'd better not get yourself involved. Zhongxiang's mouth twitched. I don't really want to kill anyone. It's just an example. An example. Oh. Did you agree to it through your analogy? Zhongxiang pursed his lips. He shouldn't have expected anything from a straight man, especially a straight man like his uncle. Forget it. I'll think of a way myself. Other people have sweet relationships. Why is it so difficult for me? Xie Dingyuan said, because the person you're chasing is not an ordinary person. Hee, that's true. How can Jiang Fuyue be compared to those ordinary girls? The young man's eyes flashed with infatuation. He had never seen such a special, beautiful, and outstanding girl. Oh. I want her. Xie Dingyuan looked down and said in his heart, don't think about it. She won't like you. It's all EC's fault. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Fuyue might have been my girlfriend by now. Xie Dingyuan said, there's no bed here. Zhongxiang said, huh? It's not suitable for dreaming. Knock, until dinner, Zhongxiang still couldn't think of a good way to deal with ECI. He was a little depressed. But what made him even more depressed was yet to come, Xie Dingyuan said. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be responsible for picking you up from school. What? Zhongxiang thought he was hallucinating. Pick what up? Xie Dingyuan said, pick you up from school. No. Uncle, don't be rash. Don't be rash. How can a busy person like you pick me up from school? Were there not enough experiments? Or was there not enough research topics? How could the national treasure, the light of Asia's science, be used like this? No, 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 this will make me feel deeply guilty and uneasy, and I won't be able to face the entire country. Xie Dingyuan smiled. The curve of his lips was cold and indifferent, but in Zhong Xiang's eyes, it was full of malice. It doesn't matter, he said. The experiment is not urgent, and the project is not urgent. Taking care of my nephew is the most important thing. Zhong Xiang. I don't know if I should curse. On the other hand, when Jiang Fuyue returned home, younger brother Jiang had already arrived home before her. The aroma of cooking wafted out from the kitchen. Wu Qian was leading 2 staff members. One was in charge of filming for post-production editing, and the other was holding a tripod for the live broadcast. Jiang Fuyue did not disturb them and went straight to her room. At 7 o'clock, the filming and the live broadcast ended at the same time. The dishes were also ready and served on the table. Jiang Shaodi ran upstairs to ask his sister to eat. There's tomato scrambled eggs. Jiang Fuyue rubbed his head. The little boy instantly blushed and shyly hid his chin in his collar. There were a lot of dishes, and the portions were ample. Wu Qian and the 2 staff members stayed to eat. The 2 staff members had just joined the company for 3 months, and it was their first time out in the field. They did not expect Boss Wu to arrange for them to be with Jiang Qinxing. This child was now a veritable super-internet celebrity. When they entered the neighborhood, they were dazzled by the beautiful environment inside. When they entered the villa, their vision and perception were refreshed again. No wonder Linhui was recognized as a wealthy area. It was too luxurious. Then, they saw Jiang Qinxing. After getting close to him, they realized that he was really a child, naive, pure, enthusiastic, and had a super good temper. He would softly call them brother, and even ask them what drinks they wanted to drink and what snacks they liked. The 2 of them felt a sense of respect that they hadn't felt for a long time. This was something that they hadn't felt when they were being ordered around like dogs by a female internet celebrity. They knew that they had followed the right boss. The 2 of them showed unprecedented seriousness and enthusiasm. Not for anything else, but for this respect, they had to use their special skills. As the saying goes, a peach in return for a plum. During this time, Wu Qian had been observing the 2 of them. Since he dared to use them, it meant that he had already observed them for a period of time. Whether it was their character or professional ability, there was no problem. Sure enough, today's actual combat did not disappoint him. Unsurprisingly, the 2 of them would follow Jiang Qinxing from now on. The 2 staff members did not know that their performance had been recognized. They stared blankly at Jiang Fuyue, who was coming down from upstairs. A beautiful person would always attract attention at first sight. This was very well proven by Jiang Fuyue. Boss Wu, is this beautiful girl also a contracted streamer in our company? Why have I never heard of her? It shouldn't be. With this face and this figure, she was more than qualified to be a star. Not to mention, the more they looked, the more familiar she looked. Could it be that she was a celebrity who had just debuted? The 2 of them were slow and numb. They thought for a long time but could not remember. Wu Qian, let me introduce her. This is Qinxing's sister. Ah? Not a streamer? Not a star, but she really looked familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen her on TV before? Wu Qian waved his hand. That's not strange. She was on the news a while ago. It's normal. News? Entertainment news? Wu Qian's mouth twitched. I told you to broaden your horizons and pay attention to all walks of life. Don't just stay in the entertainment circle. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? What is the most important thing as a member of Star Moon? Highly accurate foresight and an absolutely keen market sense. Paying attention to current affairs and integrating into society is the basics. Oh. But what did this have to do with the beautiful girl being on the news? Wu Qian laughed. You still don't recognize her. She's called Jiang Fuyue. The 2 of them were like chickens pecking at rice. Oh, Jiang Fu-Ga. They stopped in unison and then stared in disbelief. Jiang Fuhat? Wu Qian, she is the genius girl who won the gold medal in the double subject competition and angrily attacked the Japanese contestant? Wu Qian, I'm dead. I'm dead too. Wu Qian coughed twice, be a bit more promising. At this time, Jiang Fuyue had already walked to the dining room and called, Uncle Wu. Then, she nodded slightly to the two unfamiliar staff members. The two of them were flattered. The goddess that the entire internet was crazily chasing was now in front of the two of them, and she was even eating at the same table as them. What kind of celestial treatment was this? Wu Qian briefly introduced the two of them. Jiang Fuyue observed them and found that they were not bad. Because of the hospitalization incident, she and Wu Qian were especially cautious about Jiang Qinxing's career. And choosing the right person was the most basic. After dinner, Wu Qian left with the two staff members. Before leaving, he washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. Xianxia took out today's homework. Sister, I don't know how to do 2 questions, let's go to your room. Xianxia was as happy as a chipmunk, jumping up and down as he went upstairs. Although he could not go home with his sister after school today, he was very happy to hear her explain the questions. Happy after finishing his homework, Xianxia took out a mathematical Olympiad exercise book. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. When she first woke up in this body, she tutored Xianxia in mathematical Olympiad for a period of time. At that time, their family was poor. Xianxia wanted to learn, so he could only pick up the test papers done by his classmates and fumble alone. When he encountered questions that he did not know, he did not dare to ask the teacher. He could only put them aside and leave a question mark in his heart. Later, with Jiang Fuyue tutoring him, his progress was visible to the naked eye. After that, he graduated from primary school and started a 2.5-month summer vacation. During that time, Xianxia did not see him do mathematical Olympiad questions again after he started live streaming. She thought that the little guy had given up. Of course, Jiang Fuyue did not blame him. After all, a person's energy was limited. When you get something, you will inevitably give up something else. It all depended on personal choice. She could only guide Jiang Qinxing, but she could not directly make decisions for him. I thought you were not interested in this. Jiang Fuyue took the exercise book from his hand and looked at the question circled in red. Xianxia was a little shy. His face was red. He looked at Jiang Fuyue with eyes that seemed to have stars, shining brightly. I also want to be as good as my sister. Jiang Fuyue said seriously, then you have to work hard. After all, ordinary people really could not be compared to her. This was not narcissism, but the truth. Xianxia said loudly, I know. I will work hard. Jiang Fuyue rubbed his forehead. Come, tell me your thoughts on this. Question first. I think this, under the light, the brother and sister were close together, intimate and warm. Digression, yesterday's 2 chapters were together long wait. Last night, Khan was still sleepy. Before going to bed, he sorted out the plot. In the morning, it was smooth after solving Xianxia's homework problem. Jiang Fuyue urged him to take a shower again. After he was done, he went to the living room. There was a cup of hot milk on the coffee table. Xianxia ran into the kitchen. Sister. Sister. Is the milk for me? Yes, it will help you grow taller. Upon hearing the word grow taller, Xianxia's face lit up. He ran back, but turned back halfway. He stood by the doorframe and asked Jiang Fuyue, Sister, have you drunk it? Do you think I still need to grow taller? You can drink it even if you don't grow taller, he said softly. It's good for calcium. Then he took a clean cup and rushed out. He soon ran back with half a cup of milk in his hand. This is for sister. He took out half of his share. Jiang Fuyue took it calmly and thanked him again. Then, she pinched his forehead. The little boy let her do as she pleased. He did not dodge or hide. He even blushed quietly and was very obedient. If it were other parents, they would definitely not be willing to fight for milk with their children. However, Jiang Fuyue was different. In her opinion, every intention should be respected, even if the other party was a child. There could be many kinds of milk, but this kind of sharing spirit was not common. It should be protected and encouraged. Sister, let's go to the living room. Okay. Jantar and Han Yunru closed the shop and went home. As soon as they entered the house, they saw a pair of children sitting on the sofa drinking milk. The sister was beautiful and quiet, and the brother was sensible and well-behaved. The light shone on them, and there was a strange warmth. The couple subconsciously held their breaths. The softest part of their hearts was hit. "Dad, Mom, you're back." Xianxia was the first to notice. He drank the rest of the milk in a few mouthfuls, ran to the porch, and took out their slippers. Jantar and Han Yunru changed their shoes and walked to the living room. Jiang Fuyue had already poured hot water and brought it to their hands. "Yeah, don't be so busy." Looking at the two of them, it seemed like they had something to say. She sat down on the sofa, and Jiang Shaodi ran over to sit with her. The siblings looked at their parents with the same peach blossom eyes. Ahem. Jantar rubbed his hands, not knowing where to start. Han Yunru gave him an encouraging look. "It's like this. Before Yaya went to the imperial capital to participate in the training, didn't she give us 100,000 yuan to look for a branch?" Jiang Fuyue subconsciously sat up straight. "Jantar, your mom and I have been keeping this matter in mind, but we haven't been able to find a good store. It's either in a bad location or expensive rent. We haven't found a suitable one. But the one we went to this afternoon was not bad. It was located in Tianqing Square. There was a lot of traffic, and the rent was reasonable. It just needed to be renovated, but the tables, chairs, pots, and bowls were all ready-made. What does Yaya think?" At the end of the day, Jantar was asking for her opinion. Jiang Shaodi asked innocently, "Dad, why are you only asking sister and not me?" Jantar. "Son, you're not qualified." Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. Tianqing Square was near the city center, not far from Imperial Heaven Palace and No. 1 Middle School. The location was reasonable, but we'll have to take a look to know the exact situation of the store. The next day, Jiang Fuyue took the bus directly to Tianqing Square after school. Han Yunru had already arrived and was talking to the boss. "Mom. Yaya is here." Han Yunru smiled when she saw her daughter. Jiang Fuyue looked at the fat man in front of her and felt that he looked familiar. Jiang Guohui was also looking at her. At first glance, he thought, "Wow, what a beautiful girl." At second glance, he saw that she was wearing No. 1 Middle School's uniform. Wasn't she from the same school as Chubby Darling? At third glance, he thought, "That's not right. This. I think I've seen her somewhere before. She looks very familiar." In a flash, he slapped his thigh and remembered, "You're Jiang Fuyue, the one who won first place in both competitions, right?" Jiang Fuyue also reacted at this moment and asked tentatively. "Uncle Jiang? Oh. It's really you. No wonder I thought you looked familiar. A while ago, my girl held a tablet and called you every day. Oh, she was so stingy. She said you're too awesome and that you're her idol. Jiang Fuyue, Jiang Han also talks about you often. Although it wasn't anything good." Jiang Guohui chuckled and laughed like a Maitreya Buddha. Han Yunru, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Jiang Fuyue briefly introduced Jiang Guohui. "The store we're renting now also belongs to Uncle Jiang." No. Jiang Guohui quickly waved his hands, "It's already under my daughter's name. It's hers now." Han Yunru was very surprised. "I didn't expect the world to be so small, what a coincidence. Isn't it? Henin said she wanted to reduce your rent before, but I haven't found the opportunity. I didn't expect to run into it today. Let's go, I'll show you around. If you're not satisfied, I have more than 20 stores here. You can choose whichever you like, the price is negotiable." Han Yunru was shocked by the other party's wealth. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, thought, yes, as expected of father and daughter. 20 minutes later. Jiang Fuyue, "There's no need to choose, I think this one is very good." "Mom, what do you think?" Han Yunru nodded, "I think it's good too." First of all, the place was big enough, and it was at the intersection of two streets, so it had an advantage in terms of traffic. Second, there were no similar bakery stores around, so they didn't have to worry about business competition. Lastly, Jiang Guohui was a good person and the rent was very good. Of course, they were willing to deal with such an easygoing landlord. In the end, the mother and daughter signed the contract directly. At night, they went back and told Jantar, just like that? So fast? Han Yunru, it's good in all aspects, what are you waiting for? Yes. Jantar immediately nodded, it's good that you signed it. The sooner it's settled, the better. My wife's taste is definitely right. Jiang Fuyue. It was a big bootlicker scene, so she'd better sneak away. The matter of the branch was settled just like that. Jiang Fuyue went to school every day, and her life was stable and fulfilling. Except for the occasional reporter who appeared at the school gate, the local TV stations wouldn't be so outrageous. Most of them were self-media, and they wanted to take a few photos of the genius girl and put it on the internet to attract attention. They were chased away by the security guards several times. There were also some who didn't give up, but after waiting for a few days, they couldn't even take a photo of Jiang Fuyue's back. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Jiang Fuyue consciously avoided them. She wouldn't leave school after school. She would either help Jiang Han with her homework or play basketball with Xianxia and Zhongxiang. Otherwise, like the other day, she would finish her homework first before playing basketball. For this reason, she specially prepared a set of jerseys in her school bag. After the conflict that day, Xianxia and Zhongxiang strangely reached a temporary reconciliation, and the general agreement was as follows: when Jiang Fuyue was here, they couldn't fight, so as to avoid angering her again. No one was allowed to take advantage of Jiang Fuyue. See no evil, touch no evil. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to do it behind Jiang Fuyue's back, and they couldn't hit her face. Both of them strictly followed the agreement and spared no effort to supervise each other. And all of this fell into Jiang Fuyue's eyes, and Xianxia and Zhongxiang became good buddies. Xianxia, bulge *t, Zhongxiang snorted coldly, go f *ck yourself, but on the court, the two of them were unusually harmonious. Of course, it was mainly because Jiang Fuyue was also there. Jiang Fuyue scored a perfect three-pointer with a hollow three-pointer. Compared to the two boys who were sweating profusely, she only had a thin layer of sweat, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. And the way she shot the ball looked very relaxed. Xianxia had never played seriously with Jiang Fuyue before. At the beginning, he secretly thought about how to go easy on her without leaving any traces. Who knew that from the beginning until now, he didn't even have a chance to go easy on her. Jiang Fuyue was good at jumping and had good arm strength. She was just a little thin and not big enough, but she was agile. When she dribbled to break through the encirclement, she took advantage of the opportunity. He and Zhongxiang together couldn't defend against her. Could it be that this genius was not only good at studying, but she could also crush her opponents in basketball? F***ck. Didn't that mean he had no advantage at all? Xi's heart sank, and his face was full of depression. Zhongxiang had been beaten up by Jiang Fuyue on the court before. He even got punched and turned into a panda, so he had a certain understanding of her strength and was mentally prepared. But who could tell him why Jiang Fuyue's strength was stronger than before? When she bumped into his shoulder just now, he felt that half of his body was numb, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Did you eat vegetables with great strength? Jiang Fuyue swung her arms. Oh, maybe. I'm growing? Zhongxiang. What did she mean by growing? Xianxia kept quiet. The three of them walked to the stands to get water. Jiang Fuyue was about to open her school bag when suddenly, a bottle of mineral water was handed to her. Please. Digression, 1 update, 3,000 words. Which little brat actually dared to pass water to Sister Yu? There will be 2 more updates later. It was a bony hand with neatly trimmed nails. His skin was so pale that the blue veins under his skin could be clearly seen. Her line of sight followed his arm all the way up, and the boy's angular face also came into view, but the most eye-catching thing was the buzz cut. Yu Jiaozi, Jiang Fuyue looked at him, but her hands didn't stop moving. She opened her bag and took out a cup. Thank you, but I have one. Yu Jiaozi took back the cup without any emotion. Yu Kaisen stood next to him and smiled sweetly. Jiang Fuyue, you know how to play basketball? That's amazing. I thought only boys liked it. Jiang Fuyue didn't respond and drank the cup of water. Yu Kaisen's eyes were filled with grievance, but it was quickly covered by a smile. Your cup is so beautiful, where did you buy it? The supermarket. Which supermarket? Is it far? I want to buy one too. Jiangfuyue, I forgot. Yu Kaisen, ECI and Zhongxiang, on the other hand, were already on full alert when Yu Jiazi handed them the water. Who are you? The two of them weren't in the same class as Jiangfuyue, so they didn't know there was a new student. Yu Jiazi. ECI, I've never heard of you. Zhongxiang, I have no impression of you. My brother and I just transferred here this semester, Yu Kaisen whispered. Oh. The reaction was flat. In the future, you don't have to pass the cup of water, Zhongxiang said. You have to choose the right person to pass it to, ECI added. Yu Jiazi sneered. His tough facial lines didn't soften, but became even colder. What does it have to do with you? It was this sentence that started a fight. The three boys clashed on the court, and the smell of gunpowder grew stronger. It was obvious that Yu Jiazi had some foundation. His physical strength and flexibility were no worse than the other two. He was even more strategic and his style was relatively wild. Even though ECI and Zhongxiang teamed up, they still couldn't prevent him from scoring 2 goals. Jiangfuyue's eyebrows twitch. This is street basketball. My brother is very powerful, right? Yu Kaisen's sweet voice sounded in his ears. Jiangfuyue didn't even look at her. The girl frowned and muttered softly, "You're so cold." There was still no reply. On the court, Yu Jiazi dribbled the ball past 2 players. Just as he was about to shoot, ECI jumped up and hit him. Bang, the basketball landed on the ground and bounced a few times. Yu Jiazi turned around coldly. ECI did not want to be outdone. When their eyes met, a conflict was about to erupt. At this moment, Zhongxiang grabbed the ball and prepared for a layup. Both of them went to block it at the same time. ECI attacked from the left while Yu Jiazi jumped from the right to intercept. With a muffled groan, Zhongxiang fell to the ground, hugging his right leg and twitching all over. Jiangfuyue's expression changed slightly. ECI was dumbfounded. Yu Jiazi was also stunned. Why are you still standing there? Call the ambulance. Jiangfuyue shouted. ECI immediately looked for her phone. 20 minutes later, the ambulance drove into the school gate. Zhongxiang was sent to the hospital. Xie Dingyuan, who received the news, rushed over immediately. The man's hair was a little messy, and there were a few wrinkles on his suit pants. Are you the patient's family? Yes, I'm his uncle. Fractured bone. It's not serious. He needs a small splint to stabilize it. He can't walk for a month. Okay. Except for the moment of the accident and the sudden pain, Zhongxiang didn't feel much pain after that. Therefore, he was conscious the whole time. At this moment, he was listening to the doctor's advice and lying on the hospital bed. His right calf was fixed with a splint, but his left leg was trembling. Young master, I have a strong vitality. Do you believe that I can recover in 20 days? Jiangfuyue ignored him. She stood at the head of the bed and continued to look through the medical records. Where are ECI and Yu Jiazi? Look at them. How heartless are they? They caused me to break my leg, and they didn't even apologize. You must not get too close to them in the future. You will suffer. The last sentence was the main point. Jiangfuyue closed the medical records with a click. You're full of energy. It seems that there is no big problem. Zhongxiang rolled his eyes. Ouch. I suddenly feel a lot of pain. Is the anesthetic worn off? Jiangfuyue frowned. Where does it hurt? My knee and ankle. He wasn't lying. It was really painful. He just endured it and didn't cry out. Let me see. Jiangfuyue walked closer. Your knee is grazed and your ankle is swollen. But they have been treated. Bear with it for a while. But it really hurts. Zhongxiang's eyebrows almost frowned together. Jiangfuyue said, I'll call the doctor. Wait. Actually, the pain is not a big deal. I can still bear it. But it's so itchy. I can't scratch it myself. I'm so anxious, Jiangfuyue asked, where is it itchy? It's above the instep, near the ankle. Before he finished speaking, he felt a gentle touch on his skin. Every pore on his body was trembling. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiang Fuyue to really help him scratch his itch. You. He swallowed his saliva and his Adam's apple moved. Is it here? Her fingernails stopped at a spot and she looked up to ask. Xianxia. Ah? Oh, and more noodles. Here? To the left. Jiang Fuyue asked, here? A little more to the left. Yes, here. Jiang Fuyue started to scratch his itch. Every time her fingernail scratched, Xiang's heart couldn't help but shrink by half an inch. Thump, 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 it almost jumped out of his throat. She even asked, is the strength enough? Do you need to change to another spot? At that moment, Xiang thought to himself, this is the ultimate bliss in the world, right? In the past, he only thought that Jiang Fuyue was smart, outstanding, and sharp. Now, he felt that she was gentle, considerate, and attentive. In short, she was beautiful everywhere. Yeah, you're so nice, Jiang Fuyue paused. Why aren't you scratching? I'm still itching. Really? At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A tall man walked in. His gaze suddenly fell on the girl's outstretched hand. Her 5 slender fingers were as white as snow. However, at this moment, she placed them on Xiang's ankle. Her fingertips were close to his skin. Xie Dingyuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He coldly reprimanded, nonsense. It wasn't clear whether he was referring to Xiang's injury or mocking Jiang Fuyue for touching him in broad daylight. Uncle, why are you here? Xiang mumbled. I'm not coming? Who do you want to come? Zhongyuni? Or Xie Yinzao? While the nephew and uncle were talking, Jiang Fuyue calmly retracted her hand and returned to her position at the foot of the bed. I'll go out for a while. You guys continue talking. After saying that, she walked away. Zhongxiang's gaze followed the girl's departing figure. That reluctant look on his face made Xie Dingyuan angry for no reason. Uncle, why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you have to come at this time? The man remained calm. Why? Did I interrupt your good time? Of course. I was enjoying the god-level treatment just now. But when you came, it was gone. Oh? What god-level treatment? Heh. Zhongxiang giggled as he reminisced. Xie Dingyuan was speechless. His fists were gradually hardening. She was the one who helped me scratch the itch. It turns out that a girl's hand is really smooth and soft like cotton. It's so comfortable! What kind of crazy speech was this? Out. Uncle, why do you look so pale? I'm the one who's hospitalized, not you. Shut up. Zhongxiang was confused. Did he say something wrong? Jiang Fuyue went to wash her hands and sent a WeChat message to Eci to ask where he was. Eci replied, coming. Then, there was no reply. She returned to the ward. Since Xie Dingyuan was already here, there was no need for her to stay. You're leaving? Zhongxiang suddenly sat up straight and pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Yes, it's time to go home. Tomorrow, Eci will help you apply for leave from the teacher. She might call your parents to verify. Then, will you still come to see me? The teenager stammered. Probably. Eci and I will take turns to send you homework. Xie Dingyuan pressed him back to lie down. Stop talking nonsense and rest more. Then, he turned to Jiang Fuyue. I'll send you. The girl waved her hand. No need. However, Xie Dingyuan had already stood up and habitually tidied his suit jacket. He tried to be meticulous. Let's go. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. She refused to be lonely. Digression, 3,000 words, 2 chapters together. At the same time, on the top floor of the hospital, Eci replied to Jiang Fuyue's message and put her phone back into her pocket. She stared coldly at the boy in front of her. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Yu Jiaozi frowned. What do you mean? You made Zhongxiang break his leg on purpose. This time, he didn't even need to ask. Yu Jiazi narrowed his eyes. Did I do it on purpose or did you do it on purpose? Don't get it wrong. ECI, what's your purpose? Yu Jiazi, what's your purpose? ECI looked at him deeply. A fox will show its tail sooner or later. You're on your own. Then, she turned around and left. Yu Jiazi stood there without moving. The night breeze blew past, revealing traces of coolness. Yu Kaisen smiled and walked out from the corner. Brother, the wind is strong. Let's go back. Yu Jiazi walked past her and strode away. The girl maintained her smile, but her gaze towards the sky was deep and distant. After a while. Forget it if you don't appreciate it. She muttered softly. After leaving the inpatient building, they were still some distance away from the hospital gate. The Chinese parasol trees planted on both sides were tall and lush. The scattered branches and leaves shredded the dim yellow light and scattered it on the ground. The cool wind blew into her neck and the next second, she felt a warm sensation on her back. The man's jacket wrapped around her shoulders with his body temperature and the fragrance of pine wood. Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, Xie Dingyuan had already retracted his hand and returned to the position where he was walking side by side with her. You gave it to me. Aren't you cold? The man, I'm not cold. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. I don't think what happened today was an accident. Xie Dingyuan frowned and looked at her sideways. I didn't go on the field. The stands were some distance away from the field. Although there was a blind spot, from the overall position, Xianxia shouldn't have hurt his right leg even if he was injured. The situation was urgent and Jiang Fuyue didn't have time to think about it. But after thinking about it, she found the problem. You mean, someone did it on purpose? Jiang Fuyue looked up, and their eyes met. Just in case. I'm leaving. You can go back. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Jiang Fuyue took off his jacket and returned it to him. Thank you. After saying that, he turned around and merged into the night. Xie Dingyuan held the jacket with a dazed expression. The girl's body heat was still on it, and a faint fragrance of orange blossom and amber floated in the air. In the next second, he no longer hesitated and gave chase. Jiang Fuyue received a message from ECI saying that she couldn't find her, so she left first. She kept her phone and walked to the side of the road to hail a taxi. A black Mercedes-Benz slid to a stop beside her. The car window rolled down, revealing the man's cold and indifferent face. She didn't know if it was because of the light or something else, but the man's icy face faintly revealed some warmth. Get in the car, I'll drive you. Jiang Fuyue didn't stand on ceremony. She opened the door to the front passenger seat and sat down. The Mercedes-Benz merged into the traffic on the main road and moved forward steadily. There was a moment of silence in the car. Jiang Fuyue turned her head to look out of the window. The neon lights were retrograde, and the lights were dazzling. Xie Dingyuan looked straight ahead, but only he knew that from the moment the girl got into the car, the corner of his eyes had never left her face. Quiet. That was his first impression. But if he looked deeper, there was indifference hidden under the quiet appearance. The indifference increased the distance between them, which made her seem arrogant and cold. At that moment, he seemed to see another version of himself. Along the way, the two of them barely spoke, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. He had his silence, and she guarded his safety. It was a strange tacit understanding and harmony. We're here. The car drove into the Imperial Heaven Palace and stopped in front of the Jiang family's villa. Jiang Fuyue thanked him and pushed the door open. Xie Dingyuan turned the car around and drove away. He couldn't help but look through the rearview mirror, but he could only see the girl's disappearing figure. Under the moonlight, the two of them went in different directions. It was already 10 o'clock when they returned to the ward. Zhongxiang sat on the bed and played with his phone. He turned on the microphone and said, Get him. Get him. Where's Lin Shumo? Come back quickly, it's time to push the crystal. No, you're just a support. Are you crazy to challenge Zhao Yin alone? F***CK. Let's go. Unfortunately, he had already lost his head. There was nothing he could do. The last word defeat announced a crushing defeat. Xianxia threw his phone on the floor and roared at the other side, "Get rid of that pig Lin Shumo. Whoever wants to team up with him in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." F***ck, the voices on the other side were all talking at once. They were probably persuading him. Zhongxiang's expression softened, but he still said arrogantly, "I'm not playing anymore." Then, he went offline. Fui looked up and saw Xie Dingyuan coming back. "Uncle, why were you gone for so long?" He had played 5 or 6 high-level games, and he lost every single one. F***ck, Xie Dingyuan's expression didn't change. "I sent her home." "Oh, you should. It's so late, and it's not safe for a girl to go alone." "Okay." Zhongxiang didn't suspect anything. He even laughed foolishly. "Uncle, can I not go to school for the next month?" "Yes." "Hee, but you have to finish your homework as usual." Zhongxiang couldn't laugh anymore. But the next second, he seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "That's fine too. Anyway, Jiang Fuyue wants to send me an exercise book. It's easy to cultivate feelings when we're alone. Maybe when I get discharged, she'll be my girlfriend." "Xie Dingyuan, uncle, treat her better in the future. She's your future niece-in-law." His fists gradually hardened. Under the same moonlight, Eci had just arrived home. The nanny came out to greet him and asked if he had eaten. "No, I'm not hungry." "Then have a glass of milk. It'll be ready soon." "Where's my dad?" "Sir is in the study." Eci nodded and went up to the second floor. When he passed by the study, he found that the door wasn't closed tightly. A man's voice could be heard from inside. He was probably talking on the phone. "Even if the advertising company can't find out, don't you know how to think of a way? The thing is hanging there. It can't just appear out of thin air. There must be other channels. Anyway, find out at all costs." Eci listened. It was nothing more than company matters. He wasn't very interested and went straight back to his room. With a click, the door was locked. In the study, Xianxia had just ended the call. He was so angry that he had his hands on his hips and was pacing back and forth in front of his desk. After learning about the origin of the signboard from Jantar, he immediately sent someone to investigate the advertising company. But the information he received was that the advertising company didn't remember anyone coming to their store to make such a signboard. But the gilded words on the frame were indeed from their company. Then there was only one possibility: someone bought the materials from them and took them back to frame the signboard. Then it would be difficult to investigate. Not to mention that half a year had passed since the incident. The surveillance footage had long been wiped clean. Even if it happened recently, there were many customers who bought the framing materials. There were also many downstream merchants. How could they investigate if they sold the materials again? However, Xianxia's attitude was very firm. The other party was also having a headache. "Trash. You're all trash." Xianxia cursed under his breath. He hadn't lost his temper like this for many years. Even when he bickered with Ling Qingzhou, he wasn't as angry as he was now. Even his temples were throbbing. After a while, he calmed down and gradually came back to his senses. Since the advertising company couldn't find anything, he might as well start from other aspects. Maybe there would be a breakthrough. He picked up his phone again and dialed a number: "Send someone to keep an eye on Jiangji restaurant. Be careful. Don't get caught." The night was getting darker and the moonlight was like water. Some people were having a good dream, while others couldn't sleep. The next day was Friday. During class, Su Jing called Jiang Fuyue to the office. "Next month is the preliminary round of the National Mathematical Olympiad. What, do you think?" Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Her thoughts? What did it have to do with the Mathematical Olympiad? Su Jing was silent for a moment. Then, she said bluntly, "Are you still going to participate?" "Why not?" She was a little surprised. Su Jing was slightly stunned. "But you rejected the recommendation, Jiang Fuyue." "I'm not participating in the competition for the recommendation." If that was the case, then she only needed to participate in one competition and get a gold medal. Why would she need to participate in a second or third competition? She still wanted to get full marks. Su Jing was confused. If students didn't participate in the competition for promotion, then why, for fun, to challenge herself? Jiang Fuyue, it's too lonely to be outstanding alone. I want to try standing on the stage and let everyone clap together. Su Jing, ? What kind of weird reason is this? However, he supported Jiang Fuyue's decision to continue participating in the mathematical Olympiad from the bottom of his heart. Maybe she would get first place with full marks and get a gold medal, then, as a tutor, he would be awesome, the kind that's bubbling digression, 3,000 words. 12 o'clock. Su Jing asked for Jiang Fuyue's opinion. That afternoon, she announced that the mathematical Olympiad class would begin next week and that the students would undergo 25 days of semi-closed-door training before the exam. Compared to the closed-door training before the National Physics League, the overall atmosphere this time was relatively relaxed. This was mainly due to the fact that the usual training was adequate and there was no need to rush. It should be known that the competitive physics class was made possible by Meng Zhijin, Yu Wenzhou, and a bunch of other competitive students who were willing to endure hardships, even though the school did not have high hopes for them. However, the mathematical Olympiad class was different. This class had won countless honors and achievements. Su Jing was the leader of Lindwei's mathematical Olympiad training. She was like a benchmark in the industry. Under such circumstances, the mathematical Olympiad class received much more attention and resources than the competitive physics class. This was the face of number 1 middle school and also its signboard. If they messed up, the consequences would be unimaginable. One could imagine the pressure on the teachers and students. If the competitive physics class was a desperate counterattack, then the mathematical Olympiad had to reach new heights. If a person who scored 0 scored full marks, it would be awesome and a surprise. However, if a person who scored 99 scored 100, it would be unexpected and reasonable. Which was easy. The matter of the mathematical Olympiad class was thus decided. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue saw Eci as soon as she walked out of the classroom. She walked over. Waiting for me? Yes. What's the matter? He glanced in the direction of the back door of the 3rd class. Yu Jiaze and Yu Kaisen were walking out of the classroom with the crowd. Jiang Fuyue followed his gaze. Eci, let's talk at the field. Okay. The two of them went to the field. Jiang Han and Gameng had already arrived and were consciously doing exercises on the ping-pong table. Lu Sisi came later. She took out the test paper and began the brain strangle activity for the day. It was too difficult. Eci saw this and was speechless. The fear of being dominated by homework came online for a second. However, Jiang Fuyue smiled and asked him, "Do you want to talk about the matter first or do the exercises first?" Can't we just talk about the matter?" "No." Eci took out the homework resentfully. 1 test paper, 2 test papers. Oh my god. I'm going to die. Half an hour later, Jiang Han and Gameng were done. After Jiang Fuyue's inspection, the 2 top students left in high spirits. Their backs were imposing, and their steps were arrogant. Another 10 minutes later, Lu Sisi said, "I'm done." Jiang Fuyue pointed out a few mistakes, which she corrected on the spot and left. In the end, he was left scratching his ears and head was left. To Yiayuyu was a waste of time was the answer. Yiayu's, the questions was to Yu USSSS. Jiang Fuyue said, "Then I'll leave the task of delivering homework to Zhongxiang to you." Yiayuyu her to finish wonder Jiang Fuyue had explained the 2 test papers in such detail. Yiayuyu half of the reason she taught him how to do the questions was because of Zhongxiang, that be asterisk starred. "By the way, you said you have something to tell me." "What is it?" Eci frowned. Her eyes suddenly became serious. "Zhongxiang fell yesterday. Do you really think it was an accident?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "What did you find?" Student Jiang." The girl ran over. Her face was flushed red and her breathing was rapid. "So you're here." "It was Yu Kaisen." Eci was interrupted and looked unhappy. Jiang Fuyue asked her, "What's the matter? Is this your wallet? I found it next to your seat after school." Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Ah? Isn't it? The girl seemed a little disappointed. Her gaze was timid and her expression was doubtful. She looked like a confused little bunny. Unfortunately, the two people in front of him, a man and a woman, didn't fall for it. Then I'll ask the others. After saying that, she turned to leave. Jiang Fuyue and Eci looked at each other and didn't say anything. However, the person who had turned around suddenly turned back. Ah. I forgot to ask, is student Zhong okay? Yesterday was too chaotic. After my brother and I went to the hospital, our family kept calling us to go back. We had no choice, so we didn't go to the ward to see him. Jiang Fuyue said, it's not a big problem. He can eat and sleep. The girl sighed softly. That's good. That's good. Otherwise, my brother will feel bad. Why would your brother feel bad when Zhongxiang fell? Was he the one who caused it? Jiang Fuyue retorted. Her dark eyes were deep and dark, with a kind of magic that could see through people's hearts. Yu Kaisen was stunned and immediately looked wronged. They played together. Of course, someone would feel guilty if someone got injured. But in basketball, physical friction is inevitable. How can you say it was my brother who caused it? She was soft, delicate, and pitiful. At first glance, she looked like she was easy to bully. If Jiang Fuyue was a man, her heart would have softened. Wasn't Eci already starting to feel uncomfortable all over? Sure enough, little Tian's coquettishness and temper tantrums were the epitome of male chauvinism. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Don't worry, I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? You're not the only one who knows how to use tone words. I know how to use them too. Yu Kaisen's eyes twitched. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch, it's a little late also, ask for a vote, fancy heart gesture. Yu Kaisen saw that the two girls had no intention of talking to her, so she didn't ask for a snub. Before she left, she asked Jiang Fuyue, can we add each other on WeChat? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Of course. That's great. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Eci stood next to them and was confused. If he was right, Jiang Fuyue didn't like this girl named Xian. If she didn't like her, why did she add her on WeChat? Why did she smile? Woman, your name is Mystery. After Yu Kaisen left, the two girls continued their previous conversation. Jiang Fuyue asked, are you suspecting Yu Jiaza? I'm not suspecting him. I'm sure there's something wrong with him. With that position and angle, if he didn't do anything, Zhongxiang wouldn't have fallen. Did you see it with your own eyes? Eci shook her head. No, but I'm not stupid. That's right. Jiang Fuyue sighed. No one is a fool. Yu Kaisen left the sports field and went straight out of the school gate. Yu Jiaza stood under a tree with one hand in his pocket. He looked cold and arrogant, which was out of place on campus. It was as if the conservative and neat school uniform shouldn't have appeared on such a person. Brother, Yu Kaisen smiled and said in a sweet voice, I'm going to get Jiang Fuyue's WeChat. You have to work hard. Yu Jiaza sneered and walked away. Don't go so fast. I haven't finished talking. They suspect that you deliberately hurt Zhongxiang. They? Yu Jiaza paused. Yu Kaisen nodded and smiled. Yes, Jiang Fuyue and Eci. Huh. He sneered and didn't stay. Yu Kaisen ran after him. Brother, wait for me. We have to go home together. Otherwise, we'll be punished. He didn't reply. The girl chased after him with difficulty, but her smile was getting brighter. At the hospital. Smack, Eci slapped the small table in the middle of the bed. Zhongxiang, what the hell? Homework. Well, are you thirsty? I'll get the nurse to pour you a glass of orange juice. Eci stood beside the bed with her arms crossed and her head lowered. She looked down and said, don't give me that. Do it. Zhongxiang's expression changed instantly. Are you crazy? Whoever wants to do it can do it. Anyway, I'm not doing it. First of all, you are the one who is sick. Secondly, Jiang Fuyue asked me to keep an eye on you. If you don't want to do it, just tell her and I'll leave immediately. Who do you think wants to stay in the same room with you? At the mention of Jiang Fuyue, Mr. Zhong was instantly terrified. No, why does she care if I do my homework? If you want to take care of it, you have to do it personally. What's the meaning of letting you stand here? ECI sneered. Save it. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. What can I be planning? Zhongxiang's eyes flashed and his voice suddenly rose. If not, why are you so guilty? Who's guilty? You're the guilty one. Your whole family is guilty. ECI looked at the time impatiently. Hurry up and do it. I'll leave once you're done. Check? You? What about me? Zhongxiang pursed his lips and did not hide his disdain. Can you even understand the questions? You're a bad student? Oh, I'm sorry. Not only can I understand them, but I've already done it. You? Zhongxiang's face said, I don't believe you. You're a bad old man. ECI snorted and took out her paper from her bag. She slapped it in front of him. Open your eyes and see what this is. 10 seconds later. You really did it? You didn't fill it in randomly, did you? ECI said leisurely, how would I dare to do it when my goddess is supervising me? Huh? Who's supervising you? What do you think? ECI smiled. Other than Jiang Fuyue, who else deserves to be my goddess? F*CK, she helped you with your homework? Why did she only help you and not me? Zhongxiang was jealous and turned his head away, leaving ECI with half the back of his head. He was like a lemon now, a big lemon. The kind that would explode at any moment. ECI suddenly felt that giving Zhongxiang homework was not that annoying. Not only was it not annoying, but it was also quite cool. Maybe. He rubbed his chin and thought for a while. I'm more handsome than you, so she likes me more? Zhongxiang turned his head back and looked at the shameless idiot in front of him in disbelief. You're handsome? The cricket of crickets? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? In the mirror? Don't you know what's wrong with you? Oh, you're anxious. What does this mean? ECI said leisurely. It means that what I said just now was all true. In fact, you should know in your heart that you're not as handsome as me, and you're not good at fighting. There's no harm without comparison. It would be strange if Jiang Fuyue liked you, not to mention, it rhymed quite well. SKR ****, then why did the goddess only teach me? It was a one-hit kill. Zhongxiang, ? He had been hurt. Deeply hurt by a dog idiot. Now, immediately, get out of here right now. ECI, see, I was right when I said you were anxious. Zhongxiang, get out, you haven't done your homework yet. How can I go back and report to Jiang Fuyue? Hey, don't you think we're like parents tutoring their son now? Jiang Fuyue and I are parents. As for you, son. Zhongxiang, I'm going to kill you. Come on, hit me if you can. It's a pity that I can't move my legs. In the ward, a drama of noobs pecking at each other was playing out. Digression, 2000 words. ECI watched Zhongxiang finish his homework and put it in her bag before leaving. She said, I'll bring it to the teacher tomorrow. You'll definitely be praised. Keep up the good work. Zhongxiang said. Get lost. ECI walked away. She did not recognize anyone and was unusually arrogant. When he got home, it was getting late. The housekeeper was standing at the door. Young master, you're back. Yes. Dinner will be ready soon. I'll go upstairs and change. When he came down, Xianxia was already sitting in the dining room. It seemed like he was waiting for him. ECI stopped in her tracks. What a rare guest. Usually, he would not see him when he was eating. Xianxia looked embarrassed. Brat, what are you talking about? ECI pulled out a chair and sat down. She picked up a chicken drumstick with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Delicious, Xianxia, the housekeeper served the last dish. Sir, dinner is ready. Okay. She consciously returned to the kitchen. There were only the father and son in the dining room. Cough. Why are you back so late today? Eci glanced at him. Do you know when I usually come back? You don't know and you say late? Are all CEOs as careless as you? Yihanqing's face turned completely black. Brat, are you a bar spirit? Eci gnawed on the chicken drumstick and gave her father a look that said, good that you know. Don't mess with me. F*ck. After a while, Yihanqing said with a straight face, I heard that you fired the tutor. Oh. You're really, Eci, it happened last semester. Why are you only asking now? I thought that you didn't say anything because you acquiesced. Okay, I'm done. Please enjoy. She took a tissue to wipe her mouth and prepared to leave. Stop. Eci, ? Yihanqing coughed softly. Sit down. What? We haven't talked for a long time. Let's sit down and talk. Eci stared at him as if she had seen a ghost. Have we ever talked? The gentle and loving father collapsed in a second. Old man, are you okay? Eci leaned forward and looked at him carefully. That's right, it was his father, Yihanqing. Could it be, you've been possessed? Eci. You better King speak properly. Oh, it seems like your soul didn't cross over. Eci sat back down. Tell me, what's the matter? Other than finding a stepmother for me, everything else is negotiable. Yihanqing muttered, impudent, is the daughter of the owner of the pancake shop in Jiangji restaurant in the same grade as you? Zhongxiang's expression was strange. Why are you asking this? Could it be that his old man found out that he liked Jiang Fuyue? Was he going to use peaceful means before resorting to force to break up the couple? It didn't make sense. Didn't he not care about these things? Yihanqing remembered the investigation information he received this afternoon. Her name is Jiang Fuyue? Eci's expression changed slightly, and her tone became cold. You investigated me? Yihanqing was confused. Investigated you? If he wanted to investigate, it would be Jiang Fuyue. Why would he investigate his son? Eci didn't explain. That's enough. If you want to show your fatherly love, please use normal means. Thank you. After that, she walked away. Yihanqing? He was very confused. Last time, he sent someone to investigate the advertising company, but it turned out to be nothing. Later, he remembered that Jantar said that his daughter brought back the signboard, so Yihanqing sent someone to investigate the owner's daughter. He didn't expect to find something. The owner's daughter was called Jiang Fuyue. She studied in No. 1 middle school, and was in the same class as Eci. Recently, she performed well in 2 subject competitions. But other than that, they didn't find any direct relationship between her and the words on the signboard. Yihanqing originally wanted to take the opportunity today to ask his son if he knew Jiang Fuyue. He didn't expect his son to have such a big reaction. Did you eat explosives? Eci returned to her room. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Why did the old man suddenly mention Jiang Fuyue, but he didn't pursue the matter or get to the bottom of it, as if it was really just a casual question? What about Yihanqing? After Zhongxiang's dining room, he didn't have much of an appetite. He got up and returned to the study. Since he couldn't get anything out of his son, he didn't intend to continue asking. He only said, investigate further. You must first find out the origin of this signboard. On the other end, if you really want to find out, why don't you ask her directly? Yihanqing, no hurry, I don't have much information on hand. Even if I ask her, I can't judge whether her answer is true or not. Even if you want to ask her face to face, you have to wait. He had to wait until he had enough information to accurately screen and make a rational judgment. If that person was still alive, Yihanqing closed his eyes and suppressed the burning passion in his eyes. It had been 20 years, I must live, since God let me see those words and see hope, please be merciful to the end. Don't throw me into the abyss of despair when I see the dawn. Under the same moonlight, the Ling family. Xian, drink some milk. Thank you, Mom. Ling Xian took it and put it aside. He wasn't in a hurry to drink it. You still want to study? Zhou Qin glanced at his desk. It wasn't a test paper, it was an exercise book, and there was also a computer that was always turned on to make it easier to check for information. Yes, it's still early. You can do another set of test papers. Zhou Qin, isn't the competition over? You should take it easy and don't push yourself too hard. Ling Xian, the physics competition is over, but the math Olympiad has just begun. You. Zhou Qin looked helpless. I don't know who you're competing with. You're working so hard. Ling Xian was stunned. Jiang Fuyue's face flashed across his mind. Competing with her, he just didn't want to be too far behind her. By the way, Xian, I received a call from the school this morning saying that you've been recommended for Q University's physics department. You can choose any major. What do you think? Ling Xian didn't say anything. Zhou Qin pursed her lips. She wanted to say something but stopped. Mom, what do you think? He suddenly looked up. Zhou Qin heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little guilty. Q University is a good school, but the physics major, she paused. I don't mean to interfere with your decision. But Xian, I hope you'll consider carefully before you make a decision. Is this major really suitable for you? And what are your plans for the future? If you're interested in physics and have plans to go down this path for a long time, then I'll definitely support you. But if you're not really passionate about it, then think carefully. Don't compromise just because of the recommendation. For a family like ours, no matter how you do in the college entrance examination, we have ways to give you the best education. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhou Qin had the confidence, and so did the Ling family. If he did well, he could stay in the country and go to a top university before going abroad. If he didn't do well, it was simple. He could go abroad directly. Mom, you want me to study business, right? Ling Xian's eyes flashed with understanding. Zhou Qin didn't hide it and admitted it. Your dad and I have this plan. After all, you're the only son. The Ling family can't be without an heir. However, we respect your wishes. It's better if we can reach an agreement. Ling Xian narrowed his eyes and said softly, I'll consider it seriously. Then rest early. I'll go out first. Remember to drink the milk. Okay. Zhou Qin left the room and gently closed the door. The housekeeper said, Madam, the tea is cold. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhou Qin sent the housekeeper to rest. She poured the cold tea into a glass and then carried it into the bedroom. Ling Qingzhou was in his pajamas. He leaned against the headboard and flipped through some documents. The wall lamp shone on his handsome face, giving him a hazy sense of abstinence. The gold-rimmed glasses made him look even more refined. Zhou Qin was stunned for a moment. Time seemed to have favored this man. He was almost the same as he was 20 years ago. He was just as handsome, just as serious, and just as cold and indifferent. Hubby. Zhou Qin smiled. Ling Qingzhou looked up at her. You're back. What did Ling Xian say? Don't worry. You don't have to worry about our son. He'll think about it. Okay. Come, have some tea. It's just turned cold. Ling Qingzhou waved his hand. Leave it. I'm not thirsty for now. After that, he continued to flip through the documents. Suddenly, he paused and looked up again. You should keep an eye on Ling Xian. Q University is good, but the physics major is not suitable. Okay. Zhou Qin put the glass on the bedside table and sealed the mouth of the glass with a lid to prevent dust from falling. Then, she lifted the blanket and lay down beside the man. Digression, 3,000 words. 2 chapters. It was a quiet night, and the moonlight was clear. Only the sound of pages turning could be heard in the quiet bedroom. Ling Qingzhou was reading the document, and Zhou Qin was looking at him. Honey. Yes? The man didn't look away from the page. It's late. Let's rest. Ling Qingzhou looked at the time. It was indeed late. He closed the document, turned off the light, and lay down. Zhou Qin leaned forward and rested her head on his shoulder. There was a kind of intimacy and at the same time, a hint. Ling Qingzhou patted her back and said, Go to sleep. Then, he closed his eyes. Zhou Qin was dazed and kissed him on the cheek. Good night, honey. Ling Qingzhou breathed steadily. Zhou Qin lay back in her original position and closed her eyes to hide her bitterness. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang. Ling Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked at the screen. Then, he got out of bed and went to the study. Zhou Qin also got up, but he waved his hand to stop her. In the study. What's the matter? Ling Qingzhou answered the phone. Manager Ling, there's something wrong with the E group recently. Has the project in the south of the city been approved? No. The company is fine. Everything is normal. It's Xianxia. Ling Qingzhou frowned and asked, what's wrong with him? He should be investigating someone recently. Although he's very careful, our circle is only so big. We'll know if there's any news. Investigating someone? Ling Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. Xianxia was a businessman, and he didn't care about such tricks. Therefore, he was investigating someone for personal matters. Who is he investigating? A student. Huh. Ling Qingzhou chuckled sarcastically. I thought he could really keep it, but I didn't expect him to find a young woman. The person on the other end only said student, but didn't say whether it was a college student or a high school student. Ling Qingzhou naturally thought it was the former. Xianxia's wife had passed away for a long time, and he was in his prime. It was normal for him to be a little playful. However, just spend some money and take good care of your little lover. Why do you need to use your connections to investigate her? Ling Qingzhou felt that something was not quite right, but he could not put his finger on it. He only said, keep an eye on it. Caution is the parent of safety. He still had this bit of vigilance. Don't worry, Manager Ling. After ending the call, Ling Qingzhou did not feel sleepy at the moment. He walked to the back of his desk, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and sat down in deep thought. His mind began to recall Xianxia's recent actions, including the bid for the South Huayu building, the intention to acquire the Golden Domain products, and attending the financial summit. After filtering them one by one, he found that there was nothing wrong with them. Moreover, none of these were directly related to his investigation of Xiaoqing's actions. Ling Qingzhou was relieved. His gaze fell on the safe at the side and froze for a moment. Then, he took out a wet tissue from the drawer and wiped his hands clean. This process lasted about 2 minutes. From obvious places like the palms and the back of the hands to easily overlooked blind spots like the gaps between the nails, he cleaned them all one by one. After doing this, he entered the password, opened the cabinet, and took out a yellowed envelope. He tilted it slightly and poured out a few photos and some pages that looked like letters. Perhaps it was too old, or perhaps it had been rubbed repeatedly, so it looked very old. Ling Qingzhou stroked the woman's face in the photo with his fingertips and whispered softly, Xianxia has found a young girl. Has he thought it through? I thought he was very affectionate, but it turns out that he is just SOSO. Zhou Qin had already laid down obediently, but she tossed and turned, and still could not get sleepy. She looked at the untouched tea on the bedside. She did not know how long the phone call would last. Would Ling Qingzhou be thirsty? She decided to send the tea to his study. The door of the study was not closed tightly. Light came through the gap and sprinkled on the floor, leaving a slanted trace of light. Zhou Qin was about to push the door open, but the next second, she suddenly stopped, and the smile on her face disappeared little by little. He was looking at the woman's photo again, and seemed to be saying something. Unfortunately, it was too far away for her to hear clearly, but it did not stop her from imagining. Maybe he was expressing his longing and love, or maybe he was just chatting about trivial things. Under the light, his eyes were so gentle, and his expression was so affectionate. However, when he was facing her, he did not have any of these. Zhou Qin suddenly felt sad. So, he rejected her on the bed just now because he wanted to see her, but when she decided to marry this man, didn't she expect this to happen? What did she have to complain about? She had chosen this path, so she had to finish it even if she had to kneel. Zhou Qin hid the bitterness in her eyes and smiled again. She gently closed the gap and raised her hand to knock on the door. Knock, 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 hubby, are you busy? I'm coming in. Although she said that, Zhou Qin still opened the door after a few seconds. Ling Qingzhou had already put the things back into the safe. He was familiar with it. Why are you here? I'm afraid you're thirsty. Here, drink some. She handed the cup over. This time, the man took it and drank it clean. Zhou Qin asked, "Are you still working?" "No." The man got up, walked around the desk, and raised his hand to hold her shoulder. "Go back to sleep." "Okay." The woman smiled. Digression, second watch, 2000 words. Sister Yu, the light of the white moonlight. My heart ached for Zhou Qin for a second. There was no third watch today. After signing the contract with Jiang Wehui and renting the shop, the branch was officially put on the agenda. First was the renovation. Jantar didn't have time to do it himself, so he contracted an old friend who was in the construction industry. The other party had more than a dozen workers and signed a formal renovation contract in advance. The terms and conditions were clearly listed. "Jantar, we've been friends for so many years. Do you think I don't trust you? Friends are friends, but work can't be sloppy. You can rest assured and I can rest assured." Jiang Fuyue read the contract afterward. Not only did it have requirements for the renovation quality, but it also strictly controlled the construction period. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties were clearly and reasonably defined. "It's quite reliable." Jantar puffed up his chest. "Of course. How can the people your father finds be bad?" Her father seemed to have become wild and arrogant recently. Han Yunru said, "It's a good thing. Your father is too honest and not smart enough. It's good if he can learn to be more slippery." "Oh. He was your husband. You can train him however you want." Next was the recruitment. Judging from Auntie Lu's hiring process, the process was destined to not be smooth. First, the shop was small and fragmented. It was not as clear-cut as a chain restaurant. Many young people couldn't bear this hardship. Second, Han Yunru's recruitment requirements were very high. Appearance, health, and other basic things were not mentioned. She also wanted the person to be clean, have a nice smile, and be nimble. "Jantar, how can there be so many requirements? If they have this ability, why don't they go to a better place? Why would they come to a small shop like ours?" In the end, Han Yunru decided to lower the requirements. She kept the health and cleanliness. As for the rest, it was up to them. Soon, 2 rounds of interviews were conducted. The general process was as follows: Han Yunru looked at the clean and pleasing candidates first. Then, they would be tested in the shop for 2 days. If they passed, they would sign a contract and officially become a member of Jiangji Restaurant. If they didn't pass, they would be paid by the day. She wouldn't let them work for free. But after the 2 rounds, none of them were left. Han Yunru sat in the shop and sighed. "Why is it so difficult?" Jantar muttered in a low voice, "You're almost like a blind date with so many problems." "It would be strange if it wasn't difficult." Han Yunru glared daggers at him. Jantar immediately shut his mouth. The next day, on Saturday, Jiang Fuyue came to the shop to help out after finishing 12 mathematical Olympiad papers at home. Jiang Shaodi also followed along. When they arrived at the store, they were just in time for Han Yunru to dismiss the 3rd wave of interviewees. Jantar felt helpless and amused at the same time. He secretly gestured to Jiang Fuyue to spread his hands. Han Yunru turned around as if she had eyes on her back. "Jantar!" exclamation point. In the afternoon, it was not that busy. Jantar cooked a few dishes and the whole family ate in the restaurant. Mrs. Lu was also with them. When she talked about Hu Ben's recent situation, the corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows showed satisfaction. This kid is finally willing to take the right path. He goes to work obediently every day and doesn't fool around with those bad friends of his. How much he earns is secondary. The most important thing is that he's stable. Jiang Fuyue nodded secretly. Ever since Hu Ben was criticized in front of Lu Jinzhong, he had been working hard recently and had changed a lot of his bad habits. 6 was more stable than Hu Ben. There were basically no major problems. The 2 bars were actually running well in their hands. While Jiang Fuyue was thinking about this, Jiang Shaodi had already touched the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs several times. "Dad, this is so delicious. It's better than the previous ones." "Really? Let me try." Jantar put a small piece in his mouth and smacked it twice. It's okay. This time, I added a few drops of lemon juice when I thickened it. I didn't expect it to be more flavorful. But the meat isn't tender enough. Next time, try blanching it in rice soup and see if it'll be better. When it came to cooking, Jantar immediately changed from a taciturn to a glib parrot. As long as you dared to ask, he would be able to answer without stopping. Pancakes were his signature dish, but it was not the only dish he was good at. And the dishes in front of him were just a drop in the ocean. It was said that a large part of the reason Han Yunru agreed to marry him back then was that he was good at cooking. It was said that if you wanted to conquer a man, you had to conquer his stomach first. This principle was also applicable to women. Jiang Fuyue tasted the plate of pork ribs. It was indeed better than before. She was suddenly very curious. Where did Jantar learn to cook? She had never heard him mention it before. He couldn't be self-taught, right? Just as she was about to ask, a group of people suddenly rushed into the restaurant. The leader was a burly man. He was shorter than Jantar, but he was quite muscular. The fat on his waist jiggled as he walked. There were a few people behind him. They were all fat and strong, and their faces were glossy. Mrs. Lu was shocked. Thinking that they were here to cause trouble, she immediately took out her phone to call her son. Han Yunru was also quite frightened by the scene. Jiang Shaodi picked up the plate of pork ribs and scurried behind Jiang Fuyue. As he ate, he poked his head out to look, his cheeks bulging. As the boss and the man of the house, Jantar couldn't be timid. He stepped forward and angrily rebuked them. What do you want? The fat man was stunned. Big senior brother, don't you remember us? Jantar, ? I'm San Peng Er. This is Fu Man, and this is Little Bean. Do you remember? Jantar's eyes froze. San Peng Er? Hey. Big senior brother. Where have you been all these years? We had a hard time looking for you. Why are you here? Come in. The group of men squeezed into the restaurant. Although Han Yunru was a little confused, she quickly reacted and began to greet everyone. Have a seat. I'll go make some dishes. Mrs. Lu, come in and help. Hey. Mrs. Lu followed in. San Peng Er, big senior brother, is that your wife? Damn handsome. You're so lucky. Jantar waved his hand. What's there to be handsome about? We're just an old couple living together. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. Men. By the way, San Peng Er, aren't you in F City? Why are you in Linhuai? A few days ago, Little Bean was on Weibo. He pointed to the photo and said that he saw you more than once. When you left, he had just become a disciple. A 5-year-old child has a bad memory. He knew that he had a big senior brother, but he couldn't remember what you looked like. He only recognized you when he saw the photo in Fu Man's wallet. Otherwise, he would have known that you were in Linhuai much earlier. The popularity of Jiangji Restaurant's pancakes began with a food celebrity. First, Lin Qiao posted a post on a Weibo account called Qiao Qiao is a little foodie. Then, her father used a golden account called Glutton Old Lin with millions of fans to repost the post and made Jiangji Restaurant famous. As the number of people who checked in increased, Jiangji Restaurant's reputation on the internet became better and better. It had developed to become one of the must-visit attractions in Huai City. Jantar and Han Yunru sold pancakes, sugar water, and stir-fried vegetables on a daily basis. If they were free, they would also take photos with customers. When these photos were posted on the internet, Jantar and Han Yunru became familiar faces in the food celebrity. It wasn't strange at all that they were seen. San Penger said, back then, you left in such a hurry that we didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Speaking of this, the men's eyes turned red. Eldest senior brother, you're so cruel. Jantar smiled bitterly. How was he not saying goodbye? He didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Alright, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Jantar patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's fine as long as everyone is doing well. Master can rest in peace now. TCH, what's so good about it? San Peng Er waved his hand with a gloomy face. Chao Ji restaurant has been getting bigger and bigger these years. You're all master's direct disciples, so you should be doing better than me. Don't pretend to be modest. Jantar teased. But he was the only one who was grinning. Everyone else looked worried. Jantar frowned slightly and was about to ask again when Han Yunru finished cooking and brought out the dishes. Sorry, we didn't prepare much food today. There's nothing good to treat everyone, so please don't take offense. As she spoke, she had already arranged the dishes and placed the bowls and chopsticks. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. We came without saying goodbye. We've troubled you and big senior brother. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so formal. You guys talk, I'll go to the kitchen to clean up. After saying that, he left with Aunt Lu, leaving the room for the men to talk. Sampang Air gave a thumbs up and said in a low voice, Big senior brother, your wife, is amazing. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. 12:40 p.m. Heh. Jantar laughed foolishly. He was quite pleased with himself. Xianxia blinked and put down the plate. He had already finished eating the ribs and was drooling as he stared at the salt-fried meat on the table. Dad, can I eat it? He asked Jantar. In the end, he was still his biological son. Jantar gave him another bowl of rice. Salt-fried meat tastes better with white rice. Younger brother Zhang's eyes curved in happiness. Even though he was happy, he didn't forget about Jiang Fuyue. He first put a piece of meat in her bowl before he started eating. So it tastes better with white rice. Sampang looked at the siblings, then at his senior brother whom he hadn't seen in 20 years. This is, Jantar, my daughter and son. Oh my god. The siblings are so beautiful. Jantar continued to laugh foolishly. They look like their mom. Yeah, Chen Xing, greet them. This is your Uncle Sampang. Jiang Shaodi said crisply, Uncle Sampang. Jiang Fuyue said concisely, Uncle. Hey. Good girl. He nodded and took out 2,000 yuan from his shirt. He divided it in half and gave it to the siblings. It's our first time meeting, so I didn't prepare anything. I don't even have a red envelope. But it doesn't matter. Money is the most practical thing. Use it to buy some school supplies or to eat something delicious. Jiang Shaodi didn't take it. He looked at Jantar with a questioning gaze. The latter hurriedly shook his head and stopped him. Sampang, what are you doing? Why are you giving money to children? I'm happy to give it to my nephew and niece. Here, you two take it. Jiang Shaodi didn't dare to take it. Senior brother, Sampang's face sank. If you don't let the children take it, it means you're looking down on me. That's no fun. Jantar had no choice but to let the siblings take the money. Jiang Shaodi, thank you, Uncle Sampang. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Their well-behaved appearance amused the man and made him laugh. Since Sampang Air had made the first move, the others had no choice but to do the same. What followed next was a large-scale scene of giving out money. The 6 uncles took turns to fork out the money, and the siblings only needed to collect the money. I am Fu Man, you can call me Uncle Fu Man. Jiang Shaodi and Jiang Fuyue greeted, Uncle Fu Man, I'm De Zhuang, your Uncle De Zhuang. I'm Uncle Biao. I'm Uncle Xianxia. I'm Do Zi. In terms of seniority, you should call me uncle, but that makes me sound a little old. Why don't you call me Brother Do? That's what the kitchen calls it anyway. Jiang Shaodi, Brother Daodu. Eh? It's Brother Daodu, not Brother Daodu. Jiang Shaodi, Brother Daodu. Forget it, do whatever you want. Seeing that you're so cute, pretty, clever, and adorable. Then, he took out his own share. There was actually a red envelope with money inside. Sampang Air's eyes widened instantly. Xiaodo, you're really something. Why didn't you tell us that you were preparing it in secret? Xiaodo, hee, I forgot. Sampang Air. I'm not human to believe you. The siblings took the money, ate their fill, and left decisively after saying goodbye. Only Jantar and his 6 juniors were left at the table. Sampang Air, the 2 kids left, and your sister-in-law is also waiting in the kitchen. There are no outsiders here, so if you have something to say, just say it. Jantar was naive, but not stupid. The 6 of them stayed in F City, but now they came to Linhui in a group. If it was just to catch up, it was completely unnecessary. The chef of Chow's restaurant earned 5 digits a day. How would he have time to come here? Sure enough, Sampang Air sighed in a deep voice. I know I can't hide it from you, and I don't want to, but I don't know how to say it. Jantar said seriously, say it. Us brothers. Sampang Air rubbed his chubby hands. We want you to go back and take charge of the situation. Jantar's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were resolute. Impossible. You should give up on this idea. Senior brother, you shouldn't have left back then. Master clearly wrote in his will that Chow's restaurant was to be passed to you, but it was snatched away by that black-hearted mother and son. Otherwise, you would be a big boss with a net worth of 1 billion now. Jantar was unmoved. What boss? I'm just a chef. Senior brother, don't you want to take back what originally belonged to you? Jantar shook his head, but he was still clear-headed. Chow's restaurant is not mine. It's not theirs either. Sampang Air, don't be so rude. Master's wife is an elder after all. Jantar's eyes revealed a look of disapproval. Senior brother, okay, stop persuading me. I'm fine now. No, Jantar, I'm going to be busy soon. It's rare for you to come to Linhui, so you should walk around. Otherwise, you can stay and help me. In the end, the 6 of them decided to stay. If their first persuasion failed, they would try a few more times. They would only have a chance if they stayed. As for helping him, how much trouble could there be in such a small restaurant? There were 6 of them, only Chow Do had a look of understanding. He had seen in the video that this restaurant was so popular that it was filled with people. He didn't dare to underestimate it at all. 1 p.m. There was a long line in front of Xianxia restaurant, and one couldn't see the end of it. Most of them were tourists who came to Linhui for fun or business. Most of them were young and had good manners. They didn't push, shove, or make a fuss in the line. Occasionally, they could even chat with Jantar. Uncle Jiang, it's Saturday today. Can we see the moon goddess? At first, he didn't react when the customer said the moon goddess, but he gradually got used to it. Yaya was here. She went back after lunch. Huh? What a coincidence. Jantar smiled apologetically. Uncle Jiang, what does the moon goddess usually do at home on weekends? She does test papers first, exercises afterward, helps her brother with his homework, eats, watches TV, plays on her phone, or goes out with friends. She's similar to everyone else. There's nothing special. That's not special? I thought the goddess was so smart that she would stay at home and study every day. From what I remember, she doesn't spend a lot of time reading and doing tests. Anyway, it's less than going out. Huh? Then why are her grades so good? Jantar flipped the pancake, put it into a paper bag, and handed it out. Okay, eat it while it's hot. Uncle Jiang. She was asking for an answer. Actually, I don't know. Her mother and I don't care about these things. I'm down. I'm dizzy because of the genius halo. Soon, it was the next person's turn. Jantar's hands were fast, and the pancakes he sold tasted good. Everyone bought one after another. Logically speaking, it should be quite fast, but why couldn't they see the end of the line? Sampang Air and Fu Man looked at each other. Little Bean, yes, the video didn't lie. In addition to the people lining up to buy pancakes, there were also people taking away Han Yunru's signature desserts. In addition to the first few desserts, Han Yunru also updated the desserts list from time to time according to the seasonal changes. She also came up with very nice names, such as, Double Milk was called Sweet White Ripple, Sesame Glutinous Rice Balls were called Black-Hearted Beauty, Osmanthus Ice Powder was called Golden Osmanthus Sky, etc. They struck the artistic chord in the young people's hearts. Of course, the good names were just icing on the cake. The most important thing was the taste, sweet but not greasy, fresh ingredients, all handmade, healthy and nourishing. These were the frequently used words left by customers who had eaten Han Yunru's desserts on various food review apps. One person could say that their taste was bad, and a group of people could say that they were hired. However, if almost everyone agreed, the credibility of the words was high. Of course, there was no lack of competitors who played tricks, but the number of customers was too large. Those negative comments quickly sank to the bottom, and the ratings that dropped were instantly pulled back. Brother Sanpeng. Please collect the money. Brother Fu Man, clean the table. The seventh customer will come in soon. Little Bean, you have a good image. Help sister-in-law to welcome the beautiful young lady at the door. Xianxia, Biao, the six of them were being led around in circles. They couldn't stop. Sanpeng Air's sweat kept falling, Little Bean's feet hurt from standing, Fu Man's legs trembled, and Biao's face was pale. They thought that Chao Ji restaurant was already busy enough, but the number of customers in eldest senior brother's restaurant was equivalent to 10 Chao Ji restaurants. It was terrifying. The long line finally came to an end when the sun went down. It wasn't easy to wait until the last customer. Please give me 50 family photos, 50 bacon floss, 50 vegetables, and 60 desserts of any kind. Sanpeng Air, ? Biao, ? Little Bean, ! Digression, 2 updates together, 3,000 words. Recently, the update time was a little late because I was preparing for a burst update. The burst update will be at the end of this month. The specific date will be announced in a digression. Moi Jantar was used to it and greeted him with a smile. Running errands for the hotel again? That's right. After this round, we can rest for the day. It turned out that this was the young man from Lituan. Usually, at this time, he would run errands for the 2 5-star hotels in the city center. Because there were too many of them, he always took the initiative to wait until the end. Usually, when Jantar and Han Yunru finished their errands, it was almost time to close. Come in and sit for a while. Conservatively speaking, an hour. Hey, thank you, Brother Jiang. The young man walked into the restaurant with ease. Han Yunru brought him a cup of herbal tea and put it on the table. Thank you, Lady Boss. You're welcome. Yo, is the restaurant hiring new people? The young man looked at the 6 busy men and couldn't help but be curious. Han Yunru said, friends are here to help. I see. Then your business is really good. The 6 of them were almost too busy to help. It's okay, it's passable. 50 minutes later, all the dishes were ready. The young man carried a few heavy plastic bags and put them in the trunk. Brother Jiang, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. Okay. At this time, it was already 10:15 at night. Jantar wiped his hands, took off his mask, and was ready to close the stall. Only then did he remember that his junior brothers were still here. After all, they had helped him for most of the day. His tone softened a little. Where do you plan to stay tonight? The 6 of them looked at each other, a little confused. They went straight here after getting off the high-speed train and didn't have time to book a hotel. Jantar sighed softly and remembered that they hadn't eaten dinner yet. Okay, if you don't have a place to stay, come to my house. I'll make some dishes for you. Sanpeng's eyes lit up. That's great. He was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to persuade his senior brother. However, looking at the business today, it was no wonder that his senior brother didn't want to go back to Chao's. However, no matter how good the business was, it was just a small restaurant. How much money could a workshop make? Only a chain restaurant like Chao's, a big brand, could make money, therefore, he could still struggle and persuade him. After closing the shop, Jantar and Han Yunru usually rode their scooters home. However, there were 6 more people today, so it was obviously not feasible. Han Yunru, I heard from Yaya that if it's past 10 p.m. and the distance is within 5 kilometers, the property management can send a car to pick her up. Jantar remembered that there was such a thing. Okay, I'll call the property management. Eldest senior brother, where do you live? Was it far? How are we supposed to get there? Are you taking a taxi or a bus? Jantar had just ended the call. Hearing this, he said, wait for another 10 minutes. The car will be here soon. Wait here? Yes. Sanpeng looked around and thought, why doesn't this bus have a stop sign? Linghuai specialty. Before he could mutter for too long, two black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the shop. The driver lowered the window and asked politely, "Are you Mr. Jantar Jiang?" Right. Please get in." Sampang Air and the others sat in the Mercedes-Benz in a daze and were taken into the neighborhood. Finally, they realized that they were in a gorgeous and exquisite villa. "Eldest senior brother, is this your house?" "Yes, make yourself at home. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare some dishes." Then, he rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. Han Yunru followed to help. Sampang Air was a little dizzy. The house was spacious and the light from the chandelier was soft and not stimulating at all. There was also a refreshing mint fragrance in the air, but he couldn't help but feel dizzy. He staggered back half a step and fell on the sofa. The softness of the sofa engulfed him. It was even more comfortable than the sofa in Mistress's villa. It was said that Mistress's sofa cost more than 500,000 yuan. What about this one? Sampang Air couldn't help but tremble. The others were also shocked by what they saw in front of them. The single-family villa was exquisitely decorated. There was a courtyard in the front and a garden in the back. "Fu Man, second senior brother, should we not have come?" Sampang Air was speechless. Dazhuang looked around and became more and more excited. "I didn't expect eldest senior brother to be doing so well. He even lives in a villa. This is much better than Mistress's villa." "Ah Biao, how much is it?" "Xianxia, at least 8 figures. "Wow, so expensive? I thought eldest senior brother didn't earn much from his small shop, but he lives in a villa. Will he still be willing to go back with us?" Everyone was silent. Sampang Air jumped out. "We'll know after we try. There's still a chance." "Yes, we have to try." Chao Do secretly shook his head. Jantar had already made his attitude clear. He didn't want to go back to the Chao family and fight with the mother and son. Now, this villa was just another way to tell them that they couldn't mess with them. However, the seniors didn't seem to understand. Or, they were just deceiving themselves. Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Shaodi heard the noise and came out of the bedroom. They stood on the second floor and looked into the living room. "Sister, it's Uncle Sampang Air and the others." "Yes. Why haven't we seen them before?" "Jiang Fuyue, we didn't need to see them before." "Jiang Shaodi, then is it necessary now?" "Maybe." "Oh." He didn't really understand. After a while, Jantar finished cooking and invited them to the dining room. The 6 of them went around the wall and turned into the dining room. They were once again shocked by the luxury and exquisiteness in front of them. The dining table, the chairs, and the chandelier didn't look cheap. "Jantar, sit down." "Okay." Sampang Air nodded. After the meal, everyone felt that it was tasteless. Han Yunru tidied up the guest rooms and prepared new toiletries for them before going up to the second floor. After a while, Jantar followed and ran into a pair of children at the top of the stairs. "Jiang Shaodi, Dad." Jiang Fuyue leaned against the railing, looking calm and composed. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Meeting his daughter's gaze, Jantar smiled awkwardly. Then, Jiang Fuyue, Jiang Shaodi, and Han Yunru heard a rather melodramatic story. 33 years ago, Jantar was 15 years old. His family was so poor that they couldn't afford to eat. After junior high school, he was sent to the neighboring village to learn how to cook from Master Chao. Master Chao's real name was Chao Daong. 3 generations of his ancestors were all cooks. It was said that his ancestor even cooked for the last emperor. He himself ran a small stall. He sold noodles in the morning and stir-fried dishes in the afternoon and at night. Because of the delicious taste and the large portions, his business was very good. He had a wife who was his childhood sweetheart, but she had polio and couldn't walk very well. The couple had a good relationship when they were young, but they didn't have a child. Jantar was a disciple who had kowtowed to Master Chao. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes and was very likable. Chao Daong drank a cup of tea for him to become Master Chao's disciple. It was considered that he acknowledged this child and took care of the Jiang family. From then on, Jantar officially lived in the Chao family. He learned from Chao Daong from washing pots and tossing spoons to cooking. He also helped Master Chao's wife with the chores and handiwork. He was very diligent. After a long time, the couple treated him as half a son. At that time, the small restaurant was already called Chow's Restaurant. It was said that it was a name passed down from their ancestors. However, it didn't have a proper signboard. It was a simple wooden board with the two words written on it with white chalk. There was also a menu below, such as stir-fried kidney, squirrel mandarin fish, shredded potatoes, and so on. Jantar's second year of learning how to cook was Chow Dayong's year of benefactor. He opened the restaurant as usual. The first customer that day was a foreigner. He didn't speak standard Mandarin, but he was very talkative. In just a few bowls of noodles, he had already figured out the business model and profits of Chow Dayong's small restaurant. A small business is still a business. The key is how to make it big. That morning, Chow Dayong didn't do any business. He closed the shutter door and listened to this person talk a lot. He felt that he had found an opportunity. A month later, Chow Dayong took out the money that he was going to use to build a new house and rented a 2-story storefront in town. After half a month of renovation, Chow's restaurant officially opened for business. This time, there was finally a decent signboard. 3 months later, the store was losing money and facing closure. Chow Dayong couldn't sleep at night and his temper became more and more irritable. At that time, Jantar had been learning how to cook for 2 years and was helping in the kitchen. He looked at his master Chow's battered appearance and wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. He could only secretly use the leftover ingredients to make big buns as a gift to attract customers. Not to mention, there were indeed customers who entered the restaurant for his big buns. However, after tasting the dishes, they couldn't help but shake their heads. It's not much different from other restaurants. However, your pancakes are quite delicious. Can you give me 2 more? Jantar then realized that the people outside called their big buns and pancakes. Chow Dayong inadvertently heard this evaluation and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Digression, 1 night, 3,000 words. 1 night, 2 nights, 12 o'clock. Since then, Chow's no longer sold noodles or stir-fried dishes. They only sold pancakes. Jantar also started as an assistant in the kitchen and was officially promoted to the head chef. He received a fixed salary of 3,000 yuan a month, including food and accommodation and a commission. In just a week, the business returned to normal. A month later, the restaurant was full of customers. In half a year, they had recouped their losses from the rent. Chow Dayong was in high spirits, but he knew better than anyone how the situation had come about. It was Jantar's ability to sell pancakes that had revitalized the restaurant. He tried to follow Jantar's steps, but the pancakes he made did not taste the same. He always felt that something was missing. He knew that he had to keep this apprentice, therefore, the couple treated Jantar very well and often gave money to the Jiang family. The Jiang family was very satisfied. They did not mention anything about letting Jantar graduate. Jantar did not understand at all. He felt that 3,000 yuan a month was already a lot. Not only was it enough for him to eat and wear, but it was also enough to pay for his sister-in-law's school fees and help with the family. The next year, Chow's opened its first branch, still selling pancakes. In the same year, the second branch opened in the neighboring city. As the first apprentice of Chow's, Jantar often went back and forth between the stores to train new chefs and teach them how to make pancakes. Although the pancakes made by his apprentices were still not as good as his, there was almost no difference. Chow Dayong saw the possibility of quantitative production. He vaguely had a plan in mind, but he still lacked the courage to put it into practice. At this time, he met the businessman who had taught him before. The other party was actually from the famous Huizhou merchants. Compared to the pioneering and innovative Zhejiang merchants and the Jin merchants who huddled together, the Huizhou merchants focused on the concept of Huizhou merchants and Huizhou merchants focused on making small businesses big and strong and operating with integrity. Chow Dayong was inspired and decided to take another risk. 2 years later, Chow's mushroomed in F City and gradually took shape as a chain brand. At that time, Jantar was 19, and Chow Dayong was almost 40. He had never given up the idea of having a child to inherit his business, but his wife was unable to conceive. The two of them went to the hospital for a checkup and found that it was Chow Dayong's problem. When he was middle-aged, his business was booming and he had accumulated more and more wealth. However, the heavens had cut off his bloodline. Even if it was a daughter, Chao Daong was dispirited. At this moment, Jantar caught his eye. First of all, this child was honest, and he remembered kindness. He was very sincere. Secondly, others might not know, but Chao Daong was very clear that the pancake craftsmanship was actually Jantar's original creation. Lastly, and most importantly, Jantar was filial. All these years, he and his wife had treated him as half a son, and they had long developed feelings for him. Since he was already half a son, why couldn't he completely become a child of the Chao family? After discussing it with his wife, Chao Daong felt that it was feasible and told Jantar his idea. A 19-year-old child didn't know what this meant, but old Madame Jiang knew. At that time, she couldn't be called old Madame Jiang. Xiao Shufan, who was not even 40 years old, relied on the money sent back by her eldest son every month to not only support her second, third, and younger sister's studies, but also for her own expenses. She was fat and radiant. She had long coveted the Chao family's wealth. Usually, she secretly instructed Jantar to ask Chao Daong for a raise. Fortunately, Jantar had never asked. She didn't expect that one day, she would have such a good thing as adoption. If the eldest son became the son of the Chao family, wouldn't the Chao family's money belong to the Jiang family in the future? The more she thought about it, the more beautiful it became. Xiao Shufan was so excited that she couldn't sleep the whole night. The next day, she gave Chao Daong and his wife a definite message. She agreed to this matter. In the future, Jantar would be the child of the Chao family. Chao Daong and his wife were very happy and immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Xiao Shufan. Xiao Shufan took the money to buy property in the city. She didn't buy a new house because it was cheaper. Instead, she bought 2 second-hand houses in one go. Her plan was very clear. One house for her second son and another for her third son. Everything was complete. She didn't know whether it was her good luck or her foresight, but the 2 shabby houses were demolished in less than 2 years. Xiao Shufan received a huge sum of compensation. In addition, Jiang Hua and Jiang Ting didn't let her down. The Jiang family soared. Until now, the old lady still had the huge sum of compensation in her hands. Otherwise, Jiang Hua and Jiang Ting wouldn't have supported her so much. Back to Jantar, who was adopted, his biological mother didn't buy a house for him. Every month, he had to send his salary back to the family on time. After being apprenticed for so many years, he didn't have any savings. He was also inexplicably kicked out of the family and became the son of his master and master's wife. Fortunately, Jantar had deep feelings for the Chao family. Knowing that his master couldn't have children, he was willing to be filial to his parents. Soon, he accepted his new identity. However, he didn't change the way he addressed them. Until he was 22 years old, Chao Daong had always treated Jantar as his own son. Not only did he teach him how to manage the store, he also personally taught him how to cook the Chao family's dishes. Jantar didn't disappoint his expectations. His talent in cooking was excellent. In the end, he even surpassed his master. Not only did he improve the Chao family's dishes, he also created new ones. He added a total of 32 new dishes to the Chao family's menu. Jiang Shaodi listened with great interest and asked, "And then?" Han Yunru also looked at her husband with curiosity. When she married Jantar, Jantar was no longer in the Chao family. After marriage, this man didn't take the initiative to mention it, so she only found out about it now. Jiang Fuyue, if Dad was still in the Chao family, then wouldn't Qinxing and I be surnamed Chao? Would we be a proper third-generation rich? Jantar looked at his daughter with a helpless expression. It was as if he was saying, "You're dreaming. I haven't even become a second-generation rich and you want to become a third-generation rich?" Jiang Fuyue shrugged. "I'm just thinking about it. It's not against the law." Jantar's eyes went blank as he once again fell into his memories. "I remember when I was 23 years old, right after my birthday, Master's wife was diagnosed with cancer. Chao Daong spent a lot of money on his wife's treatment. Unfortunately, he still couldn't keep her life. Before she died, Master's wife was lying on the hospital bed. She held the father and son's hands and warned her husband, "Daong, Ada is our son, our biological son. You have to raise him well. Let him inherit everything we have in the future." Tears flowed down Chao Daong's face as he repeatedly nodded. Then, she warned Xiantar, "You are a good child. Although you always call me master's wife, I know that in your heart, you already see me as your mother." Yes, in Xiantar's heart, master's wife was his second mother. "Your master has a bad temper and is impulsive. Keep an eye on him and don't let him smoke or drink anymore. It's bad for his body. In the future, when he is old and is ready to come down to accompany me, you have to stay by his bedside. Don't let him leave alone." Xiantar nodded heavily. After master's wife left, Chao Daong put more energy into running Chao Ji. In the same year, Chao Ji's branches bloomed everywhere. It was not an exaggeration to say that it made a lot of money every day. After that, Chao Daong started to recruit disciples. It was also to train Xiantar's trusted team so that it would be convenient for him to take over Chao Ji in the future. San Peng Er, Fu Man, De Zhuang, A Biao, Xiang Qing, and Xiao Dizi were brought back to the Chao family at that time. The 6 of them were all orphans. Chao Daong gave them a name and all of them had the surname Chao. In the next few years, Xiantar and the 6 of them learned to cook together and lived together. Their relationship grew deeper and deeper. Everything was going smoothly at first, but an accident came unexpectedly. Yu Shangmei was that accident. When she met Chao Daong, she was not yet 30 years old. She had just gotten a divorce and had a son. She was beautiful and had a voluptuous body. If one were to use the current popular phrase to describe her, she would be a peach on earth. With her superior appearance and eloquence, she successfully applied for a job and was sent to a branch of Chao Ji as the lobby manager. During a work meeting, she and Chao Daong fell in love. 3 months later, Chao Daong announced that the 2 of them had registered their marriage. Yu Shangmei officially moved into the Chao family. Before this, Xiantar knew nothing. He thought of his master's wife who had been busy all her life and did not enjoy a few days of peace. He felt uncomfortable, but he did not want to interfere too much in this matter. After all, he was not his biological son. There were many things that were separated by a layer. Xiantar even comforted himself that his master's wife had been gone for so many years. It was good that his master could walk out of it. However, he did not expect that with a stepmaster's wife, there would be a stepmaster. The relationship between Xiantar and Chao Daong became more and more estranged under the pillow talk of his new wife. In the end, Chao Daong believed someone's words and believed that Xiantar coveted his assets and had bad intentions. Little by little, he removed Xiantar's real power and took it all back. After that, he was coaxed by Yu Shangmei to give this power to her biological son. For the next 2 years, Xiantar was completely hurt by Chao Daong. He did not fight for power and obediently stayed in the kitchen to do what he was best at. He received a fixed salary every month and was satisfied. However, this peace did not last long. It was broken by a sudden accident, digression, 2 chapters together, 3,000 words. Did everyone chop off their hands on the 11th of November? Today's fish does not ask for votes. I beg everyone to keep the votes in your hands. Hee when the day comes, I think I deserve it. End of chapter 369. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.